Volume 2. Chapter 101, A New Situation. Chapter 101, A New Situation. Translator, YH Editor, Lise. AI we watched coldly from the side. If looks could kill, Duanmu Huanghan would have died many times over. As Lulan skillfully stripped Duanmu Huanghan bare, AI we observed without the slightest intention of helping. To him, Duanmu Huanghan looked no different from a blanched suckling pig. This sort of spare ribs would even be scoffed at by a butcher for its utter lack of flesh. He cursed relentlessly under his breath. If Lulan left for even a moment, AI Hui would have stabbed Duanmu Huanghan multiple times already. He had always despised those who were all talk and no action, yet now he was no different from them. AI Hui was filled with sorrow, if only he didn't need that 100 million. Preparations have been made, Lulan said. Roused from his self-pitying stupor by Lulan's words, AI Hui automatically replied, There he saw Duanmu Huanghan, stripped to his underwear and lying on the table beside Lulan. His body was strangely bright red like a cooked prawn. AI Hui looked at Lulan oddly. What did he mean by preparations have been made? Does he mean that I can start beating him up? He thought. Then why didn't he say so earlier? Lulan must still be too inexperienced at these things. What I plan on doing is similar to how a butcher slaughters livestock. There's no need to strip someone bare before killing him. At my current level, I can kill him without spilling a single drop of blood. Afterwards, all we have to do is feed him to the dire beasts, and he'll have disappeared without a trace. Faking a natural death isn't impossible either. All we need are the right materials. Have you prepared these materials, Lulan? Just as AI Hui's murderous intent reached its highest point, Lulan began to explain. Bangwan's current conditions is more serious than the last time. Luckily, AI Hui's strength has also improved, so we can still save him. You must be anxious to help since the two of you seem to have a good relationship. AI Hui froze, as if a binding curse had been placed on him. The corner of his eye twitched as he asked, Save him? Me? Yes, AI Hui's metal elemental energy can stimulate his body and facilitate the movement of his vital fluids, Lulan said, continuing honestly, Lulan's elemental energy may not be enough to save Bangwan, but rest assured, AI Hui is definitely capable of saving him. To hell with this. I have to save this ingrate again? Seething inside, AI Hui raged internally like a dire beast rampaging through the woods. Are you not feeling well? Lulan asked, deeply concerned. AI Hui wasn't moving much, and his complexion was abnormal. Lulan prepared his eyes for a scan. AI Hui raised his head, revealing an incredibly forced smile. Lulan heaved a sigh of relief. AI Hui, the technique is exactly the same as before. Turning to face the unconscious person lying on the table, his eyes flared with hatred as he asked, I have to use elemental energy for this? Yes, AI Hui. Lulan further explained, Bangwan's condition is more serious this time around, so AI Hui must use elemental energy. The force exerted should also be slightly increased. Exert more force? AI Hui asked, his lips curving into a grin. No problem. As soon as he finished his sentence, a crisp slap resounded through the air. A clear imprint of AI Hui's palm appeared on Duanmu Huanghuan's bright red body that still trembled from the impact. You may have escaped death, but you'll still have to face my wrath. Blame your bad luck for delivering you right into my hands. Using his palms, AI Hui rapidly delivered blow after blow at full force. Enemy, enemy, enemy. Ingrate, 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 dot. Duanmu Huanghuan's body began to swell up like an inflated balloon as AI Hui continued to rain relentless blows on him. This was only his second time unleashing his full strength since the mishap. The first had been during the blind battle at the training ground. Otherwise, extracting silk required him to slow his elemental energy significantly, and his regular trainings were the same as well. Being able to fully utilize his strength was deeply satisfying. Recalling his method of using a sword technique to extract silk, his fingers readily moved into position, poised to take action. The sword technique he previously used had been the result of a sudden inspiration. His subconscious attempt to channel elemental energy into a non-existent sword had yielded surprisingly remarkable effects. During silk extraction, AI Hui could barely feel the movement of his elemental energy due to its incredibly slowed speed. This time, however, his elemental energy was free of constraints and circulated at full power. AI Hui executed his sword technique and immediately felt the difference. Bang! Without warning, the insanely fast elemental energy within his body became torpid. The sword embryo state. AI Hui was taken aback. The sword embryo state that he so painstakingly avoided appeared without warning. And for the first time, he activated it without a sword in hand. There was no mistaking it, he could feel the imposing aura exuding from the exceptionally fine tip of the blade between his brows. While we didn't know how to describe the aura, the closest word he could think of was formidable. Like being in the sword embryo state. The sword embryo state surely had extensive uses, but it was easy to become reliant on it. The world in Hui's vision was now completely different. Duanmu Huanghuan's skin appeared much thinner, clearly revealing his vital fluids movements and its choke points. Hui was deeply familiar with the sword embryo state, he had experienced the vast benefits, as well as the suffering it could bring. Despite that, he was shocked to sense the movement of the elemental energy within his body so clearly. Ever since his elemental energy had become tightly wound, he could utilize only small amounts of elemental energy with the help of the sword rattan gloves. The purity of this elemental energy, however, far exceeded that of his natal residence. As a result, when circulating at full power, its speed was beyond what Hui could perceive. Only during silk extraction, when the elemental energy was restricted, could he clearly perceive its movement. The slow circulation of elemental energy was suitable for training, but fighting required swiftness. If the speed of circulation exceeded the agility of one's thoughts, however, the elemental energy could easily spiral out of control. He knew that the elemental energy wasn't circulating any slower, it was the sword embryo state that was enhancing his processing speed and perception, allowing him to fully capture the flow of his elemental energy. Without hesitation, Hui turned his palm into a blade and stabbed his fingers towards one of the blockages within Duanmu Huanghuan's body. Buzz! Around his fingertips, a faint blade appeared, accompanied by a slight, ringing sound as the blade penetrated Duanmu Huanghuan's flesh. The blockage was immediately cleared. A demonic glow flashed in his eyes, his fingers rapidly prodding Duanmu Huanghuan's entire body. Buzz buzz buzz. Piercing sounds rang out incessantly. With each thrust of Hui's fingers, a tiny speck of blood appeared on Duanmu Huanghuan's body. As they grew in number, the reddish hue of his body began to subside. Duanmu Huanghuan sluggishly woke up. As he stared at the vile face in front of him, his body chilled. This situation felt way too familiar. He silently closed his eyes. Why was he having this nightmare again? So much time had passed since that incident, surely his mind was stronger than this. This nightmare must still be haunting him because he hasn't gotten over the incident. He probably just needed to exact revenge on that scumbag. Hello, why are you pretending to be dead? Are you trying to be an exhibitionist? Duanmu Huanghuan grew bewildered. This wasn't part of the script. Take note. Including this time, you now owe me 150 million. Seeing Duanmu Huanghuan playing dead rekindled Hui's anger. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Hui viciously smacked Duanmu Huanghuan right on the thigh. As if struck by lightning, Duanmu Huanghuan grew addled from the blow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 102, Reflection. Chapter 102, Reflection. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Hui had no interest in Duanmu Huanghuan's frail physique. Healing Duanmu Huanghuan this time had helped Hui notice how much the sword embryo had grown. The sword embryo had become much more sensitive after his elemental energy had become purer. All of a sudden, Hui realized that the seemingly pointless swordplay manuals weren't as useless as he thought. The techniques in the swordplay manuals had been applicable across many areas, such as silk extraction and the growth of the sword embryo. Even the Gale Bat blade had proven useful during his blind battle with Zhu Yan. Hui was a realistic person, he wouldn't simply ignore evidence in front of him. Why were these swordplay manuals that everyone else despised useful for him? He quickly understood that the key to this was the sword embryo. Sword manuals became irrelevant following the disintegration of spiritual force. Long ago, when he had first started reading swordplay manuals, Hui had wondered if sword techniques could be activated using elemental energy. He quickly figured out that it was unlikely. Lots of people would probably have already tried something so seemingly simple. The swordsmen of the cultivation era were so much more powerful than the elementalists of today, and in pursuit of power, many elementalists would certainly have tried to tap into the learnings of the swordsman. Besides, there were so many swordplay enthusiasts out there who would do anything to revive the glory days of swordsmanship. Surely they would have attempted something like this, right? This was definitely the case. However, the number of swordplay enthusiasts has been on the decline ever since the founding of the Avalon of Five Elements. The value of swordplay manuals had also fallen correspondingly. They were initially sold by the book, then by weight, and nowadays, these manuals were as good as rubbish. These hard truths reflect the failure of the many attempts at reviving swordplay. But for the entire Avalon of Five Elements to utterly disregard swordsmanship meant that there was a serious underlying problem. AI Hui never really understood the reason behind these failures, but his lessons in the induction ground, especially his discussions with his teacher, made him revisit the issue. The stability of elemental energy and spiritual force differed greatly. Spiritual force was much more dynamic than elemental energy. This can be further explained by drawing parallels to the different states of water. Spiritual force could be said to be akin to water vapor, able to penetrate even the smallest of openings. Elemental energy, on the other hand, was similar to slush. It was difficult for it to pass through such narrow channels. This fundamental difference was the root of why sword techniques couldn't be used. AI Hui had asked his teacher if it was possible to simply convert elemental energy into spiritual force. His teacher had laughed upon hearing his idea. Teacher Wang then went on to explain that countless people have tried to do so in the past 1,000 years. Everyone knew that converting elemental energy into spiritual force was the key to accessing the inexhaustible teachings and treasures of the cultivation era. Anyone who was able to do so would be able to simply tap into this vast resource instead of training with an entirely new system from scratch. The cultivation era was a period of power and riches. The ferocious dire beasts were merely the prey of the cultivators, kept as pets and mounts and sometimes even killed for food. The only reason why the wilderness had not been conquered was that it wasn't deemed worthy of being so. But the experiments had all ended in failure, even those that were undertaken by grandmasters. AI Hui had never once thought that this seemingly impossible problem would have anything to do with him. His main focus was on the sword embryo that appeared to be capable of linking his elemental energy to the swordplay manuals, fanning the embers of this dying art. All of AI Hui's attention was focused on reviving more of these embers. After the strain on his body had subsided, AI Hui began his next attempt. As he circulated his elemental energy and formed the sword technique with his hand, AI Hui experienced the same situation as before. Although he was filled with joy, he remained much calmer this time. Triggering it twice implied that it wasn't merely a coincidence. AI Hui had a sudden urge to test some swordplay. He tried to execute the techniques of many different manuals, but he quickly discovered that he wasn't able to proceed. The spiritual force of the cultivation era operated along a different pathway from the current 5 residences and 8 palaces. AI Hui was deep in thought. Following the sword manuals didn't seem to produce any results, so what next? The sword embryo might be useful, but how exactly did it work? He suddenly began to stab the air with the energy blade on his fingers, similar to when he was treating Duanmu Huanghun. His eyes grew wide in panic. There was no response. There really wasn't any response at all. What happened? AI Hui was in disbelief. He attempted the same move many more times but to no avail. Just what was going on? AI Hui quickly composed himself and thought of possible reasons for this unfavorable outcome. However, no matter what he tried, he wasn't able to enter the sword embryo state again. He became disappointed when he realized that digging out more secrets from the swordplay manuals wasn't going to be as easy as he had initially thought. However, it wasn't long before he snapped out of it. AI Hui was, after all, well accustomed to failure, and this setback wasn't going to take him down. What's more, this problem was especially complex, and had perplexed many great people before him. It surely wouldn't be solved so easily. AI Hui's overworked brain eventually cooled down and he began to reflect on recent happenings. Perhaps he had become more conceited as a result of his smooth-sailing training sessions. Being hailed as a genius must have gotten to his head. His path was now much clearer. AI Hui realized that he was getting ahead of himself. He had just activated his natal residence and was already focusing on the sword embryo. Whether it was a tiny seed or some kind of treasure, the sword embryo would always be there. His current focus shouldn't be on this hidden, unknown item. What he needed to do now was to proceed steadily with his training and activate his hand palaces. This was what he should be putting his time and effort into. Having thought things through, AI Hui became more focused. He was filled with a sense of tranquility and was no longer distracted. After a good sleep, AI Hui bade Lulan farewell. He left the Vanguard training hall and headed for the embroidery workshop. When Han Yuqi noticed AI Hui returned to being silently engrossed in his training, she inevitably felt relieved. Even Wang Shouxuan couldn't bear to disturb his disciple when he saw him being so focused. The elderly couple had seen many geniuses who possessed amazing talents, most of whom had ended up losing sight of themselves amidst the praise. Just as they had begun to worry about AI Hui, he proved to them through his actions that he wasn't going to lose himself in the adulation. He had realigned his attitude and was now as hardworking and humble as before. The bandaged youth quietly focused on his training in the steam-filled workshop. The embroidery ladies were initially curious about him but soon became accustomed to this sight. As time passed, the youth had long been forgotten by the embroidery ladies, and it was only when they occasionally walked past the workshop window did they notice the young man inside standing as still as a statue. A pair of abstruse eyes as deep as the abyss could be seen amidst the mist. This went on tirelessly, day after day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 103, Hall of Nine Tones. Chapter 103, Hall of Nine Tones. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. After throwing all those nonsensical and distracting thoughts to the back of his mind, AI Huey's mind was now at peace. All that stuff about Bang Wan or his 150 million yuan didn't matter to him anymore. He wasn't going to waste any more time and effort on that ingrate. It wasn't as if they were related in any way. AI Hui was stingy with his time and would much rather spend it on those close to him. Was the ingrate within his intimate social circle? Certainly not. Only Lulan, Fatty, Teacher Wang, Mistress, and Senior Mingxiu were worthy. Everyone else can just go mind their own business. As for the 150 million? Forget about it. Having grown up in the wilderness, AI Hui had witnessed the most extreme of contests for resources. People would fight over mere pennies and would sometimes even engage in battles of life and death over a few hundred yuan. And some rich kid came along and offered him 100 million? Other people could afford to be naive, but not AI Hui. Lulan was the only reason why he was willing to lend a helping hand. AI Hui knew how different he was from Lulan. He also understood that he would never become as kind as Lulan, and he didn't want Lulan to become more like him. Even though he managed to escape the darkness, it had long permeated his entire being. He knew that he would never be able to break away from the constant fighting and killing of his past. Victory and strength were the only things that made him feel safe. Lulan was different. His passion for this world radiated warmly like the sun. And AI Hui enjoyed the sun. He liked the way Lulan was. Everything was fine as long as Lulan remained happy. As for that ingrate, he'd better not meet AI Hui in battle. By focusing on those that mattered and treating Duanmu Huanghan as an insignificant being, AI Hui preserved his inner tranquility. Duanmu Huanghan was, however, not the least bit at peace. How could he be? He was resentful that putting down his pride and sincerely apologizing wasn't enough for AI Hui. Moreover, he had experienced that nightmare again. What a harrowing experience. He had felt so fearful that he didn't even know how he had managed to flee from the Vanguard training hall. Duanmu Huanghan only regained his senses the next day. Fully aware of his circumstances, he felt even more resentful. How could he have fainted in that alley? How could he have allowed himself to be saved by AI Hui once again? The scene where AI Hui had contemptuously asked him for 100 million yuan was etched deeply in his mind. Duanmu Huanghan had never been scoffed at to such an extent in his life. Not even once. Just like how nobody had ever considered him to be someone who made empty promises. Everyone around Duanmu Huanghan, even adults and his childhood friends, had always regarded him as a respectable man of his words. Money? To him, money was insignificant. Money was just a figure to him. Having his promise disregarded was one thing, but to view it as being worth less than 50 million yuan was a total insult to his character. What's worse was that the other party believed that he couldn't even afford 100 million yuan. Fine, he was indeed unable to afford that amount at that point in time. That scoundrel. Duanmu Huanghan clenched his fist tightly, his knuckles turning white. His eyes felt like they were capable of spewing fire. He took a deep breath, slowly releasing his fist. Although he was still filled with rage, Duanmu Huanghan could now restrain it. He made a decision. Counterattack. He was going to counterattack. He would show that scoundrel just how easy it was for him to make money. He would demonstrate the vast difference between a genius and a piece of trash. He would let him know just how much his promises were worth. That scoundrel could just take his 150 million yuan and wallow in regret. Duanmu Huanghan regained his composure, quickly coming up with a plan. Wu Qirong's birthday was finally here. He was finally coming of age. The Wu family had a 600-year history, and even though it wasn't particularly large, it wasn't exactly small either. Although their legacy wasn't as established as those of the founding houses, the family nevertheless had its own estate and a decent sphere of influence. After 600 years of painstaking efforts, the Wu family was now flourishing. Wu Qirong was the eldest son of the Wu family, and his name reflected the great expectations that his elders had of him. He was, however, a mischievous child, and had grown to be a highly sociable person with a vast network of friends. Wu Qirong was bright. He had noticed early on that he couldn't match his elders when it came to hard work. As such, he had focused on expanding his social network. He was a generous person who was well versed in negotiating his way around others, and he had never offended anyone. These qualities led him to have quite a reputation among the dandy community. Wu Qirong continued to socialize even when he had come to the induction ground. He spared no expense, choosing to host a large banquet to celebrate his birthday. One could tell from the venue that the host was a massive spender. The banquet was held at the Hall of Nine Tones, the most luxurious venue in the induction ground. The Hall of Nine Tones was built by Di Xinyuan, a music theory master. When the induction grounds administration received news that Master Di Xinyuan intended to return to the induction ground, they decided to give him a beautiful, scenic place to honor his return. The master had been indescribably happy at the gesture and had decided to build the Hall of Nine Tones on this piece of land for his life of solitude. He had once roamed the world, exploring the Avalon of 5 elements, and he had even wandered into the old territory. He had picked his 9 favorite architectural styles and had built 9 entirely different courtyards, and hence the name Hall of Nine Tones. Once built, the Hall of Nine Tones instantly became the induction ground's most valued venue. Besides being an architectural marvel, the hall played host to musicians that were hand-picked and taught by the master himself. The songs they performed were always changing and were all written by Master Di Xinyuan himself. Ever since the day of its completion, the Hall of Nine Tones had become the favorite haunt of youngsters from the influential families. Getting a reservation for the venue was extremely difficult. Not only was it extremely costly, but the place also had strict requirements regarding the identity of its customers. Wu Qirong had spent a tidy sum to buy someone else's reservation. He had to admit, though, that it was all worth it. The hall's decor and the exquisite elemental food dishes, coupled with the heavenly music, were simply intoxicating. The look on his peers' faces upon entering the venue gave him immense satisfaction. He was extremely pleased with his purchase. Just as Wu Qirong was happily content, an icy voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. "Little Wu, why wasn't I notified of your birthday party? You'll have to drink 3 glasses of wine as punishment." A lithe figure with an air of aloofness appeared at the doorway. The guests at the table instantly fell silent. One of Wu Qirong's playboy mates angrily voiced out, "Who is this atrocious piece of trash?" "Pa!" A resounding slap in the face. The playboy held his cheek and stared blankly at Wu Qirong, stunned that his friend had actually slapped him. Wu Qirong, who was behaving all loftily just a while ago, bent down without hesitation to pour himself 3 glasses of wine. He downed them all in one breath. Without putting down the glass, Wu Qirong hastily ran over to the newly arrived guest. He bowed slightly and said, "Brother, you should have told me earlier that you were coming. I would hardly dare to disturb you without hearing from you first. Someone as important as you must surely be very busy, unlike us idle fools who merely spend our time strolling around and playing to our whims." Everyone was shocked silent. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 104, Demon King. Chapter 104, Demon King. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Duanmu Wanghuan's sharp gaze swept across the entire hall as he nonchalantly walked towards the seat of honor. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yu Zi, who was sitting on that seat. The Yu family was an illustrious family as well, and its prominence was such that even Wu Qirong had to curry favor with Yu Zi. The Yu family had produced 3 grandmasters throughout its 800-year family history, an average of 1 every 200 years. What was more impressive was that the 3 of them had imparted 3 entirely different absolute arts to the family. Outsiders were simply unable to imagine just how vast the knowledge left behind by 3 grandmasters was. The Yu family had its roots firmly planted in the Avalon of 5 elements. All of its successive heads of the family were extraordinary individuals. Most of the top-tier influential families of today had been involved in the founding of the Avalon of 5 elements. The Yu family was one of those handful of families who managed to sustain their power till today. Yu Zi was young, but he was ranked high in the Yu family's hierarchy. He was recognized as being immensely gifted and was slated as a possible candidate for becoming the Yu family's 4th grandmaster. Wu Qirong had spent a lot of effort to curry favor with Yu Zi. Several guests were smiling grimly, unsure of what was about to happen. The Yu family was renowned throughout the Avalon of 5 elements. Just who was this new guest who dared to try something like that? Yu Zi wasn't exactly known for being amiable or modest either. He gave off an air of aloofness and arrogance, and his face was cold. He hadn't so much as smiled since the meal started. Those who were familiar with Yu Zi knew that he was definitely someone who wouldn't hesitate to fight over the slightest disagreements. The other party seemed to be someone with a background too. With 2 tigers in the cage, there was bound to be a good show. Yu Zi pushed his chair back and stood up, his face expressionless. The guests had become agitated, but they all tactfully remained silent. Yu Zi had a profound knowledge of his family's teachings but rarely demonstrated these skills in front of others. The few instances where they had seen bits of his skills had left them feeling bewildered. The atmosphere was electric as their eyes locked. The tension at the dining table ran high as the guests continued to sit in an uncomfortable silence. Suddenly, Yu Zi bowed at the waist and affectionately exclaimed, "Brother Huanghun." Everyone's eyes opened wide, dumbstruck by what they had just witnessed. Yu Zi helped Duanmu Huanghun get seated, warmly saying, "Please take a seat, Brother Huanghun. If I knew you were coming, I'd have gone to fetch you." Hearing Yu Ziyu address the guest in such a humble manner almost made the others spit out their food. Confused expressions could be seen across the entire table. Was this really the unfeeling and arrogant Yu Ziyu that they knew? Duanmu Huanghun nodded towards Yu Ziyu. "Your base level has increased quite a bit. It seems like you haven't been wasting all your time gallivanting." Feeling wronged, Yu Ziyu immediately whined, "Brother, your words really hurt. I've been hard at work from dawn till dusk, trying to catch up with Brother Huanghun. If not for little Wu, I wouldn't be out here today." "Yes, that's true," Wu Qirong hurriedly verified Yu Ziyu's words. "Young Master Yu has practically been in seclusion these days." Duanmu Huanghun sat down in a dignified manner. When he saw that everyone else was still standing up by the table, he said indifferently, "Do sit down." Everyone sat down subconsciously as if they had just awoken from a dream. Some of the more quick-witted guests had begun to deduce Duanmu Huanghun's identity. The name Huanghun was, after all, rather unique. Being in the same social circle made it all the easier, and soon, everyone knew who this godlike person was. They now understood why Wu Qirong and young Master Yu would behave as such. Duanmu Huanghun, the top talent in the Duanmu family. The one who had just been accepted by Master Daigang as his last disciple. The Duanmu family was one of the oldest and most powerful families of the Avalon of Five Elements. Members of such families were far beyond the reach of folks lower down in the hierarchy. While they may not be adept at much, these rich and good-for-nothing playboys were highly social and were privy to all sorts of gossip. Upon learning of his identity, they quickly recalled several fear-inducing rumors about young Master Duanmu. Before he had entered the induction ground, young Master Duanmu was notorious for being utterly vicious. Yu Zi was always on edge around Duanmu Huanghun. The Yu family and the Duanmu family were related by marriage and were, as such, very familiar with each other. Yu Zi had known Duanmu Huanghun since they were kids. Although Duanmu Huanghun was younger than him, Yu Zi was forced to address Duanmu Huanghun as his elder from the moment they first met. However, Yu Zi had refused to do so, thus beginning his days of being beaten up. The only thing that made Yu Zi glad was the fact that he wasn't the only one had been beaten up. All the other members of both families, who were of the same generation as them, were beaten up by Duanmu Huanghun as well. This went on to such an extent that those who were beaten up eventually decided to join hands and attack Duanmu Huanghun. However, despite uniting against a common enemy, they were still beaten badly. From then on, Duanmu Huanghun was unanimously addressed as Brother Huanghun. However, that was not all. After that fight, Duanmu Huanghun began to show more interest in training, eventually becoming madly obsessed with it. Everyone was initially happy that they were no longer oppressed by the Demon King's presence. Little did they know that the true nightmare was about to begin. Duanmu Huanghun's all-consuming obsession resulted in him thrashing anyone whom he saw not training. Yu Zi was once caught by Duanmu Huanghun while he was playing around. Duanmu Huanghun had dragged him in front of his father after giving him a good thrashing. With a stern expression on his face, Duanmu Huanghun had reported to Yu Zi's father, "Uncle Yu, I cannot bear to see Zi wasting his time like this, so I beat him up." Yu Zi's father had stroked Duanmu Huanghun's head gently and had said, "You're so sensible, Huanghun. You did the right thing. Please help me give Zi a good thrashing if you catch him slacking off again, alright?" Following that exchange, Duanmu Huanghun had happily returned to his training. Yu Zi was then severely beaten by his father behind closed doors. That scoundrel Duanmu Huanghun made use of his good looks to cajole the young ladies of other households into keeping watch for him. Oh gosh! Those nightmarish days were simply unbearable. Duanmu Huanghun was adored by the elder generation who saw him as an individual with a penchant for leadership. In the past, the good-for-nothing youths of the influential families would give all sorts of excuses to avoid going to the induction ground. Yu Zi and the others of his generation were, however, very eager to enter the induction ground as soon as possible, praying that they could escape from the Demon King as early as 2 years ahead of schedule. Their wishes were eventually realized when they finally entered the induction ground. Yu Zi enjoyed a good 2 years free from the oppressive reign of the Demon King. Just as he had left those dark days in the past, Duanmu Huanghun had suddenly appeared before his eyes. The very sight of him left Yu Zi's face frozen in fear. Thankfully, he had made some progress in the past 2 years and was able to prevent his legs from trembling. Those horrifying memories suddenly began to surface in his consciousness. He soon realized that this was the year Duanmu Huanghun was going to enter the induction ground. The good old days were over. All he wanted to do now was escape this place. Why did he even attend this dinner?
Duanmu Huanghan had become even more powerful now, and coupled with his greater prestige, he was bound to make life a living hell for Yu Zi in the years to come.
Wu Qirong. You've gotten me in trouble.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 105, Brother Huanghuan's Bet. Chapter 105, Brother Huanghuan's Bet. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav.
In this circle of playboys, Brother Huanghan was widely known as the Demon King. In truth, however, Duanmu Huanghan did not actually have much interaction with this bunch. Even though, like them, he was not in the least bit frugal, much of his life was dedicated to training. He was not interested in the pursuit of earthly pleasures. This group of rich playboys had only heard of him and had never met him in person before. Forget his reputation, who would dare to stand up to him if even someone as powerful as young Master Yu had to bow?
Duanmu Huanghan always felt at home amongst his companions, doing as he pleased.
He raised the glass of wine in his hand and said flatly, "Today is my dear friend Little Wu's birthday. Let's all drink one glass to congratulate him."
Bottoms up. Wu Qirong trembled with excitement.
To hear such words from Brother Huanghan was a rare and precious gift. Although he had known Brother Huanghan for many years, Wu Qirong could only observe him from afar. The gap between them was so great that they might as well have been from different worlds. Wu Qirong had always thought of Brother Huanghan as someone destined for greatness, someone who would someday become a grandmaster or a division head. He was clear of his station in life. And for just this sentence, he would do anything for Brother Huanghan.
Holding back his emotions, Wu Qirong promptly stood up and raised his glass for a toast.
There is no need for more words. From today onwards, Brother Huanghan shall be my blood brother.
He lifted his head and swiftly drained the glass. In the Avalon of 5 elements, everyone developed elemental energy from a young age. What they were drinking was elemental wine, and 1 cup was enough to give them a rush, making them feel as if the elemental energy within their body was ignited. Duanmu Huanghan too downed the drink without saying another word. He rarely drank and practiced restraint in many other aspects of his life as well. Although he seldom met anyone who could rival him, Duanmu Huanghan simply didn't indulge in these pleasures. He took pride in his discipline. The elemental energy within his body was set ablaze, the warmth quickly spreading to his extremities. A red flush spread appeared on his pale face, softening his features and causing him to appear less aloof. The others didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and downed the drink in 1 gulp as well. Duanmu Huanghan tugged at his collar and squinted his eyes as he enjoyed the feeling granted by the wine. The flames had spread throughout his entire being, consuming even the fog in his mind. However, the grievances that he was nursing in his heart made him want to erupt even more violently. Duanmu Huanghan managed to restrain himself. He did not forget the main reason for his visit. He wasn't some weakling who needed to rely on alcohol to numb himself. He was going to defeat that detestable bastard through direct means. Yes, he was going to adopt the most effective, convincing method available, and that was to wallop that damned AI Hui until he begged for mercy. After drinking the wine, the guests had become slightly more restless. Duanmu Huanghuan's terrifying, murderous intent soon pervaded the entire dining table, sending chills down their spines as they became silent. Yu Zi shivered the most.
This was just too familiar. He was all too familiar with this atmosphere. The faint memories of his past began to surface like a school of hungry fish.
This was the atmosphere that would arise whenever Brother Huanghan wanted to deal with someone. Damn it! Why am I so unlucky? Why am I here on one of his bad days?
Yu Zi was so nervous that he was on the verge of bursting into tears.
I came here today to get some ideas from you guys. Duanmu Huanghuan's words gave Yu Zi a big shock. Gathering ideas from others? He could not help but glance at Duanmu Huanghan.
This didn't seem like Brother Huanghuan's usual style. He was always a lone wolf.
Since when did he need others' help in coming up with ideas? Sadly, they couldn't tell if Brother Huanghan was happy or angry. Nobody dared to make a sound. Brother Huanghan may have asked for opinions, but did you really think that you have the right to speak up? Don't be so naive.
Duanmu Huanghan was very familiar with such situations and knew that nobody would dare to speak if he didn't clarify himself further. Getting straight to the point, he announced, "I'm here to get everyone to help me think of ways to earn money."
What?
Everyone stared in disbelief, wondering if their ears were playing tricks on them.
The almighty and highly regarded Duanmu Huanghan, the eldest son of the illustrious Duanmu family, was actually asking them for advice on how to earn money? Big brother, this joke isn't funny at all.
Even Yu Zi's eyes grew wide open in shock as he stared at Duanmu Huanghan. It was as if he had just seen a ghost.
Wu Qirong muttered weakly, "Brother, your matters are certainly more pressing. Here are my savings of 2 million yuan, brother." Everyone else immediately followed suit, disregarding their heartache, as they offered whatever they had in a show of loyalty. Yu Zi, not wanting to fall behind the rest, put on a brave front and offered, "I have 5 million yuan, brother Huanghan can have it all." Yu Zi was crying inside, lamenting the loss of every last cent of his wealth. He did not dare to underreport how much he had. He was afraid that Duanmu Huanghan would easily find out that he was lying through his network of infatuated women in the Yu family. If it came to that, Yu Zi would probably end up being skinned alive, if not killed. Alright, losing 5 million might be a bit heart-wrenching, but at least it wasn't a complete waste. Besides, Yu Zi knew that brother Huanghan was a prideful person and wouldn't simply accept handouts. Frankly speaking, Yu Zi had been astonished when brother Huanghan had started talking about money. "I thank you all for your goodwill," Duanmu Huanghan said as he shook his head. "But I'm not looking to borrow money. What I want is to earn money. Okay, let me phrase it in another way, can all of you help me think of ways to make 500 million yuan? Everyone's eyes grew even wider. This time, however, nobody made any noise. The people present had some money on them, ranging from a couple of 100,000s to 1 million yuan. Yu Zi's 5 million was already exceedingly rare. But 500 million yuan? This was not a quantifiable concept. Yu Zi's allowance of 5 million was probably already the highest. Although the influential families could easily afford to spend 500 million worth of resources on their youths, they would most certainly not casually give any one of them control of so much. Yu Zi cautiously asked, "Brother Huanghan, did something happen?" "What happened?" Duanmu Huanghan said as he turned to face Yu Zi. Yu Zi nervously replied, "I was intimidated by that 500 million. "Oh, I made a bet with someone to see who could earn 500 million first," Duanmu Huanghan said calmly. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief. Making a bet was a common practice in this circle, and among them, all manners of bets were possible. 500 million may sound like an exorbitant amount, but considering brother Huanghuan's status, how could any of his bets be of the same level as theirs? Only a bet of 500 million yuan was worthy of someone like brother Huanghan, but... Seeing everyone rack their brains, Duanmu Huanghuan's face lit up with satisfaction. "I spend most of my time training, and as such, I know next to nothing about businesses. I have thus taken the liberty of coming over to consult with you guys. I know that you all know more than I do and that you have more connections and methods as well. Regardless of who comes up with it, I will definitely return the favor." Duanmu Huanghuan's gaze swept across the table. However, his voice suddenly became much deeper, and it acquired a murderous intent. "If no one can come up with a good idea, then none of you will leave today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 106, Scraps. Chapter 106, Scraps. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. As Mingxiu strolled towards the embroidery workshop, she couldn't help but smile at the thought of Brother Li Wei's clumsy appearance from earlier. Every few days or so Brother Li Wei would bring some wild animals. In the past, he had brought them over alive, but now they were all roasted and marinated with high-grade honey. Sometimes, he would even bring dipping sauce, and Mingxiu couldn't help but always eat a lot. Really? How could he offer meat to a girl every time? What if I get fat? But each time she saw Brother Li Wei's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but eat her fill. Plus, the food tasted great. There was softness within Brother Li Wei's tough appearance. He was a simple man, and chatting with him had soon become the happiest part of her day. Brother Li Wei would talk about the front line, battles with dire beasts, and the kinds of strange plants that lived within the wilderness. And on the other hand, she would talk to him about the workshop and her embarrassing childhood stories, making him laugh out loud each time. She, too, would convulse with laughter upon hearing the stories. She was quite frustrated. She would usually appear to be gentle and quiet, so why did she reveal her true self in front of Brother Li Wei? They shared many little secrets. For example, only the two of them knew that Duanmu Huanghan was the mysterious naked man. The only thing she couldn't understand was why Huanghan had addressed himself as Bangwan. Thinking about how Bangwan had fallen into such a pitiable state because of her chase made her subconsciously stick out her tongue. Brother Li Wei had said that Bangwan was definitely being mischievous and had proceeded to tell her about the many bad things he had done when he was in school, which made Mingxiu stare at him with wide eyes. Mingxiu then talked about the bad things she had done in school as well, stunning Brother Li Wei completely. His expression had made her feel a little proud. Time flew by when they were together. As she entered the workshop, she regained focus and went into work mode. She had been assisting her master by being in charge of the workshop for a long time now,
and practically managed all work-related matters, whether big or small. Mingxiu always concentrated at work. If one became distracted while embroidering, it was incredibly easy to make a mistake. Although her master frequently praised her talent, Mingxiu felt she was only just a little more meticulous and focused. Speaking of talent, AI Hui was the real deal. Even Brother Li Wei complimented him nonstop and tried so hard to pull him into the infantry division.
See, there's fog now. It's starting again. How hardworking. Is he a sand puppet? He doesn't seem to get tired.
The shocked voices of the embroidery ladies could be heard throughout the workshop, and Mingxiu knew that they were referring to AI Hui. She diverted her gaze towards the workroom. Mist rose against the window like a dire beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber and started spitting fog.
AI Hui had commenced his training for the day.
Mingxiu was moved. Her junior's natural talent was already shocking, yet his diligent attitude far exceeded hers as well.
She was in complete admiration.
Other than occasionally visiting the training hall, AI Hui devoted all his time to practicing his embroidery. Since eating rice wasted too much time, he had previously brought heaps of dried food into the workroom. AI Hui had a sand puppet with amazing culinary skills who specialized in elemental food.
The dried food was exquisitely made and contained a pretty good amount of elemental energy.
Mingxiu was aware that in the cultivation era, there was a group of cultivators who were known as bitterness cultivators as their training was always tedious and tough. From what she observed, if AI Hui had been in the cultivation era, he most definitely would have been a bitterness cultivator. Eating in the workroom, sleeping in the workroom, training right after waking up, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, the stinky herbal medicinal smell that she considered unpleasant was like a sweet syrup to AI Hui. Before he had appeared, she had never known how arduous training could be. Within a short period of time, AI Hui had become the embroidery lady's idol. Actions always spoke louder than words. Although he never engaged in much conversation with the girls, his actions had already convinced all of them. Such perverse perseverance was always highly revered. In the beginning, Mingxiu had been a little worried that AI Hui's health would be damaged. She had some level of medical expertise because of her brother, and with that knowledge, she checked on AI Hui's body regularly. However, she had found that he was very healthy, and what she was worried about did not happen. After a few observations, she realized that AI Hui had an excellent understanding of his own body's condition. He would always rest just before reaching his limits, never overexerting himself. Mingxiu was greatly shocked. She didn't know how AI Hui had done it, but she nevertheless set her worries aside. What she didn't understand, however, was that recently, the twilight silk AI Hui had been churning out had become shorter and shorter. The recent batches of silk were only a meter long. If it had not been for the fact that each batch's silks were uniform in length, she would have suspected that something went wrong with his training.
It seemed more like he was experimenting.
Previously, the money-grubbing look he had on his face after producing a silk that was over 10 meters long had greatly irritated Master. Yet, he had no such look when he was training, and it was apparent that he didn't see the twilight silk as money. Scraps weren't worth much, yet his silk steadily grew shorter and shorter.
He was losing a lot of money each day.
When she thought about how his heart must be aching, she wanted to laugh. But, while the silks were getting shorter, the quantity was increasing. He had actually managed to use up 2 twilight cocoons in a single day. The accumulated pile of twilight silk that he had pulled out was impressive. In order to prevent wastage, the workshop had been using the silk as sewing thread. Although it was quite a pity to use such a quality material as thread, the twilight silk was indeed tough.
Her junior was in trouble, and Mingxiu couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude.
Ever since Master felt that AI Hui wasn't passionate about embroidery, her whole countenance had changed. No, she mustn't say that about Master, it was her style of teaching that changed. All the materials used were recorded and accounted for, and Mingxiu saw the amount AI Hui owed increase nonstop. At this point, he was going to have to sell himself to the workshop. Even Master couldn't do anything about it, but she continued keeping track of the material usage records, not overcharging a single cent. Mingxiu helped AI Hui sell a batch of twilight silk, and while it wasn't worth much, it was something. A pity such short lengths were worthless. She sold over 100 pieces at 5 yuan each.
Miss Mingxiu.
Mingxiu snapped out of her thoughts upon hearing her name being called. When she saw that it was the frequent visitor, Manager Li, a warm smile appeared on her face as she greeted, "Manager Li, long time no see.
How's business nowadays?"
Manager Li was about 40 years old and was a sharp-witted man.
He hurriedly responded, "Thanks to you, it's been okay.
I have come to buy a batch of twilight silk scraps."
Mingxiu was slightly taken aback. "You finished using the 100 pieces from before?"
"Yes, a new order came in coincidentally." Manager Li maintained a harmonious smile and continued, I am thinking of purchasing more this time, but am not sure if the shop still has it.
Mingxiu nodded. How many would you like? Give me whatever you have.
Manager Li added quickly, the consumption rate is high and fast.
Do you have stock? Mingxiu smiled. Let me check.
Manager Li said hastily, thanks for your trouble. However, Mingxiu's smile disappeared the moment she turned around. She had a pensive look on her face as she strode over the doorstep to enter the hall. She immediately gave an order to the servant girl beside her, take a few pieces of twilight silk that Junior has pulled.
No, I'll take it myself.
Where is the pile? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 107, The Usage of Twilight Silk. Chapter 107, The Usage of Twilight Silk. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav.
Mingxiu squatted and started to study the piles of twilight silk. The twilight silk that we extracted every day was put aside from the others. At first, there wasn't much, but days later the amount began to increase sharply, especially in the past 2 days. We could use up 2 cocoons a day, and the amount of silk extracted from 2 cocoons was staggering. Mingxiu hadn't noticed anything before, but now, as she looked at the piles of silk, she was greatly surprised.
2 cocoons per day. How could he be so fast? How on earth did he do it?
She hadn't thought about it very carefully before, and it was only now that she realized that this was unbelievable. It meant that Hui's speed of extracting silk was extremely quick. Only in this way could he consume 2 cocoons a day.
Maybe he was silkworm attributed?
Even the twilight silkworm couldn't produce silk as fast as him.
Yet Mingxiu soon noticed something amiss.
The color of each pile of silk was slightly different. The longer the time gap was, the more evident the difference in color, and vice versa. The strands of silk produced within the past 3 consecutive days were almost of the same color. The color difference was practically unnoticeable to the naked eyes.
She was right. Hui was doing some kind of experiment.
The difference in color of the strands of silk in front of her verified her assumption. Mingxiu picked up a strand of silk and carefully inspected it. The shop manager's return had made her a bit confused. Manager Li was a shrewd person who was always careful and strict with his daily budget and would never buy something unnecessary.
This was the first time that Mingxiu had seen him buy up everything without hesitation. Unless he believed he was on the advantageous side of the deal. Mingxiu's mind raced.
The twilight silk was not widely used, and also, since it was very thin, the requirement for its length was high. Therefore, these short strands of silk were hardly of any use. Any good embroidery worker had to be very familiar with embroidery materials because the materials used in embroidery were critical. Any difference in materials would change the quality of the fabrics.
Mingxiu hadn't paid particular attention to these strands of silk before. Now, after scrutinizing the silk carefully, she soon became surprised by what she found.
Hui had no idea that Mingxiu was examining the silk he had extracted. He was totally engaged in training. The change he was going through, in regards to his training, had been much more apparent. At the very beginning, he had controlled elemental energy with the slowest speed to extract the silk, as instructed by Wang Shouchuan and Han Yuqin. But after continuously training, he began to gain experience, and he soon made new discoveries. During his discussions with his master, Hui realized that although master was equipped with enough theoretical knowledge, he hardly had any hands-on experience. When it came to training, especially to the details, his lack of experience would be exposed.
Moreover, Hui's case was unique. Wang Shouchuan had never met someone like him before.
This was a common problem for all teachers. While they could explain their theories clearly, they seldom talked about the details. Hui didn't have much training experience either, but he was used to learning through trial and error. After fully understanding the theories through several rounds of discussion with his master, Hui had obtained a vague idea of his physical condition. One interesting thing he discovered was that the feeling he got when he passed his elemental energy through his hand palaces wasn't necessarily intensified along with the slowing down of his elemental energy control. As he trained, he tried to change the speed of elemental energy to compare the different levels of stimulation to his hand palaces. That was how he had found the optimal speed to best stimulate his hand palaces. And this optimal speed was much faster than his lowest speed. Now, Hui had become very familiar with extracting silk. His elemental energy was like a sword, and when it was spirally infused into the silk at optimal speed, the silk would remain unbroken. However, when he had just begun to believe that he could extract 10 meters of silk per day, reality gave him a severe blow. At the optimal speed, Hui could extract silk much faster. But when his elemental energy passed through his hand palaces, the stimulation he would feel was so strong that his hand palaces would quiver and break off the silk.
That was why the silk AI we extracted was only 1 meter long. That was a lot of money.
Weeping inside his heart, AI we continued his training.
He consoled himself that it was fine. He could always earn more money in the future.
Although the loss was huge, he was glad that the efficiency of his training had been largely increased. While the optimal speed was much more than before, it was still less than the running speed of elemental energy during fighting. Therefore, it was not yet too heavy a burden for him. This meant he could raise the density and duration of his training, and in this way, AI we progressed by leaps and bounds. He could clearly feel the existence of his hand palaces. When elemental energy ran through his palms, apart from little tremors, he could also feel a slight heat in his hand palaces. Nothing encouraged him more than this. Nothing could cheer him more than the tangible feeling of his own progress. And today, AI we could feel that something was different about his hand palaces as soon as he started training. When the elemental energy ran through his palms, it was as hot as a soldering iron, and they shivered much more fiercely than usual. Therefore, AI Hui was highly vigilant. He strongly felt that there would be breakthrough today. But this did not disturb his state of mind, and he continued to unhurriedly extract the silk as usual. The breakthrough would be naturally achieved when all the conditions were ripe. Hidden in the fog, his eyes were as calm as water. Seeing Mingxiu return, Manager Li cracked a wry smile. He knew he had given himself away. He used to think that Mingxiu was gentle and graceful, but he never knew that she was so smart, too. Mingxiu smiled back at him. Manager Li cupped his hands and smiled bitterly. Nothing can escape your eyes. He felt a bit upset. He had intended to gain enormous benefits, but this goal now seemed very difficult to achieve. I'm flattered. The smile on Mingxiu's face disappeared, but her voice was still gentle. Her expression became serious as she said, "The Jade Embroidery Workshop only focuses on embroidery and is not interested in other businesses. You are really talented if you can put this material into use. It's just that this twilight silk was made by AI Hui. I'm his senior, and I cannot just stand by and watch you take advantage of him. I think you would also prefer cooperation rather than a one-time deal. If we can cooperate, you will have a stable supply of materials, and we can both earn more. Don't you agree?" Manager Li was filled with admiration. "You are indeed as generous as I expected, Mingxiu. I really appreciate it. Your junior is skilled enough to produce such twilight silk. It is as tough as steel wire and is also very sharp. If infused with elemental energy, it can be used to cut through stones. I soaked a piece of ebony vine as thick as a thumb in oil until it became soft, and I made an arrow together with twilight silk and gold wire grass. With this arrow, I can pierce a 3-inch thick plate from 500 steps away." He told everything about the method and usage of the silk to Mingxiu to show his sincerity. Anyway, since she had already noticed the peculiarity of this twilight silk, it wouldn't be long before she found out the usage herself. Mingxiu's beautiful eyes lit up. She of course knew what this meant. "How much is one arrow?" "I made 10 arrows with 100 pieces of twilight silk, and I sold them all to a customer I'm familiar with at the price of 30,000 yuan each," Manager Li said proudly. Mingxiu nodded. "If so, I will decide on behalf of AI Hui to provide the twilight silk to you. In return, you will give him 30% of your profits. What do you think, Dot?" Manager Li was slightly surprised. Really? Of all the materials, the most important one was the twilight silk. He had been prepared for Mingxiu to ask for 50% of the profits. 30% was something he would never have expected. Mingxiu smiled like a spring breeze, and she was about to say something when she suddenly heard a loud, thundering sound. The ground trembled. Mingxiu's expression changed. She had no time to finish her words before she hurriedly rushed towards the workshop. Junior AI Hui. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 108, New Twilight Silk. Chapter 108, New Twilight Silk. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. The colorful smog rose into the sky like a ferocious-looking poisonous serpent with bared fangs. The workshop had already been razed to the ground. The ashes and smog floating around were indicators to how violent the explosion was. AI Hui, with bandages all over his body, was climbing out of the ruins. Although he was blackened by smoke and fire and looked incredibly awkward, he wasn't wounded. Seeing that AI Hui was fine, Mingxiu sighed with relief. At that moment Han Yuqin had also heard the loud noise and rushed out. When she saw that AI Hui was okay, the concern in her eyes disappeared. But the next second a hint of complacency flashed in her eyes, and she sneered at AI Hui. "Now even your master can't save you, little AI Hui. Do you know how much this workshop is worth?" I spent as much as 8 million on it, and I'm still keeping the bill.
It seems that you will have to work for me for many years, little AI Hui.
Mingxiu hesitated for a while, but then she interrupted, Master.
Oh, Mingxiu, you are here too. Han Yuqin was glad to see Mingxiu. You see, AI Hui just destroyed the workshop. Remember to give him the bill.
Don't forget to take into consideration the materials he consumed during his daily training.
He cannot leave before he pays off his bill.
AI Hui, you can learn the double flow embroidery method further from Senior Mingxiu. Master, Mingxiu braced herself and said, I think AI Hui can pay it off. Han Yuqin was surprised.
How?
Mingxiu showed a strand of the twilight silk that AI Hui had recently produced.
Please have a look, Master. So short? AI Hui seems to have regressed.
Han Yuqin frowned, but the moment she touched the twilight silk, her eyes widened.
No, wait. Why is the twilight silk like this?
The hair-thin strand of twilight silk was as hard and tough as a steel wire. As an embroidery master, Han Yuqin was far more sensitive to materials compared to Mingxiu. She infused a strand of elemental energy into it, and a flash of silvery light appeared on the silk.
She could feel a sharp aura rushing to her eyebrows. Why is it like this?
Han Yuqin murmured to herself. She had seen and used countless strands of twilight silk but had never seen anything like this. By this time, AI Hui just managed to carry himself out of the ruins. He looked really miserable. Except for the bandages, which were still white, he was either covered with ashes or blackened by smoke.
What?
AI Hui grimaced in pain as he walked towards them. Although he wasn't injured, he had been hit by a large pot that had dropped on top of him, and he was currently feeling pain all over his body. Han Yuqin suddenly raised her head.
How did you do it?
AI Hui was totally confused. Mingxiu explained, AI Hui, Master is asking you how you had managed to change the nature of the twilight silk.
I changed the nature of the twilight silk?
AI Hui seemed to be at a loss.
What nature did I change?
Looking at his expression, Han Yuqin knew that he hadn't done it on purpose, so she changed her question and asked AI Hui how he had circulated his elemental energy. Since she was very experienced, she soon figured it out.
AI Hui's metal elemental energy was pure and sharp.
When it was spirally infused into the twilight silk, it caused the silk to be further sharpened. Besides, AI Hui had increased his speed of infusion, which had made the silk more solid. She was greatly surprised that the twilight silk had such a property.
She couldn't help but glance at AI Hui.
Old Wang's disciple was indeed good at giving pleasant surprises. Throughout the years since its discovery, twilight silk had enjoyed a rich history of usage. The existing types of twilight silk had all been discovered long ago, and it now seemed that a new member would join them. Although the Avalon of 5 Elements had a short history and the development of elemental energy had yet to encounter a bottleneck with new discoveries being made every day, it was still an extraordinary achievement for a student of the induction ground. Han Yuqin was much more experienced when it came to materials. At first glance, she could discern the value of this new type of twilight silk. The people of the Avalon of 5 Elements were infatuated with new materials. A brand new material or species usually represented an astonishing fortune, and anyone who could cultivate extraordinary plants like the mirage bean pods would definitely make a great fortune overnight.
That was why so many wood elementalists were keen on cultivating new species.
When she realized her hope had been misplaced, Han Yuqin's mood turned sour.
She glared at AI Hui angrily and stomped away.
Why is she? AI Hui was at a loss as he turned to Mingxiu.
Mingxiu knew what her master was thinking, but she couldn't tell AI Hui.
Right at this moment, however, she noticed Manager Li looking towards them, so she called him over.
Would you please come here, Manager Li?
Manager Li had already approached long ago, but he didn't dare come closer because of Master Han Yuqin. He had been worried about losing the deal. But when Mingxiu called him, he quickly replied, coming.
And immediately ran to them. Mingxiu introduced AI Hui to Manager Li. This is my junior, AI Hui. AI Hui, this is Manager Li.
AI Hui was confused, but he still greeted Manager Li. Mingxiu explained, Manager Li found an excellent use for your twilight silk, it can be used to make arrows. From now on, you can provide twilight silk to Manager Li with a quality similar to that of the silk you've made recently. Manager Li will give 30% of his profits to you.
What do you think, AI Hui?
Manager Li was aware that this youth was the producer of the silk. Although he looked very young, as the junior of Mingxiu, he was most certainly not an ordinary person.
Manager Li ardently watched AI Hui.
Even though he had to surrender 30% of the profits, he could get a stable supply in return.
This would allow him to produce arrows continuously. The arrows were consumables, and that would be a lot of money.
Twilight silk? AI Hui shook his head. I probably won't extract twilight silk anymore.
Manager Li's face turned pale.
Mingxiu was also surprised. Why? AI Hui smiled proudly and raised his hands. Mingxiu looked at one of his hands, and a moment later, she became completely amazed.
You have activated your hand palace? Ha ha.
Yes. AI Hui was thrilled.
Which one? Left or right? Mingxiu asked.
She had calmed down from her initial shock. Compared to the twilight silk and the speed at which he had learned the twin weaving technique, it wasn't really much of a surprise that he had activated his hand palace.
In her eyes, this was easy for a genius like AI Hui.
She herself had activated her hand palaces such a long time ago that she didn't even remember what happened properly. Manager Li was anxious.
Why are you so excited about activating the hand palaces? Why not talk about our business first? AI Hui chuckled.
It is for both hands.
And at the same time.
Good, Mingxiu said admiringly, but then she abruptly changed the topic.
Are you really not considering the business? It's really generous. Very few people can ignore such a large amount of money. It looks like you aren't an ordinary person indeed. On hearing Mingxiu's words, AI Hui's ears pricked up. How much?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 109, Bunny Hair Arrows. Chapter 109, Bunny Hair Arrows. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. It must be a large sum of money, otherwise, Mingxiu wouldn't have bothered to talk about it.
AI Hui was now as poor as a church mouse. He didn't even remember how much money he owed, and even worse, daily consumables such as twilight cocoons, herbs, materials, and manpower were driving up his costs every day. He strongly felt that training was akin to burning money.
Why didn't he feel so before? Well, that was probably because his previous so-called training was far from the standard.
If so, then life was hard for elementalists, too.
Maybe not. Not everyone was as poor as him.
If one had too many debts, then they would no longer worry about it.
AI Hui didn't bother to think about his debts further, rather, he didn't dare think about it.
The reason why he had just refused Mingxiu's proposal was that he wanted to study his hand palaces further. AI Hui was still excited about the fact that both his hand palaces were activated at the same time, and he didn't want to waste time extracting more twilight silk.
Money? No one cared about money. Except himself.
AI Hui's eyes were wide, they were twinkling like stars in the sky.
Mingxiu tittered. AI Hui's facial expression was pretty much the same as that of a money grubber.
Mingxiu didn't know that AI Hui was so greedy for money, she only realized it now.
Who did he learn it from?
It was a pity that he was Uncle's disciple. Uncle really was poor, but he always held himself aloof. He could accept Master's help with tiny issues, but he would become unhappy if she wanted to spend more money for him. For so many years, Master had always wanted to financially sponsor Uncle's research, but Uncle never agreed. He would rather do it himself without extra help in his small courtyard filled with waste products.
Uncle was always stubborn, and Master couldn't do anything but give up.
This was his only shortcoming. He would never give in to money, which was respectable but exasperating. In this aspect, AI Hui was entirely different. He was always keen for money, and his eyes would light up every time he heard the word money. Master had complained several times about this to Mingxiu, saying that AI Hui was wasting his talent and that he was vulgar without any proper plans for his future. And next, she would complain about Uncle, saying he was terrible at teaching his own disciple.
But Mingxiu thought it was all right.
Uncle was unyielding like a steel plate, however, a steel plate could be broken. On the other hand, AI Hui was persistent yet resilient, just like the twilight silk he extracted. Every time Mingxiu saw his hard work and thought about his experience, she would sincerely feel admiration. At the same time, though, she couldn't help but feel protective towards him. She herself had nothing to worry about since she was young. She had never experienced or even imagined that kind of life. Each arrow was made of 10 pieces of twilight silk and is sold for 30,000 yuan. You will provide twilight silk to Manager Li, and in return, you get 30% of the profit. Manager Li will provide the twilight cocoons and herbs.
Mingxiu explained everything clearly and concisely. 30,000 yuan for each arrow. This was daylight robbery. AI Hui almost blurted out loud, but the next second, he realized that part of the money would belong to him. This was daylight robbery. But why not? He bit his tongue and proceeded to ask the key question. How many arrows can you sell in 1 month?
Manager Li thought for a while before saying, the 10 arrows I made last time have already been sold out. I'm not exactly sure how many arrows I can sell in 1 month, but since it's a consumable, I believe we can sell quite a lot, although it's not cheap. If we look at the sales records of similar goods, after the market opens up, I think we can sell 300 to 500 arrows every month. AI Huey's eyes widened with a glittering light. 500. That is 15 million yuan, and 30% is 4,500,000? Manager Li began to sweat. Not that much. First, we have to consider the cost, including the cost of cocoons, manpower, materials, and the rent for the shop. At least 20% of the price goes there. I think Mingxiu can figure this out too. He turned to Mingxiu. You know I'm not lying. Mingxiu nodded as she knew that Manager Li was speaking the truth. Next, in the beginning, we can hardly sell 500 arrows. Before the power of the arrow is proved, no one will buy it on a large scale. I'll reach out to my regular customers first, and I estimate that dozens of arrows can be sold out. Once it's accepted by most people, the sales will increase. Earlier on, I think at most we can sell 30 to 50 arrows within a month. Manager Li was conservative, which was something he had to be. If he exaggerated the possible income but failed to reach the target, then he would get himself into trouble, because the boy in front of him would definitely not let him off easily. From 3 or 500 to 30 or 50, the gap was big, and the money he could earn was far less than he had imagined. Aihui stared at him with dissatisfaction, but he still told himself, anyway, it's better than nothing. 50 arrows with a profit of 24,000 for each. 30% is 360,000 yuan. Mingxiu told Aihui gently, don't worry. There may not be much profit in the beginning, but it's a long-term business. Besides, it doesn't require much silk, so it won't influence your training. I think you can do it. 360,000 yuan is already a lot of money to me, Aihui said happily. Yet Manager Li didn't take him seriously. As the disciple of a master, 360,000 could barely be enough for his pocket money. He quickly replied, as soon as we open up the market, the sales will increase. By the way, we need to give the material a new name so that no one will know it is actually twilight silk. That's right. Mingxiu nodded. You can give it a name, Aihui. It deserves a new name. If I hadn't seen it for myself, I could never have related it to twilight silk. Yes. I've been making weapons for so many years, but I've also never seen twilight silk like this, Manager Li said. Aihui didn't refuse them. He thought for a while and said, let's call the silk snow silver bunny hair and the arrow bunny hair, shall we? Manager Li was a bit confused at first, but then after a minute, he realized Aihui's intention. He couldn't help give him a thumbs up. That's smart. The name itself wasn't that smart, but in this way, the customers would think that it was made from the hair of some kind of rabbit. As a result, no one would know that the snow-white, silvery thread was actually twilight silk. When he thought of those imitators who would start chasing all kinds of rabbits to find the material, Manager Li couldn't help but let out a laugh. This boy was really cunning. Manager Li made a mental note to be careful and not irritate this fellow. Although Aihui didn't look the part, he was actually very shrewd. Even Mingxiu couldn't help but say, this name is cruel to rabbits. Aihui chuckled. Neither of them had understood his real intention. The word bunny sounded similar to money. Once the arrows were sold and profits were earned, he would be a man with money. But can bunny hair be this long? Mingxiu asked curiously. You don't know? Aihui was surprised. I've seen rabbits with hair much longer than this in the wilderness. They are very fierce, and they can bite off a chunk from a tree trunk that's as thick as a bowl. They like to eat shrubs, leaves, and meat, and their hair is also pretty much the same as twilight silk. It's snow white with a silvery sheen, but it's much thicker, though. Looking at Aihui's extremely low base level, Manager Li was astonished when he heard that Aihui had been in the wilderness before. None of the disciples of the master seemed to be normal. The wilderness. Mingxiu remembered the various amazing details and weird species of the wilderness that Li Wei had told her about, and she couldn't help but be enchanted with this mysterious place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 110, Mingxiu's Concern. Chapter 110, Mingxiu's Concern. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav. Although Aihui hadn't provided more bunny hair yet, Manager Li gave him a sum of money as a deposit without any hesitation. He was acting so generous that Aihui started to feel worried about whether he was shrewd enough to make money. No profiteer, no money. When she recognized the concern in Aihui's tone, Mingxiu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Aihui, you are so realistic. But if you think he is stupid, then you can stop worrying.
He has been conducting business with our workshop for many years, and he is a very shrewd businessman.
The reason why he is so generous is that we are taking a percentage of profit that is less than what he expected.
Less than his expectation? AI Huey's eyes widened.
He seemed to be prepared to rush out and get manager Li back at any moment.
Mingxiu gave him a glance. Do you think I'd let you suffer any loss? AI Hui looked embarrassed. Of course not. I'm not an ungrateful person. And I always really appreciate your help. I'm sure this is good enough for me. In fact, AI Hui was actually being sincere.
Not even a single word he said was against his true feelings. Mingxiu would always help him as much as she could. Sometimes, even Han Yuqin didn't know what she did. He was clearly aware of this. If one had a sister, she should be like Mingxiu. Even Master Han Yuqin, who always wore a fierce look, was actually kind to him. She was only dissatisfied with AI Hui just because he couldn't be fully engaged in embroidery. She kept mentioning how much money he owed her, but she never hesitated to give him the materials he needed for training. His teacher was a good person, too, even if he was, admittedly, sometimes unreliable and a bit pedantic. He was only good at his theories and knew nothing about the real practice of training.
He wasn't perfect at all.
But still, AI Hui believed that Master was the best teacher, his mistress was the best mistress, and Senior Mingxiu was the best senior he could possibly have in the entire world. They cared about him, they loved him, and they helped him in the best ways they could think of.
He was not an ingrate.
Duanmu Huanghan, who was far away from them, sneezed twice, oblivious to AI Hui's words.
Mingxiu could feel the sincerity in AI Hui's words. She smiled and patiently explained, "You'll definitely have a bright future, AI Hui.
So, for you, this business is just the beginning.
Of course, I can ask for a higher percentage of profit, but that isn't necessary.
Since you are only responsible for providing the twilight silk, if you take away too much profit, Manager Li will not be so enthusiastic. The production, sales, and channel development all depend on him. After a period of time, there will inevitably be conflicts between us. If so, he will either find someone else to counterfeit the silk, or he will start another business himself. But now, since you take only 30% of the profit, which is acceptable to any independent business, he won't think he is working for you. Instead, he will regard it as his own business. In this way, he will not fall out with our workshop, and the business can go on for a long time."
AI Hui nodded.
In terms of doing business, he was undoubtedly inferior to Mingxiu, who had been assisting in running the workshop for years. Although the proportion of profit we take is not large, your income will accumulate and increase as the business grows. Besides, you can spend more time on training. In the future, you will feel the benefit that a steady income brings to your training. AI Hui was moved by Mingxiu's patient explanation, and he replied in earnest, "I'll keep that in mind."
The unruliness and stubbornness in AI Hui were gone.
Instead, right now, he was like a lion that had retracted its sharp claws and teeth. He was as docile as a cat. AI Hui then left. Mingxiu didn't ask him to stay. Every student would be extremely excited when they activated a new palace and anxious to try to open up the next one. She glanced at the workshop, now in ruins, and was about to find someone to clean it up when she suddenly thought of something. She realized that she had ignored an important question: why did the activation of AI Hui's new palaces lead to an explosion? The activation of one's palace would result in different consequences depending on their physical condition, but Mingxiu had never heard of anyone who opened up the new palaces with an explosion.
Explosion? Li Wei was surprised to hear what Mingxiu had told him, and he asked, "You mean both of his hand palaces were activated at the same time, and the explosion happened in this process, too?"
"Yes, the workshop was razed to the ground." Mingxiu was a bit worried.
"Is there any problem in AI Hui's training method?"
When it came to this question, Mingxiu thought for a while before she finally decided to ask Li Wei for help. Master was definitely accomplished in embroidery, but she was not very good at basic training. On the other hand, although Uncle was good at basic training, he only knew about the theory, and he had no idea about how to deal with the accidents that occurred during training. Compared to them, Li Wei was much more experienced.
He was, indeed, experienced. He consoled Mingxiu, "Don't worry, Xiu.
This is not a common phenomenon, but it's not unprecedented either."
Mingxiu was relieved when she heard Li Wei.
She was most worried about whether the explosion during the activation of both his hand palaces meant that the method of his training was wrong. Li Wei looked unconcerned as if this was normal, but inside his heart, he was greatly shocked. Generally, the higher the base level, the more fierce the consequences would be when a breakthrough was achieved. For some elementalists, their breakthroughs could lead to thunder and lightning, maybe even storms and reverse tides. The students of the induction ground seldom made a fierce reaction when their palaces were activated because the elemental energy within them was too scarce to cause any abnormality. But AI Hui was different from others because he had the ball of elemental energy which contained more elemental energy than he could control.
This was very likely to be the reason for the occurrence of the abnormality.
Although Li Wei didn't know the reason for the explosion, he was more interested in what AI Hui gained in return. Li Wei had once heard that when these abnormalities occurred when one moved to the next level, there was a possibility that the elementalist would gain something unique. However, this seemed to apply only to high-level elementalists, instead of those who were still in basic training.
AI Hui had only activated his hand palaces, but this had led to an unexpected explosion. What did this mean to his hand palaces? Or was he overthinking? After all, this was a saying that usually referred to high-level elementalists. He wasn't sure whether it would apply to students as well. Li Wei mocked himself. He was almost sure that he was thinking too much just now. But anyway, AI Hui had potential as he would always do things differently. This was what a potential youngster should do. Even when he ate noodles, he was different from others. When he envisioned the scene of AI Hui eating noodles, Li Wei laughed and said, "If you want to know whether everything's fine, there's a simple method." Mingxiu was immediately attracted to his words.
What method?
Take him out and buy him noodles.
When he saw that Mingxiu didn't appear to believe him, Li Wei said, "Last time, in the noodle house, I said I would buy him some noodles. He was sitting opposite to me, and he stared at me sincerely and kept saying, 'You're so nice, Li Wei.' And at first, I was thinking, okay, this is a good boy. But then I was totally shocked when I saw the bill.
Do you know how many bowls we ate? 10.
That means he ate 9 bowls of noodles himself.
That was when I understood why he was so sincere.
Yes, he was sincere because the noodles were delicious. So, if you want to know if everything is fine with him, take him to the noodle house. If he cannot have more than 5 bowls of noodles, then there must be something wrong."
Mingxiu laughed out loud.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 111, Unique Hand Palaces. Chapter 111, Unique Hand Palaces. Translator, Cynthia. Editor, Pranav.
Just now, in the embroidery workshop, AI Hui had been totally immersed in the happiness that the money had brought him. As a result, as soon as he went back to the training hall, he bragged with Lu Lan for quite a while. Lu Lan had been distraught these past few days since he had just been separated from Master Xiao, and AI Hui had been so engaged in training that had no time to think about Lu Lan. Therefore, AI Hui seriously bragged with Lu Lan for a whole afternoon. But AI Hui soon realized that bragging for an afternoon was much more tiring than training, and he decided to replace bragging with Lu Lan with training with Lu Lan. Fortunately, he still had the elemental soup prepared by Lu Lan. It was so delicious that AI Hui nearly bit his own tongue. Its delectable taste lessened the pain he was feeling for the 100,000 yuan for its ingredients. In the evening, Lu Lan went back to Master Xiao's former residence and busied himself in organizing the things that Master Xiao had left behind. Lu Lan had said that he wanted Master Xiao to return to a tidy house in case he came back one day, and presently, he could only think of this way to help Master Xiao. On hearing this, AI Hui had become silent for a long time. He had felt like telling Lu Lan that Master Xiao would never return, but as an afterthought, he felt that Lu Lan also understood this.
Lu Lan just desired to do something. What if he were Lu Lan?
Chewing the grass in his mouth, AI Hui stared at the sky for ages, lost in thought. The taste of the grass slowly pervaded his mouth, just like the sky that was gradually immersing into darkness. His mind wandered to the owner of the swordsman's school in the old territory.
How time flies. Are you fine in heaven, boss? I am. And I hope you are as happy as I am now.
But if you are not, then find a way out yourself. AI Hui laughed out loud, the laughter washing away all his worries. He picked himself up and began to study his hand palaces passionately.
Anything else was left behind for the moment.
He himself hadn't expected to activate both his hand palaces simultaneously. The activation order of the 8 palaces wasn't fixed, but the hand palaces were usually the first to be activated simply because they were the easiest.
However, the inheritance of the unique skills of many influential families usually had a particular requirement for the activation order.
For example, the skill, Eyebrow Heart Knife, required the Sky Palace to be activated first, which was, in fact, the most difficult palace to activate. Therefore, there were very few successors of Eyebrow Heart Knife in each generation, and its inheritance was faced with many interruptions. Except for the 4 palaces in the hands and feet, the activation of the other 4, the Sky, Gate, Sea, and Earth palaces, was incredibly difficult. However, whether one opened an easier or more difficult palace first, the 8 palaces were almost always activated individually. As such, he was surprised by the simultaneous activation of both his hand palaces, but the explosion during the activation had further confused him. Why did it explode? The explosion had taken place very abruptly, almost in an instant, and he himself didn't know what happened either. He hadn't realized that his hand palaces were activated until he had climbed out of the ruins and checked to see if he was injured. AI Huey's gaze fell on his palms. The sword rattan gloves were already in pieces. Although the explosion had been very powerful, he was safe and sound, but he was clueless of the reason. Fortunately, the workshop was isolated because of the unpleasant smell of the various herbs used during extraction, and hence, although the whole workshop was razed to the ground, nobody else was affected by the explosion. However, AI Hui clearly remembered that the trigger of the explosion was the sword embryo. At that time, he had been infusing his elemental energy into the twilight silk, and he remembered feeling an intense sensation from his right hand palace. AI Hui had thought that the trembling of the right hand palace would break the twilight silk like it had done many times before. But unexpectedly, the sword embryo, which had always been quiet and still, suddenly moved. Yes. AI Hui was sure that it wasn't a figment of his imagination. The movement was so obvious it was like a strong and sudden heartbeat. And then there was the explosion. It had occurred all of a sudden and had caught AI Hui totally off guard. Everything had happened too fast for AI Hui to react. All he could remember was the movement of the sword embryo, which he knew was the cause of the explosion. But as to how, he didn't know anything either. AI Hui felt a headache coming on. When he had planted the embryo, he didn't have the slightest idea that it would cause so much trouble, moreover during breakthroughs. This time, he was lucky enough to not be injured in the explosion and somehow open his left hand palace, albeit without warning. The activation was a good thing, of course. If an explosion could open his third palace, AI Hui would choose the explosion in a heartbeat. But the instability of the sword embryo was a bit disturbing. It was unknown when it would break out again. This time, the result was alright, but who knew what it would bring next time? AI Hui was frustrated. If he could choose to remove the sword embryo, he would do so without delay. Compared to the sword embryo, the system of the 5 residences and 8 palaces was mature, and as long as he kept working hard, he would definitely be able to make achievements by following such a system. But the sword embryo? God knows. However, the sword embryo could not be removed. Actually, he himself wasn't quite sure how he had managed to plant the sword embryo in the first place, much less remove it. After thinking for quite a while, AI Hui still couldn't come up with any good ideas. On second thought, if it were not for the sword embryo, he would have already died in the wilderness, let alone train here now. Thus, AI Hui became at ease again. If he was aware of all the side effects of the sword embryo, would he still choose to plant it? The answer was yes, because at that time, the only thing he wanted to do was survive. Yes, at least he was alive. Alive was good. AI Hui mood brightened, and he began to carefully study his hand palaces. A silver ball appeared in his right palm. AI Hui was surprised at how small it was. The silver ball, which was as small as a sesame seed, was, in fact, his elemental energy. AI Hui suddenly felt some uncertainty about whether his hand palaces were actually activated because he noticed that his hand palaces seemed to be somewhat different from others. The activation of any of the 5 residences and 8 palaces had its own benefit. The fundamental function of the 8 palaces was to store elemental energy, and its capacity was much larger than that of the natal residence. AI Hui had assumed that his activated hand palaces would share the pressure on his natal residence by storing the elemental energy mass, or at least a portion of the elemental energy. However, things developed differently and out of his expectations. When AI Hui checked his left hand palace, he discovered that there was a small silver ball in it, too. But he soon uncovered something else. The silver ball, which was smaller than a sesame seed, was not motionless, it was spinning fast. After thinking for a while, AI Hui finally understood the reason. The elemental energy mass in his natal residence had a strong suction that could attract and absorb all the elemental energy in his body. To prevent itself from being absorbed, the silver ball had to spin fast to offset the suction. For example, the elemental soup he had just consumed had not yet been fully digested, but its elemental energy had already been absorbed by the elemental energy mass in his natal residence. The silver balls in his hand palaces, however, were tiny in size, but they contained the only elemental energy of his body that had not been absorbed by the elemental energy mass in the natal residence. Now, after determining the question, AI Hui thought of a solution, which was to guide the elemental energy of the elemental energy mass to his hand palaces. Anyway, he still had to get a new pair of sword rattan gloves. When he looked at the fragmented sword rattan gloves on his hands, AI Hui smiled bitterly. He had to ask Mistress for help tomorrow. He would be scolded again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 112, Unification of the Average Minds. Chapter 112, Unification of the Average Minds. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav.
The Hall of Nine Tones, Day 1.
Brother, we are talking about 500 million yuan. It will not be easy to earn.
Even if we engage in dishonest practices like collecting protection fees, it will still be impossible.
Actually, it would be a feat if we can collect even 8 million yuan.
Brother Huanghan, it would be difficult to earn at the training halls as well. At present, the maximum cash reward for a competition is 500,000 yuan.
In order to get 500 million, you will have to win 1,000 fights.
At 3 competitions a day, you will have to fight for a year. But Brother Huanghan, if I may suggest, I think that it's possible for us to resell military weapons as everyone would be able to do it. However, it would be more feasible if we do it externally rather than in the induction ground.
If news of our activities were to spread, then we will be suppressed. Brother Huanghan, how about you prostitute yourself?
No, I am not saying you should sell your body, but instead, you can sell pictures of yourself or something.
You are the apple of many girls' eyes. Brother Huanghan. I am wrong. I am wrong. Ah.
Everyone was engaged in a lively discussion. However, it was impossible for them to resolve the issue of an enormous amount like 500 million yuan. While some of them were earnest in helping Duanmu Huanghan, the majority of them just wished to free themselves from their obligation. The Hall of Nine Tones was a unique place in the sense that it did not make any concessions, no matter how reputable a person was.
Sure enough, a worker came after a short while. Dear customers, we are going to close soon.
Without a change in expression, Duanmu Huanghan took out a dark gold card, passed it to the worker, and said indifferently, I need to borrow this courtyard for a few days. The worker received a huge shock upon seeing the dark gold card. He immediately broke into a small jog to report to the main person in charge.
Wu Qirong had an ominous premonition.
However, since nobody had seen the dark gold card before, they were all clueless to what it was.
Everyone's gaze turned to Yuzi, but he shook his head vaguely, implying that he, too, had never seen it before.
Nevertheless, everyone felt that Brother Huanghan was asking for too much. All of the courtyards in the Hall of Nine Tones were always booked in advance. How was it possible to just borrow it, let alone for a few days? After a moment, the main manager hurriedly rushed in, and with a humble and respectful expression, he said, My apologies. We were not aware that we have distinguished guests at our premises.
You want to use the happiness courtyard? No problem. However, this courtyard may be slightly small. Would you prefer to switch to a bigger courtyard? Our Du courtyard is larger.
Both Yuzi and Wu Qirong's jaws dropped. They were dumbstruck. The Hall of Nine Tones had 9 courtyards in total, which were named after the first 5 notes of the pentatonic scale, do, re, mi, fa, so, and the 4 types of humans' emotions, joy, anger, sadness, happiness. The do courtyard was the best of the 9 courtyards. It was never opened for booking to the public. It was only used when there were distinguished guests in the Hall of Nine Tones. But the Hall of Nine Tones invited Brother Huanghan to the do courtyard. Everyone was flabbergasted. The next instant, the young masters all started staring at Brother Huanghan impatiently.
Quickly agree to it, Brother Huanghan. Let us experience the legendary Du courtyard. We'll be able to brag to people in the future with pride.
But they did not expect Duanmu Huanghan to shake his head and bluntly say, Thank you, but I shall pass.
It is perfect here.
The group of playboys howled in grief.
All right, as you wish, sir, the manager respectfully said.
If you still have any orders, please pull this red string, it is attached to a bell.
We will rush over as fast as possible. Duanmu Huanghan nodded.
You do not need to have any workers waiting on us.
Have a break as per usual. Prepare some rations for them.
He then cast a meaningful glance at the rest of the young men.
The night is long. The manager also looked at everyone, bowed, and respectfully answered, yes. The next day, everyone was dispirited and listless.
The Hall of Nine Tones had not sent anyone over, and they only received some rations, which were so dry that it was difficult to even put it in their mouths. Yet Brother Huanghan was eating the rations leisurely as if it was the best delicacy in the world. After he finished the rations on hand, he said indifferently, The sun is up, let's continue brainstorming.
Brother Huanghan, I have lessons today. Skip them. Brother Huanghan, I have to visit my father tonight. My father is very strict. Duanmu Huanghan pulled the red string, ringing the bell.
Moments later, the manager, who had just received instructions from Duanmu Huanghan, turned around and left the hall.
2 hours later, a square-faced middle-aged man followed alongside the manager. You little brat. If you dare spoil Master Duanmu's plans, I will break your legs when we are back. Brother Huanghan, I am not feeling well. Bang!
The sole of a foot could be seen on his face. His body became rigid for a moment, before collapsing limply on the floor.
Duanmu Huanghun said expressionlessly, "This is called feeling unwell." The third day.
Looking at the group of downcast playboys who surrounded him, Duanmu Huanghun felt that he now truly understood the meaning of the phrase useless people. After thinking for 3 days and 3 nights, this bunch of incompetent fools could not come up with even a single viable idea. Yu Zi, who was faint with hunger, saw that Brother Huanghuan's expression was becoming more and more displeased. He knew that this signified the imminent eruption of the monster, so he said miserably, "Brother Huanghun, we are talking about 500 million yuan. Once the value hits 100 million, it becomes exceedingly difficult to procure. The induction ground is a very small place. You would need to be very capable in order to earn that 500 million yuan."
Bang! Dot. With one leg, Duanmu Huanghun kicked Yu Zi down onto the floor. With a foot crushing Yu Zi's chest and a cold, indifferent face, he asked, "Are you saying I'm not capable enough?" Yu Zi trembled. He felt like slapping himself. How could he say the wrong thing again? "I've thought of something. I've thought of something. Ha ha ha. I've thought of something. Brother Huanghun, I have thought of something." Wu Qirong suddenly jumped up in excitement. Everyone looked towards Wu Qirong. Tears filled their eyes as they gazed at him full of hope. After 3 consecutive days and nights, Wu Qirong appeared tired and disheveled. However, at this moment, his eyes were exceptionally bright. It would be difficult to use conventional methods to earn that 500 million. Hence, we have to do something unconventional. Brother Huanghun is a wood elementalist. Have all of you forgotten what a wood elementalist is good at? Healing. Runaways. Bang! Dot. A figure was thrown into the air. Duanmu Huanghuan's face was expressionless as he withdrew his leg. It was true that wood elementalists did not like to be in the battleground, and this was becoming increasingly common, especially in recent years. In the 13th Division, there were 2 wood-attributed divisions, the Deathgrass Division and the Truewood Division. Runaways weren't prevalent in the Truewood Division as their main focus was on treatment. However, in the Deathgrass Division, there were many situations of discontentment amongst the wood elementalists. Although it was publicized as being due to the stringent selection process, the younger generations of influential families were clear of the truth. However, the higher authorities of the Avalon of 5 Elements weren't pleased. Duanmu Huanghan looked at the slightly dazed Wu Qirong and replied, "Continue with your idea." Wu Qirong was jolted awake, and he hurriedly continued, "Wood elementalists are experts in cultivating new varieties of species. I was wondering if we could develop ideas based on this? We don't have to talk about those species like the Mirage Bean Pod, but if it were a tiny species and a relatively practical species, we would be able to achieve 500 million yuan much more easily if we were to sell out everything." Duanmu Huanghun appeared to be deep in thought. 500 million yuan for a new type of material was indeed inexpensive. Furthermore, we would be able to help as well. We can help Brother Huanghun and ask around about what type of materials would be more profitable, allowing us to be able to create more relevant items, too. Also, Brother Huanghuan's teacher is a grandmaster wood elementalist and would have conducted a lot of research on this subject. Brother Huanghuan's a genius, so I feel that there is a high possibility of this being doable. If we're able to produce the item, who would dare to cheat us of our money? Everyone's gaze was fixed on Duanmu Huanghun. This was the most feasible idea thus far. As usual, Duanmu Huanghuan's face was inscrutable. But just when everyone was about to give up all hope, Duanmu Huanghun suddenly spoke. With an indifferent voice, he said, "Let's go to the Du courtyard." Everyone was stunned, and after a moment, they erupted in cheers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 113, A Strange Message. Chapter 113, A Strange Message. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav. We had been certain that Mistress would give him a scolding, but he did not expect her to just throw him a new pair of sword rattan gloves without saying a word. The embroidery workshop did not sell sword rattan gloves, and it was only he who used them. It was likely that Mistress had spent the whole night weaving it for him. Hui was touched. Mistress was the perfect example of all bark and no bite. She treated him as if he were her own disciple. The workshop's ruins had already been sorted out. However, it was still not suitable for Hui to train in the embroidery workshop, so he took the sword rattan gloves and returned to the training hall. Hui could only feel the effect of the sword rattan gloves when he trained. After a deep breath, Hui began. The sword rattan gloves worked very well indeed.
The instant he removed the sword rattan gloves and untied the blood bandage, he immediately felt the trembling of the elemental energy mass within his natal residence, and a slender thread of elemental energy drifted out from it. However, what made Ai Hui surprised was that the sword rattan gloves were not the reason why the silver balls in his hand palaces rotated at a fast speed. The fine thread of elemental energy drifted away and entered the hand palace's silver ball, like a tired bird returning to its nest. Ai Hui's body jolted and both his hand palaces suddenly heated up. It was as if his hands were about to burn. Before Ai Hui could even react, a steady flow of elemental energy started trickling out of the elemental energy mass in his natal residence and into Ai Hui's hand palaces. The temperature of his hand palaces began increasing rapidly. Ai Hui felt as if his palms were pork knuckles on a hot stove. He had almost jumped up, but he managed to forcibly restrain himself. He could feel the silver balls in his hand palaces expanding rapidly. Not only was the silver ball's elemental energy increasing, but the balls were also changing in shape. The silver balls began to collapse towards the middle, and gradually, Ai Hui could perceive some development. Vortex. The silver balls continued to expand, gradually transforming into a silver vortex. The silver elemental vortex was continuously growing at a slow speed, and Ai Hui was more than happy with such a change. In general, when a student just activated a hand palace, it was impossible to fill it up with elemental energy in just a day or two. After all, elemental energy was extremely sparse in the natural world, and even with the aid of elemental food, it would still take time. Ai Hui's situation was slightly special as his body already had an astonishing amount of elemental energy. Not only was the elemental energy vortex in both his hand palaces unceasingly expanding, but its elemental energy absorption speed was also constantly increasing. However, Ai Hui soon started to feel that something was wrong. Not only was the absorption speed increasing, but the speed of the elemental energy circulation in his body was also rising as well. Such a high concentration of elemental energy brought about a burden to Ai Hui. While the rotation of the elemental energy was not as fast as it was during battle, it had been rotating for an extended period of time, which brought about obvious changes to his body. Ai Hui's muscles started to swell, and he began to tremble. Large droplets of sweat appeared, flowing down in streams. At the last moment, just before he could hold on no longer, Ai Hui managed to tie a knot on the sword rattan gloves. The connection between his hand palace and his natal residence was suddenly cut off, granting him immediate relief from the fluster. Ai Hui desperately gasped for breath, as if he had just drowned and had been rescued. With a slackened gaze, he laid straight out on the floor. After a long moment, his glazed eyes began to recover, and the bright, starry sky soon came into focus. While he was still panting and his body was weak, his mind was no longer blank. Although he didn't feel like moving even an inch, he still struggled to push himself up. Checking his hand palace, he realized that the elemental energy vortex was rotating automatically, and it had become very stable. A faint silver glow could be seen through the gaps of the sword rattan gloves. If he removed the sword rattan gloves, the vortexes, which were emitting the silver rays from each his hand palaces, would be clearly visible. It was fortunate that the sword rattan gloves blocked the glow, as it would otherwise be too eye-catching. Ai Hui did not like anything that was conspicuous. The more attention-grabbing something was, the easier it would be to become the main target during an attack. The mass of elemental energy in his natal residence had slightly decreased in size. While it wasn't a significant difference, it was definitely a good start. Ai Hui could sense that he was able to recover his energy much more swiftly than before. This was due to the activation of a new palace. When a palace was activated, various bodily functions would be raised by varying degrees. According to teacher's explanation, it was an indicator that his vitality had been strengthened, and the higher the base level, the higher the vitality. Ai Hui felt that his teacher's description was apartment. He planned to soak in the hot spring in the training hall's backyard, as this would enable him to recover faster. And when he fully recovered, he would be able to resume his training. Ai Hui suddenly started, and he looked towards the message tree. A leaf of the message tree was emitting a gentle ray of light. The young girl from the noodle shop? Ai Hui's spirit lifted. It had been a while since he had received news from that girl. She seemed to have disappeared recently. However, after a moment's thought, Ai Hui felt a tad suspicious. Why would the young girl from the noodle shop send news at such an hour? Only when he approached the message tree did he realize that the glowing leaf was not the same leaf that the young girl from the noodle store had shown before. Who could it be? Ai Hui was baffled. He didn't know anyone from the induction ground. However, after some thought, he shook his head. He had been taking things for granted. He almost forgot that he was just a lowly janitor. It should be a friend of the owner of the Vanguard Training Hall. After he came to this conclusion, Ai Hui decided to leave, and he turned around. Suddenly, though, he had a second thought. It had been 20 years since the owner had last visited the training hall. AI Hui reckoned that the message came from a friend who had not been in touch for a very long time. But what if it was an emergency? Perhaps he should let the opposite party know that the owner hadn't been back for years.
AI Hui ran back inside to get a pen.
Luckily, Lu Lan was a good sand puppet who loved to learn, and he thus kept a few pens.
He walked towards the luminous leaf and glanced at it curiously. This was his first time using the message tree.
The country bumpkin in him was filled with curiosity, and he felt that it was magical.
AI Hui frowned. The leaf had only 4 sentences that did not make any sense.
I have no idea who among you are still alive, but I know that no one can stop them. They have already completed the necessary preparations.
Everything will change in 60 days. Who will protect the Avalon of 5 elements?
AI Hui read it over a few times, but he felt that it didn't make any sense.
Them? 60 days later? Everything would change?
AI Hui, who had been prepared to write, put his pen down. The message made his blood run cold. It looked like the owner of the training hall had low standards. He actually had such an eccentric friend. And who would be able to protect the Avalon of 5 elements?
AI Hui was dumbfounded.
The Avalon of 5 elements had a very firm foundation, and he had never heard anything about the Avalon of 5 elements being unstable during his time in the wilderness.
And this belief was reinforced when he arrived at the induction ground.
Compared to the wilderness, the Avalon of 5 elements was like a paradise. There were no battles, and the environment was secure and peaceful. After pondering for a while, AI Hui wrote on the leaf, "Maybe you should see a doctor." Looking at the fading letters, AI Hui felt that the message tree was fascinating. AI Hui was satisfied, and he then dashed to the backyard to take a hot soak.
However, a moment after AI Hui left, the leaf lit up once again.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 114, Practicum Far From Home. Chapter 114, Practicum Far From Home. Translator, JL Editor, Pranav.
AI Hui very rarely cared about such eccentric people. Even if there really was a major incident, it would definitely not be him who saved the world.
So how did this concern him?
He was merely an insignificant and weak nobody. He continued to immerse himself in his training. Only during such practice did he feel that he was fully utilizing his time. He had just activated 2 palaces, and this base level was nothing much in the induction ground, unless he had an absolute art like Zhu Yan.
However, his training was interrupted on the 2nd day. A practicum far from home?
Everyone had questions in their hearts as they looked at Teacher Su. All of them had been called by the teacher.
Teacher Su explained, "Yes.
Every year, we organize a long journey for the whole class. The main purpose is to allow everyone to expand their horizons. I will be leading the team and the school will send a few capable teachers along with us.
2 instructors from the Society of Excellence will also be joining us on this journey.
We will be going to the periphery zone of the induction ground." While the majority of the students were eager to give it a try, Duanmu Huanghan frowned.
"Teacher, may I opt out of such a long journey? I recently have a very heavy responsibility in training."
Ingrate.
Ingrate. Ingrate.
AI Hui silently scolded Bangwan with these 3 consecutive words before turning to Teacher Su with an expectant look on his face. If Teacher Su agreed, then he would be able to use the same excuse to stay behind as well.
No one objected to Duanmu Huanghuan's words.
Based on his capability, it was true that such a long journey would not be as effective as his training. However, Teacher Su shook his head.
"No, student Duanmu. This is the first time our class is having a collective activity. Everyone has to attend.
You are the class monitor and you have to set an example, but..."
Duanmu Huanghan opened his mouth, but he ultimately decided not to speak up. After hearing this, AI Hui had to give up as well.
If teacher did not allow a concession for that ingrate, then it really would be an impossible task for him. While AI Hui was disdainful of that ingrate's personality, he couldn't help but admit that that ingrate had a higher standing in teacher's heart than him.
What bad luck!
Since he couldn't change anything, AI Hui started planning for the excursion. It looked like he was going to end up wasting a few days. He should get Lu Lan to prepare some dried rations to help replenish his energy. He would then be able to train while in the camp. Oh, he also had to make a trip to Manager Lee's to choose a suitable sword. Although the induction ground was a safe place, it was better to be prepared.
Self-defense skills were a top priority. Dried rations and a sword.
AI Hui gave a bitter laugh. It was no small expense. He was only left with around 300,000 yuan, and this was only because Manager Lee had given him an advance payment. He seemed to never have enough money, and he still owed his mistress a significant amount, which he definitely had to return.
We didn't even have the courage to think about the noodle shop girl's 80 million yuan. Bunny hair, oh, bunny hair, you have to buck up.
Back at the training hall, we passed 50,000 yuan to Lu Lan to purchase ingredients for the energy-replenishing cake.
Thanks to Lu Lan's elemental soup, we was able to quickly recover the night before. The effect of the elemental soup would last for around 3 days, weakening with each passing day. Although the elemental soup had a much greater efficiency than the energy-replenishing cake, it was also much more expensive. We then made a trip alone to Manager Li's store. This was actually the first time that we had stepped foot into Manager Li's weapon store. It wasn't far from the training hall. As a matter of fact, Central Pine City wasn't that big of a city. The dazzling array of weapons displayed on the shelves made Hui starry-eyed. Looking at Hui's passion, and hearing that Hui was planning to purchase a weapon, Manager Li served him with even more enthusiasm.
Oh, feel free to try. As long as you think it's suitable, I'll give you the best discount possible. Hui eyed the various swords on display and started drooling. As someone who had experienced many battles, he had a deeply ingrained love for weapons. To him, a weapon was an important weight in the balance of life and death. In the wilderness, he had used the sword reed grass sword, which was the most basic type of sword. It cost only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, equivalent to 10 bowls of noodles. There were many variants of grass swords. High-quality grass swords, though, were not cheap. At first glance, Hui's gaze fell on a sawtooth grass sword that was worth 120,000 yuan. In the past, he had tried out a similar sawtooth grass sword, but he couldn't afford it then. This sawtooth grass sword was heavy to hold. Hui was exceptionally sensitive towards weapons, and he guessed that the weight was 2.5 times that of the previous sawtooth grass sword. If it were in the past, he would have needed to apply some effort to hold it, but now his power had grown and his body had become much stronger. Such a heavy sword would be an additional advantage for him. The edge of the sword was dark gray, and the sawtooth was slender, dark red, and exceptionally sharp. Sawtooth grass was a variety bred by wood elementalists, and it required metallic soil to grow. It matured in 1 year and could be manufactured into swords and blades in the first stage manufacturing room of the grass division. Compared to the sawtooth grass sword, the sawtooth grass blade had a larger variety of uses, and it was also able to exhibit a more abnormal destructive power than the sawtooth grass sword. The color and luster of sawtooth grass was related to its age. The more mature it was, the deeper the color. If the sawtooth grass was older than 10 years, its color would turn black, and it would consequently be extremely expensive. However, what astonished Hui was the value of the sawtooth grass sword. At a price of 120,000, it was definitely on the lower side. If it was at the replenishment store in the wilderness, such a sword would definitely cost around 350,000 yuan. While Central Pine City was at the rear and not the front line, a price of 120,000 was simply too cheap. Hui bought the sword without hesitation. The weight of the sword was much heavier than that of usual grass swords, and without a certain amount of strength, it would be difficult to use it. Although it was normal for few students to be able to use such a sword, the low price was slightly out of the norm. After questioning Manager Li for the reason, Hui was at a loss for words. The reason was that the sword's color was dull, and hence not popular amongst students, which led to the low price. Manager Li proceeded to recommend a variant of the grass sword, called Flaming Scarlet, which he claimed was a bestseller. The complete body of the sword was scarlet and it gave off a faint crimson shimmer, like a piece of iron heated in a flame. When waved around, sparks would fly out intermittently. It was like a display of fireworks, extremely beautiful. This was the first time that Hui had seen such a dazzling grass sword and he was surprised. Upon taking a closer look, his expression changed, as the crimson shimmer of the sword was not hot to touch, instead, it was cold. And the sparks were, in fact, grass seeds. Manager Li said that the wood elementalists who breed the red grass did not manage to sell any of it in the beginning. The quality of the red grass was mediocre, so the swords created from it were also of average quality. However, Manager Li had good foresight and he bought over its selling rights. He then brought the swords over to the induction ground where it quickly became a favorite. Those experienced swordsmen, who roamed the wilderness, were not fond of flashy and impractical swords, but the students, who did not engage in real battles, loved them and felt that the flame scarlet grass swords were very dashing and stylish. Hui gave a thumbs up. I like your unscrupulous thinking. Bunny hair, I am depending on you now, dot. After returning to the training hall, Hui unfolded the materials that Teacher Su had given him, but when he discerned the exact location of the practicum, he was slightly startled. The induction ground used to be the military front, but owing to the expansion of the Avalon of 5 elements, the induction ground ended up as the rear. But its position was closer to the old territory, and the expedition's destination was at its fringes.
The old territory.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 115, The Detached Bystander. Chapter 115, The Detached Bystander. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav.
Holding his sawtooth grass sword, AI Hui coolly watched on as his surrounding classmates vomited continuously. During his first ride on the Clover transport wagon, he, too, had vomited even more, in fact, than these students, so he did not sympathize with them at all.
It was obvious that the wood elementalist controlling the vehicle was being lenient. Compared to the 3 Leaves bamboo cart within the cities, a ride on the Clover transport wagon was much wilder. It was wilder in all aspects.
With a tougher stem and leaves, if the Clover of the 3 Leaves bamboo cart was a delicate and tender beauty, the Clover transport wagon would be a muscular, iron giant. Grass stems as thick as calves were not easily damaged by swords, and every leaf was like a blade and half the size of a door. As the wagon moved, they produced a scalp-tingling sound. Not only did the Clover transport wagon have to be able to transport enough goods, it had to provide sufficient protection and also had to have a certain flexibility. Colorful plants dotted the outside of the vehicle, and there was a different significance for each flower bud, thistle, and thorn. For example, some could spray a steady stream of toxic vapor to chase away flying dire beasts, helping pave a path of escape for the wagon in desperate situations. However, the flying dire beasts were resilient, and the effectiveness of the toxins was limited. It was, in fact, the smell of the vapor that would allow the wagon to dodge a bullet. A majority of the flying dire beasts detested the odor. Although it was a wagon, going in and out of the wilderness required it to be more flexible and nimble than the 3 Leaves bamboo cart in the cities. It was similar to a massive but agile and robust man. The wood elementalist controlling the wagon usually loved to gift rookies a tough flight experience. AI Hui, however, was enjoying the ride. The wood elementalist in front had obviously taken care to not overdo it. This level of bumpiness was practically sleep-inducing. Other students were badly battered. Throughout their lives, they had traveled in stable vehicles like the fiery floating cloud and the 3 Leaves bamboo cart. Where would they have experienced such a wild ride? AI Hui took a sideward glance at the ingrate. The ingrate had been arranged to sit beside him. However, compared to others, Duanmu Huanghan was performing well. He sat motionless on his seat. Although his expression didn't look too good, he hadn't vomited. AI Hui suddenly noticed that Duanmu's whole body was tensed up, so he leaned over and advised him nonchalantly, "Puke if you feel like, don't hold it back. You'll feel much better after." Wow! Duanmu Huanghan, who had been resisting all along, instantly felt his throat become dry and itchy. He couldn't keep it in any longer. Duanmu bent over and let it all out, like a flood breaking through a dam. "Got vomit on your body? How careless. There's no place for you to wash up in the countryside. But it's not a big deal, just smell it for a few days at most." AI Hui's devilish voice sounded from above. Duanmu Huanghan saw the filth that covered his pants and shirt. His pupils shrank and his misophobia finally acted up, causing him to puke wildly again. AI Hui couldn't bear to keep looking, and he shifted a little away. He really didn't know what Teacher Su was thinking by teaming this ingrate with him and having them sit together. How suffocating. Zhou Xiaoxi glanced over at Teacher Su and couldn't help but shake his head. Teacher Su's face was pale, and it was evident that he was making an extreme effort to endure. Luckily, they were traveling within the induction ground. If they were heading for the wilderness, he would definitely not have agreed to babysit these rookies. Among these people, AI Hui was the most eye-catching. He was also the only one Zhou Xiaoxi did not have to worry much about. He could tell from AI Hui's posture that he was a veteran. His body was relaxed, and he moved up and down along with the wagon's movements. His hands were gripped onto his weapon, and he had a steady gaze, both of which would allow him to respond to any possible dangers. His mind was alert, with his eyes constantly paying attention to his surroundings. Even an experienced person like Zhou Xiaoxi couldn't find any fault. He thought about what Li Wei had mentioned before, that AI Hui had worked in the wilderness as a laborer for 3 years. Seemed like he wasn't talking nonsense. It was always better to have at least one reliable person. We're about to reach. The wood elementalist whistled. There was a sudden change in the engine's noise as the wagon started to swiftly pull up. Among the shocked gazes, AI Hui couldn't help but shake his head. These fellows sure had similar bad habits. Couldn't they do something new? The raised wagon gave a terrible jerk, and in the next instant, it dove down fast. The screeching of the wagon drowned the high-pitched screams, but AI Hui was indifferent to it all. He was only inwardly ridiculing those wood elementalists for not having any creativity.
The familiar feeling of that drop brought AI Hui back to the time he spent in the wilderness. He missed Fatty all the more now.
If Fatty were here, he would be talking non-stop. He always became long-winded when nervous. AI Hui was the first to jump off as he couldn't stand the smell inside. But the others' legs had turned soft, they were practically rolling and crawling out. Some of the timid girls couldn't even dare to jump, and they had to be thrown out of the wagon by Zhou Xiaoxi. The wood elementalist was singing at the top of his voice, either in a satisfied or mocking tone, as the wagon whizzed away. The group of students left behind was similar to helpless sheep within the wilderness. Teacher Su had considered the kids' lack of experience while planning the itinerary. They were merely first-year students and were weak to begin with, so this long journey was purposefully organized for them to just experience a little.
We'll rest here tonight and continue tomorrow. First, though, you must all learn how to pitch camp. It is an essential skill, and you will discover its importance upon graduating. Instructor Zhou from the Society of Excellence will guide us on how to do it. He is an elite veteran from the North Sea Division. Zhou Xiaoxi didn't decline, this was one of their missions anyway. It was a tradition in the Avalon of 5 Elements for seasoned frontline soldiers to return and impart their knowledge to students as it was extremely beneficial to their growth. Zhou Xiaoxi did not start immediately, but he instead instructed, AI Hui, you're in charge of standing guard. Okay. AI Hui nodded as he walked towards the forest, sword in hand. Zhou Xiaoxi began, let's start pitching CA. Why does he get to stand guard? Duanmu Huanghan interrupted. Instructor Zhou, shouldn't the strongest go? He had been made a fool by AI Hui earlier and was waiting for an opportunity to get back at him. Generally, yes. Zhou Xiaoxi gave an amiable smile. You think you're the strongest? That's correct. Duanmu Huanghan was unwilling to pass his responsibilities.
I'm stronger, and I've also learned how to guard.
I'm more experienced. Sure. Contrary to his expectations, Zhou Xiaoxi was straightforward. Then you shall stand guard, and AI Hui will pitch camp. Feeling that his plan was a success, Duanmu sneered and dashed into the forest, looking for AI Hui. AI Hui did not mind. He had frequently stood guard and knew that it was tougher than ordinary work. He was more than happy to hand it over to Duanmu Huanghan, who was, moreover, willing to handle the job. Under Zhou Xiaoxi's guidance, the students quickly learned how to pitch camp and the discomfort from the wagon ride was soon forgotten. Work was now proceeding in full swing. As the sky darkened and the winds grew stronger, a bonfire was lit. AI Hui suddenly raised his head. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 116, Barrier. Chapter 116, Barrier. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. AI Hui heard a faint sound. He raised his head and looked around, listening attentively. The bonfire was burning brightly, and the students were recovering from that wild wagon ride. The freshness of it all significantly improved their moods as they settled down around the fierce flames and chatted. Some of the more lively and outgoing students even started singing and dancing. Teacher Su was also infected by everyone's enthusiasm and could be seen full of smiles. AI Hui did not join them, and instead, he quietly sat under a big tree about 40 meters away from the bonfire. A fire in the countryside at night was the most eye-catching target. It was too easy to attract wild beasts. AI Hui was aware that the induction ground was devoid of violent beasts and that there was an expert like Instructor Zhou to protect them. There wouldn't be much danger in this excursion. However, due to habit, hiding in the dark had already been ingrained as an instinct. He always felt safer that way. Upon entering the countryside, it was as if AI Hui had returned to the wilderness, to the land of cold slaughter. However, he was shocked to find out that he wasn't the least bit repelled by this. He was, in fact, faintly excited. The moment he had stepped into the forest, he felt like a fish back in water. Perhaps he had been a jungle beast in his previous life. Humans are ignoble. AI Hui mocked himself. It had only been a few good days, and he was already starting to reminisce about the past. Leaves rustled as the wind swept by, but the ground remained still. There were no sounds of people trampling on dead leaves, no abnormal noises from the bushes, and no sounds of flapping wings breaking through the air. Was it an illusion? AI Hui saw Instructor Zhou standing not far away. He had shown no reaction and was currently bragging about his past military successes, basking in the students' worshipping gazes. AI Hui's pursed his lips as they turned upwards to form an arc. How great! Yes, this was not the wilderness. There were no dire beasts, only peace and tranquility. AI Hui shook his head. He was overreacting.
He thought back to how he had almost slipped up and killed some people a few times when he had first entered the induction ground. Adapting had taken a long time.
But being in the countryside easily roused memories of the wilderness.
This was not the wilderness.
AI Hui reminded himself once more.
He hadn't done so for a long time. However, when he thought of the ingrate, AI Hui felt like gloating.
He must be feeling quite satisfied right now. Duanmu Huanghan was feeling terrible.
Not only was the wind at the treetop much stronger than on the ground, but he was also receiving its full bore.
He must have had a mental lapse when he had offered to take over guard duty.
Instructor Zhou had explained in detail about the necessary requirements of a sentry. Duanmu Huanghan had never tolerated half-hearted work, and so he operated according to Instructor Zhou's orders and warnings. For example, he had to always be on alert and pay attention to every single movement in his surroundings. In the beginning, Duanmu Huanghan did not see much difficulty in it, but as time passed, the uneventfulness of it all made his eyelids grow heavy. The sounds of the trees swaying in the wind were hypnotizing.
Eh? What was that sound?
He suddenly quivered. He seemed to have heard a faint sound, different from the rustling of the leaves. But when he pricked up his ears, all he heard was the familiar rustling.
Was it an illusion?
Duanmu Huanghan was uncertain. He had just been in a daze. He collected his thoughts. Although he was inexperienced, he knew the importance of standing guard in areas outside the city. This involved the safety of everyone, so he couldn't slack off.
Since he was the one who had snatched the job, he had better do it well, better than that bastard AI Hui at least. The raging flames of the bonfire eventually calmed down.
A day's worth of toil and torment had knocked everyone out, and silence quickly pervaded the camp as the students fell into deep sleep.
Nothing happened throughout the night.
AI Hui opened his eyes and caught sight of the curling embers of the bonfire under the light of the morning sky. Zhou Xiaoxi was on patrol when he noticed that AI Hui had woken up. He nodded as a hint of admiration flashed across his eyes before he continued with his rounds. Bringing a bunch of rookies brought him a lot of stress. Bragging was one thing, but when it came to proper business, he was never careless. He was well aware of the severity of the situation.
An elite indeed.
AI Hui was full of respect for Zhou Xiaoxi. He was stronger than many elementalists that AI Hui had seen. As an elite of the 13 divisions, he was on another level from those elementalists of the hunting teams in the wilderness. The students gradually started to stir from their sleep, and by sunrise, everyone had awoken. After a simple washing and cleaning up, they were ready to be on their way.
Duanmu Huanghan returned with 2 clearly visible dark eye circles. The white-eyed wolf, one, was now a white-eyed husky. AI Hui was moved. It wasn't an easy job, after all. He did well.
The team gathered and started to trek towards their next destination. Listening to his classmates chit-chat and seeing many of them take out their packed snacks gave AI Hui the feeling that they were on a picnic. AI Hui and his teammates were somewhat inharmonious, so he stayed at the back of the group.
As they hiked, Teacher Su was responsible for explaining. We are heading for the old territory.
Many of you have come from there, so, that is to say, we are heading towards your hometown. The old territory is not only home to some students, but it is the native place for us all.
The construction of the Avalon of 5 Elements is closely linked to the old territory. They have the same origin, and we are all family. Many of our future students will join the Avalon of 5 Elements, too. We are fighting so hard today not just for the Avalon or the old territory, but for our future. Under the sunlight, the students were engrossed in Teacher Su's speech, which was spoken with much dignity. Zhou Xiaoxi said nothing.
He glanced at Teacher Su before moving forward with his head down. AI Hui noticed that Instructor Zhou was in low spirits, but he did not know why. At the front line, the barrier between the Avalon of 5 Elements and the old territory was like an invisible wall, unseen but everywhere. However, AI Hui didn't feel that Teacher Su's words were wrong because regardless of whether it was the old territory or the wilderness, the dire beasts were the real, important enemies. Plus, he respected Teacher Su a lot. All the teachers within the induction ground had opinions about this issue, but few would openly discuss them. Teacher Su had courage. Of course, AI Hui could only face it indifferently because he felt that a topic so noble had nothing to do with him. His own world was very tiny, to the point where it had no room for such large ambitions. Surviving and becoming strong enough to protect the people he cared about were perfectly sufficient. AI Hui's eyes scanned the surroundings and suddenly landed on a tree stump nearby, causing him to stop in his tracks.
He walked towards it and squatted down. 1. A white-eyed wolf refers to an ungrateful person, an ingrate.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 117, Dark Red. Chapter 117, Dark Red. Translator, Irene. Editor, Pranav. You find anything?
Instructor Joe's voice suddenly sounded from behind him, and before AI Hui knew it, they were standing side by side.
AI Hui shuddered.
He had not sensed Instructor Joe move towards him at all.
Was this the power of an elite from the 13 divisions?
Ever since he had planted the sword embryo when he was in the wilderness, no one within a 3-meter radius could escape his detection.
AI Hui was in awe, and an intense feeling of desire and motivation grew within him.
The elites of the 13 divisions possessed skills that far exceeded those of the elementalists of the hunting teams.
AI Hui regained his composure and gave his report.
It should be gnawing marks left by a big fellow. The strength of its bite is astonishing. Judging by the tree stump, the creature broke it with a single bite. He did not say whether it was a wild beast or a dire beast. While there was only a single word's difference, both were essentially unalike because of the distinction in the usage of elemental energy. Dire beasts had existed since the cultivation era and were closely related to the wilderness. They could channel elemental energy. Wild beasts, however, did not have this ability. Admiration flashed in Instructor Joe's eyes as he lowered his voice and said, "Be more careful, and don't utter a word."
Yes. AI Hui understood what Instructor Joe meant. Spreading the news would cause unnecessary panic.
These students did not have much mental strength. When AI Hui turned around, he was met with emptiness. Only when he looked at the front did he see Instructor Joe standing among the team members over 10 meters away.
He even gave AI Hui a wink. That's speed. AI Hui was stunned once again. It wasn't that he had never encountered an elementalist well known for speed, but when could he have ever seen such noiseless, lightning-like movements? This was the first time. How did he do that? AI Hui pondered over this question at length.
He envisioned a few possibilities in his mind, but none seemed possible. Actually, he knew that Instructor Joe's level was beyond his scope of understanding, but he nevertheless couldn't help but imagine how he would go about doing so if he was at Instructor Joe's level. It was AI Hui's habit to indulge in flights of fancy about questions and doubts involving fighting. When he was stuck with a problem, he would repeatedly try to analyze and visualize possible solutions. This was the residual effect of tossing and turning all night over the sword embryo. AI Hui thought about the matter in silence as he accelerated his pace and caught up with the team.
No one was aware of the short exchange between AI Hui and Instructor Joe.
They were all in high spirits.
Suddenly, someone in the front cried out in alarm, "Quick, look! What's that?"
The group was roused as everyone stopped their discussions and gathered around to inspect.
AI Hui, however, did not join them.
A crowded place was vulnerable to attacks. He moved to the side, creating some space as he stood facing the group, trying to get a clear understanding of the situation.
Ants. Countless ants.
They were crawling out in an unending stream from a large hole in the ground, forming a current of ants about 3 meters wide and 2 meters long. They were slowly advancing in the direction of the Avalon of 5 elements.
So many ants. What are they doing? Are they migrating? It's quite a scary sight. No worries, they are just ordinary ants, not elemental ants.
Everyone was curiously discussing. It was their first time seeing such a sight.
They weren't afraid, however, as ordinary ants weren't dangerous.
This is not a small ant community, Teacher Sue explained.
It is not uncommon for ants to migrate.
When you all enter the wilderness in the future, you'll be able to see many different types of elemental ants, and you all have to be careful.
If you see elemental ants migrating in a group, do not provoke them. Don't underestimate the strength of an ant colony.
Even though they are weak individually, they are terrifying when gathered together. Instructor Joe can share more information with you all.
Zhou Xiaoxi nodded.
In the wilderness, when elemental ants migrate, even dire beasts avoid their path. It's best not to provoke creatures like ants and bees that claim victory by their numbers.
They are vengeful and will come for you in a group. If you stumble upon them, the best thing to do is to break them up.
A lot of medicines are made specially to handle these types of beasts.
Everyone was amazed. How interesting. Teacher Sue was pleased.
This journey was to expand their horizons, and such a sight could hardly be witnessed in cities and academies.
Zhou Xiaoxi led everybody around the ants.
As the ants were moving slowly, they did not hinder the team's movements. The jungle, which was filled with lush vegetation, was home to an uncrossable river of lava, which marked the boundary between the induction ground and the old territory. The lava river flowed out from the ground all year round. It was said that this lava river was connected to the subterranean fire prairie of the Calabash Mountain, but no one had ever seen the flame flowers floating on the river. Flame flowers constituted a special feature of the sparking plane, which was, in fact, a haven for fire elementalists. Amongst a vast, boundless black field stood a single calabash-shaped volcano that touched the clouds. Once in a while, Calabash Mountain would erupt, creating a rain of fire unique to the sparking plane. That very rain would cover the desolate black field, forming unique flowers of flame. Fresh fire-red flame flowers spread over the vast black plain, forming a beautiful, painting-like scenery. If the lava river originated from the fire prairie, then flame flowers should be seen floating on the river. However, since no flame flowers were ever seen in the river, no one believed the legend. The lava river completely separated the induction ground and the old territory, and the cities and academies of the induction ground were mostly congregated on the other side that was closer to the Avalon of Five Elements. The areas closer to the old territory eventually became a wild jungle, filled with lush vegetation and rampaging wild beasts due to a prolonged lack of human activities. The induction ground would regularly dispatch manpower to exterminate the dire beasts while the ordinary wild beasts were allowed to roam and reproduce. This region gradually became an external classroom for the students within the induction ground. The wild beasts here were not very dangerous, making them just suitable for educating the students. The thick jungle also allowed students to learn quite a lot. There were no dangers on the way, but AI Huey's group constantly faced many small challenges. AI Huey felt that the team was advancing at the speed of a snail. But he did not utter a word and just trained by himself during breaks. As they approached the lava, the flora started to become richer and more abundant. AI Huey noticed many plants that could be found in the wilderness. They were probably initially planted by the wood elementalists of the induction ground, but as time passed, these plants had undergone significant changes. AI Huey saw sword reeds, but unlike those he'd seen in the past, they weren't enormous and tall. Their leaf blades were narrower, and instead of being dark or ash green, they were dark red in color, exuding a demonic aura. Was it because they were close to the lava? Most of the plants here were somewhat of a dark red color. AI Huey didn't know why, but this kind of dark red made his heart pound. After Teacher Sue's explanation, AI Huey understood that this place was not only a training ground for students but also a ground for wood elementalist instructors to transplant all sorts of strange vegetations, letting them grow naturally. But with the existence of so many strange plant species, none of the teachers really knew all about them. With his sharp senses, AI Huey sensed human voices coming from not far away. AI Huey had a strange expression. They had unexpectedly bumped into another class. But all of a sudden, he heard a certain voice, and a murderous look immediately filled his eyes. Damned fatty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118, Interweave. Chapter 118, Interweave. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. You can't carry it? Hey, let me help you. 1,000 yuan per hour? That's yesterday's price. It's so dangerous these days. A moment of carelessness will result in a slip and a fall. I'm fine with falling down as my skin is rough and my body's thick, but your goods are precious and fragile. If they fall to the ground, you will suffer great losses. Let's make it clear, you will not receive compensation for damaged goods. If you're sincere about this, then I will be sincere, too. Since we are classmates, I will give you a reasonable price. 2,000 yuan per hour. It will only cost around 20,000 yuan a day. This will save you a lot of trouble. Fatty's face was filled with sincerity. The other party's backpack resembled a small hill, making it very difficult and heavy to be carried. After a slight hesitation, he agreed to Fatty's offer. Even though it was rather expensive, it wasn't much to a wealthy person. The Fatty was silently rejoicing. This kind of weight was child's play. He happily accepted the money. However, just as he was about to put the money into his pocket, someone's hand suddenly came from behind and emptied his hand. Fatty was stunned, but the next moment his pupils shrunk. This feeling was too familiar. He immediately turned his body around, kneeled down, and hugged AI Huey's legs. He started weeping. AI Huey, I finally found you. Give us a moment. AI Huey forced a smile at the student who had just paid Fatty. With a blank expression, he lifted Fatty up with one hand. Fatty's enormous and cumbersome body seemed to weigh nothing in AI Huey's hand. The other hand of AI Huey's was searching through Fatty's body, not leaving a single pocket. AI Huey was too familiar with where Fatty hid his money, and in less than half a minute, he managed to obtain all of Fatty's stash. Where's the money? AI Huey asked coldly. He had found barely 50,000 yuan. AI Huey did not idle around, and he plucked off a thorny branch from a nearby cluster of thistles. When Fatty saw the densely packed thorns on the branch, his face turned pale. An interrogation by torture was about to come. However, he did not dare to struggle.
He understood AI Huey's temperament very well.
The more he struggled, the more he would suffer. He was well aware that AI Huey's anger stemmed from the fact that he had previously stolen his money. "I spent all of it," Fatty replied honestly. His tone was like a pig that was about to be slaughtered.
"You spent it all?" AI Huey's tone was flat.
A fearful look flashed across Fatty's face when he saw the thorny branch in AI Huey's hand tremble.
Fatty gulped.
He knew he had to settle the issue this time around.
"Do you still remember Pockmark?"
"I'm sure you have forgotten, you never spoke a single word to him." "I still remember that in the beginning, when I couldn't carry so much, he was the one who helped me.
I buried his body."
His wife never recovered from her illness. His daughter has reached the schooling age. When Pockmark died, I told him that if I came out alive, I would take care of his family. The thorny branch in AI Huey's hand stopped moving.
Pockmark.
A blurry face appeared in a distant memory. Anguish, fear, ink-black nights, and icy winds.
Fuzzy memories began to surface in his mind.
AI Huey had a vague image of a laborer that had died very early during their time in the wilderness. Fatty did not remember wrongly, he had not talked to Pockmark at all. Pockmark was not the only one he had never talked to, in fact, he did not talk to anyone except for Fatty.
"Do you remember Old Way? That guy who liked to brag? I bet you don't remember him as well." "I still remember that when I had just entered the wilderness, I was always hungry. Old Way once gave me some food to eat and told me that I am around the same age as his son. The day he died was a rainy day. It was hard to dig a grave in the muddy soil, which was easily washed away by the rain. It took me half a day to bury him properly." "He has 2 children.
The younger one has a terminal illness at the mere age of 7.
He knew he wouldn't survive, and hence, he went to the wilderness. I have sent his family a sum of money.
It's not a huge sum, it's only 40,000 yuan.
Although I survived, I can't do anything more. Do you remember Big Lee?" The fatty continued to talk endlessly, without getting to the point.
Sometimes he talked until he was out of breath, at times he spoke with agitation. The dumbstruck student who had paid him earlier had long been scared off.
"Duanmu Huanghun. Ah! Am I dreaming?
Ah, quick, pick me some flowers." Suddenly, young girl shrieks could be heard from behind the nearby trees. AI Hui was shocked speechless.
"Teacher Su, what a coincidence! Ah, Chui Xianzi, you're bringing your students on an excursion as well?"
"Only the 2 of us survived, only the 2 of us survived."
"At least we are still alive."
The warm, cordial greetings, the somber memories, they all kept interweaving and appearing in AI Huey's mind. He remained stupefied as if he were in a dream. "While I was burying them, I told them that if I made it out alive, I would take care of their families."
"Why am I still alive? Why?"
The spurt of fresh blood, the pouring rain, the dire beasts feasting on corpses, memories kept flashing through AI Huey's mind. His body suddenly became cold, as if an icy bath had been dumped onto him. He clenched the thorny branch so tightly that his fingers turned pale. "Why don't both our classes travel together? We can take care of each other.
With an expert like Instructor Zhou, I can feel relieved."
That's good, that's good.
Chui Xianzi is so beautiful. Are you married? I know you have no money and that brings about a lot of inconveniences. I know I have brought you nothing but troubles.
However, you're an evildoer, and no trouble can stump you.
Classmate Duanmu, do you have a girlfriend? Classmate Duanmu, do you want to be friends with me? I know I started this. I'm a pig. I'm stupid. I'm a useless person. But I'm still alive. Why am I still alive? I can't stand it anymore, I really can't stand it anymore. Sorry. Fatty was speaking gibberish, and his body was trembling.
Emotions were flooding his mind in waves. AI Hui suddenly broke free from that ice-cold nightmare and took a few deep breaths. The air was frosty and bone-piercing, but he could feel his body's temperature begin to rise gradually again. Yes, that was a dream that he had broken free from long ago. He had already abandoned the times of darkness and shadows.
He was now pursuing the light and the sunshine. He had begun a new life. He was no longer the AI Hui of the wilderness. He was stronger, both mentally and physically. So, with a flick of his wrist, the thorny branch began to batter Fatty. You can't get past your conscience, right? You want to be a hero, right? Then why don't you train harder? Why meddle in other people's business when you're not capable at all? Just because you're alive and they're dead? So what if you're alive? Is it something to be proud of? God damn it, how are you still alive?
You're not even strong, and you still talk about some goddamn conscience.
Do you know you will die sooner or later if you aren't strong enough? What makes you think that you don't need to train? What makes you think that you don't need to become stronger?
You have no powers and no money, and yet you still meddle in other people's business.
You even drag me down along with you. I'm going to beat you to death. If he's weak, he will die. If he's weak, he will be poor. But if he's dead, then that's his problem. Is his family pitiful? Who isn't pitiful? If you yourself don't want to be a pitiful soul, think of ways to become stronger. Do whatever it takes to gain power. You can't hide from it, I can't hide from it, no one can hide from it. Instructor Joe, please take good care of me from now on. Don't worry. Leave it to me.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 119, The Garden of Life. Chapter 119, The Garden of Life. Translator, TYZ Editor.
The two classes walked together, causing those students who had been bored by the excursion to become intrigued and excited by the new faces.
No one noticed when we pulled the badly battered fatty back to the group.
Most of the girls were surrounding Duanmu Huanghan, chattering non-stop. Zhou Xiaoxi felt that he had found his goddess in Cui Xianzi. He tried his best to impress her, making her laugh non-stop. In contrast, Teacher Su was patiently teaching the students who were listening carefully to his lesson. The teachers named this area the Garden of Life.
Why that name?
There are many wood-attributed teachers in the induction ground, and everyone knows that they love breeding new species of plants, which then results in a large number of newly bred plants. These plants, however, are not valuable, yet the teachers are unwilling to destroy them. So, they transplant them here. There are so many bizarre plants here now, that even the teachers can't keep track of them all, which has resulted in us calling this place the Garden of Life.
Won't there be problems? Isn't it dangerous? One student couldn't help but ask.
Actually, everyone hopes for exactly that. Seeing everyone's puzzled faces, Teacher Su laughed.
I shall let the wood-attributed Duanmu Huanghan explain why to everyone here.
The bunch of girls acting like a flock of ducks were driving Duanmu Huanghan crazy. He had not been in a good mood to begin with, so if not for the presence of the teacher, he would have already chased them away.
Teacher Su's words caught everyone's attention.
In the other students' eyes, Duanmu Huanghan was a mysterious figure, so when they heard Teacher Su say that Duanmu Huanghan knew the answer, they immediately directed their attention to him.
They wanted to know if the legendary Duanmu Huanghan knew the answer.
Even Cui Xianzi stopped talking with Zhou Xiaoxi to look at Duanmu Huanghan with interest.
The rowdy girls surrounding Duanmu Huanghan finally quieted down and stared anxiously at him with their eyes wide open. Duanmu Huanghan felt like a suffocating fish that could finally breathe some fresh air. He gave Teacher Su a grateful look, then his facial expression turned cold as he answered, from a wood elementalist's perspective, having problems with the plants is a good thing, because it means that there is room for more changes and new possibilities. When breeding a new plant species, the more changes there are, the more beneficial it is. I think this is the scenario all the wood-attributed teachers are hoping for.
The amount of adoration in those young girls' infatuated eyes increased significantly.
Duanmu Huanghan ignored these gazes. There was absolute silence in his surroundings. If this silence could last, Duanmu Huanghan did not mind talking for the rest of the day.
So he did just that. Before Teacher Su could open his mouth, Duanmu Huanghan continued to speak with confidence. The reason why there are no changes is not that complicated. According to the current theory, elemental energy is the biggest factor that causes changes to occur in plants.
The higher the concentration of elemental energy in an area, the more likely changes will occur in the plants there.
This explains why there are a lot of mystical plants in the depths of the wilderness.
Even though the Garden of Life is located within the induction ground, it is in a place very near the old territory, so the concentration of elemental energy there is very low. This is why the likelihood of changes occurring in plants there is also very low. Everyone was captivated by Duanmu Huanghan's words.
Teacher Su nodded his head repeatedly, feeling especially proud of his student. For a first-year student to come up with such conclusion showed a lot about his solid foundation.
Teacher Su continued from where Duanmu Huanghan stopped. Classmate Duanmu is correct.
The oldest plant in the Garden of Life can be dated back to when the Avalon of 5 elements was established. However, the number of changes occurring in the plants there are becoming less and less, because the concentration of elemental energy is very low.
Even those 1,000-years-old ancient trees are no exception.
Ai Hui shot a glance at Duanmu Huanghan, which was caught by Fatty.
Fatty knew Ai Hui too well.
From the look on Ai Hui's face, he knew something was up.
He lowered his voice and asked, "You have a dispute with this guy?"
A small matter, AI Hui replied without batting an eyelid.
He owes me some money. He owes you money?
Fatty's eyes immediately widened as he rolled up his sleeves and rubbed his palms together.
That's intolerable. He owes you how much money? I will help you collect the debt.
150 million yuan, AI Hui replied plainly.
Fatty staggered and almost fell down. He could not help but raise his voice. How much? His voice was exceptionally loud in the silence and everyone turned to look at the two simultaneously. 150 million yuan, AI Hui replied calmly. Duanmu Huanghan, who was previously filled with arrogance, staggered and almost fell down.
Other people may have been baffled when they heard AI Hui talking about 150 million yuan, but Duanmu Huanghan clearly knew what AI Hui was talking about.
Goddamn bastard.
Blue veins appeared at the back of his hands as he clenched his fists.
150 million yuan? Fatty muttered, shocked, it can't be, how can someone be so stupid? Is it even possible to owe so much money?
Duanmu Huanghan almost lunged at him. AI Hui noticed everyone's attention on them and stopped talking. After a while, the other students lost interest and directed their attention elsewhere. AI Hui and Fatty maintained some distance from the main body of students, walking together at the back.
Really? 150 million yuan? Fatty asked again, solemnly.
It's a lie, AI Hui replied plainly.
I knew it. You almost frightened me to death.
Fatty pat his chest.
Fatty, AI Hui suddenly called out to him.
Fatty knew AI Hui wanted to say something, just by taking a look at his face. Instinctively, AI Hui scanned the bushes and trees around them. Without looking at Fatty, he asked, how's your training progressing? I have just activated my right hand's palace, Fatty replied weakly.
When he heard AI Hui's question, he had a bad feeling.
Fatty might be very stubborn, but AI Hui still scared him the most. AI Hui was expressionless, but deep down he was shocked. It appeared that Fatty was far more gifted than he was. If not for his blessing in disguise and his managing to activate 2 palaces, Fatty's training progress would have surpassed his.
AI Hui, how about you? Fatty glanced warily at AI Hui.
Left and right hand's palaces, AI Hui replied.
Fatty had an isn't it obvious look on his face.
It had been like this since the days they were together in the wilderness. Other than running for his life, there was nothing he was better at than AI Hui.
From today onwards, I will be monitoring your training.
AI Hui's tone was cold and without leeway, Fatty's face filled with anguish. Every time he wanted to open his mouth and say something, he would timidly close it before any words came out. Every time AI Hui used such a tone to talk to him, he would have miserable days ahead of him.
You like to meddle in other people's business, right?
Only capable people are qualified to meddle in other people's business. Those who are not capable would only seek death if they tried.
Fatty was touched by AI Hui's naggy words.
He knew AI Hui wanted the best for him. Just as Fatty was about to raise his head and declare his determination, AI Hui suddenly stopped in his tracks.
Fatty, did you hear something? AI Hui squinted his eyes.
Fatty was too familiar with this facial expression of AI Hui's.
Something was wrong.
His pupils constricted as he saw AI Hui's hand silently move towards his sword hilt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 120, Strange Phenomenon. Chapter 120, Strange Phenomenon. Translator, TYZ Editor.
Fatty was very experienced. The moment AI Hui finished speaking, Fatty was already moving towards him. He put up his guard, like an alerted cat. The main reason why he could survive the many dangers of the wilderness was because every time AI Hui gave a warning, Fatty would immediately react to it.
Other people would question AI Hui's intuition, causing a slight delay in their reaction.
Fatty, however, would not doubt him, and that was why he managed to survive. Fatty felt that AI Hui was much more powerful than himself. AI Hui was the abnormal laborer who had the highest chance of leaving the wilderness alive. He trusted AI Hui unconditionally.
Complete obedience. Whatever AI Hui wanted him to do, he knew that it would be necessary.
Whatever reaction AI Hui had, he knew that AI Hui must have discovered something of importance. When AI Hui asked him if he had heard anything, he knew right away that AI Hui must have heard something. Hence, without any hesitation, he moved closer to AI Hui. The closer he was to AI Hui, the safer he would be. Whatever AI Hui did, he would follow suit. As swift as the wind, AI Hui's sword brushed past Fatty's face and penetrated the underbrush behind him. Swoosh! Possessing the sword embryo, AI Hui's senses were extremely acute. Even though the sound was very soft, he could still hear it. It might be hard to sense something through the tip of his sword, but he could still sense what he had struck. Deep down, Ai Hui quickly confirmed that the thing he had hit had a very small surface area. The first time he entered the Garden of Life, he had heard a faintly discernible noise at night. At that time, he had still thought that it was a misperception caused by his long absence from the wild. However, today he heard the same noise again. He withdrew the sawtooth grass sword and positioned its tip right in front of his own face.
You shocked me. Fatty came over. What's that? There is some blood on the tip of your sword. Fatty moved nimbly into the underbrush.
After a while, he returned with a dead mosquito that had its wings shattered and body cut in half.
It's a mosquito.
Ai Hui saw the blood stain Fatty was talking about. It was a very small drop of blood. When the mosquito was struck by the grass sword, its body exploded and this small drop of blood stained the sword.
Ai Hui was surprised as well. He did not expect it to be a mosquito. He did not feel relieved just because it was only a mosquito. In reality, the mosquitoes in the wilderness were rather dangerous, as many of them were extremely poisonous. Once you were stung by a mosquito, you would be in dire straits. As such, he did not put his guard down just because it was only a mosquito. The thing that surprised him was that faintly discernible sound. He did not expect a mosquito to produce such a weird sound. There's something odd with this mosquito.
The dead mosquito on Fatty's hand only had half of its body remaining. Its wing was, oddly, dark red in color. For some reason, even Fatty, who had been through many life and death situations, felt a shiver go down his spine. He mumbled to himself, "Why am I afraid?" Even though Fatty was scared, he still checked the dead mosquito carefully. In the wilderness, one could not stand there and do nothing. Fatty might hide behind Ai Hui when they were engaged in combat, but he would not be sloppy when there was a need for him to do some work. Ai Hui pulled the tip of the sword close to his nose and took a sniff. There was an odd, sweet smell to it. He suddenly had an urge to lick it. There's something wrong with this blood. Ai Hui's eyes were ice cold as he put down the sword. There's definitely a problem, Fatty replied. Such a small amount of blood should have dried up by now, but take a look, it hasn't dried up at all.
Look at its wing, what do you think of when you see this color?
Fatty bent down to pull a stalk of grass from the ground, then placed it beside the mosquito's wing.
Look at this root, isn't its color similar? Ai Hui nodded.
The two colors were slightly similar. It was just that the mosquito wing's color was a bit darker.
Look at the grass.
Fatty's eyes were flickering.
The roots are the most red.
The color becomes fainter as it goes up the grass and the top half of the grass is dark green.
What do you think?
The soil.
Ai Hui replied without the slightest hesitation.
The two of them looked at each other before squatting down to begin looking through the underbrush. Ai Hui used the tip of his sword to dig up the roots of the grass. Indeed, he saw red-colored soil, so he did not stop and continued digging. The deeper he dug, the redder the soil became. The soil was so red that it looked like cinnabar. Suddenly, red-colored, muddy water gushed out from beneath Ai Hui's sword.
It resembled gurgling blood.
Ai Hui froze and the air seemed to freeze with him. Both Fatty and Ai Hui could see the fear in each other's eyes. The two of them had seen many scary things before in the wilderness, but this sight still managed to make their blood run cold.
Didn't they say this damned place is safe?
Fatty gulped. Ai Hui moved the tip of the sword in front of his face. The sword's tip was dark red, completely stained by the muddy water. He took a careful sniff.
It did not smell like mud, instead, it had a faint aroma.
This aroma smelled somewhat similar to the aroma from the mosquito's blood, however, this one was milder. They had seen red-colored soil before, but the red color of the soil before them now resembled the color of blood.
Could there be a cinnabar mine here?
No, that couldn't be right, cinnabar would not have such a weird aroma. Furthermore, if there was really a cinnabar mine here, the surrounding vegetation would be red in color. Right now, only the roots of the grass were dyed red. Apparently, this phenomenon had begun quite recently. This might be the reason why everyone, including Ai Hui, did not notice it at first. From afar, everything looked lush and green. Ai Hui walked for another 10 steps until he came to an area where there was no vegetation, then started digging again.
Fatty trembled in fear and quickly hurried over.
The soil Ai Hui dug up was ash-gray in color. Where had the red color disappeared to?
Could it be? Fatty's face turned ugly.
Without saying anything, Ai Hui walked under a tree and started digging again.
Within seconds, blood like muddy water gushed out from the ground.
He then hacked open the tree and found that, within 1 meter from the ground, the core had turned completely red in color.
From the outside, no one would be able to see it.
Fatty and AI we clearly understood that this could not have happened naturally.
Maybe it's a kind of blood poison? Fatty's trembling voice contained a hint of uncertainty. It's cross-contamination. The contaminated plant must have been eaten by a herbivore, contaminating the herbivore in the process.
That herbivore was then stung by a mosquito, causing the mosquito to be contaminated as well.
What kind of poison is this?
This is too scary. Knowing that there was a sea of blood beneath the boundless, lush vegetation surrounding them, the two trembled in fear. We had better get the teachers and Instructor Joe to come and take a look, Fatty warned, because this place is too bizarre.
Without any hesitation, AI Hui nodded. Let's go. The two of them were feeling extremely uneasy. Suddenly, there was an amazed exclamation coming from up ahead. Rabbit, there's a rabbit. It's really a rabbit.
Even more so, it's a rare red-haired rabbit. Whoa, such beautiful eyes, they look like rubies.
Oh my god, it's so cute.
Red hair. At the same time, AI Hui and Fatty thought of the red-colored weeds, dark red mosquito, and the seeping blood-colored muddy water.
Be careful.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 121, Poisoned. Chapter 121, Poisoned. Translator, TYZ Editor.
Zhou Xiaoxi felt that he had made the right choice by participating in this excursion.
He could not shift his gaze from Cui Xianzi.
Previously, he still thought that everyone was exaggerating about the benefits of coming to the induction ground.
However, after today, he changed his mentality and rejoiced. If he had not taken part in this excursion, how would he have met such a gentle girl like Cui Xianzi?
Women who were stationed at front line were usually more fearsome than the men. Like Li Wei had said, those who carried a sword usually did not engage in petty squabbles. Only the induction ground would have such a gentle, elegant, and beautiful girl like Cui Xianzi. A place like the Garden of Life would not have many dangers. For an elite like him, who had been to the depths of the wilderness multiple times, the Garden of Life was like his backyard.
Even so, he did not lower his guard.
At the moment when he sensed there was something nearby, he broke into laughter after realizing that it was merely a rabbit. This rabbit was actually a rare red-haired breed.
Its fur was completely doused in red, and its ruby-like eyes mesmerized Zhou Xiaoxi. So beautiful.
If he encountered such a beautiful rabbit in the wilderness, he would definitely not exclaim in admiration.
Instead, he would run as far away as possible from it.
For such a beautiful creature to exist in the wilderness, where the survival of the fittest was the most cutthroat, it must be very powerful. It must be a pet that was released by another teacher, Zhou Xiaoxi thought to himself. At this point in time, the rest of the students had discovered the red-haired rabbit as well.
The female students started to shriek with excitement.
Some of the more daring students even gathered together to use a stalk of grass to tease the rabbit. Initially, Zhou Xiaoxi was prepared to stop them.
However, he soon realized he was making a big deal over a small issue.
This was the peaceful Garden of Life, not the perilous wilderness. It was customary for students to go on an excursion to the Garden of Life. When Zhou Xiaoxi was still a student, he was filled with curiosity just like these students. Every excursion left him with beautiful memories. All these years, he had never heard of any accidents in the Garden of Life. The injuries that students suffered were mostly accidental, such as sprains. There was no restriction on catching the wild animals in the Garden of Life as pets. Many students would capture wild animals as their pets while they were on excursions. Zhou Xiaoxi thought of the gray hedgehog that he caught in the Garden of Life. It accompanied him throughout his student life in the induction ground.
He sighed silently.
Perhaps that innocence could only exist in the induction ground. After he left the induction ground, all he thought about was how to survive and become stronger. The pets that everybody kept for their aesthetics eventually became beasts that aided them in battle.
Good old times. Zhou Xiaoxi smiled as he looked at the innocent actions of the students. Be careful.
Alarmed cries came from the rear of the main body of students.
Zhou Xiaoxi was stunned. He knew one of the voices belonged to AI Hui. The other voice must have belonged to that fatty. Zhou Xiaoxi had noticed the dispute between the two students previously. However, he did not interfere as he could sense the deep friendship between them. Because of Li Wei, Zhou Xiaoxi had a good impression of AI Hui. Even though Zhou Xiaoxi was in a different division than Li Wei, he was impressed by Li Wei's knowledge and character after spending some time with him. Hence, a youth that was highly favored by Li Wei was definitely an extraordinary individual. The performance from AI Hui a few days ago made Zhou Xiaoxi see him in a new light. Could there be something wrong? Everything seemed normal.
The rabbit's nose twitched, and it leaped toward the stem of grass in the student's hand, seemingly interested in it.
At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxi's eye pupils suddenly dilated.
The rabbit suddenly jumped forward and bit the hand of the student.
Ah!
The student, who was caught off guard, let out a blood-curdling screech as blood streamed down from her hand. The surrounding students shrieked and fell into chaos.
Zhou Xiaoxi's reaction was extremely fast. He appeared icy-faced beside the injured student like a phantom and flicked his finger.
Like an arrow, a stream of air shot out and pierced the red-haired rabbit.
Boom!
Blood splashed everywhere as the stream of air that punctured the red-haired rabbit suddenly exploded. Pieces of its body were launched here and there. The students immediately screamed in horror as they had never seen such a gory sight.
Zhou Xiaoxi's face turned ashen since he never expected an accident to actually happen.
He held up that student's bitten hand. The horrified student was still trembling non-stop. Chunks of the rabbit were strewn all over the place, but its head was still biting the student's hand, refusing to let go.
Its ruby-like eyes were filled with an indescribable frenzy and bloodlust.
Its previous docile and adorable look had vanished, making it now look extremely sinister.
Pop!
Zhou Xiaoxi crushed the rabbit's head coldly.
The injured student fainted straight away.
Ai Hui and Fatty managed to catch sight of this just as they arrived. When they saw the situation, their hearts sank. What have you discovered?
Zhou Xiaoxi turned his head around and stared fixedly at Ai Hui.
Ai Hui felt as if he was being glared at by a ferocious beast. He was under such great pressure that he was unable to breathe. He calmed himself and replied, "There's something wrong with the blood, and there's a problem with the vegetation and soil as well."
He knew what to do to convince the others.
Without any hesitation, he started to hack a small tree nearby. The grass sword in his hand shaved off the tree bark with great precision, revealing the core of the tree.
Zhou Xiaoxi's eyes narrowed.
The core of the tree looked as if it was soaked in blood.
Ai Hui's grass sword kept on digging the soil beneath the tree. The soil that was unearthed looked as red as cinnabar. After a while, the blood-like muddy water flowed out from the soil and a faint fragrance pervaded the air. Everyone's face drained to a pale white. They had never seen anything like this. The students that were timid felt their legs go soft and sat on the ground while trembling in fear.
Zhou Xiaoxi's face turned white as well. This was also the first time that he had seen something so bizarre. There's something wrong with the rabbit's blood. It might be blood poison. Ai Hui continued to maintain his composure.
Zhou Xiaoxi sniffed the rabbit blood on his hand and a refreshing fragrance filled his nose.
He almost put his finger in his mouth.
The blood is poisonous.
Ai Hui's reminder gave Zhou Xiaoxi a shiver and returned him to his senses.
Zhou Xiaoxi felt a scorching feeling on his fingertips and quickly wiped away the blood on his hand.
However, the rabbit blood had already seeped into the skin of his hands by then. Such a scary blood poison.
At the moment, Zhou Xiaoxi was able to keep calm.
He confirmed that he had been poisoned. A red color had already pervaded throughout the body of the fainted student. Zhou Xiaoxi knew that he was the main pillar of support for the students.
Right now, his most important task was to bring these students back to safety. Without hesitation, he took out a tiny bamboo tube and opened its lid.
There were many pine needle leaves with a variety of colors inside. He took out a red pine needle leaf, which was also known as the distress leaf. He walked toward a tree and pinned the red leaf onto it like a needle. The pine needle leaf started to emit a red glow, which brightened and dimmed rhythmically, as if it was breathing. Suddenly, the red glow started to grow dimmer and dimmer. Eventually, the pine needle leaf fell from the tree.
Zhou Xiaoxi's heart sank.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 122, Duanmu's Absolute Art. Chapter 122, Duanmu's Absolute Art. Translator, TYZ Editor. There were many types of distress leaves.
There were maple leaves, ginkgo leaves, and so on, but pine needle leaves were the most popular type.
Pine needle leaves were small in size and convenient to bring along. A tiny bamboo tube could contain numerous pine needle leaves.
Certain features of pine trees could be found in pine needle leaves as well.
Distress leaves were a product invented by wood elementalists.
Wood elementalists felt that trees could communicate with each other, and this logic formed the basis for message trees. However, message trees could not be found in the wild. Hence, the elementalists invented a kind of leaves that could transmit messages through the trees in the wild.
Unlike message trees, the amount of messages that distress leaves could transmit was very limited.
However, they were still able to make distress calls. There must be plants or trees nearby for distress leaves to work, so they could not be used in places like deserts or oceans.
Veterans would definitely carry some distress leaves along with them.
For this excursion to the Garden of Life, Zhou Xiaoxi had chosen to bring some distress leaves along just in case something happened.
He never expected that something would actually happen. Even worse, the distress leaf failed to work. He had never encountered a situation where distress leaves failed to function. When he thought of the scene where AI Hui dug up the soil, he was sure that the surrounding vegetation was poisoned as well. Zhou Xiaoxi did not quite agree with AI Hui, saying that it might be a type of blood poison. Blood poisons were rarely seen. Like its name suggested, blood poison worked by tainting the blood. However, plants and trees did not have blood. Zhou Xiaoxi had never heard of any plant or tree becoming afflicted with blood poison. Suddenly, he heard a wave of faint rustling noises coming from afar, and his facial expression changed. There were many wild beasts surging toward this place. He saw that AI Hui's facial expression had changed as well. However, at this point of time, he did not have time to be impressed by AI Hui's sharp sense of hearing. He did not dare to hesitate and made a prompt decision. Get out of here. We will go back through the same road that we used to get here. After finishing his sentence, Zhou Xiaoxi lifted up the fainted student and placed her upon his shoulder. Then, he looked at the terrified students and yelled coldly, "If you run any slower you will get devoured by the wild beasts." Even though teachers Su and Chui Xianzi were very worried, they did not forget their responsibilities and kept on encouraging the students. Watch out for the wild beasts and insects. Don't get bitten by them. AI Hui reminded everyone loudly. Fatty stayed close to AI Hui. Surprisingly, his plump and huge body was unusually nimble. AI Hui's previous performance unwittingly commanded the respect of everyone. Everyone, stay close together and don't leave the main group. All the girls moved to the middle of the group. AI Hui and Duanmu Huanghan, both of you will stay at the front of the group. AI Hui will navigate the road, and Duanmu Huanghan will safeguard him. I will bring up the rear. Teacher Su will take care of the left flank of the group, and Chui Xianzi will take care of the right flank. The stronger students will keep to the outer edges of the group. Everyone listen to my command. Do not panic. I will bring everyone to safety, Zhou Xiaoxi ordered resolutely. His tone was calm and collected, displaying leadership and dignity. Currently, when compared to the other two teachers, the 13th Division's elite Zhou Xiaoxi brought much more assurance to the students. Even AI Hui could not help but exclaim in admiration. Zhou Xiaoxi truly lived up to his reputation of being a frontline elite. Such orders of manpower deployment revealed a lot about his experience. The rear of the group was the most dangerous position, and this position was overseen by Zhou Xiaoxi. The other two teachers' strength were second only to his. They were positioned on the left and right flanks of the group. Both flanks needed to be taken care of. The front of the group was the safest as they going back along the same road that they used to get to the Garden of Life. Duanmu Huanghan was cool-headed. The grass hollow was much scarier than this place. He was not a delicate young master. It was just that, he took a look at AI Hui and felt an indescribable awkwardness. He actually had to fight alongside with this fellow. This was ridiculous. Let's go, Zhou Xiaoxi shouted. Everyone, move out. Without hesitation, AI Hui walked to the front of the group. Other students might easily get lost in the woods, but for AI Hui, it was a walk in a park. With a humph, Duanmu Huanghan appeared beside AI Hui. Even though Duanmu Huanghan hated AI Hui to the core, he knew the severity of the current situation. The failure of the distress leaf implied that they would not be able to obtain any reinforcements. This would put them in a precarious situation. He was a wood elementalist and clearly knew how scary blood poison could be. Furthermore, how could he be outperformed by this scoundrel? The surrounding rustling sounds were getting louder and louder. Danger was approaching, and fear was growing in the group. Everyone, be careful! Zhou Xiaoxi roared. Suddenly, white-colored azure wings emerged from his back. The azure wings appeared and exploded with a loud bang, forming wisps of white mist. In the hands of other elementalists, azure wings were a type of flying equipment. In the hands of a water elementalist, they were a dangerous and deadly weapon. The wisps of mist swam around him like a school of white swordfish. Swish swish swish. The wild beasts were continuously entering the mist. However, once they were in, they were sliced and ground by the razor-sharp mist, resulting in a massive bloodbath. Now, Teacher Su also displayed his prowess. Numerous silver light screens appeared around his body, which then formed a silver barrier around the group. The most impressive thing about this barrier was that its elasticity was extremely powerful. Any beast that crashed onto the silver barrier would be bounced back as if it had jumped into a trampoline. Bang bang bang!
The sounds of collisions were so concentrated that they resembled the pattering of raindrops. The fact that Cui Xianzi could bring a class out on an excursion showed that she was quite capable as well. A piece of fiery silk appeared mysteriously on her hand. 100 lifelike birds were embroidered on the piece of silk. With a flick of the silk, its surface immediately exploded with a loud boom into a sea of flames. Numerous chirping blazing birds flew out from the sea of flames. Any incoming beast that was hit by a blazing bird would have its body burst into flames. Usually, Ai Hui would be captivated by these dazzling attacks. However, he could not care less about them right now. Suddenly, Duanmu Huanghan, who had been silently beside him the whole time, struck out abruptly. Green glowing symbols and designs that were usually found on porcelain bases began to appear under Duanmu Huanghuan's feet. Numerous dark green vines came alive and extended outward from the green glow beneath his feet.
Like a formless pencil, the vines rapidly drew out graceful and elegant patterns on the ground.
Everyone felt their feet lighten, and their running speed suddenly increased.
Duanmu Huanghuan's palms swayed gently in the air.
The green vine shot into the air with a terrifying speed, resembling green branches growing and twinning in the air.
Eerie green peonies started to blossom on the vines.
In the blink of an eye, the peonies were fully bloomed.
One could hear a faint sigh as a breeze drifted through the air.
The petals began to detach themselves from the fully bloomed peonies. Peony petals drifted and danced in the air, resembling a rain of petals that dyed the sky green. When the wild beasts were caught in the green rain of petals and came into contact with the green petals, their dark red bodies were dyed green. At the very instant they were dyed green, their bodies appeared to disintegrate. The wild beasts that leaped into the midair disintegrated into wisps of green smoke before Ai Hui's eyes.
Ai Hui was overwhelmed with shock. Duanmu Huanghuan's face was filled with pride and haughtiness. Duanmu's absolute art.
Viridescent flower. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 123, Zhou Xiaoxi's Decision. Chapter 123, Zhou Xiaoxi's Decision. Translator, JL Editor.
Ai Hui was shaken by the sight in front of him. His mouth dropped open, and he stood dumbstruck. Not only him, the entire troop was shocked by Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower.
Duanmu Huanghuan's abrupt emergence was not limited by his young age.
Everyone's sole impression of him was that he was a talented genius. They had little understanding toward him or his legacy skills.
When Dai Gang took him as his last disciple, it was further ingrained in everyone's mind that Huanghan was a talented genius.
The impact and shock that was brought about by the viridescent flower, which was as pretty as a painting, led to a momentarily lapse within the troops. It was only at this point that everyone remembered that Duanmu Huanghan was ranked number 17th in the induction ground in terms of fighting strength. Not only did he possess shocking innate skills, he had valiant capabilities as well. Fatty's gaze was blank while he mumbled, "I am done for, I am done for.
The money is a lost cause. Why did Ahui, 1, give a loan to such a capable chap? This is ruined. What a huge amount of ruins." Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes were flickering with a serene splendor.
He strolled idly, yet with lively steps. As green raindroplets splattered, his elongated body was graceful and picturesque. His flawless face radiated confidence, and all his movements were calm and unhurried. In a flash, the gazes from the young girls became smitten. Ai Hui was shocked momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. With a low voice, he shouted, "Let's walk this way."
Duanmu Huanghuan's explosive display greatly improved everyone's morale and pulled everyone away from a state of panic.
The students who realized the capability of the group also gradually calmed down.
The emphasis on actual combat was a tradition of the Avalon of 5 elements.
The students from the old territory were slightly lacking, but the students from the Avalon of 5 elements had been trained and educated since young. They had also accepted the notion of actual combat. When they settled down, their capability would also progressively emerge.
Many female students started to take the initiative to participate. Gradually, the situation stabilized. The pressure on Duanmu Huanghan was quickly reduced by half.
He shot Ai Hui a glance and was secretly surprised. From the beginning, Ai Hui did not display any signs of hesitation along the way. It was a jungle of weeds, and there were no landmarks.
How did he do it? Duanmu Huanghan even had the notion that Ai Hui had been to this plot of forest many times. Soon, however, Duanmu Huanghan did not have the leisure to pay attention to Ai Hui.
He was starting to feel pressured. They had run for at least 100 miles, but the wild beasts that attacked them along the way did not reduce in number. Instead, they exhibited an increasing trend. The size of the wild beasts were not large. Their bodies appeared to be a strange dull red, and they were extremely irritable, without any care for their lives or deaths. All these symptoms suggested that they had blood poisoning. Even the elite Zhou Xiaoxi felt chills at this point in time. Not only would the wild beasts attack them, they were also extremely bloodthirsty. They would even crazily gobble up the blood and flesh from the corpses of their own kind. The shredded pieces and body parts of the wild beasts had yet to fall on the ground when numerous wild beasts pounced and fought over them. Those torn body parts and the fresh blood that dripped on the floor would be snatched up by numerous insects that rushed up through the ground and from the bushes, as if they were snatching up delicacies. Zhou Xiaoxi was proud of the fact that he had been through countless of tough situations. No matter how cruel the situation, he was able to face it. However, what he experienced today made him fearful. He attempted to use the distress leaf 3 times during the journey, but to no avail. Zhou Xiaoxi had an acute sense of distance. They had walked approximately 150 miles, yet they had not left the infected area. How extensively had the strange blood poisoning spread? Could it be that the entire Garden of Life had already? He trembled and did not dare to dwell further. But, if the entire Garden of Life was infected with the unknown blood poison, he had to make a decision. His gaze swept across the students. After more than an hour of battle, their faces started to show traces of fatigue. Morale was also falling. If that was the case, they would definitely be unable to leave this place. He suddenly shouted, "Ai Hui, find a place that is easy to defend, but hard to attack." He knew that Ai Hui would understand what he meant. Ai Hui gave him a glance. Without another word, Ai Hui took the lead and ran. He understood Zhou Xiaoxi's intention and had to admit that it was the best available option. At their current speed, it would be impossible to escape from the Garden of Life. Instructor Zhou had azure wings, so he could fly back to get support. Even with the added time that the support team needed to fly back to the students, it was much less than the time required for the students to travel out of the Garden of Life. As long as they were able to find a suitable spot that would be advantageous for their defense, the pressure would be lessened. Furthermore, they would be able to prolong their survival time. Ai Hui remembered that there were a few exposed boulders not far away. If they could make use of these rocks, it would be a good defensive position. Duanmu Huanghan was astonished. He did not understand why Instructor Zhou trusted Ai Hui when Ai Hui's capability was so low. He suddenly thought of the first day when they had entered the Garden of Life. Instructor Zhou had asked Ai Hui to stand guard. Suddenly, Duanmu Huanghan realized that his understanding toward his nemesis was pathetic. No, in fact, he knew nothing at all. He observed Ai Hui surreptitiously and immediately discovered many unusual traits. For example, Ai Hui rarely walked in a straight line. Ai Hui's figure was like that of a cheetah when he ran. Also, his grass sword was inverted and placed at the side of his body, making tiny swinging arcs like a pendulum. Duanmu Huanghan was extremely intelligent. While he did not notice it before, he understood the benefits immediately when he noticed it. The grass sword could be unleashed immediately when faced with danger. This chap was not simple. In his heart, Duanmu Huanghan was alarmed. He was displeased with himself because he only just realized these unusual traits. When Zhou Xiaoxi saw the rubble from afar, he was elated. He looked at Ai Hui, thinking that it was a pity that Ai Hui did not possess the water attribute. Otherwise, he would recruit Ai Hui into the North Sea Division. While Ai Hui's absolute base level was not high, much to Zhou Xiaoxi's astonishment, Ai Hui had performed exceptionally ever since they stepped foot into the Garden of Life. Ai Hui was the first to detect the abnormalities, surpassing even the instructor. Zhou Xiaoxi was an elite from the North Sea, yet he was not as perceptive as a student. He was slightly ashamed. This was also a form of innate skill. While natural endowments were innate skills, knowing how to battle and react to complicated situations required talent as well. A pile of rubble comprised of a heap of black rocks that were about 6 or 7 meters tall was the best defensive position they could find. The students, who were at the brink of exhaustion, practically crawled and rolled into the rubble. Zhou Xiaoxi, together with teacher Su and Chui Xianzi, coordinated and stood at the various high ground spots among the rubble. The towering boulders blocked the wild beasts that were like a rushing tide. The students finally had a chance to catch their breath and they lay around haphazardly. "I am going to get support. The two of you will stay guard here." Zhou Xiaoxi shouted to teacher Su and Chui Xianzi. "All right." Teacher Su nodded his head without hesitation. Chui Xianzi shouted concernedly, "Be careful. You must hang in there." While Zhou Xiaoxi was saying that, he threw all the rations and medications that he had to Chui Xianzi. Zhou Xiaoxi gazed deeply at Chui Xianzi for 2 seconds, as if he wanted to safeguard this memory. He did not know why he was doing this. Was it because of the insecurity in his heart? How he wished that his world was still the same as yesterday. When he turned around, his gaze was resolute. He soared into the air and disappeared into horizon.
1. A Hui is a pet name for AI Hui.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 124, AI Hui's Conjecture. Chapter 124, AI Hui's Conjecture. Translator, JL Editor. Nightfall was gradually approaching. The black rocks were sturdy. With the aid of the rubble and by alternating between passively guarding and actively rebuffing the attack of the wild beasts, the situation was finally under control. Huanghan, I will take over for you. You should have a good rest.
Teacher Su's voice was filled with concern. Apart from Teacher Su and Shui Xianzi, Duanmu Huanghan was the third in importance. The amount of time he spent guarding was the same as the two teachers. The rest of the students looked at Duanmu Huanghan with admiring and respectful gazes. Furthermore, Duanmu Huanghan was one of the youngest here, yet he held such great responsibility.
How could they not respect him?
Yes, teacher, Duanmu Huanghan replied courteously. Even at this point in time, he did not forget his manners. Jumping down from the rocks, he was exhausted. He found a clean spot among the stones and sat down. Duanmu Huanghan realized that the person resting next to him was AI Hui only after sitting down.
Had the fellow already made his move? It was a pity he had not seen it.
The intensity of the battle had been at another level. The wild beasts seemed to have gone crazy and came one after another. Guarding was a serious affair as he was holding down the fort, so he had no time to bother with other stuff.
What do you think of the situation now? Duanmu Huanghan suddenly asked.
AI Hui was somewhat surprised and shot a glance at Duanmu Huanghan.
He did not expect Duanmu Huanghan to suddenly talk to him.
However, at this point in time, it was not worth it to bring up the previous grievances.
Regardless of whether he was willing or not, all of them were in the same boat now.
Also, Duanmu Huanghan performed significant deeds and had not proved to be an obstruction. If they were able to make it out alive, Duanmu Huanghan would have played a huge part in making it happen. The malice AI Hui felt toward him lessened.
He shook his head. Disastrous. Duanmu Huanghan frowned ever so slightly. Why is that? Hasn't the situation stabilized?
Looking at the situation before his eyes, Duanmu Huanghan felt that the situation had improved. They had a favorable defensive position and also figured out the pattern of alternating defenders. The available rations and water was also sufficient to last for a period of time.
Where was the danger? Duanmu Huanghan believed that AI Hui would not have spoken without thinking.
Just as Duanmu Huanghan's capability had obtained the stamp of approval from everyone, AI Hui's acute judgment has also obtained the same stamp of approval. Although this result made Duanmu Huanghan uncomfortable, he had to admit that while he was confident of winning in a personal battle, he was indeed lacking in other aspects. Many times, AI Hui's experience and skills reminded him of Instructor Zhou.
Didn't you notice?
Those wild beasts that attacked us were herbivores.
While AI Hui's tone was calm, it was still a shock for Duanmu Huanghan when he heard it.
Recalling the previous battles, the animals that he met with were mostly small animals that fed on plants.
He pondered for a while. Are you implying that there are even more ferocious wild beasts that were poisoned? Or only those that fed on plants would be poisoned?
The red water underground has a very weak, delicate fragrance. If you pull a blade of grass, the fragrance of the grass is more intense than the red water.
Do you still remember the red-haired rabbit? The blood of the red-haired rabbit was even more fragrant than the grass.
I killed a mosquito previously and the blood from the mosquito was even sweeter and more fragrant than the red-haired rabbit's blood.
What do you think this means?
You are implying. Duanmu Huanghan's expression became very worried. The concentration of the blood poison is increasing progressively, AI Hui said straightforwardly. He continued, look at those wild beasts that were killed by us.
Their corpses were gobbled up cleanly, right? Have you seen a drop of blood on the ground yet?
This proves that those wild beasts that were poisoned were very bloodthirsty.
Duanmu Huanghan thought of the most plausible reason. No, AI Hui shook his head.
They were attracted by the blood poison.
I suspect they are transforming. What do you think of the battle ability of these small animals that feed on plants? Did it increase substantially? AI Hui continued to ask. Very much so. Duanmu Huanghan nodded his head. What has changed them?
The blood poison. It enabled them to become stronger.
Do you still remember the progressive trend?
For the carnivorous wild beasts, the blood poison is more concentrated, so their change would be even greater and more dangerous, AI Hui said gravely.
Duanmu Huanghan had actually missed that small detail.
A chill that was hard to put in words ascended from his spine, and he shivered. For the time being, we still do not know what change it will bring. However, the mosquito I killed previously was also very weak. As such, I suspect that it is possible for the carnivorous wild beasts to have to undergo a transformation period. Thus, the reason why we have yet to meet with these carnivorous wild beasts might be because they have not completed the transformation.
Duanmu Huanghuan's face turned as white as sheet. This is just your conjecture. If I am not wrong, the wild beasts we are going to encounter subsequently will be harder to deal with. Ai Hui was as cool as a cucumber, like he was narrating an incident that had nothing to do with him. I hope my guess is wrong. Otherwise, we can only wish for the early arrival of the support team. Duanmu Huanghan stared blankly at Ai Hui. He could not imagine how Ai Hui could be so indifferent to their dire state. Ai Hui did not take note of Duanmu Huanghuan's gaze. He continued to mutter, also, why would the wild beasts attack us? And why didn't they attack us previously? Did you notice that the wild beasts would gobble up the corpses of their own kind but would not attack those that were alive? Why was that the case? Duanmu Huanghan felt dumbstruck. He had always thought that he was truly a genius and felt that he had a nimble mind. He was able to think of a reason whenever there was a problem. But now, listening to Ai Hui's consecutive whys, he felt that his brain was not substantial enough. Had everyone not walked the same route? Why did the things they saw differ so much? The expression Duanmu Huanghan had while looking at Ai Hui was like he had seen a ghost. Every detail that Ai Hui mentioned was something that Duanmu Huanghan had not noticed. Thinking about it closely, every problem seemed to have a profound theory behind it. At that moment, Duanmu Huanghan saw Ai Hui in a new light. He finally understood why Ai Hui always managed to gain the trust of other people. This fellow's insight was simply too scary. Furthermore, his calm and cool-headed thinking always managed to point directly to the crux of the problem. Moreover, no matter how bad the situation, Ai Hui seemed to never panic. For example, if Ai Hui's conjecture was true, then they were going to be in a dire situation. When Ai Hui used his exclusively strange tone, yes that's right, that sort of strange tone that had nothing to do with him. To Duanmu Huanghan, the tone was weird to an extreme degree. Seems like he was not very worried now. What sort of weird mindset was this? Duanmu Huanghan, himself, was also rather speechless. Ah oui, it is our turn now. Fatty's shout broke Ai Hui's train of thoughts. Ai Hui gathered his senses, grabbed his grass sword, and, together with Fatty, took over Chui Xianzi's post. Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes brightened. He was filled with curiosity toward Ai Hui's battle ability since he had never witnessed it before. Now he would be able to observe it. At that moment, a long beast howl sounded out from a distant place. In unison, Ai Hui and Duanmu Huanghan changed their expressions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, Solution. Chapter 125, Solution. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Ai Hui felt that he really was a jinx. Upon hearing that long beast howl, he knew that they were at the most critical moment. The points that he had mentioned to Duanmu Huanghan were not casual opinions but the things that he was most puzzled about. He still had many doubts that he hadn't mentioned, but at this juncture, all of them were unimportant. Although he was unable to identify the wild beast's type from its howl, he was sure that they were unable to defeat it. Perhaps only Instructor Joe could. He had seen many dire beasts in the wilderness, and every single mighty dire beast definitely had an imposing manner. Just like people who held high positions, they had gestures and mannerisms that were different from ordinary folk. The law of the jungle was, obviously, even crueler and prevalent in the jungle. Battles between wild beasts were more straightforward, and in order to protect their own territory, wild beasts didn't know what it meant to keep a low profile. The king of the beasts must be cruel, vicious, and warlike. Only then would they be able to achieve success and attain the title of king of the beasts. Those who managed to survive the law of the jungle had the instinct to fear danger and cower in front of those who were stronger. Ai Hui had clearly noticed the panic of the surrounding wild beasts after hearing the beast howl. And he instantly knew that the distant wild beast was not something they could compete against. Furthermore, the flock of wild beasts that was rushing up suddenly scattered, as if there was an opening at the other end. They left the rubble and dispersed into the distance. While there was joy on the other students' faces, Ai Hui's pupils constricted, and his hair stood on end. Pieces of flesh were scattered on the ground. Those wild beasts had run for their lives without even bothering about the flesh that they initially could not resist. This was the first time Ai Hui had seen such bloody chunks of the flesh on the ground. There was only one possibility: that ferocious beast was approaching. Damn it!
The intensified fear stimulated all of AI Huey's brain's nerves. He knew that they had to quickly come up with a response. It would be too late when the ferocious beast discovered them. What should he do? He forced himself to calm down. He repeated to himself that it was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had experienced much worse in the wilderness. Back then, he did not have any support, and the elementalists also did not care if he was dead or alive. However, now, the teachers would not be callous and make him fight his own battles. How did he hide previously? AI Hui jolted. Hide. Yes. Hide. Only if they hide would there be a possibility to survive. Hide, hide. Hide. The wheels in AI Huey's head spun furiously as he recalled that at the most dangerous juncture, he had covered himself in mud and had hidden in the sludge, thus having a narrow escape. His gaze swept over the surroundings, but there were only rocks. There was no mud here. Rocks. His gaze fell onto the largest one. That rock was about 10 meters tall and was slanted at a certain angle. AI Huey's eyes brightened as he shouted, "Everyone, hide beneath that piece of rock." Everyone looked bewildered. Duanmu Huanghuan's brain had been filled to the brim with AI Huey's predictions when one of them had come true. This had heightened his uneasiness. And when he saw the calm AI Hui have such an intense reaction, he instantly became alert. Move over, everyone. Listen to AI Huey's commands. Teacher Su's voice rang out. He had also picked up on AI Huey's nervousness. In his memory, AI Hui had never been this anxious. Teacher, could you move that piece of rock? AI Hui pointed to a horizontal, rectangular rock. Let me do it. Cui Xianzi did not question his intentions, and a red satin cloth flew out from her hand and coiled around the rectangular rock like a snake. Who? The rectangular rock flew upwards and was slotted into the bottom of the huge rock, forming an empty, partially closed-off space, like a small shelter. At that moment, all the wild beasts and their surroundings had vanished. By now, even those with slower reactions could tell that something was wrong. Everyone, go in. AI Hui urged the students. While the students started to hide in panic, he asked Teacher Su, "Is it possible to use mud to seal up the cracks?" "I know how to, I am an earth elementalist." A student whom AI Hui did not know raised his hand. He continued, "But how do we breathe?" "Just hold your breath. Speed up. It's going to be here soon." AI Hui replied with an agitated tone. AI Huey's hand that was clutching the grass sword was trembling, but it was barely perceptible. He was in his sword embryo state, and all his 6 senses had been heightened. But it was also due to this that he was more than able to comprehend the frightfulness of the unknown beast that was approaching their group. The thicker the mud, the better it is. It would be even better if it's like a mountain, it would be able to cover us. The earth elementalist set about his task immediately. Controlling mud was not difficult to an earth elementalist. The nearby mud and sandstone started to slowly ascend the rectangular rock like an ugly monster wriggling its way upwards. AI Huey's gaze swept over the discarded torn body parts that were near them. He had a sudden idea. Is it possible to put those torn parts on the topmost layer of the mud? Duanmu Huanghan somewhat understood AI Huey's intentions. A blue and white slender rattan flew out from his hand. When it reached the top of a piece of flesh, it suddenly split into 10 different blue and white rattans that were even more slender than the first rattan. Each of the slender rattans rolled up a piece of flesh. Duanmu Huanghan controlled the rattans and brought the flesh to the top of the rock. When the last crack was sealed, the rattans faded away, and all the torn pieces of flesh lost their support and scattered around the huge rock and sandstones. Darkness engulfed everyone. The earth elementalist student collapsed on the ground. In order to create a thick layer of mud as AI Hui had requested, he had exhausted all his energy. From the outside, one could see the tremendous changes that the rubble had undergone. The massive rock that had initially had half its body inclined into the air was now completely buried under the sandstones, forming a small barrow. It is here. Do not make any noise, Dot. In the dark, AI Huey's lowered his voice to deliberately contribute to everyone's tension. Pa, da. Unhurried footsteps could be distinctly heard in the dark. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. A dark red wolf appeared at the perimeter of the rubble. Its nose twitched as if it had some suspicion. It was puzzled by the sight in front of him, the barrow that was scattered with huge amounts of flesh. The atmosphere was filled with the delicate fragrance of blood and flesh. The wolf soon threw its doubt to the back of its mind. The pieces of flesh in front of it had caught its attention, and it started to greedily devour them. Although the flesh couldn't be said to be the best food, it wasn't too bad either. Previously, the wolf was not considered a powerful wild beast in the Garden of Life, and even after its transformation, it still retained its previous instincts to not waste food. Beneath its feet, the students who were waiting felt each second to be years. Goosebumps crawled up everyone's arms upon hearing the crunching of bones coming from the top of their heads. The blood wolf cleared all the body parts, but it did not have the least bit of contentment.
Instead, it became even more hungry. Suddenly, its eyes lit up with a bloodthirsty glare as it gazed deep into the forest. A howl sounded out from afar, causing the blood wolf to turn its head. There was now another large beast like it in the vicinity. It wasn't sure how that was possible, but right now, it just wanted to have a good meal. It retracted its gaze, turned around, and headed into the forest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, I am the wind of the North Sea. Chapter 126, I am the wind of the North Sea. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. Zhou Xiaoxi was worried sick. He was flying at his highest speed as he knew that the students could not hold on for too long. Every 100 kilometers, he would stop and chop down a tree to see if the blood poison had spread to that area. However, every time he stopped to check, his disappointment would only increase. He had already flown halfway through the Garden of Life, but the cores of the trees he chopped down were still red in color. He could not imagine what was going to happen. He felt fear. In his eyes, the boundless Garden of Life had become a boundless sea of blood. The Garden of Life was being corroded by the blood poison. His body was also being corroded by the blood poison. It was like a monster that continuously devoured his elemental energy, making itself grow increasingly stronger. He clenched his teeth and flew with all his might. However, he soon discovered that his pair of azure wings was becoming weaker and his flying speed was decreasing. He became dismayed and somewhat mocked himself. If his brothers from his department saw him flying at this speed, they would definitely laugh at him. The day when the wind of the North Sea, Zhou Xiaoxi, was slower than a tortoise had finally come. Like a bird with injured wings, he lost his balance and started to wobble in midair, his altitude rapidly decreasing. As he flew through the canopy of the woods, densely packed tree branches whipped his body, but he could not feel anything. When was the last time he flew so low? It should be when he was 12 years old. An image of a young and immature youth appeared before his eyes. The youth was clumsily wearing a pair of azure wings that was much bigger than the size of his body. It was his father's azure wings. Even in his dreams, he would yearn to soar through the skies like his father. The first time the youth had put on the azure wings, he had been very nervous. He had pursed his lips and channeled his elemental energy before unsteadily taking off from the ground. But before he could rejoice, he had screamed and crashed into the tree in his backyard like a drunk bird. The feeling of branches smacking his face then was similar to what he was feeling now. That youth was filled with ignorance and vision. Those were good old times. Zhou Xiaoxi's body slammed heavily onto the ground, causing soil and rotten leaves to fly everywhere. A warm and nostalgic smile appeared on his face. After struggling to pick himself up, he leaned against a tree and took out a bamboo tube from his shirt. He then pulled out a distress leaf and pinned it on the tree trunk. When he saw the glow of the pine needle dim, he was in a daze for 10 seconds. He carefully closed the bamboo tube and hid it well within his shirt. Without any hesitation, he turned around and started staggering in the direction of the induction ground. However, as he moved, he found it to be increasingly difficult to breathe, and his body's temperature was rising. His energy was rapidly reducing as well. Alright, he actually did not have any strength left, his legs went to jelly, and he was shaking. Luckily, Cui Xianzi was not able to see his current pathetic state, otherwise, it would be very humiliating. The dizziness and the ringing in his ears had sent him into a state of stupor. He must look very ugly now. In his daze, he seemed to see Cui Xianzi give him a smile. Suddenly, his legs tripped over a branch, and he fell flat on his face, causing his forehead to knock against a rock and start bleeding. This made him a bit sober. With a surge of strength, he picked himself up and struggled forward. Tumbling, staggering, and dazed. His body was as red as a cooked prawn, his body temperature was astonishingly high. He could feel an erupting volcano inside his body. The blood on his forehead was emitting an alluring fragrance. Sounds of rustling could be heard as several pairs of scarlet eyes began to light up in the nearby underbrush. Even so, he did not feel fear anymore, just like how he did not know how far he had walked. His dazed eyes were dyed red by the blood dripping from his forehead, causing his vision to be of a similar blood red. He could hear his own breathing loud and clear, and his heart was pounding so hard that it resembled a roaring monster. He could feel the world leaving him. Is this the feeling of death? He tried to move his lips, but he no longer had any strength. he collapsed onto the ground.
The wild beasts started to approach from all directions. Their scarlet eyes were filled with hunger and desire. Behind the blood-red canopy, there was the deep, blood-red sky.
It was so beautiful.
He did not know since when he had loved the sky, but he had always desired to conquer and soar through the heavens.
Who was the one who had told him that the last thought before someone died was the thing that they loved the most? Such bullshit. So the thing he loved the most was his bamboo tube? Ha ha ha.
Next time, he should remember to not close the lid of the bamboo tube so tightly.
Okay, there would be no next time.
With shaky hands, he managed to open the lid of the tube and involuntarily spilled the pine needle leaves all over the ground. Through his blood-filled vision, he could not differentiate the multicolored pine needle leaves from each other. His eyes had been rendered colorblind from the blood. Dark red tears started to flow down his cheeks, but he did not know whether they were blood or tears. The tears fell onto his soil-smudged palms, forming a small, heart-shaped puddle.
Cui Xianzi, you must survive.
He summoned the last bit of strength he had and grabbed a bunch of pine needle leaves.
Then, like a beast that was pushed to its edge, he dashed towards the nearest tree, but... Bang!
A bunch of pine needle leaves smudged with mud was pinned onto the tree.
He stared blankly at it.
There was a speck of light that was becoming brighter and brighter, bit by bit.
He wanted to laugh at the top of his voice. However, he could not make any sound.
This was his distress leaf, and the induction ground could track it. The induction ground would be able to identify Cui Xianzi's location as his North Sea token was in the bag of rations and medicine that he had passed to her. He raised his head with satisfaction. Through his blood-covered vision, he could see those malevolent wild beasts.
So ugly.
At this moment, he just wanted to yell his name with pride to Cui Xianzi and his dear beautiful sky.
He wanted to let the drifting wind carry his name.
I am the wind of the North Sea. Then, he fell to the ground, his body stiff, as he faced his beloved sky for the last time. The students had already spent 3 days in darkness under the mound. After the ferocious beast had left the last time, Aihui had requested Duanmu Huanghan to dig a few more small holes in the mound using his vines.
The amount of oxygen that these little holes could channel was minimal. Fortunately, everyone knew how dangerous it was outside. Even the delicate and petite female students were enduring and persevering at this point. Outside was total chaos. There were various unknown wild beasts, and their roars were getting louder and louder. Everyone was trembling in fear even though they were under the mound.
Their shelter had repeatedly been strengthened over these past few days. Aihui was in charge of the students' security while those who were earth elementalists were in charge of controlling the soil and mud to strengthen the mound. The mound was becoming increasingly thicker, but even after being strengthened, it still could not stop the roars from penetrating.
When will we be rescued? Will we survive? Someone asked in the dark. We will definitely survive. Teacher Su replied with absolute determination.
The induction ground will not ignore such an overt situation. Everyone needs to believe in the induction ground, and believe in ourselves.
Teacher Su is right. Cui Xianzi put in some encouraging words as well. We need to believe in the induction ground.
It's quite a long distance between the Garden of Life and the induction ground, so it will take some time for reinforcements. However, no matter what, the induction ground will definitely not remain indifferent to such a dire situation. After hearing these words, the students were more at ease. After speaking, Cui Xianzi became silent in the darkness. As she thought of Zhou Xiaoxi, her hands involuntarily grasped the bag that he had thrown to her. It had been 3 days, and there was still no news of that fellow.
Could it be that he had gotten into some accident?
When she thought of the blood poison in Zhou Xiaoxi's body, she became more worried. That frivolous face kept appearing in her mind. When she thought of how his shamelessness had amused her and made her cheerful, a smile involuntarily appeared on her face.
That fellow was much more amusing than the other teachers.
She thought of how Zhou Xiaoxi had pestered her for her contact details and told her that he was going to write letters to her.
Such an old-fashioned man. How could he not know that letter writing is outdated? By then, if I don't receive any letters from you, you're finished. Humph. In the darkness, a faint blush appeared on Cui Xianzi's face. However, in the blink of an eye, all those distracting thoughts transformed back into ones of worry.
When she saw the injured student who had been knocked out and tied up tightly, she became even more anxious.
No matter what, you must survive. We actually wanted everyone to stop talking.
Although they were all keeping their volume low, he still wanted to tell them that a lot of wild beasts had superb hearing. However, in the end, he did not say anything because he knew that if everyone really maintained total silence, they would all plunge into a mental breakdown. He was used to being in darkness and was not in any discomfort. He took a glance at Fatty, who was lying against a rock, sleeping soundly.
Actually, the best thing to do in such a situation was to sleep. However, AI Hui did not dare to sleep because he wanted to pay constant attention to what was going on outside. His hand never left the grass sword at all. As compared to other people, he was not really optimistic about the current situation. He had not slept for 3 days. He clearly knew what was going on outside. The situation was deteriorating. Everyone could hear that the wild beasts' roars were becoming increasingly frequent. However, only AI Hui was counting the types of roars in his mind. 26. During the last 3 days, he had heard 26 different types of roars. But these ferocious beasts would usually not let out such raging howls. Every beast would only let out one distinct roar. He guessed that these roars must contain some kind of special message. But the amount of information he had gathered was far too little. There was no way he could decipher the meaning behind them. However, there was one thing that he was sure of, and that was that only dangerous beasts would give off such angry roars. There were 26 different types of wild beasts out there, and every one of them was extremely dangerous. Just this fact would make everyone tremble with fear. AI Hui knew that the blood poison was beginning to spread. The incubation period of the blood poison had passed, and it was now in its maturity period. The fact that the blood poison had incubated had already been validated. The student who was bitten by the red-haired rabbit was the one whom AI Hui had gotten his validation from. This student's elemental energy had completely disappeared, and his entire body was boiling hot. When he woke up, he was filled with irritation and aggression. If AI Hui had never broken away from the sword embryo state and detected these symptoms, roughly half the number of people under the mound would have been injured by this infected student. The injured student's body was undergoing astonishing changes. For example, his skin had become tougher, his eyes had become bloodshot and were giving off a demonic red glow, his strength had increased tremendously, and his hair had become thicker. That fellow's hair had also grown a significant length in the past 3 days. The wound on his hand had also been fully healed without leaving any scar. Furthermore, AI Hui also noticed that this student did not lose his total self-awareness. It was just that he could not control his emotions. It was as if there was something in everyone's body that was provoking him. For the sake of everyone's safety, this student was tied up. AI Hui was secretly observing the injured student, like how he had observed the dire beasts in the wilderness. AI Hui was most worried about whether the induction ground was capable of handling the blood poison that was already in its maturity period. However, when he thought of the lax garrison in the induction ground, he could only laugh bitterly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, See Nan's Journal. Chapter 127, See Nan's Journal. Translator, TYZ Editor. It was the 5th day. AI Hui noticed that the movements outside had decreased, and he guessed that the induction ground must have taken action. He made sure to tell this to everyone as he knew that they needed a boost in morale right now. If not for the terrifying roars of the wild beasts outside, there would be people here taking action. However, no one had the courage to go out when they heard those furious roars. AI Hui's conjecture significantly raised the spirits of those downcast students. They already had faith in AI Hui's judgments since the beginning of this excursion. In such a cramped and dark environment with foul and dirty air, every day was akin to torture. On the 6th day, AI Hui and the rest of the students were finally rescued by Li Wei and his rescue team. When everyone finally walked out of the mound, they felt as if it had been a lifetime. The surrounding terrain had undergone massive changes. The initial lush and verdant forest had been reduced to a barren land with billowing smoke and fumes. AI Hui noticed many people pouring red kerosene onto the trees and plants. Behind them was scorched earth. Every inch of land had been torched by the burning kerosene. No plants could ever grow on such a land. He was in somewhat of a daze. A few days ago, he had been thinking about how peaceful the induction ground was. However, after now seeing the charred land, he felt that he had been too naive. AI Hui himself reacted like this, let alone the other students. An ordinary excursion had turned into a terrifying experience. After coming out of the mound, many students broke down on the spot. Everyone was crying bitterly. At this point, all they wanted was to return to the safety and warmth of their homes. AI Hui noticed Li Wei pull teacher Su and Chui Xianzi to one side. Li Wei told them something, causing Chui Xianzi's face to turn deathly pale, and her body appeared to be on the verge of collapsing. Upon seeing this, AI Hui was stunned. Actually, when he did not catch sight of Instructor Zhou after coming out of the mound, he knew that something was wrong. He was used to witnessing death, but at this moment, he still felt despondent. Everyone was assigned to a transport wagon and set off homeward.
Li Wei did not follow them as he still had a mission to carry out. There were still lots of people who had yet to be found. A total of 5 classes had gone on this excursion, but only 2 classes, AI Huey's class and Fatty's class, had been rescued. 1 class had been confirmed dead, and the remaining 2 were still missing. After going missing for so many days, their chance of surviving was minimal. Yet, no one wanted to give up. Li Wei was greatly encouraged after finding AI Huey's and Fatty's classes. When AI Hui heard that there were still 2 classes missing, he felt even more downcast. Those of the wilderness were always mentally prepared for death. Surviving was a gift conferred by the gods, and everyone was apathetic to death. However, the induction ground was like heaven, peaceful and safe. AI Hui used to think that the induction ground was the best place in the world, and he had even thought about how nice it would be if he got to stay in the induction ground forever. Li Wei patted his shoulder and told him to go back and have a good rest. On the transport wagon, no one had the mood to talk. Sobs could be heard everywhere. Cui Xianzi was seated on one side, staring blankly into space as if her soul had left her body. Her face was as pale as paper, and her hands were clenching onto Zhou Xiaoxi's bag. AI Hui wanted to console her, but he did not know what to say. The death was so sudden, and she did not even have the chance to bid farewell. AI Hui, who had always thought that he was used to death, could not help but look down. As he gazed downwards from the sky, he could see that the jade-green sea of trees had disappeared. The charred ground was like an ugly scar that stretched into the smoky horizon. Fire extended towards the distance, devouring everything in its path. The poisoned student was put on an emergency transport wagon as he needed urgent medical treatment. However, AI Hui felt that the chance of that student surviving was not high. He had never seen such a strange type of blood poison. That poisoned student's body had undergone terrifying mutations. For some reason, the blood poison seemed somewhat familiar to AI Hui. He remembered reading about something similar in a journal. But when he tried to think about it, he could not remember any details. When AI Hui finally glimpsed Central Pine City, he was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. It was just that. Central Pine City was still the same, prosperous and peaceful. It looked as if nothing had happened. At this moment, someone noticed that the transport wagon was not flying in the direction of Central Pine City. "Where are you taking us?" "I want to go home." "Let us down." The students started to become agitated. Their mental states had already been pushed to the brink of collapse, and when they saw that the transport wagon was taking them to another place, they all went frantic. AI Hui observed quietly from one side. When he saw that Central Pine City was not heavily guarded, he roughly understood what was going on. The induction ground had instituted a lockdown on information. "Teacher Su, please cooperate with us," an elementalist said solemnly. "To prevent the spread of the poison, all of you will have to be quarantined for a period of time. Everyone, please try to understand. This is for the sake of everyone's safety and for all of you." Teacher Su's face turned ugly. He didn't expect to be quarantined just after escaping from that hellhole. But the dead serious look on the elementalist's face told him that it was an order from the goddamn higher-ups. He was clear about the induction ground and the higher-ups' ways of handling such situations. So he had no choice but to console the students. He knew that if he let the students carry on stirring up trouble, things that he did not want to see might happen. "You want to put a lockdown on information?" Duanmu Huanghun suddenly asked. That elementalist's facial expression slightly changed as he glanced at Duanmu Huanghun. However, he did not disagree, and instead replied plainly, "It's for everyone's sake. This is such an enormous catastrophe. Who will be responsible if it creates unnecessary mass hysteria? Why don't you disperse everyone?" Duanmu Huanghun replied, meeting the elementalist's gaze head-on. Without any fear, he asked coldly, "Have you not thought about what will happen if you lose control of the situation? How many people will be implicated? We will not lose control of the situation." The elementalist was aware of Duanmu Huanghun's identity and was careful with his tone. "We have already found a way to deal with this poison." "You figured out a way to deal with the poison?" AI Hui suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Initially, the elementalist had not wanted to divulge anything. However, after seeing the agitation of the surrounding students and that Duanmu Huanghun was staring coldly at him, he decided to reveal a bit of information. "Yes, we found records of a similar poison in the journal of a deceased wood elementalist. The induction ground gathered the most powerful wood elementalists in the city and discovered a way to counter this type of poison. This whole situation was an accident." Accident? Duanmu Huanghun felt that he had heard a huge joke. It was obviously an enormous disaster, where so many people had died, but this fellow was saying that it was just an accident? Yes.
There is a clear record of the formula of this type of poison in the Wood Elementalist's journal. Right now, we are performing tests, but from the looks of it, things are proceeding very smoothly. The Elementalist was brimming with confidence as he replied to Duanmu Huanghun. Ai Hui and the rest were brought to a manor that was roughly 40 kilometers from Central Pine City. When they just reached, they were immediately questioned by a few Elementalists. It was evident that the security was extremely tight. I hope everyone can stay here at ease. If everything goes smoothly, all of you will be back in Central Pine City very soon. Please surrender all the various types of leaves you have with you. There will be severe consequences for anyone who tries to communicate with outside world without permission. If everyone can cooperate with us, the induction ground will compensate for the losses you suffered during this period of time. The Elementalist then hurriedly took off. Let's find a place and sleep, Ai Hui told Fatty. In order to be aware of what was happening outside the mound, Ai Hui hadn't closed his eyes and had stayed in the sword embryo state for 6 days straight. When he finally loosened his grip on the sword hilt, weakness and fatigue flooded him like a tsunami. He casually found an empty room that had a bed and fell asleep the moment he laid on it. Meanwhile, Fatty stood guard at the door. He had slept day and night when under the mound, and he now felt as if he could go for days without sleep. In a heavily guarded basement in the induction ground. The powerful Wood Elementalists of the induction ground had all gathered here. At this moment, they were studying an ancient journal, whose rotten pages revealed its unknown age. This was a 400-year-old journal that was left behind by a Wood-attributed teacher named Si Nan. In this journal, he had recorded his lifetime's research and knowledge in detail. In the course of his research, he had discovered a special phenomenon. Except for blood-refined artifacts, all artifacts from the cultivation era had now become scraps. He had collected a few pieces of blood-refined artifacts, and after carrying out experiments on them, he had discovered that they had the ability to self-repair. No one in current times knew how to use these artifacts, but they had not degenerated like the others. They were well preserved. This unique phenomenon had aroused Si Nan's interest. He had proceeded to study many blood-refining manuals of the cultivation era and had discovered that blood refining was entirely different from those mainstream training methods of the cultivation era. Blood refining was an ancient training method. Reportedly, it originated from the blood sacrifices that humans had made to the heaven and earth when they were just created. Si Nan had combined the knowledge he had obtained from his research on blood refining with that of Wood Elementalists' plant breeding. He hoped to breed plants that possessed the powers of blood refining, and he put in a great deal of effort to breed a lot of plants. However, he did not succeed, even until his death. After he had passed away, his student had discovered a significant amount of premature plants while tidying up his life's works. His student could not bear to destroy his teacher's life's work, but he was too busy to take care of them, so he transplanted these plants to the Garden of Life. And that student had recorded this incident in his diary. After this disaster had broken out in the Garden of Life, someone had remembered Si Nan's journal during the initial investigation. Most of the teachers would donate their life's research and findings to the induction ground after they died, and other teachers had the right to read and study them. There was more than one person who had read Si Nan's journal. Many Wood Elementalists that were gathered here today had also thought of this journal after hearing about the blood poison. This was what encouraged the induction ground the most. They had found the key to the problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, The Fatty's Unique Skill. Chapter 128, The Fatty's Unique Skill. Translator, TYZ Editor. Ai Hui woke up with a splitting headache. He had a dream. He dreamt that the recent event was a dream. And after he woke up from the dream within his dream, he was back in the wilderness, where an elementalist had asked him why he had not finished his work. Are you awake? Fatty's voice brought him back to reality. He turned around and saw Fatty squatting at the door, crunching on a piece of malt candy. If the malt candy were replaced with a bone, Fatty would look exactly like a plump guard dog. Dog, he doesn't look like a dog, pig suits him better. He had persuaded Fatty to stop eating so many candies numerous times, but this fellow would always just turn a deaf ear. He did not know where and how Fatty hid his malt candies. No matter the location or the time, he could always get out a piece of malt candy. It must be his unique skill. Ai Hui's body was drenched in sweat, and he felt terribly uncomfortable. I need to find a place to bathe. The moment he started talking, he was shocked by his hoarse voice. What happened to your throat? Fatty turned around, his face filled with concern. Ai Hui shook his head and did not say anything else. He hung his sword on his waist and walked out of the room. The dazzling sunlight shone upon his face, preventing him from opening his eyes. He subconsciously squinted and used his hands to block the glaring daylight.
After observing his surroundings, AI Hui realized that this place was not a manor but an army camp. From the look of it, this army camp was rather old.
Was it possible that this manor was remodeled from an abandoned army camp? When he noticed a guard standing nearby, AI Hui walked straight towards him and asked, "Is there a place for bathing?" A trace of disdain flashed across the guard's eyes as he took a glance at AI Hui. He was reluctant to waste his words and pointed a finger in the direction of the courtyard. "Thank you." AI Hui nodded and walked in the direction of the guard's finger. "Wait for me," Fatty shouted from behind. With nimbleness that did not match his body size, he appeared beside AI Hui. AI Hui had long become accustomed to Fatty's cowardice. When they were in the wilderness, Fatty would always follow wherever he went, just like now. Luckily, Fatty was timid in nature; if not, he would not have survived until now. As they reached the courtyard, AI Hui discovered a corridor, and after walking through it for a while, they finally saw a small pond. The size of the pond wasn't really that big, however, its water was clear and rippling. Plop! AI Hui jumped into the pond and was prepared to take a relaxing bath. He sighed. How nice would it be if he was in the training hall now? A massage session from Lu Lan would get rid of all his weariness and fatigue. Lu Lan was still the best. He wondered how Lu Lan was doing. AI Hui, I'm coming. Fatty yelled and jumped straight into the pool. AI Hui let the water splash onto his face as his eyes twitched. This bastard. Within seconds, the already small pond had lost half the amount of its water. AI Hui suddenly wished that he could kick Fatty out of the pond. After taking a bath, AI Hui finally felt much better. His splitting headache had been mostly relieved. Headaches, however, weren't an unusual occurrence to him. Whenever he used the sword embryo for an extended period of time, he would have a headache. Yet he never paid it any mind as it would always disappear after some time. This time, if not for the sword embryo, he would have died. After finishing his bath, AI Hui walked to the steps and settled down. He casually plucked a blade of grass and was about to put it in his mouth when he suddenly stopped and scrutinized it. When he discerned that there were no signs of a red color, he placed it near his nose and smelled it. It was only after perceiving that there was no faint fragrance to it that he felt relieved, and he then put it in his mouth and began to chew. He propped his hands behind his head and basked in the sunlight while chewing his blade of grass. What was Lu Lan doing now? How was Master, Mistress, and Senior Mingxiu? When he remembered seeing that Central Pine City looked normal as usual when they flew past it, he was more at ease. He felt that he was worrying for nothing. Mistress and Senior Mingxiu were so powerful, why would he need to worry about them? Lu Lan was a sand puppet, no one would deliberately target him. Crunch! Crunch! The sound of someone crunching malt candies came from AI Hui's side. AI Hui's thoughts suddenly disappeared, and he then involuntarily laughed at his previous melancholy. The heat from the sun was intense. After lying in the sun for only a short moment, AI Hui's shirt was already drenched in sweat. He stood up and gave Fatty a harsh kick. Fatty opened his groggy eyes and looked blankly at AI Hui. Wake up and start training now, AI Hui instructed. Training? Fatty was in a daze. After a while, he collapsed back onto the ground. Such beautiful sunshine, let me sleep a bit more, However, AI Hui didn't say anything and used one hand to pull Fatty up, dragging him to a nearby empty training hall. Don't think that I've forgotten about the debt you owe me. Do you think you can get away with stealing my money that easily? From today onwards, I'm your creditor. You will only have your life back the day you return me my money. And to prevent you from dying accidentally and from me being able to get my money back, I will be supervising your training. AI Hui stopped talking as he felt his throat become uncomfortable after speaking so many words in a single breath. Fatty's face was filled with fear. He knew how terrifying AI Hui's training routine was. The training hall was empty. The sun was so scorching hot that Fatty felt that the bath he took earlier was a waste. Show me what you can do. When Fatty heard this, he shivered with fear. But just as he was about to open his mouth and plead, AI Hui's fist was coming straight at him. Fatty instinctively dodged to the side. His movement was unusually graceful and agile, similar to a fat cat. AI Hui's fist grazed the side of his face, sending undulations through its layers of fat. Fatty's eyes widened as a shiver ran down his spine. This fellow is for real. If that punch had landed squarely on his face, it would now be swollen like a pig's head. AI Hui, if there's anything wrong, we can talk about it. It's not worth to risk our brotherly relationship for such a small amount of money. Fatty's voice was trembling. He resembled a madman as he dodged AI Hui's punches left and right. You have become more adept at dodging.
From the corner of his eyes, Fatty noticed a glint flicker through AI Huey's eyes. A shiver ran down his spine once more. He was all too familiar with this expression. Right now, AI Hui was in an extremely dangerous mood.
Spare me, AI Hui. Let me off, please. I know I was wrong, I really know I'm wrong.
Fatty wailed desperately. AI Huey's face remained expressionless, but he started to throw his punches faster. Although he had never learned boxing before, his punches were extremely rapid and precise, similar to torrential rain. Initially, he had just wanted to see Fatty's progress, but after his first few punches hit nothing but air, he became more enthusiastic in attacking. Fatty looked extremely pathetic as he rolled and crawled around, trying to escape. However, he still managed to dodge AI Huey's punches, and it was as if there was lubricant all over his body. Last time, Fatty would not have been able to perform at such a level. It appeared that he had made significant progress. AI Huey's punches kept missing their target. However, the more surprised he became at Fatty's improvement, the more earnest he became with his attacks. Even though he was no good at boxing, the continually failed attacks stirred up his battle lust. Once AI Hui really became serious, his punches slowed down. Fatty was like a cat which had its hair standing on end as if it had sensed an incoming storm. At this moment, AI Hui sensed something amiss with his body. It was as if he had entered the sword embryo state. In the past few days when he was under the mound, AI Hui did not dare to let go of the grass sword lest he leave the sword embryo state. It had been a while since he had continuously held on to the sword for 6 days and nights. Ever since he had discovered that it was easy to develop an unhealthy dependency on the sword embryo, which, in turn, would damage his actual skill level, he had tried his utmost to prevent himself from entering the sword embryo state.
What had happened under the mound was an emergency.
At that time, he could not care about whether or not he would develop a dependency on the sword embryo. Previously, when AI Hui had just woken up, he had assumed that his splitting headache was a side effect of entering the sword embryo state for a prolonged period. However, at this moment, AI Hui realized that he was getting more and more used to the sword embryo state.
He was finding it easier to enter it as well.
Instead of punching, AI Hui used his fingers as a sword and brandished it casually. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh!
Those swooshing sounds would cause one to prostrate with fear.
Fatty was like a puffed-up, frightened fat cat. He felt the approach of danger and quickly maneuvered his body. However, to his horror, no matter how he maneuvered his body, he could not completely dodge AI Huey's seemingly relaxed sword fingers. From those fearful swooshing sounds, Fatty knew that if he got hit, the result would be miserable. Just as Fatty was about to be jabbed by AI Huey's swordplay, he suddenly rolled onto the ground, and his right palm shot out a jet of scorching hot flames.
Voom! Like a fat rat, Fatty quickly turned around and scurried away. He was abnormally fast. This is quite interesting.
AI Huey's eyes lit up. He had never seen such a move before.
It reminded him of fireworks. Fatty had always been proficient at sneaking and escaping.
With the addition of this move, his escaping skills could be said to be matchless.
This was Fatty's typical style.
Even the moves he had learned in the induction ground were used for escaping.
We can talk about it nicely, AI Hui. After all, we are brothers. Why let such a small amount of money injure our brotherly love? A money-minded world is cold and disappointing.
Don't worry, once I go back and save enough money, I will immediately return the money to you.
Fatty fawned over AI Hui, continuously bowing and making promises. Go back and save enough money? Fatty, if I'm able to find you after you go back, I would be as fat as you. AI Hui sneered. The one with the surname AI. If you're capable enough, kill me then.
Today, we shall break all ties.
Fatty was enraged.
Too lazy to be bothered with him, AI Hui suddenly surged forward.
Ah, damn it. Fatty's facial expression changed. He immediately turned around and started to flee.
Even though he was fat, he ran very fast. And as he ran, his palm continued to shoot out flames. With his body slightly crouched, AI Hui drew his sawtooth grass sword and dragged it behind him. He stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, and his body leaped towards Fatty like an arrow that had been released from a bow. AI Hui did not train his copper skin for nothing. The force generated from his right leg was extremely great. His ankle dug deep into the soil, causing crushed rocks to shoot backward as he continued to shoot forwards.
Bang! The sound generated was so loud that even the guard standing far away had a surprised look on his face.
It was rare to see students from the induction ground who had mastered the body tempering skill, copper skin.
Every step AI Hui took was generating immense power.
He was like a heavy bull that was dashing forward madly, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake.
Fatty's face became ashen when he looked back. Damn it!
The distance between them was rapidly decreasing, and the glint in AI Huey's eyes was much colder than the grass sword in his hand. Suddenly, Fatty pointed his right palm outwards and shot out another massive jet of blazing flames. His body made a sudden sharp turn in the air, and like a rubber ball, he bounced and darted in another direction. Fatty heaved a sigh of relief. This was a time-tested move. The faster he ran, the better this move worked. Previously, he had purposely increased his speed just to enhance this move's effect.
AI we definitely could not catch him.
Fatty was filled with satisfaction. He turned around and was prepared to see AI Hui fail to stop and be thrown out of the training hall. However, when he took a closer look at AI Hui, he was momentarily stunned. Like a huge bat, AI Hui was flying in a weird arc-like trajectory through the air and was swooping directly towards him. He had seen a ghost. All Fatty could think of were these 3 words: to be continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 129, as seen by Duanmu. Chapter 129, as seen by Duanmu. Translator, YH Editor.
Duanmu Huanghan was sleeping when he suddenly heard some activity outside.
Fatty's voice pierced his ears like demonic music. Talking about debts again.
In his semi-conscious state, the voices plucked at the delicate strings of his sanity, making the corner of his eye twitch wildly.
Just what was this AI Hui up to? Going around collecting debts? Is he a loan shark? Duanmu Huanghan pulled the sheets over his head in an attempt to block the noise. He decided to restrain his curiosity and stay inside. He'd only be asking for trouble if he went out now. It hadn't been easy for them to finally get to safety, so why were these people not resting? Duanmu Huanghan was determined to continue sleeping in a bid to repair his damaged psyche.
The 6 days that they were trapped in the mound felt like a nightmare. Although he had appeared to be very calm during those 6 days, he had actually been terrified. The tension only began to subside after they returned to safety, but by then the post-trauma stress had started to kick in. Duanmu Huanghan had felt very muddled throughout the next few days. He had slept lightly and was awakened by even the slightest noise. He would have nightmares all through the night, sometimes waking up from one in fear, unable to discern if he was really awake.
Consecutive days of poor sleep left Duanmu Huanghan severely dispirited and devoid of energy. He wasn't the only one experiencing this, the others were going through the same as well. Even Teacher Su went about with a dazed expression on his face. However, Duanmu Huanghan was unable to go back to sleep as the noise outside was simply too loud. Having had enough of it, he promptly erupted in anger, jumping off the bed and dashing towards the door. What are these 2 jokers trying to pull? Can't they just let the rest of us have some peace? When he rushed out of the room, he saw 2 figures drenched in sweat, standing in the middle of an empty training ground. 200 sets of fluttering butterfly steps. If you can't complete it, I'll thrash you. No, please. Please spare me, AI Hui. Duanmu Huanghan owes you 150 million yuan, yet he's allowed to sleep peacefully. I owe you so much less, so please stop torturing me. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huanghan felt the urge to quickly return to his room. This is too humiliating. His face turned bright red. That despicable scoundrel had been going around and smearing his reputation. How hateful. Duanmu Huanghan wasn't sleepy anymore. All he felt was an overwhelming impulse to go out and fervently earn money. How was he going to reclaim his reputation if he couldn't pay up this 150 million yuan? Duanmu Huanghan glared intensely at AI Hui. It's 300 steps now. I don't want to hear any more nonsense coming out of your mouth. AI Hui's words made the fatty explode with anger. An unyielding and enraged expression was plastered across his face as he leaned forward, ready to confront AI Hui. Duanmu Huanghan looked on in disdain. Does he really think that everyone's going to just listen to him? Humph. Even a teacher wouldn't say something this fierce. How can he treat his friends with such disrespect? A civil war was bound to erupt at this rate. Looks like there's going to be a show. Duanmu Huanghan was taking delight in the impending disaster. AI Hui remained expressionless and said, "Come at me if you dare." However, Fatty stared at AI Hui with rage and suddenly barked. Woof! Weren't you all full of gusto earlier? Weren't you going to play the hero? Come on, say something vicious to my face. Woof! Don't dare to argue anymore? TSK, where's your backbone? Are you terrified now? A hero. Weren't you acting all brave a moment ago? Where has that bravery gone? Woof! 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 Bark again and you'll have to do 500 more steps.
Fatty hopped away from AI Hui like a bouncy ball of meat, glaring angrily at him the whole time.
Duanmu Huanghun was at a loss for words.
Out of the corner of his eyes, AI Hui noticed Duanmu Huanghun standing under the eave. He was suddenly reminded of the fellow who owes you 150 million that Fatty had spoken of earlier.
150 million yuan.
AI Hui was greatly annoyed by that damned ingrate. He turned his head away and started his own training. AI Hui was keeping an eye on Fatty's training because he didn't want him to die so easily. It was okay to be weak if he hid well, but Fatty was weak and loved to meddle in others' affairs. Fatty may be a cheap person, but AI Hui didn't want him to die. After all, who was going to return AI Hui the money if he did? He was all too familiar with Fatty's character. That guy was lazy, timid, and looked really sleazy. In actual fact, however, he was a sentimental person who always tried to be on good terms with everyone. AI Hui never knew that Fatty had done so many things behind his back, but he was aware that Fatty had come to the induction ground to look out for him. AI Hui knew that he couldn't change Fatty's character, he just didn't want him to die. Being stronger should help him even when he's running for his life. AI Hui had always felt that he was more selfish than Fatty. He would always look out for himself first and find a path that was suitable for himself before proceeding with something. If Fatty was killed by someone, AI Hui would definitely seek revenge. If the killer was too strong, then perhaps he would train for a few years before seeking revenge. But if the other party was so much more powerful that AI Hui felt that there was no chance of winning, he would put his utmost effort to burn incense and pay his respects. AI Hui was supervising Fatty's training because he wanted to train as well. He was killing two birds with one stone. After resting, AI Hui immediately began his training preparations. There was no time to waste. The 6 days spent in the mound may have been the most terrifying event of the other students' lives, but to AI Hui, it had only helped him understand that life in the induction ground was no fairy tale either. Life in the induction ground was amazing, but there was an unrealistic quality to it that always made AI Hui wonder if he was just dreaming. The recent incident had lifted a veil from his eyes, serving as a timely reminder of the potential dangers that lurked about even in the induction ground. This was the reality that had eluded him. Not only did the danger not make him panic, but it had also helped him find inner peace. No matter how perfect his life in the induction ground would appear, it wasn't a life that AI Hui was used to. He had always felt a nagging uneasiness. Now that the induction ground had become more dangerous in reality, he was back to a familiar way of life. He truly felt comfortable in his new surroundings. AI Hui quickly adapted to the changes since it was an experience he was already familiar with. In the wilderness, he would always train whenever he had time. This manor had once been an army camp, so it had excellent facilities for training. It would be a waste to not practice in such an excellent location, especially since he had so much free time. AI Hui was very mindful of his time and would never tolerate wasting it. Furthermore, exchanging blows with Fatty gave AI Hui a surge of motivation. Fatty had only activated his right-hand palace but was able to execute recoil and drifting techniques quite beautifully. AI Hui had specially asked Fatty about this, and he learned that Fatty had grasped the techniques on his own through repeated attempts. Learning how to escape more effectively had always been Fatty's biggest priority when it came to training. AI Hui approved of Fatty's thinking. His own thirst for more power stemmed out of his desire to survive. Fatty's focus on escaping was also for survival. The two of them were, in essence, pretty similar. Beating Fatty in those last few rounds helped AI Hui understand Fatty's thought process. Besides that, he also discovered some changes within himself. The sword embryo seed's transformation. During the 6 days spent in the mound, AI Hui had never once let go of his sword and was constantly in the sword embryo state. At that point in time, his focus was on self-preservation, but he now realized that activating the state for 6 days had caused the sword embryo to undergo a change. His sixth sense had become even sharper than before. Even when he wasn't in the sword embryo state, AI Hui's sixth sense was now as keen as it was in his previous sword embryo state. If he were to wield a sword now. AI Hui lifted his sword and slowly closed his eyes. He felt as if the grass sword had become an extension of his body. He was able to feel the ambient temperature and airflow around the sword through the sword itself. This was something that he couldn't possibly have done before. As AI Hui started to circulate the elemental energy within his body, he was amazed to discover that the grass sword in his hand had an extremely high affinity with his elemental energy. Before AI Hui could fully grasp what was happening, his elemental energy was already pouring into the grass sword. The sawtooth grass sword in AI Hui's hand started to faintly glow. The understated shine of this grass sword meant that it wouldn't reflect much light when brandished, something AI Hui liked very much as it gave him an advantage when fighting at night. His biggest concern wasn't how dazzling or brilliant a sword was, but whether it could pierce his enemy. This time, however, the faint glow emerging from the grass sword could be seen even under the strong sunlight. Aihui discovered that he could actually sense that the grass sword had a saturated feeling to it, but he was unsure why. It was similar to the feeling he had at the noodle shop when he ate 10 bowls of noodles in one go. Can a sword feel full? Aihui couldn't help but laugh, but the feeling was very sharp and distinct. Like a big fellow who needed to take a stroll after eating a lot, Aihui subconsciously thrust out the sword in his hand. One stroke after another. Every stroke was simple and unadorned. Aihui soon noticed that the sword's point was experiencing some sort of resistance. It felt as if he was stabbing the sword through water. This feeling became more and more intense, with each stroke becoming ever more laborious. The sun at noon was ferocious, and Aihui's forehead was now drenched in sweat. Beneath the bandages, his muscles were all trembling. Standing under the eave, Duanmu Huanghan blankly watched the two of them dripping with sweat under the scorching sun. These two people. He initially thought that Aihui was only tormenting Fatty on purpose to vent his anger.
Duanmu Huanghan didn't expect Aihui to actually start training as well. He didn't anticipate this at all. The harrowing experience in the Garden of Life was like a recurring nightmare, draining him of his vitality. Being placed here under quarantine only made his imagination run wild, causing him to become even more uncertain of what was going to happen. Under such circumstances, how could anyone possibly still want to train? It wasn't just him, the other students were the same. Everyone was dispirited and listless, clearly still affected by the traumatic incident. Yet these two jokers had already started training. The midday sun was so vicious that it was hard to even open one's eyes. The rest of the students were hiding in their dark, shady rooms while Aihui and Fatty were busy with their practice in the otherwise empty training ground. Duanmu Huanghan thought of just how much they were sweating. Fatty's entire body was drenched with sweat. It was almost as if he had just gone for a swim. His clothes were completely soaked and were clinging onto his body. Aihui was experiencing the same thing. The grass sword in his hand felt like it weighed a ton. Every stroke of his sword had substantially slowed down, and even Duanmu Huanghan could see that Aihui was using every last ounce of his strength. Duanmu Huanghan snapped out of his daze feeling ashamed of himself. He was so frail when compared to them. Just as he was about to return to his room to start practicing, he glimpsed Aihui's figure out of the corner of his eyes. Duanmu Huanghan's body immediately froze as his eyes opened wide. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, A Flash. Chapter 130, A Flash. Translator, YH Editor. Aihui had no idea that someone was secretly observing them, but he wouldn't really care even if he knew. He was exceptionally focused right now. All his attention was on the grass sword in his hand. Never had he imagined that there would come a day when he could experience the world through the eyes of a sword. He felt as if he had possessed the grass sword, turning it from an inanimate object into a living thing. If he hadn't bought it from Manager Lee's shop himself, Aihui would probably have thought that this grass sword was some kind of legendary weapon. Back when he was reading swordplay manuals in the swordsman school, Aihui would often chance upon passages discussing the mythical sword souls. These were, of course, legends of old, and now that the swordsmen were long gone, there was no longer anyone who could verify such things. Aihui had treated these passages as mere stories. The cultivators of the past had left behind many bizarre accounts, but even those were no match for the seemingly exaggerated topics of the swordsman. He had read accounts of swordsmen who were too embarrassed to even leave their homes without first achieving a certain skill level. Aihui was initially astonished by the things he had read, but the sheer number of such accounts soon left him numb. Yes, indeed, today you put out the sun, tomorrow you shattered the moon, and the day after you could only destroy the stars. Oh, did you say that there were too many stars? The more he read, the more accustomed he became to these oddities. Eventually, these stories no longer made him feel any shock or surprise. But, today, the grass sword he was wielding seemed to be alive. The feeling wasn't particularly intense, but it was exceptionally clear. Could it be that swords really were alive? Aihui was still unsure. Every swordplay manual would mention at least once that swords had essences within them. What they meant was that every sword, when cast, was bestowed with its own spiritual characteristics. Sword essences varied in strength, and some were even able to grow along with their owners, further evolving into sword spirits and sword souls. Since this was written in practically all the swordplay manuals, Aihui believed that it wasn't all nonsense and might have been actually true during the cultivation era. But the times had since changed, with elemental energy becoming dominant after the disintegration of spiritual force. Now that even the swordsmen were gone, how could there still be sword essences? Aihui suppressed these distracting thoughts and executed a simple sword stroke. He had read countless swordplay manuals and had an understanding of swordplay that few today could match.
His actions were accurate and well controlled. When he had just planted the sword embryo, the only literature that he could seek help from were the swordplay manuals. Strangely, it was the low-level manuals that were of use to him.
The more advanced the manual, the less applicable they were. Brandishing a grass sword was usually effortless for AI Hui. Today, however, this feat could hardly be said to be effortless. AI Hui seemed to have become one with the grass sword. He felt as though he was bound by the surrounding air. He was not accustomed to this restrictive sensation, and AI Hui felt like he was trapped underwater, repressed by forces all around him. He knew that this was merely an illusion, but the experience was too intense. Thrusting the sword just a little bit faster made it feel as though he had slammed into a large wave, causing the blade to wobble. AI Hui had no choice but to increase his effort as each stroke became heavier than the last. His muscles were bulging and trembling from the effort, like a heavy-duty belt driving a huge wheel. AI Hui's sword strokes slowed down as the sword became heavier and the air resistance increased. Beads of sweat rolled down AI Hui's body as his muscles continued to churn out massive amounts of power. All of a sudden, he felt as if he had finally pierced through that invisible resistive force. With a sudden jolt, the grass sword in his hand spontaneously emitted dazzling rays of light. Its brightness was so intense that not even the scorching midday sun could mask its brilliance. The light that had burst forth from the grass sword blinded AI Hui. He noticed that the grass sword had become much lighter. A loud boom followed. A powerful earth-rending force sent AI Hui flying through the air before he could even react. The massive blunt force left AI Hui thoroughly concussed, his ears ringing. An unknown amount of time had passed before he heard Fatty's anxious voice coming from what seemed like quite a distance away. AI Hui, are you alright? How are you feeling? The surreal sounds gradually became clearer as AI Hui's pupils began to focus. Fatty anxiously let out a stream of words. AI Hui, can you not scare me like that? What kind of training is this? It looks more like you're committing suicide. Here I had thought that you became more tranquil, but it seems like you're as violent as ever. No, you're even more violent now. I don't get it, aren't you doing just fine? What's more, I'm the one who owes money, not you. Fatty's long-winded nagging reminded AI Hui of their time in the wilderness. His whole body was unbearably numb, an aftereffect of that enormous impact he had just suffered. Although it had disrupted the flow of his blood and chi, it could heal in moments. After 10 seconds, he finally recovered some movement, and he struggled to stand up. He spat out the sand in his mouth, still feeling dizzy. What just happened? AI Hui's gaze fell onto where he had previously stood. What he saw shook him deeply, his reaction similar to a deer in headlights. A large pit, which was 6 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep, appeared where he had last stood. Duanmu Huanghun stared blankly at the pit. Not even the sudden influx of figures and noise could rouse him from his daze. What happened? What's going on? Did a wild beast get in? Wasn't this place supposed to be safe? Heavens, what just happened here? The commotion brought even more students out of their rooms. Everyone was still on edge from the incident in the Garden of Life, and they were all easily startled. That massive blast had definitely thrown their instincts into overdrive. The guards in the area soon came over to investigate. What a large pit, What is going on? Did a wild beast attack? Did anyone witness the events that transpired? Asked a man, who appeared to be the head of the guards. I stammered the guard that gave AI Hui directions. What is it? The head asked softly. The guard gulped and replied, one of the students was practicing when suddenly. A student was practicing? The head responded with suspicion. He glanced at the large pit in the training ground. Do you mean to say that this deep pit was the result of a student practicing? Everyone else was filled with disbelief. How could a student possibly create such a huge pit? What he said was true, said Duanmu Huanghun out of nowhere. He inevitably stared at AI Hui's dazed face, unable to calm down. He now realized just how wrong he was to have underestimated AI Hui. Duanmu Huanghun could understand why the head guard wasn't convinced. He probably wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it himself either. His viridescent flower dance was unpredictable and vicious, but creating a pit this large would take up every last shred of his strength. Causing an explosion like this didn't actually require skill. What was more important was the quality of one's elemental energy. Fire elemental energy was the most explosive of them all, but to create a pit of this size would still require the activation of at least 4 palaces. Students with an affinity for other elements would probably need something upwards of 6 palaces to achieve the same effect. AI Hui here wasn't using fire elemental energy but the non-explosive metal elemental energy.
What's more, he had only activated 2 palaces. Duanmu Huanghun had already found it hard to believe that AI Hui could activate 2 palaces in such a short time. After all, that guy had such a pathetic aptitude.
Although terribly shocking, Duanmu Huanghun could still accept it.
When it came to training, elementalists with poorer aptitudes could at times have sudden bursts of progress.
This sight in front of him, though,
it was completely beyond his understanding. The head guard recognized Duanmu Huanghun, especially since he was the only person here that required extra protection.
He nodded towards Duanmu Huanghun.
Now that he knew his subordinate was telling the truth, an intense feeling of curiosity arose within him.
Could it be that there was another genius among them? He slowly walked towards AI Hui, inspecting the pit as he went past it.
It was only upon closer inspection that he fully realized the complete magnitude of the blast.
The head guard's expression turned grave.
He'd probably be dead from an impact this powerful.
"Young man, how may I address you?"
the head guard asked amiably. AI Hui had regained his composure by then, and his eyes were glowing with a strong luster.
He had sensed immense changes within his body and couldn't wait to resume his practice. "My name is AI Hui," he answered hurriedly. "Can you lend me a sword?"
His sawtooth grass sword had been completely destroyed. All that was left was the hilt that AI Hui was holding on to. The thoughts in his head urged him to get on with his practice, distracting him from feeling sorry for the loss of his sword. The head guard was stunned for a moment, but he quickly responded, "No problem." He turned around and shouted, "Someone toss me a sword." One of the guards brought his sword forward, and the head guard grabbed it and handed it over to AI Hui. His tone was friendly as he instructed, "Use it as you please, AI Hui. Everyone else, kindly step away from the immediate area." He was experienced enough to notice that AI Hui had just had a revelation. He knew that it was horribly annoying to be disturbed at times like these. After all, inspiration seldom knocked twice.
AI Hui sincerely thanked the head guard. Everyone kept quiet as they looked on curiously.
Seeing AI Hui all ready to start anew kept them fixated. They might have missed his performance earlier, but not this next attempt.
AI Hui couldn't be bothered about the onlookers.
He took the sword and began to assume the same stance as before.
Duanmu Huanghun stared at AI Hui with his eyes wide. He recognized the same stance from before. Was AI Hui going to repeat that move? He focused hard, afraid he'd miss any details.
All he had seen before was an exceptionally brilliant burst of light that had obscured AI Hui's silhouette.
Right after that came the earth-splitting sensation.
This time, he had to see the technique that enabled a student with only 2 activated palaces to generate such explosive strength.
Everyone, not only Duanmu Huanghun, kept their eyes peeled and held their breaths. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, Elemental Energy of the Sword. Chapter 131, Elemental Energy of the Sword. Translator, YH Editor. Sword in hand, AI Hui prepared to strike.
20 minutes passed, but AI Hui remained in that same stance, not moving one bit.
Several students soon became impatient and prepared to leave. What is he trying to do? He's obviously making it unnecessarily complicated. Let's go.
The majority of the students left the training ground, leaving only a handful behind. Those who remained began to sit in clusters, chatting under the shade.
AI Hui's explosion had shocked the students greatly.
The shock, however, seemed to clear up the fog in the students' minds, rousing them from their distracted state. After all, they were young people whose minds could easily be taken away from their worries. Although the shadows of the incident still lingered in their minds, the students were already becoming more cheerful. Teacher Su was slightly embarrassed that he, himself, was stuck in a daze and unable to monitor the condition of his students.
If not for AI Hui's distraction, the rest of them would probably still be in shock. He heaved a sigh of relief, placing his gaze on AI Hui. Teacher Su had many misgivings. He was well aware of AI Hui's situation. He knew that AI Hui had a weak aptitude but was very hardworking and polite. Seeing the large pit in the ground left him bewildered. Was that sword-wielding young man really the untalented AI Hui that he knew? To Teacher Su, AI Hui was now a figure shrouded in mystery. Many details from the incident at the Garden of Life spontaneously surfaced in his mind. Teacher Su remembered how AI Hui had demonstrated respectable strength. Only 2 of his students were taken in by other teachers as disciples. One was Duanmu Huanghun, while the other was AI Hui. He glanced at Duanmu Huanghun, who was observing AI Hui attentively. Teacher Su smiled to himself, noting that AI Hui would make a fine rival for Duanmu Huanghun.
AI Hui did not pay attention to what was happening in the periphery. He had regained his composure after receiving the sword, channeling his attention toward the changes in his body and sorting out the waves of ideas that had washed upon his mind. His eyes were getting brighter. AI Hui made a sudden movement. Teacher Su saw Duanmu Huanghan shiver slightly. Teacher Su quickly reacted, turning to look at AI Hui. Indeed, AI Hui had stood up. The head guard was more experienced than the other two when it came to such situations. Despite AI Hui remaining utterly motionless, the head guard was not impatient. The moment AI Hui made a move, the head guard immediately opened his eyes wide to avoid missing anything important. These spontaneous and rare moments of epiphany were extremely important for practitioners. It was also immensely beneficial for spectators to observe such moments, especially since they did not occur that often. Thus, the head guard was very patient. AI Hui's attention was focused on the space in front of him. He formed a seal with his left hand before slowly raising the sword with his right. Like an elderly lady, his moves were executed extremely slowly. A wisp of elemental energy flowed out from the mass of elemental energy within his natal residence, attracted by the movement of his sword. The grass sword in his hand was like a delicious piece of meat, enticing the elemental energy in his body to flow. AI Hui's sword strokes were deliberately unhurried. Following his movement, the elemental energy within his body felt like a wild horse tugging forcefully at its reins, slowly surging forward. It entered his right-hand palace before moving into the grass sword. At that instant, when the elemental energy poured into the grass sword, the resonance between the sword embryo and the grass sword soared abruptly. Right at that very moment, the sword embryo between his brows started to throb. It appeared to throb rhythmically, like a pulse. The throbbing was not quick, but it felt like something was repeatedly hammering his mind. AI Hui restrained his mind, ignoring the throbbing of the sword embryo. His focus was on maintaining the speed at which he channeled the elemental energy as he continued with his patient sword strokes. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Like a noiseless drum, the throbbing pulsed on intensely. The elemental energy within the sword appeared to heed his call, flowing one round through the grass sword before returning to his body. AI Hui was ecstatic as he confirmed his theory. The accident earlier enabled him to have a deeper understanding of the sword embryo. He was able to sense the grass sword attracting the elemental energy within his body, and he then noticed the sword embryo attracting the elemental energy back from the grass sword. The explosion had occurred because he had failed to control the speed at which the elemental energy flowed. The sudden influx of excessive elemental energy into the sword was responsible for the subsequent explosion. From within this mess, AI Hui managed to identify the sword technique as the sword embryo's trigger. This was something new. The amount of elemental energy that AI Hui had back when he first started practicing swordplay techniques was pathetic. Despite that, he had always practiced infusing the grass sword with elemental energy. However, it was only recently that he began to circulate the elemental energy within his body as he practiced swordplay. AI Hui knew he had struck the jackpot when the elemental energy slowly flowed back into his body, but the elemental energy that had returned was transformed. The sharpness associated with the elemental energy in his body became even richer. AI Hui did not know how to describe this particular flavor, but the first thing that came to mind was the flavor of a sword. AI Hui had previously been unable to refine the elemental energy that he obtained from the suspending golden pagoda. In addition to its harsh nature, elemental energy from the pagoda was at a much higher level than the energy he possessed. Due to its powerful attractive force, the huge mass of elemental energy within his natal residence made it difficult for AI Hui to control his elemental energy. AI Hui was indescribably happy to discover that the elemental energy which had circulated back from the grass sword was much easier to control. The energy that returned from the sword had a different nature and was no longer affected by the attractive force of the elemental energy mass. Attraction would only occur between elemental energies of a similar nature. The elemental energy that returned to his body embarked on one circulatory cycle revolution on its own. He noticed the sword embryo absorbing a portion of the elemental energy as it flowed past the space between his eyebrows. While surprised, AI Hui was not thrown off by this as he continued to execute his dance with the sword. About 20% of the elemental energy was absorbed by the sword embryo. He heaved a huge sigh, relieved that the sword embryo was not consuming much more of his elemental energy. Strands of elemental energy continued to flow from his natal residence into the grass sword before returning to his body to perform one revolution of the circulatory cycle. A portion of this new energy was absorbed by the sword embryo while the remainder was stored within his right and left hand palaces. The two pathways ran parallel to each other without conflict. After short a while, AI Hui's left and right hand palaces started to swell up. AI Hui knew that he was reaching his limits. He understood that training was about steady, incremental progress and that overtraining would lead to undesirable consequences. The activation and expansion of each palace was, in essence, a gradual process. Upon seeing this, he immediately prepared to stop. Although he had yet to figure out what exactly the sword embryo was, he now had a vague idea. Anything that had to do with swords seemed to elicit some reaction from the sword embryo. A sudden urge rose up within him. He had only been executing plain sword strokes, so what would happen if he were to perform a sword technique in its entirety? The sword seemed to hear his thoughts as he began to perform a sword move exactly as described in one of the manuals. This move was simple enough. It was the Galebat blade that he was familiar with. The Galebat blade's characteristic feature was its non-linear movement. Every sword stroke moved in a distinct arc, slicing through the air at an angle before bouncing off suddenly, like a stone being skipped across water. Aihui had previously used this move to change his direction in midair. Aihui had studied the Galebat blade more than the other moves because being able to change direction in midair was a very useful ability. The arc traces left behind by the grass sword looked like the sweeping wings of the Galebat. The sword embryo became more and more agitated as Aihui danced around with the sword in hand, vibrating like the plucked strings of a zither. The elemental energy stored within his hand palaces also began to stir. Aihui's moves were increasing in speed. Within his body, the elemental energy appeared to be boiling over as it ceaselessly bubbled over the edge. Duanmu Huanghan was taken aback when he sensed a keen aura emanating from Aihui. It was as though Aihui had transformed into a legendary sword that was capable of emitting a sharp and piercing cold. The Aihui standing in the training area was not the one that Duanmu Huanghan recognized. Teacher Su was startled by the sight as well. Logically speaking, Aihui's aura appeared to be in line with the characteristic nature of metal elemental energy. Yet, even with his profound knowledge, Teacher Su had never encountered something like this before. The gracefulness of Aihui's sword dance reminded Teacher Su of the swordsman. With the decline of swordplay, however, most of the so-called swordplay masters of today were really just a bunch of performers. Afraid that Aihui was walking down the wrong path, he decided to discuss the matter with him later. The headguard looked on in awe as he experienced the sharp, piercing sensation. Aihui's aura also possessed a potent aggressive intent which stabbed at the headguard's mind with an indescribable edge. He was fond of this imposing aura, noting that someone like this would definitely make an excellent vanguard. Duanmu Huanghan was the only person in this class who had some importance. The guards were not asked to keep an eye out for any of the other students, meaning that their families did not have much influence. Perhaps he could consider roping Aihui in? Completely oblivious to the thoughts and feelings of the others, Aihui felt himself losing control of the elemental energy that was boiling within his body. Sensing danger, he subconsciously truncated the sword move. The sizzling elemental energy abruptly turned cold, like a large wave suddenly losing all of its might and directly collapsing onto the sand beneath it. Aihui experienced an acute pain coming from both his hand palaces. Bright red blood oozed out from beneath the skin of his palms. All traces of his performance had vanished completely. Aihui returned to being the average young man that everyone knew, as if everything that happened was just an illusion. Right before the blood dripped off the edge of his palm, the snow-white bandage on his arm shot forward like a snake to intercept it. The drop of blood disappeared upon contact with the bandage. As if they were unsatisfied, the bandages on both his arms wound themselves up toward his palms. In an instant, not a single trace of blood remained. The blood bandage then automatically returned to its original state. Aihui looked at his hands, completely dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 132, The Premature Disappearance of Elemental Energy. Chapter 132, The Premature Disappearance of Elemental Energy. Translator, YH Editor. This is indeed a very unique and potent blood poison. The person speaking was Chao Hua, the first teacher to think of Si Nan's notebook. There were thousands of teachers who were what elementalists in the induction ground, and they were divided into different sections. The sections varied greatly in terms of standards. Of the top 10 wood element teachers in the induction ground, Chao Hua was the youngest. His achievements at such a young age led many to consider him as someone who could be well on track to match up to Dai Gang. Chao Hua had bright eyes and a confident demeanor. He gave off a vibe of being capable and experienced, but he was not pedantic like the average teacher. He did things decisively and never procrastinated. Many problems that others could not solve were often solved perfectly by him. Over time, he won the trust of everyone around him. Chao Hua had immediately sought out Si Nan's notes when they came to mind. He found many corresponding theories within these notes, then quickly started forming a group of recognized wood elementalists. The group's aim was to comb through Si Nan's notes, find all the relevant theories, and devise ways to counteract the poison.
The induction ground responded promptly, gathering the most outstanding wood element teachers to help him. In addition, the induction ground had specially dispatched extra manpower to capture some poison animals. Their combined efforts helped Xiao Hua live up to his expectations, and he soon found what he needed. This particular blood poison is very fragile in its initial stage, making it the most vulnerable at that time.
However, we have obviously already missed this opportune period.
First, it takes about 10 days to infect a plant. Then, it begins to spread at an impressive speed via plant pollen and spores. The climate is partly responsible for the massive outbreak this time, as the flowering season further increased the rate at which the virus spread. Xiao Hua explained confidently to the elders of the induction ground. His speech was convincing and assuring. It is also capable of infecting the moisture within the soil, which is why the ground appears blood red when dug up. As of now, we have not found evidence of deeper penetration.
If the groundwater deep underground becomes infected, then we're finished.
Fortunately, the worst scenario has yet to happen.
Xiao Hua's voice reverberated throughout the conference room, enthralling everyone within. The most formidable aspect of this poison is its unique ability to mutate. After infecting a plant, the blood poison becomes much more toxic.
Once the infected plant is ingested by herbivores, such as rabbits, the poison changes again, becoming several times more potent.
If the infected rabbit is then eaten by a wolf, the toxicity of the blood poison once again multiplies.
Every round of infection sees its toxicity multiplied even further, making the poison very frightening.
A commotion began to stir among the elders, their faces revealing feelings of surprise and fright.
They had never heard of such a strange and terrifying blood poison before.
Teacher Xiao Hua starting speaking in a graver tone, if only the terrors of this blood poison stopped here, but the truth of the matter is that we have found something even worse about it. Research on the injured student has revealed that elemental energy is even better than flesh in encouraging the poison's mutation.
Elemental energy appears to be the blood poison's preferred nutrient. A small amount of elemental energy is enough to alter the nature of the poison.
Because it devours elemental energy frantically, any elementalist who is infected will quickly lose all of his elemental energy to the poison.
The greater the toxicity of the poison, the more efficiently it spreads throughout the body.
After the body has been drained of elemental energy, the elementalist will ultimately become just a blood human.
The conference room went quiet for a moment before abruptly exploding with noise.
Has this been proven? How can such a blood poison possibly exist? Are you exaggerating? This is impossible. Unable to accept this answer, the elders were extremely agitated. Xiao Hua calmly watched the agitated elders without uttering a single word.
The elders gradually quieted under Xiao Hua's unperturbed gaze. The conference room became silent again. Xiao Hua slowly opened his mouth to speak. The truth may be hard to accept, but it has indeed been experimentally verified. We brought a vial of the blood poison to a prison that houses death row inmates and came to this conclusion only after infecting 3 of them with it.
Did all 3 of them die?
None of them did, Xiao Hua replied, shaking his head.
This type of blood poison isn't fatal, so it won't kill you.
All it does is frantically absorb and devour every last drop of elemental energy within your body as it grows stronger.
The most despairing thing is that the process is irreversible. In other words, anyone who is poisoned will inevitably end up as a blood human, someone who is unable to develop or utilize elemental energy.
It is my duty here to highlight that if it cannot be kept under control, this blood poison will be the downfall of the Avalon of 5 elements and the system of 5 residences and 8 palaces, in a vein similar to the collapse of the cultivator's system. The only difference being that the cultivation era ended due to the disintegration of spiritual force. A deathly silence washed over the frightened elders. After a long pause, one of the elders anxiously muttered, "How can such a vile blood poison exist? Is this heaven's will?" Several other elders revealed expressions of realization, for they too had the same thoughts.
This is not heaven's will,
Xiao Hua exclaimed firmly, his gaze so sharp that nobody dared to look at him directly. If this is heaven's will, then heaven has also given us the key to destroying it in the form of Si Nan's notes. We have sorted out everything from his notes and, based on his theories, have found the ingredients required to eliminate the blood poison. We won't be able to treat and cure someone who has already been infected, but we can eliminate the blood poison itself.
Everyone's spirits were uplifted.
The elders raised their heads and looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua continued confidently, "We have already made the medicine for counteracting the blood poison. If we can find the tree that produces this blood poison, we'll be able to kill it using this medicine.
From there, the medicine will enter the blood poison system, working to destroy its fundamental structure from within."
Drawing inspiration from the blood poison, we have formulated the medicine such that it spreads just like the blood poison. The difference is that the medicine's best growth medium is the blood poison, so it should not theoretically cause any harm to us elementalists.
Xiao Hua's words rang out loud and clear as the elders gave him an enthusiastic round of applause.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 133, Danger Arrives. Chapter 133, Danger Arrives. Translator, YH Editor.
It was not until the 6th day after obtaining the sword elemental energy that he noticed the strange atmosphere in the camp. The atmosphere in the camp had become tense, and the guards who were originally in charge of monitoring them had been frequently transferred. On the 7th day, Teacher Su and Shui Xianzi were also hastily mobilized and had yet to return. Ai Hui meticulously counted the number of guards, concluding that their numbers were constantly declining. By the 10th day, the headcount had been reduced to a quarter of the initial number.
Fatty had always had an innate sensitivity toward danger.
He also quickly picked up that something was amiss.
"What should we do, Ai Hui?" Fatty asked, deeply worried. "I have a feeling that something bad is going to happen."
Just as Ai Hui was about to console him, a shrill scream from one corner of the manor rang through the air. The two of them looked at each other. All of the students immediately rushed out of their rooms. The guards, also alarmed by the scream, dashed over and questioned, "What's going on, Dut?" At that very moment, Ai Hui's keen eyes spotted the figure of a dark red wild beast atop the perimeter wall. His expression turned to one of shock as he exclaimed, "On the wall!
Blood fiend!"
Ai Hui could see clearly that it was a blood rabbit. Its appearance, however, was a far cry from the one which they had first encountered. The blood rabbit was almost as large as a wolf, with ears that were short and pointy unlike a typical rabbit. Its deep maroon-colored fur was as thick and hard as palm fiber.
Lined with bulging veins and solid muscle, its hind legs were stronger than its front legs, though they were also robust. A sharp-looking head and even sharper teeth further complemented its menacing look.
Beyond all of that, however, the most terrifying part of the rabbit were its eyes.
Those demonic eyes stared at them like a predator.
The blood rabbit jumped off the wall with its powerful hind legs, becoming a red shadow dashing through the sky. One of the guards who was standing near the blood rabbit failed to react in time and his throat was ripped out by the beast. A fountain of fresh red blood spurted out of his neck, spraying onto the blood rabbit's body. Looking satisfied, the rabbit shook its entire body and absorbed the fresh blood into its fur.
An eerie crimson luster coated its dark red fur.
Everyone was deeply frightened, and a few of the more timid girls started screaming.
When had they ever seen such a gruesome and bloody scene?
They were just typical students who were living a comfortable and peaceful life. The guards charged forward, cursing under their breaths. Ai Hui suddenly shouted loudly, "Fellow students, please move toward Duanmu Huanghan.
Quickly!" Duanmu Huanghan's face was as pale as a sheet.
He too had never experienced something so gruesome. Luckily, he had greater mental fortitude than the average student and was still able to maintain his composure. Hearing Ai Hui's announcement surprised him a bit, but he promptly responded, "All students, move toward me." The frightened students were momentarily roused from their petrified states as they hurriedly rushed toward Duanmu Huanghan.
Duanmu Huanghan had gained recognition for his strength during the escape from the Garden of Life.
Since Teacher Su and Shui Xianzi were not around, Duanmu Huanghan was the strongest among them. Without hesitation, Duanmu Huanghan used his viridescent flower.
Branches shot out from beneath his feet, spreading all around them. He knew just how sharp Ai Hui was.
When they were hiding in the mound, Ai Hui was somehow aware of what was going on outside.
Duanmu Huanghan felt a bit freaked out by how keen Ai Hui's senses were.
Knowing that Ai Hui was not someone who enjoyed taking the initiative to speak, Duanmu Huanghan deduced that the current situation must be highly dangerous. Ai Hui was very familiar with the attack pattern of wild beasts. Seeing the blood rabbit swagger and taunt the guards into charging forward made Ai Hui suspect that there were others lying in ambush. Wild beasts were not stupid. Ai Hui saw a red flash streak across his field of vision. He slashed his grass sword out without thinking. Over the past several days, Ai Hui had incorporated many sword techniques into his training sessions. During these sessions, Ai Hui realized that his sword techniques were getting more and more potent as he practiced his execution to perfection. The sword embryo's response was also getting stronger and his training of elemental energy was more efficient. After so many days of practice, Ai Hui's elemental energy had advanced quite a bit, becoming much deeper. In the past, each of his hand palaces was only the size of a green bean. They had since grown to the size of a broad bean.
Even Ai Hui was surprised at his speedy improvement.
Besides having an improvement, Ai Hui had also become more familiar with sword techniques. Ai Hui first started practicing sword techniques back when he was still in the wilderness. After developing his first shred of elemental energy, his focus shifted toward further training. He had recently spent copious amounts of time and effort to sculpt his elemental energy using sword techniques. As a result, his familiarity with the sword increased tremendously. His vast improvement could be seen in this stroke that was as fast as lightning yet completely silent. Ding! The sound of metal striking stone reverberated through the air. We felt a tremendous force against the sword's blade. Rather than resisting the impact, he borrowed its strength and took several steps back. He was not particularly jolted by this since raw strength had always been the wild beast's strong point. Huey's copper skin might make him stand out among the students, but even the most common wild beasts in the wilderness were stronger than him. Of course, victory was not determined by brute strength alone. Humans, who were not as strong as wild beasts, had always been the winning species. Huey bent his legs, lowering his body slightly like a coiled spring. His gaze was stone cold and his face expressionless while the tip of his sword circled in a small arc. His eyes were locked onto the blood fiend that was a short distance away. It was a blood snake, more specifically a blood kite. Blood-red spots, reminiscent of red flowers, covered the snake's silver body. Its eyes looked like blood-colored glass, with a sparkle that made it appear much lighter than the blood rabbit's eyes. According to what we had surmised from the incident in the Garden of Life, the darker the color of the blood fiend's fur and eyes, the more potent the blood poison. However, carnivorous wild beasts were much more dangerous than herbivorous ones. We scanned the snake's body, noting that his attack had only left a single white spot on the snake's otherwise unblemished body. His heart quivered with anxiety as he realized that the blood snake's skin was almost as tough as some of the weaker species of dire beasts. A short while ago, these blood fiends were still just normal wild beasts. The speed at which they grew stronger was truly frightening. Given more time, Huey's pupils contracted as his killing intent surfaced. His gaze was fixed squarely on the blood snake in front of him. Nearby, the intense battle between the guards and the blood rabbit seemed to fade out of existence as Huey focused all of his attention on the impending battle against the snake. As if it had sensed Huey's killing intent, the blood snake suddenly raised the upper half of its body. Its red, glassy eyes locked onto Huey, completely devoid of emotion. And so, the confrontation began. Duanmu Huanghan was flabbergasted to see Huey confronting the blood snake. His impression of Huey had already changed drastically from when they were in the Garden of Life. Huey's acute sixth sense, coupled with his experience and decisiveness, were what made Duanmu Huanghan feel taken aback. As for his fighting abilities, Duanmu Huanghan felt that they were not particularly impressive. In that moment, however, Duanmu Huanghan felt his pupils contract in response to Huey's killing intent. Duanmu Huanghan, himself, possessed exceptional strength. Thus, he had a greater understanding of things like auras and intents when compared to the average student. These were not illusory ideas but actual phenomena. Experts who possessed advanced knowledge in combat were often able to pinpoint their opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Because they had the sufficient abilities and methods to alter the circumstances in their favor, these experts remained composed and acted as the situation required without a moment's hesitation. Accordingly, their demeanor on the battlefield naturally allowed them to exude an intent or aura that vastly differed from the majority. Duanmu Huanghan never expected Huey to have such an imposing presence. This guy was pretty good at swordplay. He thought back to Huey's first strike against the snake while his eyes remained focused on the current situation. Feeling annoyed, he wondered if Huey had been hiding his true abilities all along. The other students were also gawking at Huey, having the same thoughts as Duanmu Huanghan. They had been under the impression that Huey reminded them to stick to Duanmu Huanghan so that they could all use him as a protective screen. Little did they know that Huey had been planning to engage the blood snake. Fatty was extremely anxious. Huey maintained his composure and remained completely unperturbed. He suddenly lowered his sword, prompting the blood snake to spring at him. A red blur streaked toward Huey at an alarming speed. Huey's eyes lit up at the sight of the snake advancing, satisfied that his bait had worked. He was experienced in dealing with wild beasts and knew that they were especially susceptible to feints. The red blur might be fast, but Huey was well prepared. Huey swiftly accelerated the grass sword forward in a thrusting motion. The grass sword in his hand was a military-grade weapon that belonged to one of the guards. Grass swords used in the military were of excellent quality and were way better than the sawtooth grass sword that he had bought. Its blade was constructed with steel wood and heavy reeds, making it extremely hard and resistant to damage. These swords, however, were very heavy and not suitable for use by students as a consequence. Its weight was just right for Huey, who was not just any other student. Infusing elemental energy into the sword made its edges glow with a cold, pale light that possessed an oddly penetrating feel to it. The red and white flashes collided.
Ding! A ear-splitting sound even sharper than the one before pierced through the air. The blood snake retreated at an even faster speed. It dug into the ground, leaving a small hole behind. AI Huey's arm was so sore that he was almost unable to lift his sword. The blood snake's second strike was much stronger than the first. Even AI Hui, who had developed the copper skin, could not handle the attack. A red flash flew out of the small hole, once again charging toward AI Hui. The blood snake was visibly injured this time, its forehead sporting a deep gash. AI Hui had used up practically all of the sword elemental energy stored within his hand palaces to execute his previous attack. Charging through the air at an impossible speed, the blood snake bared its gleaming fangs. Duanmu Huanghan noticed that AI Hui's right arm had weakened and that he was probably no longer able to fight. He had not expected AI Hui to have such a confrontational fighting style, trading intense blows with the opponent without first testing the waters. Surprised by the turn of events, Duanmu Huanghan was unable to provide support. Damn it! Was this guy trying to die? Had he not thought of his next move? Was he crazy? Duanmu Huanghan was stunned when he caught sight of AI Hui's grass sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Sword Ray. Chapter 134, Sword Ray. Translator, Irene Editor. AI Hui did something Duanmu Huanghan absolutely did not expect. He passed the sword over to his left hand. Left hand, dot. Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes opened wide, as if he had seen a ghost. AI Hui's left hand held onto the sword skillfully, not at all unfamiliar with it. Strike! Elemental energy poured into the sword's body, a faint shimmer soon covering the sword. With a humming vibration, the grass sword transformed into a cold ray of light. The light reflected on AI Hui's face, highlighting his indifferent expression and chilling eyes. It was as if he had become a completely different person who emitted a blinding glow of stern danger. What a great display of ability! False move, luring move, killing move. Whether it was the slight heaviness from before or the sword's relentless first blow, they were building up to the sword that AI Hui now gripped with his left hand. His muscles were engaged to their limits, and the bandage on his left hand had unbound at an unknown point in time. The white clouds, driven downwards by the rapid streams of airflow, funneled from the sky as an impressive finale for this austere sword ray. AI Hui held nothing back, placing his faith in the heavens. The devilishly red light and the chilly sword ray intertwined in the sky once more. With exact precision, AI Hui thrust his sword into the wound on the blood snake's forehead. There was no sharp, piercing ring, instead the muted sound of a sharp blade slashing across leather was heard. The bone-chilling sword ray slashed through the center of the blood snake's body, splitting it into two. The fresh blood and minced meat were like red, drizzling rain, yet before it fully dispersed, they were absorbed by the blood bandage in a flash. Clap. The remaining chunks of the snake's body flew in a straight trajectory towards the students before plopping onto the ground not far from them. The students remained dumbstruck by this swift yet hair-raising display and had yet to regain their senses. Duanmu Huanghan had received an even greater shock. The so-called sword masters he had seen in the past were all appearance and no substance. The sword moves they demonstrated had focused only on aesthetics. But AI Hui's strike had been extremely sharp. Could it be that this fellow really was a dark horse? No, Duanmu Huanghan inwardly rejected this thought. He had better insight than most, and it was an unalterable fact that AI Hui only had 2 open palaces. Swordplay wasn't an absolute art. While the moves were skillful, they weren't uncommon. Everything was ordinary, so why was the result so sharp and stunning? After some more thinking, Duanmu Huanghuan's shock dissipated with his increased understanding, but the surprise nevertheless remained. First was the imposing manner. From beginning to end, AI Hui remained calm, showing no signs of weakening. He held clear confidence regarding the battle from the start. This led to his ability to control the flow of the battle. Also, his left-hand swordplay had been unexpected. Even if he himself had been the opponent, he would have been struck by AI Hui. Simply put, AI Hui utilized everything he had on hand to produce such a startling result. This fellow was made for battling. Duanmu Huanghan narrowed his eyes, a competitive spirit rising from within his chest. The two of them were rivals to begin with. AI Hui looked unfavorably upon Duanmu Huanghan and vice versa. This bastard actually turned out to be a battling genius, but so what? When it came to absolute base levels, these battle skills and determination were negligible. Duanmu Huanghuan's thoughts were lofty. In this aspect, he had sufficient confidence. But AI Hui's splendid performance made him see what he lacked. He had greater elemental energy and his viridescent flower was not something swordplays could compete with, but in terms of battle experience, he was far behind AI Hui.
He had already decided that after this journey, he would train in real combat. To be defeated by this bastard was absolutely unacceptable. Fatty squatted down to study the corpse. Discover anything? AI, we asked from behind. Without turning around, Fatty responded, I'll have to inspect it a bit more. It's something new after all, if we can find useful information, we'll be rich. As he spoke, he wrapped up the 2 pieces of the snake's body. AI Hui was more than familiar with Fatty's money-grubbing personality. He even extracted 2 grams of oil from mosquitoes before, so why would he let this blood snake go? AI Hui ignored Fatty and did a sweep over everyone else. Seeing that they were all safe and sound, he diverted his gaze towards the guards. The other students looked at AI Hui with more respect. To be able to eliminate a blood snake so cleanly gave AI Hui's image a large boost. A cruel, harsh environment was best at toughening people up. The fact that no one had screamed this time was a sign of improvement as well. But in Duanmu Huanghuan's eyes, there was no trace of reverence, only strong battle lust. Despite that, AI Hui's gaze swept across his face as if looking past air, causing Duanmu Huanghuan's face to darken. Damn it! Look down by this fellow again. AI Hui was not in the mood to consider Bangwan's feelings. During his observations, he mulled over an issue. The manor was outside of Central Pine City, far away from the Garden of Life, but a blood fiend had actually appeared here. His face turned ugly just thinking about it. Before long, under the guards' attacks, the blood rabbit also perished. This showed AI Hui that the guards were physically and mentally weak. Despite their advantage in numbers and greater strength, they were all bitten and infected by the blood poison, and some were timid. Only after some time passed did they finally manage to end the battle. AI Hui couldn't help but shake his head. The guards of the induction ground were too used to working in peaceful environments and were lacking in standards. The guards cheered while the students heaved sighs of relief. AI Hui shouted suddenly, let's get out of here. His voice caught the students' attention, surprising them. They did not expect AI Hui to say something like this. Only Duanmu Huanghan had a pensive look on his face. With his understanding of AI Hui, this bastard must have found something. A middle-aged guard stood and retorted gloomily, Imp, don't stir up trouble. AI Hui remained unmoved. Blood fiends have appeared here, so the blood disaster must have already spread to this region. It's no longer safe here. It's best that we return to the city. The middle-aged guard laughed mockingly. 2 blood fiends got you so scared. Relax, they got us because we were unprepared. As long as we prepare ourselves, no number of blood fiends can threaten our safety. You can't guarantee that, AI Hui said coldly, ignoring the middle-aged guard's ashen face. Once the blood fiend bites, you get poisoned, and the moment one appears, more will flood in no time. Shut your trap. Stop scaring people. Where are the rest? There are only 2. The middle-aged guard said in a fury. If not for the fear instilled in him from AI Hui's earlier performance when slaying the snake and the risk of causing a backlash, he would have taken AI Hui down. Incubation period, AI Hui said, continuing icily, and the injured students flared up after a few days. When the blood poison really erupts, it will be too late for us to leave. The students immediately became restless, their expressions changing greatly. They clearly remembered the day-to-day changes that had occurred in the injured students. Duanmu Huanghuan's expression similarly shifted. He was acutely clever, understanding easily the truth in AI Hui's words. It did not occur to him immediately since he was merely a student who was used to listening to the teacher's judgments. AI Hui, however, had to judge and decide for himself in all matters, both big and small. In the wilderness, the elementalists did not care about the well-being of the laborers. If they wanted to survive, there was not a single moment in which they could lower their guards. By this point, the middle-aged man had become frantic from AI Hui's words. He was helpless amidst the students' uproar. Plus, that imp's word had even swayed him a little, and not just him, but the other guards were uneasy now as well. The head guard, of all people, had to be away at this moment, so everyone was waiting on him to make a decision. You guys know who I am. If something were to happen to me, Duanmu Huanghan said suddenly, gazing at the guards as if harboring evil intentions. While he did not state it aloud, even a fool could hear the threat in his voice. The guards' faces changed. Duanmu Huanghuan's identity had been stressed to them over and over again. If something happened to the young master of the Duanmu household while under their care, his family would not let them off. Their own families could be implicated as well. Old Wang, let's go. We'd better enter the city. Yeah, if this blood poison breaks out, who would come save us in this desolate place? It's no big deal. We're in charge of supervising them, and no one said anything about not entering the city. We can just supervise them there.
These words made Old Juan's eyes light up. What he said made sense, supervising them in the city was no different. Go! Let's enter the city.
Many people had been sent away these past few days, so all of the transport wagons had flown away, leaving not one remaining.
This meant that they had to return to Central Pine City by foot. Fortunately, the manor was only about 40 kilometers away from the city. This short distance meant nothing to Ai Hui. He had to travel even further to reach the suspending golden pagoda.
Ai Hui wasn't careless and used every second available to recover his elemental energy. Much of it had been consumed while dealing with the blood snake. If anything were to happen on the way back, he would have no way of fighting back, and though there were the guards and Duanmu Huanghan with him, Ai Hui wasn't willing to leave his life in the hands of others. As he walked, he gesticulated with the grass sword, leading the embryo's pulses to generate sword elemental energy.
The surrounding people gave Ai Hui weird looks. Was this fellow convulsing? Old Juan looked on diffidently.
Luckily, he did not take action earlier. This fellow was so strange.
Convulsing while walking.
If he muttered under his breath as well, he would resemble a medium doing a dance to lure the spirits.
Ai Hui did not care about what they thought.
Embarrassment meant nothing as long as he could regain his elemental energy quickly. Everyone felt fragile inside, slightly afraid. They were on the verge of breaking into a run. Such a speed wasn't worth mentioning to Ai Hui, who came from a laborious background. Operating the sword while walking, however, was a foreign experience. At first, he couldn't seem to quite catch the rhythm, and his moves were consequently clumsy. But as he gradually grasped the technique, he soon found something different. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135, Insects. Chapter 135, Insects. Translator, Irene. Editor, Lise. Because he was utilizing the sword while sprinting, Ai Hui had to maintain balance, which meant he was unable to lean forward. His upper body remained still while his lower back was like an extremely elastic and tough spring. The sword in his hand had to adjust and follow the movement of his body's rhythm and tempo. This matter only concerned the center of gravity. What was more difficult was the issue of breathing. Controlling his respiration was much more difficult when sprinting as opposed to standing still. As an old hand at this, Ai Hui knew very well that if the operation of elemental energy was the essence of an elemental energy attack, then breathing was the foundation of any attack. This included the most basic rapier. Strict breathing control was a requirement, and if the breaths did not synchronize with the swordplay, then not only would the power be lacking but injuries would also ensue. Of course, for Ai Hui, there was a more serious consequence, which was that he would be unable to generate sword elemental energy. As Ai Hui gradually grasped the technique, he began to realize its benefits. The sword embryo's pulse was stronger than before. The most immediate benefit was the increased rate of sword elemental energy production. The newly generated sword elemental energy flowed from the grass sword in his hands then back into his body to initiate the circulatory cycle revolution. 20% of the energy was absorbed by the sword embryo, and whatever remained re-entered Ai Hui's hand palaces after one circulation cycle. Ai Hui's hand palaces, which had started off empty, charged quickly and gradually became full. But Ai Hui did not stop there. He continued circulating until his hand palaces began to swell and ache. For every palace that he opened up, he became stronger with each training, like a small pond expanding into a lake. In the process, developing his constitution played a key role. People with good constitutions, like Bangwan, were like ponds surrounded by marshes. Expanding into lakes was fairly straightforward. On the other hand, people with weak constitutions, like Ai Hui, were like ponds in the middle of the desert. It was much more challenging for them to expand into lakes. But things were never fair when it came to training. Ai Hui did not mind this at all. People with the time to complain were better off training instead. Ai Hui no longer intended to resist the sword embryo state since he was now able to control his awareness within, meaning his psyche and strength had improved. Previously, he had been like a toddler waving a heavy axe around, but now that the toddler had grown up, he could wield the hefty weapon. Ai Hui ended his training and casually plucked a grass straw from the roadside. Its stem was faintly red, causing Ai Hui's expression to darken. Placing it before his nose, Ai Hui smelled a familiar, faint, and delicate fragrance, the temptation of the devil. Throwing it aside, Ai Hui's expression returned to normal, but there was now a dimness within his heart. He could see in the distance the faint outline of Central Pine City. The quiet and peaceful city remained completely unaware of the imminent danger. The noisy training halls bustling with activities and the flourishing night lights that filled the streets. Would they still be there in the future? The tranquil mornings he had experienced, waking up to warm sunlight against the cool air and the sleepy, droopy eyes of those fellows as he smelled the sweet pastry's rising steam, would he still wake up to these?
AI Hui was in low spirits. He sighed inwardly, as if all that was beautiful was slowly fading away. He shook his head, feeling that he was being a bit unreasonable. Only a few good days had passed, and he was already corroded by the easy comfort. To be born in suffering and hardship and to die in peace and happiness made sense. AI Hui regained his vigor. No matter how terrible, it wouldn't be worse than the wilderness, right? He rid himself of distracting thoughts and thought back to the blood bandage that had snatched up the blood snake's meat. He did not inspect it at the time, the intense situation not allowing him to. He quickly turned his attention to it. It was white as snow, without any visible marks. AI Hui was stunned. He rummaged through the blood bandage, but still there was nothing. Where did it go? He thought about the time when blood had seeped out of his palms, only to be absorbed by the bandage. Could it be that the bandage was devouring blood? He recalled his mistress' words. The blood bandage was an artifact of the blood sects back in the cultivation era. Blood sects, just from their names, it was obvious that they were related in some way to blood, so when the bandage had absorbed his blood, AI Hui had not been too surprised. But the blood snake's meat was poisonous. Would there be an issue now that the blood bandage had absorbed it? AI Hui started laughing involuntarily. He had actually thought of the bandage as a living object. What issue? Diarrhea? Imagining the bandage having diarrhea. He simply couldn't picture it. He decided to leave this tough problem to Lulan and let him interpret it. His upturned lips disappeared in a flash, and the next moment, with a tremble of his ears and a cold light flashing across his pupils, he shouted, "Something's wrong." Everyone tensed up. Duanmu Huanghan had been paying attention to AI Hui all this time. Without mentioning anything else, the smallest sign of trouble, no matter how small, never went undetected by this bastard. Duanmu Huanghan had no idea how he did it, but AI Hui had clearly displayed this ability in their previous escape. With his clear vision, Duanmu Huanghan did notice the faint red color of the grass blade AI Hui had picked up, causing his expression to change slightly as well. He rejoiced inwardly, thankful that they had already left the manor. Although AI Hui was a bit of a scoundrel, he had a nose sharper than a dog's. Upon hearing AI Hui's warning, he became highly focused and inhaled deeply. "Those under 2 palaces, stay close to me. Those above, get ready to attack, but be careful not to stray too far from my protection zone." The teachers were not around anymore. As the strongest within the group, Duanmu Huanghan was obligated to take up the duty. AI Hui looked over at Duanmu Huanghan with surprise. He did not expect this ingrate to assume responsibility. The students had complete faith in Duanmu Huanghan, and upon hearing his command, they immediately got into their respective positions. The process was chaotic and the formation messy, but they nevertheless accomplished the task. Duanmu Huanghan slowly found himself getting accustomed to the role. Since young, he had been called Brother Huanghan because of his experience in leading a fight team. Be aware of the distance, don't go too far. Support each other. Don't stop, we're not far away from Central Pine City. He was a perfectionist with a haughty personality. Once he began something, he would do it to the best of his abilities. AI Hui observed as the ingrate instructed the students who were giving their best efforts to cooperate. They then stood still and calm, waiting quietly for the nearby blood fiends. Fatty carefully positioned himself beside AI Hui like a fat cat facing off against a large enemy. Rustling noises, amplified in AI Hui's ears, sounded from the underbrush. He inhaled sharply before shouting loudly, "They're here." Before he finished speaking, the grass sword in his hand unexpectedly thrust forward. The sword ray from AI Hui's grass sword struck a fist-sized spider. The spider's back was covered densely in dark red streaks and its eyes were bloodshot. The sight made everyone shiver. Clank! A clanging, metallic sound pierced the air as the spider's body froze rigidly before diving into the underbrush with an even faster speed. AI Hui's expression changed slightly. His sword stroke did not break the spider's carapace. He had a rather sound understanding of spiders. He had seen all sorts in the wilderness. While the spiders were highly toxic, their most fearful trait was their ability to ambush noiselessly with fatal attacks. But they were never known to have a solid defense. That blood spider had evidently undergone some sort of mutation. To withstand his strike without breaking, its carapace must have been extremely resilient. An assortment of insects with red patches on their bodies began to surface from the underbrush. Duanmu Huanghuan's viridescent flower was fully utilized. The green vines wrapping around the branches moved ceaselessly, creating a blurry, green shadow. The insects crashed into them, as dense as raindrops. The soft, wound-up vines and branches diminished, but they effectively trapped the insects' attacks. Awoken from their stupor, the other students hurriedly launched their own attacks. The next moment, an array of colored lights flashed as dense as droplets, blaze, ice, quicksand, and vines.
AI Hui couldn't stop from shaking his head.
Their moves seemed flashy, but they were of limited use when targeting these blood insects which were once weak and frail but now extremely difficult to deal with. The spider previously struck by AI Hui reappeared and lunged at him, spitting out a red light midair. AI Hui, who was getting ready to swing his sword at the spider, was caught off guard by its move. He knew the situation was amiss, and his pupils constricted. His power was almost used up. Suddenly, a strong force tugged his body away from the red light, causing it to miss him by a tight margin. It was Fatty, who had been alert all along. Upon noticing that something was wrong, he had hurriedly pulled AI Hui aside.
A loud cry sounded from behind AI Hui. A guard had been hit by the red light.
It transformed into a crimson spider web upon touching his body, trapping him tightly within. Before AI Hui had time to assist, the guard was quickly drowned in a wave of insects crowding around him. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of white bones was left, not even a bit of flesh to be seen. AI Hui's hair stood on end. He noticed that the red patches on the insects had become brighter and larger.
Flesh made the blood fiends stronger?
In the Garden of Life, AI Hui had already noted the blood fiends' frenetic attacks but failed to understand the reason behind it.
Now he finally knew why. Like how elementalists hunted dire beasts, the blood fiends, too, saw them as delicious food that could make them stronger. Don't get entangled. Leave quickly. AI Hui bellowed while advancing with all his might. Fatty began to move as well, following closely behind. Duanmu Huanghan reacted as well. Follow up. Charge. The guards were scared out of their wits. With 4 men down, they had incurred the most damage. While Duanmu Huanghan and the others were weaker, they had experience from the Garden of Life and knew the characteristics of the blood fiends. And most importantly, they trusted AI Hui's judgments completely. The guards, on the other hand, were skeptical of AI Hui's warning and hence reacted half a beat slower. This, coupled with their lack of experience in dealing with blood fiends, had devastated them. Like a swarm of bees, everyone charged towards Central Pine City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Back to the City. Chapter 136, Back to the City. Translator, JL Editor. Despite having been affected by the blood poison and undergoing shocking changes, insects were, after all, still insects. While they could be as fast as lightning, they were unable to sustain that speed for long distances. AI Hui and his fellow students ran with all their might and gradually shook off the swarm. 40 kilometers was not a long distance. Under the looming threat of death, everyone exerted all their strength and even the weakest girl moved as quick as lightning. When the city gates of Central Pine City came into view, almost all of the students fell to the floor and cried tears of joy. Looking at the heavily guarded city gates, AI Hui knew that something serious had happened, otherwise the entrance would not be so heavily guarded. It was as if they were awaiting the arrival of an enemy. He felt worried. Was Lu Lan all right? Master, Mistress, and Senior Mingxiu should be fine too, right? The day he returned, he flew over Central Pine City. When he saw how quiet it was, he felt an immense sense of peace, despite having just escaped death. Now, he became worried when he saw such tight security. He had more people to worry about now. AI Hui laughed mockingly at himself. Before, he had been alone in the world, with nothing to tie him down. Even if he'd died, he wouldn't worry about whether or not he'd be buried. He could have still taken pleasure from being decomposed by artillery shells. Once Fatty saw that it was safe, he started to chew on malt candy without a care in the world. Hearing the familiar crunching sound, AI Hui shook his head helplessly. Fatty sure did not waste any time. Fatty had saved him once again. It was hard to calculate such a debt. Thank goodness they had the easily identifiable Duanmu Huanghan. The guards recognized him with a single glance and quickly allowed the students to pass through. Back in the familiar Central Pine City, everyone relaxed immediately. After escaping death twice, they didn't need to put on a brave front anymore. For many of them, their tears started to flow and they gathered together to sob quietly. Only with this were they able to release their fear. Only with this were they able to comb their thoughts of their homes, their parents, and the family members that they had missed. AI Hui looked at the other students in silence. He gave a soft sigh. They were just a bunch of kids. He had already forgotten that he was not that old either. Fatty stopped crunching on his malt candy. He was slightly dazed because of everyone's sobbing. There were those with a tougher temperament as well. A lanky male student walked up to AI Hui and said sincerely, AI Hui, thank goodness for you. If not for you, all of us would not have been able to make it back home. My name is Jiang Wei.
Do let me know if you need any help in future, don't feel shy to ask me. His name had the demeanor of a general in the olden times. He was a student from Fatty's class and was quite capable.
Like AI Hui, he was a metal elementalist and his speciality was archery. AI Hui had seen him perform before and he was extremely good.
AI Hui replied without an ounce of modesty, do not worry.
I definitely would not be modest about asking you for help. Jiang Wei laughed heartily.
He was appreciative, feeling that AI Hui was without airs and not at all a hypocrite.
Suddenly, many people came up to thank AI Hui.
Thanks to AI Hui's warning, they were able to narrowly escape death twice. Without AI Hui, it was likely that none of them would have made it back alive. With Jiang Wei alone, AI Hui's behavior was still as per normal, but with so many people conveying their thanks, he became flustered.
This was his first time experiencing something like this. At the side, Duanmu Huanghan jealously said, if all of you are so thankful, why don't you show it by giving him money?
AI Hui shot a flabbergasted glance at that ingrate. He had managed to guess AI Hui's thoughts, as in that moment, he had thought the same thing.
How could you say that, student Duanmu?
A girl said angrily.
She stood up and continued, can student AI Hui be such a person?
AI Hui nearly said, yes I am, but.
Student Duanmu, how could you misunderstand student AI Hui like this? Another girl also stood up to express the injustice. Duanmu Huanghan felt extremely wronged and pathetic. He wanted to say, isn't that the case?
Ask him if you do not believe it, but after seeing everyone's furious expressions, he could only say that he was joking.
Only then, everyone's anger appeased. Of course, everyone should also be thankful to Duanmu Huanghan.
His viridescent flower had saved many of their lives.
The words that were at the tip of AI Hui's tongue were forcibly pushed back. But then, on second thought, this wasn't right.
Clearly that ingrate knew that giving money was the most practical. The dispute due to the two promises from before was clearly meant to deceive him.
Ingrate. The look AI Hui gave Duanmu Huanghan became increasingly unfriendly.
Indeed, his character was disdainful. After living in peace for so long, they needed more time to react to dangers. Unfortunately, in times of crisis, time was the thing they usually lacked the most.
AI Hui shook his head. He was merely a nobody.
All of these big events were of no concern to him. What was of concern to him was getting his hands on a big bowl of noodles. He brought Fatty back to the training hall and they had yet to enter the door when AI Hui shouted at the top of his lungs, Lulan.
I am back.
Lulan, who was sweeping the training hall, stopped and tilted his head to look at AI Hui.
Surprised, he said, welcome back, AI Hui.
This is Qian Dai, also known as Fatty, my best buddy. AI Hui pulled Fatty over to do the introductions, after which he faced Fatty and said proudly, this is Lulan, my sand puppet. With a bang, Lulan transformed into two words, welcome Fatty.
Wow, this is interesting.
Fatty smiled until the crinkles on his face trembled and he eagerly ran over and said, have some sweets, Lulan.
Can you change again? Lulan took the malt candy and threw it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. That image was an exact replica of Fatty. This consists of malt. Fatty, what should Lulan transform into? What should he transform into? Fatty frowned and pondered. Transform into a bandage having diarrhea. AI Hui suddenly interrupted. He threw out the hardest request he could think of while they had been on the road. Bandage having diarrhea. Lulan and Fatty looked dazed. After accomplishing his evil scheme, AI Hui announced that he was going to the embroidery workshop and left with a breeze. At the workshop, he saw that Senior Mingxiu and Mistress were safe and sound. To his surprise, Master was also actually there. Master looked like he had aged a lot and Mistress also looked more frail. AI Hui was touched, he knew that they had been worried about him. Upon seeing him, everyone became agitated, especially Master, who looked as happy as a child. They only managed to calm down from the joy of reuniting after a long moment. AI Hui recounted in detail what he had experienced. Wang Shouchuan sighed and said, it's hard to believe that there's such a peculiar blood poison in this world. Who knows which wood elementalist came up with it? It's going to be a complete mess this time, you should not run about and just stay in the city instead. After all, Central Pine Academy is here. With the teacher's strength, I would be more at ease. Senior Mingxiu gave an unhurried explanation and AI Hui learned what had happened recently. A few days ago, someone came down with a weird illness. After getting teacher Su and Chui Xianzi to examine, they diagnosed the person with a blood poison infection, and against their expectations, over the next few days, more cases of blood poisoning appeared. They only realized afterwards that it was being caused by a group of blood rats which had made its way into the city through an abandoned sewer.
Thankfully, the blood rats had not fully mutated and were not very strong, so they were easily destroyed, but many people had already died by that point. The crisis that Central Pine City had faced led to panic occurring at the slightest movement. Emergency measures were imposed on the city and the whole place was probed for possible dangers.
Those who were infected were sent to an isolation bay for observation.
AI Hui could not help but become speechless after hearing the news. Previously, he had already thought that if there was a blood poisoning epidemic, the situation would become very dire. He could not believe that what he had worried about the most had already happened, and not in a city that was near the Garden of Life, but in Central Pine City instead. If Central Pine City was in such a state, then he reckoned that it was no better in the other cities. The blood poison was too frightful. After thinking about it, however, he guessed that it was normal for the induction ground to have such a slow reaction. It was likely that everyone was still at a loss as to what to do about the situation. Master's only worry was AI Hui. He only let go of it after seeing AI Hui back in one piece. He felt that ultimately, the city was a safer place to be. There were enough people and the teachers each had a different absolute art. It would not be easy for the blood fiends to invade this city. AI Hui did not refute, but only answered. Disciple had some thoughts after escaping from death. I feel that my contingency plans are lacking, and I would like to learn some new moves, but
Wang Shouchuan thought so too.
While he felt that it was safe in the city, at times like this, self-defense moves were the most important.
In the past, he had wanted AI Hui to grow step by step instead of learning techniques hurriedly, but now that the situation had worsened, he could not afford to be learning so leisurely. Master has been thinking of this too. What sort of moves would you like to learn?
AI Hui replied, Disciple would like to learn some sword moves.
Sword moves?
Wang Shouchuan was not the least bit surprised. He had long realized that AI Hui had a passion for the sword. He thought for a while before saying, swordplay has been in decline for a long time. There were very few people practicing it, so few legacies could be formed and passed on to future generations. The same could not be said for absolute arts, so a legacy would not be a problem. AI Hui was at a loss as to what to do. Those arts that could be called legacies definitely had something extraordinary to them, but this way, he would have to give up on the sword embryo. If it was in the past, AI Hui would not hesitate, but now his sword embryo was getting better.
Moreover, it would be a pity if he did not use his unique sword elemental energy to practice sword moves. Mistress spoke up and said laughingly, I have an absolute legacy. If little AI Hui is willing to learn, Mistress can teach him everything. A vision of himself floated into AI Hui's mind, countless bright needles danced around him as he grasped an embroidery needle, then he turned around and smiled sweetly. He suddenly felt cold and could not help but tremble. Looking at AI Hui's state, everyone laughed heartily. Even Han Yuqin convulsed with laughter and was not at all angry. AI Hui thought carefully and made up his mind. Disciple has decided to expand and work on his sword moves, but after making that decision, he felt surprisingly at ease. He had the sword embryo within his body and training required the brandishing of sword moves. Elemental energy was also a part of sword elemental energy. If he did not expand the development of his sword moves, what area should he expand on? He was not someone who was overflowing with talent. It would be like courting death if he wanted to be greedy when he had a terrible aptitude. Wang Shouchuan and Han Yuqin gave each other a glance and saw the telltale signs of a smile in each other's eyes. Mistress and I had long predicted this. Wang Shouchuan did not bother to conceal his approving expression and laughed. Every major event that you have encountered was decided with the sword. Mistress and I both feel that you should learn swordplay. So what if swordplay is in decline? Han Yuqin continued haughtily, was Mistress's embroidery not invented by herself? Maybe our little AI Hui would be the first swordplay grandmaster in the future. Mingxiu took out a wooden box and said smilingly, Master and Mistress had long taken care of it. Junior, quickly open this box and take a look. Suddenly, a warmth which he had never experienced before engulfed AI Hui, and he was momentarily caught off guard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, To Get Rich. Chapter 137, To Get Rich. Translator, JL Editor. Inside the wooden box, there was a silver pill placed on top of a black velvet cloth. This is the sword pill. Wang Shouchuan could see that this was the first time AI Hui had seen one and explained, Disciple, you are familiar with the ancient swordplay manuals and you should know about the sword pill. However, the sword pill is now drastically different from the sword pills from the cultivation era. This sword pill is an object used to seal up swordplay. Using the finest liquid gold from the Silver Mist Sea and the inverted sky palace technique, the sword pill was created with the knowledge of swordplay branded within.
For brilliant legacies, there were many subtle things that could not be put in words, so using the sword pill, future students were able to comprehend these subtleties. The inverted sky palace technique was learnt through ancient bamboo strips, and many of the movements of metal elemental energy were sealed through this method.
The first part left AI Hui baffled.
He knew about the Silver Mist Sea. It was part of the Avalon of 5 elements and also the land of metal elementalists. While he did not know what the inverted sky palace technique was, it sounded very impressive. But once he heard bamboo strips, AI Hui understood in a flash. The swordplay manuals were mostly recorded on bamboo strips, and AI Hui had gone through a countless number of them. As of now, the bamboo strips were already torn and tattered. He reckoned that they would disintegrate in another century. During the cultivation era, the bamboo strips were usually passed down after a period of 10,000 years.
Wang Xiaochuan instructed, place the sword pill in your hand and insert some elemental energy into it.
AI Hui did as told. He took the silver sword pill from the wooden box and placed it within the hollow of his palm. The sword pill was not big, as it was only slightly large for a pill.
AI Hui carefully inserted a thread of elemental energy into it.
A brilliant ray of light was abruptly set off from the sword pill on his palm. Within the ray of light, there were constantly flickering silhouettes that were holding on to swords and practicing. They were like flickering lights and passing shadows, gone as quickly as they came. AI Hui was attracted to it immediately. The movements of the silhouettes were as fast as lightning, and they dazzled and confused him. Suddenly, a violent movement was aimed at the space between his brows. AI Hui jumped in shock, but he soon felt an immense happiness. He had seen many sword manuals, but their correct interpretations had long gone with the passing of time. He could only make use of the words and diagrams to reconstruct the movements.
With an anxious tone, he asked, Master, what sort of swordplay is in this? Wang Xiaochuan and Han Yuqi laughed upon seeing AI Hui's impatient expression.
AI Hui had always displayed a maturity beyond his age, so it was rare to see a childish side of him. While the couple liked the steadfast and mature AI Hui, they also wished to see him be like an ordinary teenager, carefree and high-spirited.
To them, the youthful period was the best time to be. There's no name.
It has 3 scattered sword moves,
Wang Xiaochuan recalled fondly. This was left behind by an old friend of mine.
He was called Chang Ro and was an odd talent with a vast range of interests, dabbling in everything.
He was a rare complete elementalist and bore the 5 elements.
It was difficult to train to be a complete elementalist, but he was a gifted and passionate learner. As long as he put his mind to it, he would be able to master anything, but he did not have a fixed temperament and was very carefree. There was a period of time where he developed an interest in swordplay and told me that he wanted to invent a set of swordplay.
AI Hui and Mingxiu paid close attention, like they were listening to a story.
Recalling the past, Wang Xiaochuan sighed and said, he took 7 days to invent these 3 sword moves. I witnessed how he did it, and his talent was astonishing. To date, I had never seen a talent who was able to surpass him.
Han Yuqi coldly snorted.
What a pity he wasted his talent.
Little AI Hui, do not learn from him. A jack of all trades is a master of none.
AI Hui muttered to himself that this senior Chang Ro must have offended Mistress in the past. While he had such opinions, Mistress still made sense, and AI Hui agreed from the bottom of his heart. While Chang Ro was willful, he was still a genius, whereas AI Hui was just an average chap. Only when he fought to the death for something would he then be able to make some progress. Wang Xiaochuan laughed, but did not rebut, then continued. After 3 moves, he said that his creativity and inspiration were used up and did not continue. These 3 moves were too scattered to be made into a system and could not be formed to pass on to future generations. As such, he just randomly threw it to me.
Humph. You are treating it like a treasure when it is someone else's trash. Again, Han Yuqi gave a cold snort.
At this point, AI Hui was 100% sure that Senior Chang Ro had offended Mistress, and that the offense had been a huge one.
Again, Wang Xiaochuan did not get angry.
He just gave a laugh and continued, I did not imagine there would be a day where I would bring it out again. While these 3 moves are scattered, the impact is still pretty good.
The design is elaborate and would be suitable for you to learn. Take it and slowly analyze it. Learn as much as you can. The usage of the sword pill is very easy, just like what you did just now. Use your elemental energy to activate the sword pill and you will be able to see the images. When you have familiarized yourself with the posture, pace, and movements, place the sword pill at the sky palace between your eyebrows, which supplements the visuals. The sealed intentions of the sword pill will appear in your mind and you will be able to experience their true interpretations. Remember, you must first be proficient in the movements. Once the seal of the sword pill is broken, the true intentions will only be preserved for a short period of time. Thank you, Master.
AI Hui carefully returned the sword pill to the box. Everyone could not help but smile when they saw AI Hui looking at it like it was a treasure.
Junior made a small fortune recently, said Senior Mingxiu, smiling.
The havoc created by the blood fiends led to a terrible situation.
Junior's bunny hair arrows performed exceptionally well and were considerably effective in dealing with the blood fiends.
All the bunny hair arrows from Manager Li's store have been sold. While at 20,000 yuan per arrow, the price was not comparable to the market price of 30,000 yuan, however, the large quantity sold still brought about a profit. Manager Li was as busy as a bee and spent his days manufacturing the bunny hair arrows.
I reckon Junior will have an income of millions of yuan. Mistress said cheerfully, that's good. I finally see some positive development towards my 8 million for the workshop.
AI Hui was slightly embarrassed. Senior Mingxiu instructed, Junior, make a trip down to Manager Li's store later. His hair has gone gray from waiting. There was a huge demand for the bunny hair arrows, and he's worried about the problem of the bunny hair now.
I will make a trip down later. There seemed to be countless small money signs flying in AI Hui's eyes.
He suddenly thought of the issue of the blood bandage and asked, Mistress, do you still remember anything about the blood bandage?
Han Yuqin did not expect AI Hui to mention the blood bandage and astoundedly responded with another question, did something happen to the bandage?
AI Hui hurriedly replied, no, it is not a problem.
I am just curious about the strange material.
He wanted to keep the matter of the bandage devouring flesh under wraps, or else they would worry again. Han Yuqin frowned and pondered before shaking her head.
I have no recollection. Someone gave it to me in the past.
At that point, I thought that the material was very special, so I kept it as I had never seen such a material before. AI Hui was somewhat disappointed, but he was not surprised. He instructed his master and mistress to take note of their safety, but he ended up leaving under mistress's disdainful gaze. With mistress keeping watch at the workshop and Senior Mingxiu, who was also highly skilled, with her, AI Hui also felt that his worry was uncalled for.
The embroidery workshop was exceptionally busy, just like before. It was like a completely different world when compared to the outside. After leaving the embroidery workshop, AI Hui ran straight to Manager Li's store. When Manager Li saw AI Hui, the look he gave him was as if he had just reunited with a long-lost relative. Goodness! My boy, you are finally here.
I had been to the embroidery workshop a few times and they said that you had not returned.
Oh my heart was in a mess, the world is in a disorganized state now.
Although your abilities are exceptional, you still have to be careful. Our future is vast and paved with riches.
We should avoid unnecessary risks.
Nearing the end of his speech, Manager Li's tone was sincere and earnest. AI Hui joyfully gestured, saying, that I am counting on Manager Li to make more money on my behalf. When he heard money, Manager Li brightened up.
I have been waiting for you. Our bunny hair arrows were being commandeered at 20,000 yuan each.
After deducting the manufacturing costs of 6,000 yuan, we still have a profit of 14,000 yuan per arrow.
Guess how many we sold? AI Hui too brightened and said, 500? Manager Li gave AI Hui a disdainful gaze. AI Hui was ecstatic now. 1,000? Confidence. Confidence. Where is your confidence? Why can't I see it?
Manager Li pretended to be displeased.
AI Hui trembled. Could it be 2,000?
Manager Li's expression was proud as he extended 3 fingers.
3,000. AI Hui's eyes almost popped out. 3,000.
Manager Li's saliva was flying out as he spoke. Do you know how long I have not slept? Because of these 3,000 arrows, I put my life at risk.
I spent days and nights on them. Wow, that pain, oh, that tiredness, I was so tired that I could not straighten my back. Do you think it was easy considering my old age? My boy, looking at how much effort I put in, would it be possible to, AI Hui's eyes, which were almost popping out, suddenly became alert like a starving cat's on a dark night. They flickered brilliantly with golden, shiny rays. Without a second word, he interrupted Manager Li, no. Divide the money. Divide the money now.
He would be able to get 7 million yuan for 1,000 arrows.
3,000 arrows meant 21 million yuan. 21 million yuan. This was an amount he did not dare to think about in the past. He should first repay Mistress the 8 million for the embroidery workshop. After adding up the miscellaneous expenses, he reckoned it would be 10 million yuan. He would still have 11 million left over. Oh gosh, so much money, why was his heartbeat so fast? Divide, divide, divide.
Manager Li nodded his head, and without a second word, he took out a delicate money card that was printed with the Avalon of 5 Elements logo.
So advanced. AI Hui took the money card.
He had seen people using it before, but this was the first time he would use one. This money card was nameless, so AI we needed to imprint on the card. He carefully injected a thread of elemental energy and a small silver sword appeared on the bottom right corner of the black money card. "Oh, swordsmanship, you have taste. No wonder I felt that you were extraordinary," Manager Lee repeatedly praised. The money card could distinguish the attribute of elemental energy and form different kinds of seals. Everyone's elemental energy imprint differed according to their attributes and trainings. AI Huey's mind stirred and the amount appeared on the face of the black card. Indeed, it was 21 million. He made it. He made it. He made it. Bunny Hair was indeed a great name. In a flash, AI Hui became extremely agitated. He has never had so much money before. After I learned that my boy practiced swordsmanship, I kept a lookout for swords. Good things come to those who wait, and I finally managed to receive a good sword. Do you want to take a look? This is indeed a good sword. Now that the world is in such a disorganized state and there is no army for support, it is very dangerous. Manager Lee was all smiles. His appearance then was indeed the perfect example of a profiteer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 138, Dragon's Pine Inferno. Chapter 138, Dragon's Pine Inferno. Translator, JL Editor. After repaying the money he owed to Mistress and making some calculations, he would be left with just 260,000 yuan. But looking at Manager Lee's facial expression, AI we guessed that the sword he had was an extraordinary sword. Otherwise, he would not look so smug. It would be a lie if AI we said he was not curious. Being an experienced veteran, AI we knew the importance of a good weapon. He was still using a borrowed military-grade grass sword from the Manners Guard after his sawtooth grass sword was spoiled. AI we could not contain himself and said, "Do not try to fool me using an ordinary weapon." While Master and Mistress felt that the situation would not worsen, AI we was still worried. The eruption of the blood poison epidemic was too ferocious and it did not help that the response from the induction ground was too slow. AI we had an extremely acute sense for danger after struggling in the wilderness for such a long period of time. The infected insects they had encountered while running back to the city only increased AI Huey's worries. Based on his predictions, it would be a matter of time before the large carnivorous animals finished their transformation. The situation then would be far worse than now. In the barrow, the beast howl they had heard was loud enough to cause tremors, and the fear that had caused him was still present in his heart. He had seen many dire beasts and their ordinarily imposing manners did not have any effect on him, but when he had heard the beast howl from outside the barrow, he could not help but become extremely fearful and scared. He did not know if anyone in Central Pine City would be able to deal with him. Furthermore, AI we did not have high hopes for the support team from the Avalon of 5 Elements. There were so many cities in the induction ground, who would be able to save them all? If this was a conspiracy, AI Hui was completely in awe of the conspirator. The induction ground was the most peaceful place with the least security measures. If the Avalon of 5 Elements was a huge, violent beast, then the induction ground was its soft abdomen. It was a wide district and had few restrictions. Even if you stirred up any trouble, it probably would not catch the attention of anyone important. The induction ground only had weak students and teachers that lacked experience. The 13 divisions of the Avalon of 5 Elements was stationed near the front line of the wilderness, so Central Pine City would need time for them to reach the city. AI we felt like a shadow was being cast over his heart. Who would design such a conspiracy? What could they gain from this plot? The most suspicious person might be a teacher with a screw loose in his head. He would probably torment them with such a vicious plot and finish them off. He had many conjectures and they were both good and bad, but he reckoned it was going to be a long time before they were able to make use of them to make any judgments on the situation. Everyone would be living in danger. The time before the 13 divisions came to provide their support would be the hardest period to go through, and also the most critical. They had to get through this hurdle first. AI we resolved not to worry about money. He could only use the money if he survived. Of course it's not an ordinary sword. Manager Lee's smile was similar to a Buddha's. AI Huey's tone was fitting for a disciple under a master. Thinking back to the time when he had borrowed 200,000 to purchase the grass sword, his eyeballs had almost popped out of their sockets in shock. It was the first time he seen a disciple in such dire straits. Manager Lee walked into a side room and soon came out holding a long and narrow sword case. The sword case was fully coated in black. There were patterns of red water caltrops on the top of the case and each of the 4 corners had drawings of a bat. AI Hui had familiarized himself with the sword manuals and knew that the bat was the most commonly seen decorative symbol in the past. It implied good fortune.
Upon opening the sword case, a beautiful long sword could be seen within.
At first glance, we already thought that it was pretty.
The black body of the sword did not have any sheen and looked like some sort of timber. There were 7 small, shiny water caltrop crystals that were a fiery red on the ridge of the sword. It looked like it was encrusted with red rubies. It also looked like the protruding stiff bones on the back of the swordback dragon dire beast from the ancient times. Both sides of the sword were a faint, dark red. It appeared to have irregular wave patterns which were gathered on the sharp end of the sword. Huey's eyes lit up and he took the sword out carefully.
This sword is named Dragon's Pine Inferno.
It was grown, managerly announced.
It was grown. Huey exclaimed.
With a smug expression, managerly replied, "Look at the 7 red crystals. They are not just any crystals, but are the artifact remnants that were fished out from the Silver Mist Sea. They are the remnants of a spiritual sword from the cultivation era."
"What artifact remnants? Do not try to fool me," we countered with disdain. "Do not take me for a fool because I am young. It's just sea slag, waste from the sea, and you talk as if it's very high-end."
Yes, some people called them treasures of the sea, but most called them waste from the sea. The Silver Mist Sea was part of the Avalon of 5 elements and, together with the land of the metal elementalists, was collectively known as the Silver Mist Sea. In reality, the real Silver Mist Sea was actually the core of a man-made sea, or rather, it was a big, artificial lake which had already existed since the early establishment of the Avalon of 5 elements. The aim of establishing the Silver Mist Sea was to obtain help from the metal elementalists. At the time, spiritual force had dissipated and became extremely rare, while elemental energy had just been discovered. In order to obtain help from the metal elementalists, the elders thought of a foolish idea. They transported countless treasure-infused flying swords which no longer had any spiritual effects into the middle of the valley.
All those treasure-infused flying swords were mostly created by those with metal attributes.
As time passed, the metal elemental energy began to flourish and the density of the metal elemental energy was like a silver mist. Before long, the top of the valley was filled with the silver mist and henceforth, it had been called the Silver Mist Sea. From the start until now, the expansion of the sea in the Silver Mist Sea had been unceasing. It was hard to determine how much the Silver Mist Sea had expanded. It was much bigger than in the past and the boundary could not be seen. It truly lived up to the term sea now. Until now, every year, many elementalists would enter deep into the old territory to look for unknown paradises, and they would end up bringing back carriages full of treasure-infused flying swords which no longer had any spiritual effects.
In addition, amongst those would be huge amounts of metal attributes from the smelted metal.
Following the flourishing of the metal elemental energy, the original treasure-infused flying swords became crisp in exterior. The metal elemental energy was strong and acidic, so coupled with the constant erosion caused by the fine silver mist, the crisp exteriors of the treasure-infused swords were constantly being turned into ashes. But there were always some objects that were hard for the silver mist to erode. These objects would lie quietly beneath the Silver Mist Sea and were called sea slag. They were sediments left behind by the Silver Mist Sea. The sea slag had many different oddities and most of them were from unknown origins. The training equipments used in the cultivation era were broad, extensive, and complicated, using many different materials.
Even if anyone knew their origins, the sea slag would still not be useful as, following the dissipation of spiritual force and the emergence of elemental energy, those objects underwent huge changes in their initial attributes.
But given that they were able to withstand the silver mist's erosion, sea slag definitely had extraordinary features.
Following the opening of the Silver Mist Sea each month, these bits of sea slag would be pushed into the river channel.
As a result, it led to the creation of a group of people who would fish out the sea slag at the river bank for a living.
Using sea slag was like taking a gamble. Once you found a suitable purpose for it, it would be akin to winning the lottery. However, most of what they found were objects which served little purpose. Even though Manager Lee was caught in his lie, he was not at all ashamed and instead praised Ai Hui. "My boy is indeed experienced and knowledgeable. It was by a coincidence that my friend received the artifact remnants, no, sea slag. 7 of them, just the right amount.
It was rare that they all originated from the same object, so he decided to make a weapon out of them and immersed them in the bud of a devil's plant of twilight sandalwood."
Ai Hui laughed coldly.
So, he wanted to grow a heavy weapon initially, but unexpectedly, a sword grew instead? And because there are few practicing swordsmanship, coupled with the fact that this sword is heavy, you are unable to sell it.
Am I right?
When he heard Oldly mention the devil's plant of twilight sandalwood, he knew the intention of the opposite party, which was to grow a heavy weapon. Given the current popularity of vegetation weapons, using plants as a fetus and then growing a weapon out of them was one of the most mainstream methods used. Embarrassed, Mangerly replied, "I had not started selling and immediately thought of you. How could the sawtooth grass sword be worthy of you?
This Dragon's Pine Inferno would be a perfect match.
I am buying that sword, said AI Hui straightforwardly. Manager Lee had a joyful expression while he gave a thumbs up.
That's the way. This should be the way a disciple under a master acts. This isn't the least bit expensive, my boy.
Without waiting for Manager Lee to set a price, AI Hui interrupted him and said coldly, "Oldly, you made quite a fortune this time. I took a 30% cut while you took 70%. I did not even get half of what you made, wasn't it?" Manager Lee had an ominous prediction after hearing that sentence.
But we made a deal previously. That's right, we made a deal. AI Hui waved his hands around and continued gravely, "You are still operating a business, right? It's so difficult to produce the bunny hair. If any mishaps happen to me, what would happen to your business? Shouldn't you invest in ensuring the safety of your partner? If you are unwilling to invest, take it that I did not say anything. I will still pay whatever price you set. But you are operating a business after all, there are bound to be mishaps sometimes." Upon hearing that, Manager Lee almost wanted to kneel down. With a passionate expression, he clapped his chest heartily. "My boy, your words hit close to heart. Such a sword deserves a hero, and only a hero like my boy here would be able to match this sword. I thought of you when I saw it. Come. Hold on to the sword. It is just a little gesture on my part. My boy, one word of advice from an elder brother: safety is first. We were able to make a huge profit on just the bunny hair arrows. For the sake of huge amounts of money, you must take note of your safety." What else could he say? Manager Lee was practically crying when he said the above. He thought he would be able to take advantage of AI Hui, but who knew AI Hui was even more cunning? He was unable to ward off such a practical threat. Thank goodness he bought the Dragon's Pine Inferno at a low price. Swords were usually hard to sell, let alone such a heavy sword. Upon thinking of the money he made, however, Manager Lee immediately became clear-headed. He was indeed confused. How could he make such a rudimentary mistake? He should curry favor with the chap in front of him. He had a better understanding now. While AI Hui was Mingxiu's junior, he was more flexible and invasive in his methods, making him harder to deal with. It was a joke that he once thought of AI Hui as a novice, someone who was not updated with the affairs of the world. Thank goodness he came to see the truth early on. Then I am going to accept this sword. I should not be unappreciative of your intentions. AI Hui patted Manager Lee's shoulder and continued, "Oldly, you should concentrate on working steadily at something in terms of investment." Manager Lee's knees almost buckled after hearing those words. Concentrate on working steadily. Gangster. What a gangster. And AI Hui could still say it in such a righteous way till he was unable to reject him. Was this guy really a disciple under a master? How could he have the air of a hooligan from the marketplace? Both of his eyes were brimming with tears while he said from the bottom of his heart, "Yes, yes, yes, working steadily, working steadily." How is it? Do you still have sufficient bunny hair? AI Hui saw that he had accomplished his mission and decided to top the icing on the cake. Manager Lee jolted and looked at AI Hui anxiously. It is almost used up. The main issue is that the length of many of the bunny hairs is not suitable. I am only able to wait for your assistance. AI Hui pondered before answering, "Prepare the twilight silkworm, herbs, iron cooking pot, and whatnot, and send it over to my place. Afterwards, send someone to collect the bunny hair daily." Manager Lee was long awaiting those words from AI Hui. Without a second word, he said, "The things have long been prepared. They will be sent over now." AI Hui. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Chime of the Sword and Weapons. Chapter 139, Chime of the Sword and Weapons. Translator, Cynthia Editor. AI Hui happily carried the Dragon's Pine Inferno in his hand. What a good sword! The sword was as heavy as 100 kilograms. The Devil's Plant of Twilight Sandalwood was a material used to make heavy weapons. Its density was the highest, so the sword grown from it was extremely heavy. If AI Hui had not developed copper skin, he would hardly be able to lift the sword. Even now, when he tried to swing the sword, he could still feel its heftiness. Even if it had lacked edges and was used to hit the enemy as a club, the bones of the enemy would all be broken. Excellent. To AI Hui, the fiercer the weapon was, the better he could utilize it. His skills were not systematic. Therefore, he might not be able to make the optimal use of certain good weapons that possessed a specific effect. Only the crude and simple weapons like this suited him the best. Moreover, he had not paid anything for the Dragon's Pine Inferno.
A free weapon was undoubtedly a good weapon, even if it was a grass sword. The swinging the 100-kilogram sword produced a deep and scary whistling sound. If not for the fellows following him, Ai Hui would have already tested this sword. He reminded himself that he was now a rich man, and a rich man should behave with grace. Pushing open the gate of the training hall, Ai Hui's nose twitched before he said anything, and his eyes immediately widened.
The smell of food. Elemental soup.
Rushing inside, Ai Hui suddenly saw a fat guy licking the bottom of a bowl. Instantly, evil thoughts flooded into his mind. Yet, he had not immediately revealed his fury. Instead, he smiled at Fatty wickedly and noted this in his mind. Even if Fatty was his pal, there was no way he would not mind Fatty taking his elemental soup.
Ai Hui.
Lu Lan's eyes brightened when he saw him. Lu Lan then noticed the fellow behind Ai Hui who was carrying a big pot and herbs. Golden light was shining in Lu Lan's eyes. Noctilucent grass, poria water, bamboo stone, and bien fish eyes.
So many herbs. Are you going to peel twilight silk, Ai Hui? Ai Hui was not surprised at Lu Lan's knowledge.
Lu Lan was skilled at medical treatment, so it was not odd for him to be familiar with all kinds of herbs.
Yes. You also know this?
Ai Hui asked the fellow to put down all the materials while talking to Lu Lan.
I don't know much, but the principles are similar. By the way, Ai Hui, this formula was not good enough. The fellow was unhappy to hear this and said, not good enough? That's impossible.
This is the standard formula to soften twilight cocoons.
Shut up. Ai Hui looked at the fellow with an unfriendly gaze.
Ai Hui had always been partial to his friends and would not allow anyone to say anything bad about them. Lu Lan replied honestly, if the ratio of the formula is adjusted, it will be more effective, but... The fellow wanted to refute when he felt something heavy on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Ai Hui's clouded face, the dragon's pine inferno at his throat, and did not dare to say another word. Ai Hui glanced at him, took back his dragon's pine inferno, and said lightly, put down the materials and leave.
The fellow felt as if he was granted amnesty and left in dejection. Ai Hui turned to Lu Lan and cracked a smile.
I will leave the herbs to you then, Lu Lan.
Lu Lan was very happy that he could help Ai Hui. No problem. Just leave it to me.
Then he began his work. At that point, Fatty had finished drinking the soup and joined them.
I still cannot understand your intention, huh? But I think Lu Lan is definitely a good sand puppet. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one even if it costs me my whole fortune. It is rare to see such a good sand puppet. Seeing Fatty's satisfied expression, Ai Hui smiled grimly in his heart, but kindly said to him, how does the soup taste? Delicious. Fatty's eyes lit up. I never tried any soup as delicious as this before. Is this elemental soup? It's so great. My body gets warm after just one sip. If I could have one bowl of this soup every day, I'll die without any regrets. One bowl every day. Ai Hui was so irritated that he burst into laughter. How dare you think of that? How much is the soup, Lu Lan? Lu Lan tilted his head and said, that soup is called oil under fire, which best fits his fire attribute. The cost of the materials is 170,000 yuan. It is beneficial for his training. 170,000 yuan. Ai Hui's face froze, regretting that he did not remind Lu Lan of this before leaving. Lu Lan was just too honest. Fatty smacked his lips to recollect the aftertaste of the soup. No wonder it tastes so good. This is an expensive delicacy. Delicious. Seeing Fatty's annoying face, Ai Hui's eyes were cold. The 170,000 yuan is on you. Didn't you hear what Lu Lan said? Hurry up and start training now. Haven't you finished practicing the fluttering butterfly steps? Then the next is the dancing flower steps. You should have the strength to do 500 sets, since you just finished the soup. 500 sets? Fatty's eyes widened as if he had heard some horrifying news. Not enough? A warm smile appeared on Ai Hui's face. Then 200 more. 700 sets of the dancing flower steps? I don't think that's enough for him to totally absorb the soup, Lu Lan said honestly. How about 900? Okay, let's just round it to 1,000. Ai Hui asked Lu Lan with a smiling face. That's more or less enough. Lu Lan nodded. Ai Hui noticed Fatty's shivering legs and smiled grimly in his heart, but his face became more amiable. What if the training is not finished? Lu Lan, do we have any punishment that does not harm the body but is still effective? Tilting his head, Lu Lan thought for a while and said, so you are referring to mental punishment instead of physical punishment?
I think one such method is to forcibly immerse someone's face in water until the person almost drowns. This was used to torture prisoners before. The suffocating and dying experience is very impressive. That's a good idea, AI, we said in admiration. Not only his legs, but every part of Fatty was shivering now. He looked at Lulan as if Lulan was a devil who had just climbed out of hell. What a vicious sand puppet. Then, AI Hui delivered the final shot casually. You will know how that feels if you cannot finish 1,000 sets, Fatty. Fatty's face was as pale as ashes. He whined as he crawled his way over to the training area without hesitation, like a bear with an arrow in its hip. He knew AI Hui would carry out the threat, and he did not want to experience it at all. Seeing that Fatty left, Lulan began to adjust the proportion of the herbs. AI Hui had to admit that the way Lulan dealt with the herbs was delightful to watch. It was as smooth as drifting clouds and flowing water.
Lulan is my pride.
AI Hui felt at ease leaving all these materials with Lulan and departed by himself. He was finally able to study the sword pill that his teacher gave him as well as the Dragon's Pine Inferno. Just now, when he was with Manager Lee, AI Hui could only try to feel the sword in his hands instead of studying it carefully. As elemental energy was infused into the Dragon's Pine Inferno, the sword trembled slightly. His hand felt the vibration and almost dropped the sword on the ground.
The Dragon's Pine Inferno was heavy indeed. Even the slightest tremble could produce an amazing force.
The low and deep vibration was like the breathtaking growl of the sword-backed dragon.
The chime of the sword.
This was a pleasant surprise and a good omen for AI Hui because it indicated that his elemental energy synergized with the Dragon's Pine Inferno. AI Hui guessed that this might be because his elemental energy was sword elemental energy. Having figured this out, AI Hui calmed down and began to feel the change of the flow that his elemental energy was going through within the sword. As the elemental energy flowed in the sword, he immediately knew the difference.
The flow of the elemental energy was smooth and lubricated, making the flowing itself an enjoyable process.
AI Hui could not resist praising the sword again. Simply judging from the flow, it was far better than the grass swords he had used before. The sword was heavy, but as the elemental energy was now infused into it, it seemed to become much lighter.
As a result, it was a bit easier for AI Hui to wield it.
With the elemental energy circulating, the blade of the sword became dark red, and the color slowly pulsed as if it was alive.
He tried to touch the garnet prismatic crystal in the sword with the elemental energy. Like a clay ox thrown into the sea, the energy was absorbed into the abyss and disappeared. He knew that this was because the amount of elemental energy he had was too small to activate the prismatic crystals, so he stopped. His level was still not high enough.
AI Hui shook his head.
The Dragon's Pine Inferno was indeed a good weapon.
For ordinary elementalists, they would have to spend a considerable amount of money to get such a weapon. AI Hui believed that he would not have to worry about his weapon for a long period of time. Nowadays, there were various kinds of weapons, but most of them were long-range weapons.
Elementalists tended to fight using sand puppets. For themselves, they either chose self-defense or concealment.
There were many weapons designed for wood elementalists, but a pure elementalist usually fought with their particular grass seed fruit. Metal elementalists had two divisions that had totally different styles, the Sky Edge Division and the Infantry Division.
The former mainly used sabers, bows, and spears, while the latter mostly used heavy weapons.
It was thought-provoking to note the fact that swordsmanship, which had once been mainstream for thousands of years, had declined and was replaced by the saber, which had never been dominant before. Yet, the reason was not difficult to understand.
Swordplay was complicated and could not be supplemented by spiritual force. People mainly used swords for stabbing, so the lethality was limited.
In comparison, sabers were simpler to use and people mainly used them to chop or hack. During the era of elemental energy, the lack of spiritual force was less important, while the advantages due to simplicity and power were amplified. The rise of archery was also because of these changes over time.
It was now the most powerful long-range weapon and the easiest to learn. Archery practitioners included elementalists of all attributes. This indicated its popularity. The weapon of the fire elementalist was usually similar to a calabash.
It contained earth fire lava which was collected from deep beneath the sparking plane and had been refined many times. AI Hui once saw a fire elementalist carrying a wine jar about his height that was filled with the earth fire lava.
There were many benefits to traveling with a fire elementalist. For example, if you went somewhere cold, you could stay warm because you had a human-shaped stove.
What was more convenient was cooking, because you could simply cut raw meat and put the slices on the wine jar to grill them. Those who had high criteria for food would brush the meat with oil and add spices, but this depended on whether you could get along with the fire elementalist. In this scenario, if a wood elementalist joined, then it would be a perfect team. A wood elementalist could find many weird plants, fruits, and mushrooms that you never knew about before. Eating these together with the meat would make it delicious and less greasy. Other weapons like the whip also had its enthusiasts, especially among wood elementalists, because it could complement well with their vines. However, the whip was regarded as a weapon with a minority of wielders. Another popular weapon among the minority was the flying knife, which was typically used by some water elementalists. They knew how to fly, so it was easier for them to control the path of the flying knife, which could be very tricky sometimes.
Most water elementalists used azure wings as their weapon.
Azure wings were developed from flying equipment used in the early years and evolved into a weapon that integrated offense and defense. When it came to the water elementalists, a very unpopular weapon had to be mentioned, which was the javelin.
The heavy javelin would be accelerated through a sharp dive and then thrown with elemental energy by the water elementalists.
They had killed numerous wild beasts using this method, making the javelin their most powerful and favorite weapon.
Alright, swordsmanship had indeed declined, but it was what AI Hui was good at.
AI Hui took out the sword pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 140, Team Leader Shi Shuemun. Chapter 140, Team Leader Shi Shuemun. Translator, Cynthia Editor.
Other than the swordplay manuals, this was the first time that AI Hui had studied a record of swordsmanship. Actually, what was written in the swordplay manuals was not exactly swordplay, but rather sword moves.
There were big differences between swordplay and sword moves.
The nature of sword moves was the move, or the change of the spiritual force, and the sword was only a carrier. The nature of swordplay, however, was the skill to wield a sword. This was also the reason why the sword declined as a weapon. In the early stages of the development of the sword moves, swordplay was a basic training subject for all swordsmen. During the cultivation era, swordsmen had not had to start with swordplay because the sword was not necessarily controlled by the hands. The use of spiritual force could send the sword flying for thousands of miles and was what swordsmen practiced. Yet, due to the unexpected disappearance of spiritual force, people had to control the sword with their hands again. Only by that time had they realized that they were no longer able to use the sword. In terms of chopping and hacking, swords were less powerful than sabers and axes. In terms of stabbing, they were not as good as spears.
Currently, this was the embarrassing status of swordplay.
While the elimination of species was selected by nature, the elimination of swordsmanship was selected by time. AI Hui was unaware of any profound theories, but he was well versed in the limits of swordsmanship due to his abundant experience in fighting. If it were not for the sword embryo and its subsequent changes, he would not have chosen swordplay. Thanks to the sword embryo, he developed his own advantage. Although he had no way of knowing if this would be advantageous in the future, he had decided to place his future on the sword simply because of what he could obtain now. Others might think he was too careless in making such an important decision for his future, but AI Hui disagreed.
What meaning would the future have to a person like him who had nothing at all?
His life was worth nothing, so it was needless to talk about his future. Therefore, to him, even the slightest advantage was valuable.
He slowly infused his elemental energy into the sword pill.
The sword pill began to shine again, and a figure appeared in the light.
AI Hui watched carefully this time. The faster he infused the elemental energy, the more rapidly the figure moved and vice versa.
His teacher said there were 3 independent moves with their own names. The first one was named the Crescent Moon, the second, Dustfall, and the third, Night Epiphyllum. None of the names were related. That was why Chang Ro thought they were a mess. Actually, AI Hui had not seen an interrelation between them either. Having watched carefully from the beginning to the end, AI Hui realized that there was only one move he could learn now among the 3 moves. It was the first one, the Crescent Moon. This was because the Crescent Moon was the only move that merely required the hand palaces. Both of the other 2 moves had a higher criteria in the base level and involved the activation of more palaces. The Dustfall technique demanded the activation of the hand palaces and the earth palace, which was not easy to open. AI Hui would be hard-pressed to accomplish this within a short period of time. Meanwhile, the Night Epiphyllum was even more complicated. Apart from the 4 palaces of the hands and feet, the Sky Palace was also needed to be activated. AI Hui was a bit disappointed at first, but on second thought, he was satisfied as he knew very few masters would bother to create a set of swordplay for beginners. The Crescent Moon alone was sufficiently complicated for him to learn. This was the most complicated move he had ever encountered. The moves he previously learned were simple and brutal, like the arching fish back. Although he had not really started, he had already gained a lot simply by watching the 3 moves in the sword pill.
This experience was amazing and really eye-opening for AI Hui. The first thing he noticed about the three moves was their elaboration in an all-round way.
The flowing route of the elemental energy, for example, was complicated and carefully designed. Moreover, the flowing speed of the elemental energy was not constant either, but was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Additionally, the coordination of the breath and the body was also required. In other words, the move would only be unleashed when the elemental energy and breathing were coordinated with the movement. The perfect combination of these three factors could lead to the most powerful execution of the moves.
The countless details were so complicated that it almost took AI Huey's breath away.
The difficulty in practicing the crescent moon was already beyond AI Huey's imagination, but it would be even more difficult to use this move in actual combat because, in a real fight, the environment was more complicated and tougher. Furthermore, the fighter would have to consider how to grasp fleeting opportunities while simultaneously dealing with the obstruction and interference of the opponents. Based on his fighting experience, AI Huey preferred simpler moves which were easier to use. However, he was also aware of his weakness, which was the lack of a powerful finishing move.
The three independent moves in the sword pill could become his finishing techniques.
Although he had not yet learned the move, he could already feel its power. His teacher was right.
Chang Ro was definitely a true genius.
Admittedly, AI Huey had gained something from the swordplay manuals. Although his training no longer depended on the swordplay manuals, he had developed his own understanding of swordplay under the influence of the manuals which contained the wisdom of numerous cultivators spanning thousands of years. The three moves of the sword pill were featured with detail. All the energy within the body was allocated elaborately, then converged, and finally burst out.
This was awesome.
With eyes lit up, he calmed down from the excitement and began to study carefully.
The sky outside Central Pine City. A transport wagon roared past. The students in the wagon were sitting quietly.
It's my pleasure to fight with all of you.
My name is Shi Shuemon, and I'm the team leader. I hope we can get along well and complete the mission smoothly. This will be your graduation examination.
If AI Huey were able to see the scene, he would be amazed because the person who was speaking was the same as the lady from the noodle house.
Shi Shuemon was in a white battlesuit looking bright and brave.
Her black hair blew in the wind, and her splendid face was like a perfect painting. Yet, since she was the top goddess as well as the top goddess of war, no one dared to show an obscene expression. The number of men who dared to pursue her was definitely less than the number of men who had been defeated by her.
Shi Shuemon looked solemn and her eyes were cold.
Her intangible aura stimulated everyone's nerves. The students realized how powerful this lady was.
You are all very familiar with the current situation.
The blood catastrophe broke out suddenly, and the 13 divisions could not provide assistance within such a short period of time. What we were worried the most about was the area for the younger students, who are less powerful and are not able to resist. As for the guards of each city, I'm sure you are familiar with their ability.
Some students laughed out loud.
Underclassmen students usually regarded the guards with reverence, but the upperclassmen, who were experienced in actual combat due to daily tasks, never thought highly of them. Plus, all of the students in the transport wagon were the best of the best, so they had undoubtedly surpassed the guards in terms of overall fighting skills.
Shi Shuemon continued her speech as if she had not heard their laughter. This is an abrupt case, but I believe you will not flinch.
I know that none of you need to worry about your graduation, but since the induction ground has assigned such an important task to us, I'm sure that no one wants it to end in failure or disgrace their family. Hearing the last sentence, some students who were lounging just now sat up straight, and their look became serious.
Shi Shuemon's eyes were cold.
She glanced at the students and said, "This is a special mission that concerns the lives of millions of people. I believe you have heard about the blood poison, but I would like to remind you that it is even more horrible than you imagined.
This is a mission that is different from what you have been through before. As your team leader, I have 3 requirements for you.
First of all, I hope you can follow orders and pool our efforts together.
Second, be alert to dangers since anything can happen in the blood disaster zone." Some students became impatient. Although Shi Shuemon was well known indeed, they were also not nobodies.
It had not felt good to be lectured by a female team leader. Besides, they thought Shi Shuemon was exaggerating the danger and making a fuss out of a casual order. The blood catastrophe was already under the control of the induction ground. All of them were from well-known families, so they all knew that the induction ground had found the solution to dealing with the blood catastrophe. As a result, they regarded the mission more as a field trip so that they could have a better curriculum vitae before graduation which would justify the important positions they were going to take.
Yet, this stupid woman took it too seriously. "Stop nagging,"
said a male student who looked dowdy as he snorted without looking at her.
"You are just a team leader." Without warning, a beautiful hand appeared in front of him out of nowhere.
He was greatly frightened but had no time to react before the sinewy rattan, which was as tenacious as steel wire and used to secure his body, was abruptly parted and he was dragged away from his seat. When he realized what had happened, he had already been thrown out of the transport wagon.
Ah!
The screams sounded farther and farther away. Everyone in the wagon swallowed nervously, and their expressions changed. Those who had been unsatisfied just now immediately became silent. No one expected Sir Shuemon to be so direct and rude, or so ruthless. All of the students were frightened.
Fortunately, the transport wagon was flying in a relatively low altitude.
Still, the injury must be severe. This woman was more horrible than they had expected. I will report Li Hai's case to the induction ground, and I'm glad to meet with his parents if needed. Sir Shuemon was as serene as a real lady and lacked any murderous countenance. As she ran her fingers through her hair, every movement was the embodiment of grace and beauty. No one dared to look at her or say a word. Only now had they remembered that this goddess surpassed them not only in terms of fighting skills, but also in terms of family background. As for the bitter experience today, Li Hai could only bear it because the Li family clearly dared not bother the Sher family. However, if Sir Shuemon complained to Li Hai's parents, he would definitely be punished. This was unfair. The students were angry and sad. Sir Shuemon felt the transport wagon begin to land, so she sat up straight with her expression becoming serious. The transport steadily stopped on the ground.
Disembark!
She ordered coldly. Like a heroine, she was the first to neatly jump out of the wagon as her long black hair fluttered in the sunshine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 141, New Arrows. Chapter 141, New Arrows. Translator, Cynthia. Editor.
The difficulty for learning Crescent Moon was much higher than AI we had expected. Although it only involved 2 palaces, AI we tried for a long time but still could not find a way to start. Thanks to his frequent discussions with his teacher, his horizons had been greatly broadened.
Wang Shouchuan was good at working with theories and often discussed them with AI Hui, even though he knew AI Hui was only a beginner. In fact, moves involving only 2 palaces were mostly basic moves. They were simple and easy to learn, but had limited power. Since not much elemental energy was needed, the flowing route was simple too.
As a result, such skills could not involve many changes.
It was like cooking.
If the cook had only 2 ingredients, he would have very few choices in how to use them, and therefore could not prepare complicated dishes. That was why he believed that Chang Ro, who could create the skill of Crescent Moon within the hand palaces, was definitely a genius. Since it only involved 2 palaces, the requirement for elemental energy was not high, but the techniques it involved were not simple at all.
It was very complicated.
The first thing AI we needed to do was to make a stable string between his hand palaces. This alone was a high-level technique and could not be achieved easily by beginners. When Wang Shouchuan gave him the sword pill, he did not expect AI Hui to master the skills in a short period of time. He just wanted to show AI Hui what real swordplay was, so that he could have a target in the future.
But AI Hui did not want to give up at all.
The techniques were complicated, but still achievable. Yet he was still forced to stop because of the many other things he needed to do, such as peeling the twilight silk. Lu Lan had finished adjusting the proportions of the herbs.
The iron-like twilight cocoons were softened. Was there anything Lu Lan could not do?
He could braise soup, make elemental food, heal wounds, do massages, make up prescriptions, and soften cocoons.
Who dared to speak ill of such an excellent sand puppet? AI Hui said, "Lu Lan, you are brilliant."
Hearing his praise, Lu Lan laughed happily and his eyes became like crescent moons.
Keep going, AI Hui. A flag of sand suddenly appeared in Lu Lan's palm. The sandy surface of the flag had 2 hollowed-out words, "Keep fighting." Lu Lan cheered as he waved the flag. AI Hui laughed out loud. Once again, Sher Shuemon came back to Central Pine City.
Seeing the empty streets, she felt really unfamiliar with the city that she had visited many times. This was her first time seeing the streets so empty. It seemed that the situation was worse than she had expected. This was the first time for her to be a team leader. She must complete the task perfectly. She encouraged herself quietly. It was not long, however, before she realized that she was absolutely wrong. The obstacle she had encountered was unprecedented. I know. You can trust us. We are able to protect Central Pine City. More guards were assigned to us and now we have plenty of people. You can take a rest in Central Pine Academy or have a talk with the freshmen. I believe you will have a happy time there. If we need any help, I will turn to you first. The officer in Central Pine City was polite, but refused their offer of help.
In his eyes, these students were sent here to have it easy. Ask them to help? Stop kidding.
If any of them got injured, he would have great trouble. By that time, it would be lucky enough if he only lost his job.
Every one of them was like a statue of Buddha.
They only needed to sit there and enjoy themselves. Seeing her teammates' cheerful expressions, Shuemon felt depressed in her chest.
Not because of her ample chest. In Central Pine Academy.
Welcome to Central Pine Academy, elites of the induction ground. This is the first time that Central Pine Academy has witnessed so many geniuses. Our humble academy is honored by your presence. You can stay here and we will arrange the best accommodation for you. Feel free to tell us if there is anything you need. Please help yourselves while you are here. We would also really appreciate it if you could have a chat with and give some pointers to the new students here when you have the time. The Dean of Central Pine Academy was enthusiastic. Sorry to interrupt. No problem. What are your training facilities like? I don't really care about accommodations, the training facilities are more important. By this time, Shuemon had realized that none of her fellows took the mission seriously. She was the one who had been too naive. She was silenced. Maybe it really was a trip to have it easy. She had thought that Central Pine City was threatened with a growing crisis, but there actually seemed to be no crisis at all. She had been too sure of herself. Shuemon sneered at herself and felt very bored. She refused the academy's invitation and chose to live in the Clan training hall. If it were peacetime, the dean would try his best to ask her to stay, but at this time, he earnestly wished she could leave. Although Central Pine City was safe for the moment, it was still more dangerous than it used to be. He would be responsible if anything happened to her in Central Pine Academy. If she stayed in the Clan training hall, however, then it was none of his business. He even hoped that Shuemon could bring all her teammates to the Clan training hall, but of course, Shuemon could not bother to care about them. Vanguard Training Hall. We looked at the twilight silk he had peeled. The new twilight silk seemed a bit different from before, the silver gloss was like snow and frost. No matter how he put it, it was as straight as an arrow. It seems that the silk is harder than before, we murmured. He infused some elemental energy into it and a needle-thin light appeared at the end of the twilight silk. We held the silk carefully and stabbed the edge of a pot lightly. It immediately pierced through and made a hole. We thought happily, this is a great progress. The liquid Lulan had made was really different, and we also suspected that it might have something to do with the change in his elemental energy. It had become sharper than before. The change in his elemental energy might have led to the change in the silk he peeled. We gave the silk to the fellow who came to pick it up and said, "Ask your boss to try the new bunny hair." The fellow took away the half-filled box of silk carefully. He was a distant relative of Manager Lee. Last time he had spoken too much and was then scolded by Manager Lee when he returned. Since then, he had become much more polite. Anyway, we only cared about whether or not the quality of the silk was better, and whether or not there would be more money. It was not long before someone came to the training hall. It turned out to be Manager Lee. He was paying a visit himself. Manager Lee was glowing with delight and laughed out loud just as he stepped into the training hall. You are as extraordinary as I expected. I'm really astonished at what you've made. The bunny hair is way better than it was before. This is great. Was surprised. Old Lee, why did you come in person? I have to, said Manager Lee, your amazing achievement has astonished me. It's too exciting for a coward like me. I can see your composure, so you must be very confident now. You already have the test result? We became excited too. Manager Lee licked his lips and said, the old bunny hair arrows could pierce a 3-inch thick plate from 500 steps away. We just made 10 arrows with the new bunny hair. Guess what the result was? Who was eager to know the result, almost slapped him in the face. It was annoying to tantalize him at this moment. He told himself to keep calm, but still couldn't help staring at Manager Lee before saying, just say it. Manager Lee's shrewdness appeared in his eyes. He gestured as he spoke, it can pierce a 5-inch thick plate from 500 steps away or a 3-inch thick plate from 1,000 steps away. Was surprised. He knew that the quality had improved, but didn't expect it to be so obvious. The next question he thought to ask was, what's the price for the new arrows? 100,000 yuan for one arrow. Manager Lee replied without hesitation. We asked, will it be too expensive? This is the price Central Pine City offered for expropriation, Manager Lee said proudly. If put up for sale on the goods shelf, it can be sold at 150 yuan for one.
AI Hui was stunned and murmured, "How many people can afford to buy it?"
The sawtooth grass sword he'd bought last time was only 120,000 yuan, which was less than the price of one new arrow. The arrows were consumables.
How much money would they be willing to spend on arrows that were so expensive? Manager Lee snorted. This is expensive? No.
It's already cheap enough, since in the induction ground there are few big customers.
For example, one blue blood arrow provided to the frontline fighters costs 5 million yuan. This depends on how you look at it. How valuable is a wild beast?
The most common beasts are worth tens of millions of yuan. For larger beasts, they can cost hundreds of millions of yuan. There is no ceiling in terms of price, and sometimes you cannot buy what you want even if you are willing to pay. The life of the elementalists who dare to hunt ferocious wild beasts is worth far more than 5 million yuan.
AI Hui was shocked.
Now he knew that the hunting groups he used to follow before were of low level.
He never saw an elementalist who would use arrows that cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Don't think it's expensive. You cannot buy blue blood arrows whenever you want.
You need to place an order in advance, and the minimum order quantity is 100.
They don't sell to retail customers. In comparison, what we are doing is only small business.
Manager Lee sighed, but when he saw AI Huey's astonished face, he was afraid he would influence AI Huey's enthusiasm and quickly added, "But you are still young, and you have already created the bunny hair.
You might be able to outperform them in the future.
Besides, maybe you can further improve the bunny hair, and when you achieve that, we can both become rich." At first Manager Lee only intended to console AI Hui, but he unexpectedly convinced himself and was getting more and more excited, as if the bunny hair arrows were already being sold at the price of 5 million yuan for one. Fatty, who was practicing the dancing flower steps not far away from them, tried hard to hear what they were talking about. He heard them mention something about money and became so curious that he almost rushed to join them.
262. Keep practicing, Fatty.
Lu Lan encouraged him loudly and ran past him. Fatty was scared and almost twisted his ankle.
He watched Lu Lan resentfully as he ran far away. What a vicious sand puppet.
Fatty calmed down and didn't dare to stop.
He knew AI Hui would do what he said. If he could not complete the assignment, he would be unable to escape the punishment. No one knew AI Hui better than he did. AI Hui was cold, ruthless, and as hard as a nether millstone.
Once AI Hui made up his mind, begging meant nothing to him.
Fatty could only avenge himself on the floor tiles under his feet.
He stepped on the tiles hard thinking, "If you won't let me join you, then I'll break every tile in your training hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 142, Sang Jijun. Chapter 142, Sang Jijun. Translator, Cynthia Editor.
In the nearly empty training hall, a figure was practicing hard. Sweat poured down from her face like raindrops. Watching Shi Shueman's training reminded Yang Zheng of the past, which made him smile subconsciously. Shi Shueman had almost the same characteristics as her father. She was brave, self-disciplined and responsible, just like her father.
He now somewhat understood why the family spent so much on Shueman. From their perspective, Shi Shueman was definitely the best candidate from her generation to assume responsibility of the family from her father.
Nonetheless, Yang Zheng somehow felt pity for her. He saw how much his friend had sacrificed to raise the family to what it was now. Shi Shueman was a girl. It would only be more difficult for her to achieve the success her father had once attained.
After an almost desperate training session, Shi Shueman's frustration was greatly relieved.
Although there was no task, she consoled herself by thinking it was good that she could spend time in the training hall.
Mississippi. Yang Zhang greeted her.
He refrained from telling her what he was thinking. Instead, he simply kept it deep in his heart.
People were different.
He, himself, was an indolent person, which was why he was living a life like this.
Only once had he seen Shi Shueman's father shedding tears. It was the regret and anguish due to a failure. The man who regarded success as his life was as unyielding as the hardest stone. The only way to beat him was to totally destroy him, like smashing stones into sand. Uncle Yang Zhang. Shi Shueman forced a smile and could not help asking, "How on earth is Central Pine City now?"
They were really the same kind of person. Yang Zhang smiled in his heart, but nothing could be seen on his face.
He simply replied, "There were accidents some time ago."
Fortunately, measures were taken in time. A class of students escaped from the Garden of Life, and they had some basic knowledge of the blood poison, so it prevented disaster. After that, many teachers from Central Pine Academy arranged detailed inspections all over the city to eliminate the hidden dangers.
Meanwhile, many Earth Elementalist teachers reinforced the defense of the city. As for the magistrate court, they assigned more guards for day and night patrols. For now, there should be no problem. Sure, Shuemon was a bit depressed.
At first she thought that the magistrate court and Central Pine Academy were perfunctory, but now she knew that was because everything was fine at this moment.
After being depressed for a few seconds, she cheered up again.
Originally, she was depressed because she was fully prepared to welcome a rough fight, but when she heard what the dean said, she felt she had been fooled. Now, she was happy to know that the city was truly safe, although this would make her look stupid for the mission. Still, it was something to cheer for, since there had been enough people killed in the blood catastrophe.
She could at least relax and do whatever she wanted.
Maybe because she was free from anxiety, Sure Shuemon now felt hungry.
She decided to go to eat beef noodles. She said goodbye to Yang Zhang, took a shower, and went out.
As she walked past the blind battle training halls, she was reminded of their popularity in the past. Due to the blood catastrophe, most of the travel to the induction ground was now stopped. Currently, it was impossible to fly between each city like before, and it would remain this way for a short while. Most of the previous participants of the blind battles were students from other cities. As a result, there were few visitors now. In addition to the training halls, almost all stores were suffering from poor business too.
Seeing the depression, Sure Shuemon sincerely hoped that the blood catastrophe would end as soon as possible.
It broke out recently, but had shown how destructive it could be. The only exception was probably the weapon shop because many people liked to buy weapons in times of crisis.
Unexpectedly, Sure Shuemon met someone she knew. It was Sang Jijun.
Except for Sure Shuemon, she was the only girl in the team.
Shuemon. Sang Jijun was delighted to see Sure Shuemon.
She waved to her and said, "Come here." Sure Shuemon was a bit surprised.
"What's up, Jijun?" She was not very close with Sang Jijun.
They were not from the same branch academy after all, and they only knew each other because of the mission. As they were the only girls in the team, however, they were quite familiar with each other. After getting to know her for some time, Sure Shuemon thought Sang Jijun was an easygoing, elegant and modest girl.
She seldom saw such a delightful expression on Sang Jijun's face. Sure Shuemon hurriedly walked to her. "Can I borrow some money?" Sang Jijun seemed a bit frustrated.
"I thought this was a remote place, so I didn't bring much money."
"Now I don't have enough money."
"Of course."
"How much do you want?"
Sure Shuemon agreed at once, since she had the same experience of forgetting to bring any money to pay the bill before.
It was a really awkward and very poignant experience for her. 20 million yuan first. Sang Jijun said. Shi Shuemon was startled. 20 million yuan? What are you going to buy?
The first thought that came to her mind was that Jijun was being swindled.
In this small city, where a bowl of beef noodles cost only 150 yuan, what could be priced at 20 million yuan? Jijun must have been ripped off. Sure Shuemon became angry and decided to argue with the merchant. Sang Jijun knew what Sure Shuemon was thinking when she saw her frowning and said, "Relax, I am not being cheated. I just came across something good." In response to Sure Shuemon's suspicious look, Sang Jijun gave her an arrow and said, "Have a look." An arrow? For 20 million yuan? This was definitely cheating. Sure Shuemon took the arrow suspiciously.
Archery was not in her training regimen, but she knew some basic knowledge about it. The arrow seemed fine, but she still could not understand how an arrow could cost 20 million yuan. Yet, she also knew that Sang Jijun was not a fool, so she asked, "Sorry Jijun, I don't really understand."
Is this arrow special? Sang Jijun explained, "Yes, its penetrating power is strong. I just tried. Without elemental energy, it can pierce a 3-inch plate 1,000 steps away, or a 5-inch plate 500 steps away." Sure Shuemon's eyes widened.
She knew a little about archery, but she knew what the results meant. Looking around, Sang Jijun confirmed that no one was near them before she said in a low voice, "I have also tested and found that metal elemental energy can enhance its effect."
Sure Shuemon understood at once.
The data Jijun just told her was the power of the arrow without elemental energy. If infused with elemental energy, it would be more powerful, especially when the attribute of the elemental energy matched it.
Sang Jijun's physique was of the metal attribute, so the arrow was just right for her. It was out of Sure Shuemon's expectation that Central Pine City had such excellent treasures.
She had been here many times, but this was the first time that she discovered that the stores here had high-grade goods to sell.
"How many are you going to buy?" she asked, as she realized Jijun was not just buying one arrow.
Sang Jijun was exciting and said in a low voice, "We could not have possibly come at a better time. This arrow was just invented today. The price for one arrow is 150,000 yuan. It's not expensive. 150,000 yuan each? Not expensive indeed." Sure, Shueman said without hesitation, "I have some money. You can take it all. The importance of the arrow to an elementalist who practiced archery was beyond doubt. The popularity of archery had raised new demand for arrows, and there were now people who worked as specialized arrow producers. Nowadays, you could find arrows in almost all weapon shops, but it was still difficult to find good arrows. It was very fortunate to encounter an arrow that suited the user. Sure, Shueman understood what Jijun was thinking. She would stock up on these arrows now because they were consumables, and she might not be able to get more when hers were used up. "I have 10 million yuan, and together with your 20 million yuan, I'll have 30 million yuan total. If so, I can buy 200 arrows. It will be enough for me to use for a while." Sang Jijun was grateful. They have just created this arrow and haven't released it into the market. Besides, they don't have enough in stock, so I'll have to wait. 200 arrows. They will have to work hard for quite a while. Sang Jijun went into the store to negotiate with the shopkeeper while Sher Shueman looked around by herself. It was unexpected for a store that seemed so ordinary to have such wonderful arrows to sell. Sure, Shueman was looking forward to finding some other first-grade goods. After looking over everything on the shelf, Sure Shueman was disappointed. None of the goods could impress her. Sang Jijun came out happily with 10 arrows in hand. Apparently, the arrows had just been made. "What's its name?" Sure Shueman asked casually. Sang Jijun answered in a good mood, "The name is weird. It's called bunny hair. I learned about this arrow from the magistrate court. They acquired some before, but theirs are only half as powerful as this one. They bought them at the price of 20,000 yuan each, and in the market it was sold at 30,000 yuan. So, I decided to have a look here in the store. Surprisingly, they just invented the new arrow which was more powerful. I'm so lucky. Since she would not be willing to use them during daily training, 200 bunny hair arrows were enough for her to use for a long time. Not expensive indeed. Sure, Shueman said, "It's not easy to find such a powerful arrow." The power was merely doubled, but the price was 5 times higher. Yet, this was no surprise to Sure Shueman. She knew that after the power reached a certain level, any increase would cost a lot of effort. Therefore, the price would be much higher. "Shueman, you have to buy me dinner." Sang Jijun looked delicate and touching. "I have no money now. I'll have to depend on you." "No problem. I'll buy you everything." Sure Shueman smiled. "Let's go to eat beef noodles. I know an old noodle house here which is very famous." Sure Shueman was a cold beauty in the eyes of boys, but to girls, she was like a warm and reliable big sister. "You seem to be very familiar with this city?" Sang Jijun followed her and asked curiously. To her, Sure Shueman did not look like the kind of person who would eat beef noodles in the small restaurants. "Yes," Sure Shueman replied, "we have a training hall here, and I've been here several times." The smell of beef made Sure Shueman hungry. She walked in the noodle house like a regular and called, "2 bowls of beef noodles and a beef dish please." The owner of the noodle house answered, "Okay." When he looked up, he saw 2 unfamiliar female customers, and the one who was speaking was extraordinarily beautiful. If she had come here before, it would be impossible for him to forget her. "Please have a seat. The noodles will be served soon." Although he felt confused, he still asked them to take a seat. Sang Jijun looked around curiously behind Sure Shueman, but soon she was attracted by a weird sound. "Fatty! How can you eat so much? 2 bowls less than you, okay? It is you who owes me money. How can you eat this much? At least 4 bowls less than me. Ai Hui, don't you remember that I left the last steamed bun for you that time? You cannot be so ruthless. At least let me have enough noodles. That makes sense. You can continue, and if you can give me 5 reasons, I'll let you eat more." Yes, go on, yes, you are right." Excuse me, I want 1 more bowl of noodles please." "Ai Hui, you are so cunning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 143, Money Losing Deal. Chapter 143, Money Losing Deal. Translator, Cynthia. Editor. Sure Shueman was surprised to see Ai Hui. It seemed as if she came across this guy every time she came to the noodle house. Instead of saying anything, however, she just found a seat casually and Sang Jijun sat beside her.
Sang Jijun had never been to such a small restaurant and so was very curious.
The boys sitting not far away from them were making a lot of noise and the smell in the air made her very hungry. The table in front of them was cluttered with tall stacks of empty bowls.
Sang Jijun felt speechless seeing how much the two boys had eaten.
She had never before seen anyone eat like them. All men she knew were restrained, elegant, and gentle while eating.
This was a new experience for her.
What surprised her the most, however, was Shi Shueman. In her eyes, a goddess would never come to this kind of restaurant.
In fact, not only boys, but a lot of girls also regarded Shi Shueman as a goddess. Shi Shueman noticed that Sang Jijun was looking at her and could roughly guess what she was thinking. She simply smiled and didn't explain further. The two boys who were busy eating didn't notice the presence of other people at all.
Fatty finally returned to reality and said, "This is great.
This is what life should be. Ai Hui, how did you find this restaurant? It's amazing. I have made up my mind."
Fatty's sudden, loud voice gave Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun a good scare.
Ai Hui didn't have any expression at all.
He continued to eat his noodles and said without raising his head, "Made up your mind to pay your debt?"
Fatty replied, "No, of course not. I've decided to stay with you.
I have looked into it, and in the second year in the induction ground, I can apply for a branch transfer provided the branch college is willing to accept me.
You see, I am working so hard these days and I'm sure your branch college will be more than willing to accept me.
Pay your debt first." Aidwi sounded emotionless and focused on his noodles, as if all his passion had been exhausted in his effort to distract Fatty just now.
Fatty glared at him in fury. "Why are you so realistic now, Dot? So you are saying that you won't pay your debt?" Aidwi ignored his question.
"I am going to pay him." Fatty didn't dare to admit otherwise and decided to convert the topic of their conversation.
"Aidwi, when do you think the blood catastrophe will come to an end?"
The first thing that came to Shi Shueman's mind when she saw Aidwi was not his debt or whether he had found the person she was looking for, but was the message tree. The tree was so old that she could not even trace its origin. It was impossible for such an old message tree to not be registered, and she had seen for herself that the tree was healthy with no diseases or infections.
After the outbreak of the blood poison, all these thoughts were left behind. She only remembered the message tree after seeing Aidwi.
To learn more about the tree, she had even asked her family to help investigate the Vanguard Training Hall. They had searched the entrustment in the Mission Hall of Central Pine City and learned that the owner of the training hall was called Hung Dingfang. It was a name no one knew anything about. This was all the information she could get. Apart from this name, no information could be found, not about the message tree or Vanguard Training Hall. She had also asked her grandfather, but he hadn't known anything about this name either. When she saw Aidwi, she couldn't help thinking about this investigation. Then the boys' conversation about the blood catastrophe caught her attention.
Sang Jijun showed a look of disapproval. She had seen so many boys who loved to talk big.
The noodles were served just at that time. Shi Shueman began to eat her noodles, but she also continued paying attention to the boys because she wanted to hear what Aidwi would say. In her eyes, although Aidwi was not impressive, he was bold, cautious, and had his own opinions.
"End?" Aidwi paused for a while.
"It will not end soon." At first, Fatty had just wanted to change the topic. He hadn't expected to hear such an answer from Aidwi.
He thought for a second, then asked, "Why?" "It's only blood poison."
"I think the induction ground is powerful enough to find a solution soon."
Fatty had confidence in the induction ground, just like almost everyone else.
The induction ground was an enclosed area without complicated conflicts between factions.
It possessed strength and the people here were united as one.
Its most significant feature was its strength. Since the induction ground was cut off from the outside world, the environment here was relatively pure.
As a result, many masters and well-known people liked to live in seclusion here.
Besides, there were researchers who studied weird things, countless schools, various new theories, and learned teachers. How could the blood poison get the better of the induction ground that had such strength?
At first, Fatty didn't quite believe Aidwi.
If it were another person who had said this, Fatty would have given a snort of contempt, but since it was Aidwi, although Fatty was still muttering something, he began to believe it in his heart.
"I don't know."
Aidwi didn't raise his head and continued to eat the noodles, then said unclearly, "I just have this kind of feeling.
What is coming is not good, and it's coming with menace."
"What is coming is not good. It's coming with menace," murmured Fatty, then felt an overwhelming sense of danger.
"What is coming is not good. It's coming with menace." Shi Shueman was also thinking about what Aidwi had said.
Since Sang Jijun had regarded them as two bombastic guys from the very beginning, now that she heard this completely unreasonable reason, she further believed that her initial judgment had been correct. As a girl, she had been a bit scared of the blood poison all along. She didn't want to hear them talk about this topic anymore, but was too shy to ask them to stop. After thinking for a while, she said, "Thank you, Shuemon.
If it were not for you, I would have been unable to buy the arrows."
Sure, Shuemon recovered from her contemplation and smiled.
"It's not a big issue. Don't mention it. I never thought that I could find such excellent arrows in Central Pine City." Sang Ji-jun seemed excited. Although the name is a bit weird. Bunny hair arrows.
Anyway, I have known for a long time that the induction ground has many undiscovered talents, even in the small cities.
This trip has been so rewarding. Yes, it's also because you are lucky. Sure, Shuemon was happy for Sang Ji-jun too.
Not every family was like hers and could spend as much as possible on one child, regardless of costs. Every family had strict rules on the spending of their young generation, unless the person in question was almost sure to be the successor of the family. The longer the history the family had, the more strict the rules would be. If you want to get more, you will have to stand on your own feet. In the families that had many children in one generation, graduation from the induction ground meant the start of competition. Under similar investments, the ones who could win the competition were more likely to play an important role in the continued extension of the family. Even if some of them were not eager to be the successor, their rights and obligations were always equal and the investments of the family on them was never unconditional. They knew sometimes that they needed to obey the requirements of the family, such as making connections through marriage. They were like ropes on which their family had spent a lot of resources and money to polish, then make into a part of the family's net of interest. If they wanted to get rid of their family's restrictions, there was no other way but to bring more interest to the family. So if a girl like Sang Ji-jun didn't want to go through with the marriage arranged by her family, she needed to be extraordinarily hardworking in order to prove her value. If she was in a high position as a head of a clan and could bring more benefits to the family than what the marriage would bring, the cunning elders of the family would then know and choose the greater benefit. But this was definitely a more difficult way. Smart children of the big families never gave up working hard. They would be more and more independent and assiduous, and try their best to show their talent and ability. They were clearly aware that was how they could get freedom. As long as you could reach the peak, you could do whatever you liked. Even if you could not reach the peak, the more freedom you had, the better. Sang Ji-jun was going to graduate soon and then she would be faced with such problems. This was why she was so cheerful. If wars were not too frequent, the 200 bunny hair arrows were enough for her to use for 2 years on the front line. Even if she had to join the hunting team in the wilderness, the 200 bunny hair arrows could play an important role. Seeing this, Sure Shuemon believed Sang Ji-jun was a clever girl who knew to start preparing from early on.
Compared with the more mature girls, the boys on their team were amazingly simple. It's just, the total price of 30 million yuan is a bit too high for me. Sang Ji-jun looked upset. Her family would never give her so much money. You won't need the money in the short run, Sure Shuemon said gently. Sang Ji-jun smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I always save money because it makes me happy to have a lot of money on hand. This is the first time that I have to spend so much money, so I'm feeling a bit guilty." Now Sure Shuemon began to have a completely new appraisal of her. A girl who loved to save money didn't hesitate to buy so many bunny hair arrows. With such boldness and courage, she was definitely not an ordinary girl. Bunny hair. Hearing these words, Aihui paused for a while and became filled with joy. Of course he was happy to hear his arrows being praised, even if he was only responsible for providing the silk. Wait. 30 million yuan. That girl bought 30 million yuan worth of bunny hair arrows. Aihui's eyes were fixed on her. He wished he could rush to Manager Lee to tell him what he had heard. 30 million yuan's worth of bunny hair arrows. She was really rich. Hearing the two girls talking, Fatty looked up and was stunned at once. He murmured, Aihui, so pretty. Pretty? Aihui's eyes could only see money now. He looked up and said carelessly, "Which one are you talking about?" "Both." Fatty's eyes lit up. Aihui slapped him on the back of the head and said, "The one who paid was pretty. Do you understand? Whoever was the one to praise the bunny hair arrow was prettier. Ah, no, whoever bought 30 million yuan's worth of bunny hair arrows was prettier." Fatty glared at Aihui and said, "You are bullying me because I don't have money." "Yes." Aihui nodded. "Or you pay me back the debt." Fatty did not dare to say anything. Aihui told him sincerely, "Fatty, remember, money is everything. If you don't have money, you cannot even buy a bowl of noodles.
Last time in this noodle house, I met a girl who didn't take money with her, and in the end I had to pay for her.
You know what?
If you see any girl who doesn't bring money with her, you should run away from her as far as you can go.
Why?
Fatty was confused.
Because that's a skank.
If you pay for her, you are dead, Aigui said with bitter hatred. I paid 150 yuan for the noodles, but I ended up owing her 80 million yuan.
This is a money-losing deal.
80 million yuan, Fatty was dazed. The number was too large and he could not respond.
Sang Jijun noticed Sir Shuemon's weirdness and asked with deep concern, Shuemon, are you alright? You don't look well. Are you feeling uncomfortable?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 144, Ambush and Oversight. Chapter 144, Ambush and Oversight. Translator, TYZ Editor. Sir Shuemon's face turned ashen. Skank.
She had never thought that she would one day be called a skank.
Damn it.
Even though she tried her best to act as if nothing happened, her facial expression showed otherwise. She took in deep breaths of air and restrained her anger. In front of Sang Jijun's concern, she forced a smile and said, I must have trained too hard. On the other side, Fatty suddenly responded, so you owe a debt of 80 million yuan. Aigui suddenly felt the noodles become tasteless, and he stopped eating.
With an irritated tone, he replied, why do I feel that you're somewhat rejoicing at my misfortune? No, no, no. Fatty shook his head like a rattledrum. It's not just somewhat, I'm really rejoicing. Aigui, you actually owe someone 80 million yuan, ha.
Aigui, let me tell you this seriously, we are both debtors and we should be in harmony and not criticize each other. I will clear my debt very soon. Aigui cast a look of disdain at Fatty. He then glanced at Sang Jijun, who appeared to him like a god of wealth, dazzling with golden light.
Whoever bought the bunny hair arrows must be a rich person.
Fatty humped and remained silent. Aigui, however, had become sick of Fatty's facial expression.
2 more sets of lunges when we're back home later. Hey, the one with surname AI, are you trying to take revenge by doing this?
Fatty was enraged.
Why don't you pay for the bill, then?
Aigui sneered as he played his trump card. Fatty immediately shut his mouth. At this moment, he understood what living under someone else's roof meant. A cold glint flashed across Sir Shuemon's eyes as she sneered in her mind.
You even have the money to eat beef noodles, it seems that you're rich now. That's not right, Aigui. Fatty suddenly thought of another question, and a puzzled look appeared on his face. Are you referring to a girl just now? Girl? Woman?
In Fatty's memory, Aigui's world was all about fighting, training, weapons, and money. Weapons were for the sake of improving his fighting capabilities, and money was for the sake of better training.
Actually, in the end, it was all about fighting and training. This fellow was a legitimate cold-blooded killing machine. That's right.
With his head lowered, Aigui was engrossed in settling the bill with the owner.
Wow, I really can't tell, you've been enlightened after you left the wilderness.
Fatty was astonished.
You actually paid for a girl, but why don't you pay for me?
Aigui raised his head and glanced at the owner before gesturing to the heap of bowls in front of Fatty. He's paying for himself.
Fatty immediately became terror-stricken and gave a hollow laugh. Help me please, help me. We will pay together, we will pay together.
Aigui lowered his head again and returned to calculating the total cost of the noodles.
That damned Fatty, he ate so much.
Suddenly, Fatty sighed ruefully.
There's only both of us left. If I can see you, Aigui, get together with a girl, I will die without any regrets. Aigui's hands trembled as he continued counting the money.
Without raising his head, he replied coldly, return me my money first before you die.
Damn it, he had miscounted.
After flustering over the bill for a few times, Aigui finally settled it.
At this point of time, Sir Shuemon and Sang Jijun finished their meals as well. The jubilant Sang Jijun had almost finished an entire bowl of noodles.
After she had finished eating, she noticed that Sir Shuemon did not eat much and felt a bit embarrassed.
By the time Aigui and Fatty walked out of the noodle house, night had already fallen.
Due to the blood poison catastrophe, almost all the stores on the street were closed. It was barely nighttime, but the street looked as if it was already midnight. The deep darkness of the night seemed to be devouring all light and warmth. Even the light lamps on the street seemed to be somewhat dimmer. Such a gloomy scene. After staying in the central Pine City for so long, this was the first time we saw the night street being so empty and cold.
If Central Pine City that was so far away from the Garden of Life was so greatly impacted by the blood poison, then what was the state of those cities and towns that were close to the Garden of Life? The formerly lush and verdant forest had now become a barren land. The large pieces of scorched land resembled ugly scars. From afar, one could see surging black fumes rising above the horizon. The scene of that day he had been rescued from the Garden of Life had left an incredibly deep impression on him. That had fully and vividly displayed the might of the induction ground. They wanted to quickly destroy the blood poison even if it meant using the most brutal of ways to achieve it. Sometimes, we couldn't help but wonder how such a powerful entity like the induction ground could not handle a mere blood poison. Like a persistent haze, the uneasiness lingered in his mind. We believed that the induction ground would definitely find a way to handle the blood poison. Perhaps the only thing he had to worry about was the induction ground's efficiency. The reason why he was feeling uneasy might be because of the appearance of the blood poison inside Central Pine City. We silently shook his head and tried to ignore these distracting thoughts. He was just a nobody, why should he worry so much? He should make good use of his time and train harder. Behind him, Shuaman and Sang Jijun left the noodle house as well. Alright, he would have to make a trip to Old Lee's shop tomorrow. How much money will he make from such a huge business deal? After settling his mistress's debt, Hui's cash on hand had reduced significantly. Even though Senior Mingxiu had assured him that there was no rush in repaying the debt, Hui still paid her back the full amount of money he owed. He already owed a lot to his mistress. If he had no money, then he could not do anything about the debt. But if he earned money and still did not settle his debt, then what would that say about his character? Luckily, tonight he met a rich person, he would make a profit. The overjoyed Hui cast a glance at Shuaman and Sang Jijun. How could he not notice such wealthy clients? Suddenly, Hui's pupil shrunk, and he yelled solemnly, "Be careful! Behind you!" Sang Jijun was stretching her back. The bowl of noodles she had just eaten was too delicious. Suddenly, she heard a yell from ahead, and a blank look flashed upon her face. Shuaman's attention was still on that damned fellow. How dare he call her a skank? She would never let this matter rest. And because of this, she noticed Hui's pupil shrink, and at that moment, she went on high alert. Furthermore, due to her previous encounters with Hui, she was aware of his sharp senses. Without any hesitation, Shuaman, being one of the top students in the induction ground, displayed a superb reaction speed at this critical moment. She pushed the bewildered Sang Jijun to the ground, and her other hand simultaneously released a cloud of mist. The palm-sized cloud of mist exploded violently. A ring-shaped wall of water vapor extended outwards with a loud bang. The seemingly weak wall of water vapor was sizzling furiously, displaying terrifying might. Behind it, Shuaman remained remarkably cool-headed. Hui's warning had zoomed past her mind with a lightning speed. At the instant she released the cloud of mist, both her legs were already pinned to the ground as she flung Sang Jijun towards Hui with one hand. Thump! Pfff. These two sounds could be heard at the same time. A shiver ran down Shuaman's spine. The first sound was somewhat muffled. Clearly, it was produced when the attacker had slammed itself against the wall of water vapor. The second sound was produced when the attacker's attack hit the ground. It had landed on the spot where they were standing previously. Shuaman was appalled. She was well aware of how powerful the wall of water vapor was. The wall of water vapor could easily bounce off an elephant and send it flying a few hundred meters away. The attacker had actually slammed against the wall and could still attack them afterward. Terrifying. When Sang Jijun stood up and saw the deep scratches on the spot where they had previously been standing a few moments ago, her expression changed drastically. Shuaman was much calmer, but she still felt a lingering fear. If she had been slightly careless, both of them would now be terribly injured. She looked around and did not discover anything, so she raised her head and looked at the sky. The pitch-black night sky seemed to devour all light. What was that just now? She asked Hui. Hui was shocked when he heard a seemingly familiar voice. However, he did not think much about it. After all, the danger was not over yet. He put his hand on his sword hilt and replied solemnly, "It's a bat, and there's a few of them. They must be infected with the blood poison." Bats? Shuaman's expression changed slightly. How did they get in? Due to the appearance of flying insects that had been infected with the blood poison outside the city, Central Pine City had purposely strengthened its air defense. Its defense could now be said to be very tight. None of them had expected that Central Pine City, which they thought was well fortified, had let in a bat. Hui clutched his sword's hilt. The cold sweat on his back had already drenched his shirt. This was the first time he could not identify the location of his enemy while he was in the sword embryo state.
He licked his lips and warned them. Be careful, they haven't left yet, but.
Sure Shuemon's expression changed drastically as she awaited the enemy's strike.
The previously bewildered Sang Jijun had calmed down as well. She removed the lock of golden silk that was tied around her wrist, and with a flick, it transformed into a golden longbow. This was the first time Ai Hui had seen such a unique bow, and he could not help but take a second look. The bow was made up of countless intertwining threads of golden silk, causing it to look more like a piece of art than a weapon. It was slim and magnificent. Sang Jijun, who had now calmed down, drew 3 bunny hair arrows. In a time of crisis, she did not hesitate in the slightest and was extremely decisive. Sure Shuemon did not unleash her azure wings, they would be useless as her opponent was a bat that naturally specialized in flying. Furthermore, the sky was dark, and she did not want to put herself in a disadvantageous position. A faintly discernible cloud of air was gathering in her palms.
Shouldn't we request for help first? Fatty said weakly while hiding behind them.
Ai Hui was focused on the space of air ahead of him.
As he scanned his surroundings, he replied, no.
If we request for help now, this place will become chaotic.
A chaotic scene will be advantageous to those bloodbats.
And if they have an advantage, we will not leave this place alive today. Sure Shuemon and Sang Jijun both agreed to Ai Hui's words.
Just now, if not for Ai Hui's warning, they would have already been struck by the bats.
Bats were the assassins of the dark. If they missed their attacks, they would flee, hide in the dark, and wait patiently for the next chance to strike again.
A chaotic environment would provide many such chances to the bloodbats. Sweat was dripping down Ai Hui's forehead, but he still maintained his composure. He could sense a few strands of a very weak aura drifting around.
Previously, he had managed to give a warning not because he had sensed the bloodbats, but rather because he had seen a red glow flash across the night sky. Ai Hui had managed to take a good look at them. They belonged to the blood-red glowing eyes of a bat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 145, Bring It On. Chapter 145, Bring It On. Translator, TYZ Editor.
Bats were outstanding predators, and they were one of the many dire beasts that Ai Hui did not wish to encounter in the wilderness. Of course, there were many dire beasts that he did not want to encounter.
Everyone, stick together.
At this point of time, Ai Hui did not care about whether or not they were familiar with each other.
Sure Shuemon and Sang Jijun were not unreasonable individuals.
Sure Shuemon knew Ai Hui rather well, and Sang Jijun was a straightforward person. If not for Ai Hui's warning just now, they both would have died. Both of them were on their guard as they moved slowly to Ai Hui's side. The terrifying claw marks on the spot where they had been standing previously made them tremble with fear. They were so close to death. The hand with which Sang Jijun was holding her golden silk longbow was trembling involuntarily. Even Sure Shuemon, who had reacted to the situation calmly, felt a lingering fear hit her like a sweeping tsunami after she now managed to catch a breath. She could feel her legs wobbling. Sure Shuemon had always emphasized on improving her real-life combat capabilities, and she had on numerous missions. However, she had never experienced such a terrifying situation. Just a moment ago, she had an actual close brush with death. Right now, she felt that the lofty aspirations she had on the transport wagon were so childish and ridiculous.
In a real life and death battle, how much of her combat capabilities could she execute? 50%? Perhaps 30%? She may even be killed by the blood fiends while standing frozen in a spot, staring into blank space and not knowing what to do. So far, she and Sang Jijun had not been able to sense the slightest bit of the bat's aura. If not for the deep claw marks on the ground, she would have thought that what she saw earlier was an illusion. It's a pity that it's not an illusion. Her gaze automatically shifted towards Ai Hui.
Ai Hui was no better than them. His body was slightly crouching, his right hand tightly holding onto the sword hilt of the dragon's pine inferno. His body was a motionless statue. A bead of sweat meandered down from his forehead to his chin before dripping to the ground.
The dusky street lamps looked especially lonely in the utterly quiet street.
The sounds of dripping sweat and heavy breathing could be clearly heard. However, for some reason, when Sure Shuemon saw Ai Hui's tense body, her anxiousness was alleviated. Beads of sweat slid under his flickering eyelashes, and his eyes looked as calm as still water. One could not discern his feelings. Yes, it was that gaze that made Sure Shuemon feel more at ease. His gaze did not contain the slightest trace of a fluster.
Sure Shuemon felt that her performance was terrible.
She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them, her confidence and fighting spirit had returned.
Sang Jijun calmed down very fast as well.
Indeed, Ai Hui was not flustered, but he was very nervous. His mental state was taut, and his entire body was like a string that was tightly stretched. His inability to track the bat's location was giving him an immense pressure, the likes of which he had never experienced before. From the day he had successfully planted the sword embryo's seed, nothing in his surroundings could avoid the sword embryo's discerning eye. What happened today was a first. He was engulfed with tremendous pressure. What should he do? AI Huey's first reaction was to flee. However, his rationality told him that this would be the wrong decision. No matter how fast he ran, he could not outrun the bats in the sky. The bat that had attacked them just now was extremely fast, so fast that AI Huey's eyes could not catch it. All he had seen was a blood-red-colored blur. These blood bats were far more powerful than the blood insects they had encountered outside of the city. Bats were carnivores. This thought flashed through his mind. What should he do? Previously, he had rejected Fatty's suggestion to call for help as he had sensed that the bats in the sky had already locked onto them. AI Hui did not know how they became the targets for the predators. It really was unlucky, given that Central Pine City was huge. He continued to rack his brain for a way out. The sensing ability of the sword embryo had already reached its limit. Limit. Suddenly, AI Hui thought of the times when he would absorb a strand of elemental energy during his training. With a jolt, he directed a strand of elemental energy towards his glabella. When the strand of elemental energy reached the glabella, the fidgeting sword embryo absorbed it completely without any hesitation. AI Hui could feel the range of his perception expand significantly. In the sky above his head, a faint-looking shadow became clearer in his vision. A bat was noiselessly flying through the air. Every few seconds, it would produce an invisible whirlpool of air current to jumble and hide its aura. It was only at this moment that AI Hui realized that there was only one bat. All the other auras created by it was to confuse its enemy and hide itself. AI Hui had also not expected that while this bat was swirling in the air, its eyes were closed. Such a powerful bat. AI Hui smacked his lips. Once these wild beasts were infected with the blood poison, they would become much more powerful. There's only one bat, and it's swirling above our heads. AI Hui said with a low voice. His focus was locked on to that blood bat. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. At this moment, AI Hui felt his senses gradually become blurry. He cursed in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directed another strand of elemental energy to his sword embryo, and his senses immediately became clear again. It's 200 meters above us. AI Hui quickly gave a specific height of the bat from the ground. Sang Jijun was flabbergasted and involuntarily stared at AI Hui. This fellow could actually determine how high was the bat from the ground. Such a powerful fellow, why had she not heard of his name before? She was trained in archery. To be an archer, one had to develop their eyesight. Sang Jijun had always possessed extreme confidence with regards to this aspect, but now, even when she widened her eyes, she still could not discern the bat. The blood bat's body perfectly blended into the darkness, and its flight through the air did not produce any sound. It was completely silent like a ghost. She did not know how AI Hui tracked the bat's location. What should we do then? Sure Shuemon asked softly. If I lure it down, are both of you confident in killing it? AI Hui replied as he licked his lips. Since they could not escape, they could only kill this bat. And it must be now. Currently, AI Hui was unceasingly expending his elemental energy as his perception was locked on to the blood bat. But once his elemental energy was used up, they would end up in a defensive position. The battle must be finished before his elemental energy was depleted. There was no other choice. AI Hui quickly and accurately determined the situation. I'm not confident. When Sure Shuemon said these words, she felt so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole and hide. The other party used himself as a lure to create a chance for them, and all the danger was solely upon him. And in such an extreme situation, she could not even dare to say that she was confident. That's right, she actually did not dare to say she was confident. Previously, when the blood bat had slammed itself against her wall of water vapor, she had realized its strength. Sang Jijun was shocked at AI Hui's courage. She felt disbelief. She used to think that this kind of scene would only appear in storybooks that depicted heroes. Who would actually sacrifice himself as a lure? How stupid would that be? She never expected herself to witness this scene today. If it were some other person, then she would think that it was because of her and Sure Shuemon's beauty. However, it was definitely not the case for the fellow in front of her, because he had never even taken a serious look at them from the beginning. Are there really fools who would sacrifice themselves for others in this world? It seems that there is. AI Hui did not know Sang Jijun's thoughts on his suggestion.
And even if he did, he wouldn't care. At this crucial moment, who would care about a girl's rubbish thoughts when he did not even know her? He was only aware that this could not drag on for any longer. He had already depleted 1/4 of his elemental energy, and the longer he persisted, the more unfavorable the situation would become for him. The sword embryo was like a black hole that kept on devouring his elemental energy. Even if you don't have confidence, you have to do it. AI Huey's tone was resolute and decisive, but his facial expression remained calm. Both of you, get ready. At this moment, Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun became nervous. Both of them knew that their attacks would determine AI Huey's fate. They, too, were now engulfed with tremendous pressure. But Sang Jijun's face turned pale. There's no but. AI Hui interrupted her. There was no time to waste. He was also very nervous. Both of their behaviors did not give him any sense of security, making him think about whether this was a stupid decision. However, he tried to restrain his nervousness and irritation. If possible, he would definitely not want to put his life in the hands of two strangers. However, right now, he had no other choice. There was no point in thinking about the impossible. AI Huey's gaze regained its calm and coldness. Even his voice contained a tinge of indifference. He spoke as if the situation had nothing to do with him. We only have one chance to strike. After finishing his sentence, he did care about the both of them anymore and turned to Fatty. Be careful. Fatty knew what AI Hui meant. AI Hui was trying to say that if the situation turned for the worst, Fatty should quickly escape by himself. Fatty didn't say anything, he only nodded his head, signaling that he knew what to do. He was acting way more level-headed than both Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun. If we fail, the three of you have to run in 3 different directions, AI Hui reminded them. The 2 girls were rookies, and he had no choice but to remind them of this basic knowledge. Seeing that AI Hui had a thorough arrangement, Shi Shueman's anxiousness disappeared. Her eyes became determined as she replied with a serious tone, I will do my best. The sparkling and translucent pearl that hung on her wrist suddenly trembled, resembling a shaky dewdrop on the tip of grass in the morning. With a flick of her snow-white hand, the glistening pearl broke off from the string and rolled along her wrist and into her palm. With a flick of her slender middle finger, the pearl was lodged in between her thumb and middle finger. Me too. Sang Jijun bit her lips. She tossed the arrow quiver that was hung onto her waist to the ground. Her hand was holding onto 3 bunny hair arrows, and her legs were wide apart as she stood like a tree, tall and upright. Without raising his head to look at the bat, AI Hui took a step forward. The blood bat in the sky moved. At this point in time, he finally confirmed that the bat was locked onto him. Among the 4 people, he was the only one who was locked onto by the bat. Could it be that the blood bat had sensed the aura of his sword embryo as well? Bats did not require their eyes to look at things, rather, they used their senses and echolocation. AI Hui quickly dismissed the distracting thoughts in his head and focused on the space of air before him. Suddenly, he dashed forward. It was as if he could not take the pressure anymore and wanted to flee. AI Hui was unsure whether the blood bat in the sky would fall for his trap. Now, however, he did not want to think about anything else. Almost instantly, he could sense the blood bat above him begin to swoop downward silently. It's coming. In the darkness, AI Hui grinned sinisterly as he tightened his grip on the dragon's pine inferno. Bring it on. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Unleash the Sword. Chapter 146, Unleash the Sword. Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav. The deep darkness of the night was its best cover. Its wingspan was more than 1 meter. Its dog-sized black-colored body was striped with blood-red streaks, resembling the color of cooled magma. One would not be able to sense its presence in the dark night. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it displayed an incredible calmness. The sound waves that it emitted covered the entire street. Its target was that human who gave off a unique aura, a dangerous aura, which it could sense coming from his body. Its underdeveloped intelligence did not allow it to understand what exactly was going on. Its killing instinct and strengthened body, which were several times stronger than before, may be the reasons why it was doing this. Its unique flying techniques resembled a whale swimming in the depths of the ocean, making no noise at all. The target wanted to escape. This was something that it commonly encountered. Its diving speed was extremely fast. The distance between the 2 parties began to rapidly decrease. Halfway through its dive, it increased its speed abruptly. Its previously closed eyes started to open, revealing a pair of dark red eyes that looked like pieces of glowing iron. Its expression became sinister, and its sharp, snow-white teeth produced a hissing sound in the wind. Suddenly, its target stopped running and turned around. Escaping was a stupid thing to do, but putting up a resistance would be even more stupid. It could feel the blood boiling within its body, and its bloodthirsty killing intent stimulated it even more. It continued to increase its speed. Even though AI Hui, who had placed all his attention on the bloodbat, was mentally prepared, he was still frightened by the bloodbat's speed. Too fast. The eyes of the bloodbat created a blur of demonic red glow in the air. Its speed was so fast that AI Hui's eyes could not keep up with it. The scarier part was that the sound of the wind it produced was very soft, it only produced a low, snake-like hissing sound as it dived. This defied AI Hui's logic. From what he knew, the faster a beast flew, the louder the sound it would make. Arrows behaved similarly as well, the more the power of a flying arrow, the louder it would be. However, the diving bloodbat barely made any sound. And the frightening thing was that it was still increasing its speed. It doesn't make sense. An urge to flee arose in AI Hui's mind. He felt that his idea was too naive. How could those two girls keep up with such terrifying speed? He forcibly restrained the fear in his mind. At this point in time, he would have no chance of surviving if he escaped. How could his legs outrun something that could fly? Moreover, the speed of this beast had surpassed that of any arrows he had ever seen. When AI Hui realized that there was no way he could escape, he calmed down. Just like before, when he knew he had no other options, all distracting thoughts disappeared immediately. He held his sword hilt. The grip of the dragon's pine inferno felt very hard and rough. The rope grip of the sword was made by him, after staying in the embroidery workshop for so long, making a simple rope grip wasn't too difficult. The rope grip was rather fitting for his hands as well. For some unknown reason, whenever AI Hui placed his focus on the sword, his mind would calm down immediately. He remembered that a lot of swordplay manuals had discussed how a swordsman should treat his sword. Some manuals even stated that swordsmen should craft their own swords, and the whole crafting process should be done by them alone. After the crafting was completed, the swordsman should start a long process of nurturing their newly crafted swords. Other types of cultivators often changed their weapons, but swordsmen would not do that. Most of the swordsmen had at most 5 swords in their entire lives. It was not rare for those swordsmen, who never changed their swords even once in their lives, to develop an ordinary sword into a legendary one. AI Hui felt that it was incredible that his mind could still be distracted at this point in time. He did not have the slightest bit of nervousness or fear, it was as if all the danger had been resolved all of a sudden. Holding the sword, he could perceive a sensation from the sword hilt. His mind was tranquil. The previously restless sword embryo had also become calm and vigorous. AI Hui was emotionless. He slightly crouched, hind leg and elbows bent, as he pressed the sword hilt against his chest. The tip of the sword was pointing towards the sky. The body of the sword was so black that it did not even reflect a bit of light. The 7 dazzling pieces of red crystal resembled 7 mysterious islands that floated out on the dark sea. His movements were relaxed, without any signs of danger or vigor. A silver color extended outwards from the roots of his hair. His eyes remained indifferent and as calm as still water. His inner mind was extremely tranquil. Even the faint hissing sounds had disappeared. The sword, which weighed around 100 kilograms, was firm and steady in his hand, motionless like an unmovable boulder. He could feel the light drafts brush past the tip of his sword as it sliced through the air. It felt as if a river was flowing through his sword. AI Hui was channeling his elemental energy into the sword embryo, continuously expanding and extending his perception. Suddenly, however, the experience became different. He could feel the range of his perception begin to shrink, and it continued until he could only perceive his sword. He could now clearly see and feel every fine crack and impurity on the 7 pieces of red crystal. This kind of feeling was extremely wonderful. Not far away, Shi Shueman and Sang Jijun were shocked upon witnessing the huge transformation in AI Hui's aura with their own eyes. Especially Shi Shueman, even though she had seen AI Hui fight before. She could still not forget that magnificent and dazzling sword move from that day. It was the most breathtaking sword move she had ever seen in her life. And, from then onwards, she had been impressed by AI Hui's swordsmanship. But that was all. In an era where swordsmanship was irrelevant, even if one's sword skills were impressive, it wouldn't matter much. From the day the Avalon of 5 Elements was established, there had not been a single Grandmaster swordsman. Even most of those so-called master swordsmen were frauds who self-conferred their titles themselves. However, at this moment, AI Hui was showing her an entirely different perspective on swordsmanship. There was no luster, there was no resplendence. AI Hui was like a statue, a boulder, a still lake. Since young, Shi Shueman had encountered many experts, and she was well versed with their characteristics. She knew that the calmer an expert was, the more destructive the storm brewing in him would be. Sure Shuemon did not dare to look on anymore.
The statue-like AI Hui was emitting an indescribable attractive force, charming people and captivating souls.
She did not forget her responsibilities. They had only one chance, and if they made a mistake, AI Hui would perish on the spot.
Sure Shuemon's back was shrouded in a faint surging mist, the result of her channeling her water elemental energy to the limit. She was trying her best to lock onto the swooping bloodbat, but no matter how hard she tried, she wasn't able to do it. It was simply too fast. The bloodbat opened its eyes, and Sure Shuemon could see a blur of demonic red glow. However, even when she tried her best, she barely managed to catch its afterimage.
Sang Jijun subconsciously bit her lips until they bled, and her forehead was dripping with sweat. She could not lock onto the bloodbat as well.
Just when Sure Shuemon and Sang Jijun were at their wits' end, AI Hui suddenly unleashed his sword.
This strike was very slow and light. It looked as if AI Hui unleashed this attack with zero effort. The lightning-fast streak of demonic red glow and AI Hui's sluggish sword strike provided an enormous visual contrast.
Sure Shuemon indescribably uncomfortable upon witnessing it, however, her eyes and attention had been involuntarily captivated by AI Hui's strike. The moment the tip of the sword made contact with the demonic red blur, the sluggishness and extreme speed converged. The dark red claw on the black-colored sword tip seemed to have frozen in time.
Sure Shuemon could not describe the awkwardness of this scene.
She felt dizzy and nauseous, her chest felt tight, and she was suffocating. She was so sick that she wanted to vomit, and beside her, Sang Jijun's body swayed, and her face also became pale white.
Boom! The violent explosion sent shivers down everyone's spine.
A visible ring-shaped billow of air exploded outwards from the point of contact between the sword's tip and the bat's bloody claws. AI Hui's face suddenly became flushed, and it looked as if he was drunk. He gritted his teeth and appeared to say something, but no sound came out from his mouth as he flew through the air, forming an arc in the sky. He proceeded to crash into a nearby wall, causing the entire structure to collapse with a loud rumble.
The bloodbat appeared before Sure Shuemon and Sang Jijun for the first time. Its body was striped with dark red streaks.
However, at this point in time, its sinister-looking face was in a daze. Sure Shuemon endured the pain in her chest as she knew the crucial moment had arrived. Without hesitating, she channeled all her elemental energy into the pearl between her fingers and shot it out with a flick of her finger.
With a flash of luster, the pearl in Sure Shuemon's hand disappeared. She then collapsed as if she was drained of all energy.
On the other side, Sang Jijun's face was pale, but her eyes were filled with an imposing battlelust. The golden silk longbow in her hand looked like a crescent moon with the 3 bunny hair arrows placed upon it. Even though her fingers were clenching the fletchings of the 3 arrows separately, the arrowheads were in contact with each other. The 3 bunny hair arrows gave off a faint silver glow with a sharpness so unequaled that Sang Jijun was pleasantly surprised.
Clink!
The 3 bunny hair arrows merged in midair and materialized into a dazzling silvery light.
Compared to Sure Shuemon, Sang Jijun was worse off.
After putting all her energy into that attack, she retreated several steps before her legs gave way, causing her to fall down on her backside. Sure Shuemon's pearl struck the dazed bloodbat, and as soon as it made contact with the bloodbat's body, it disintegrated into a tiny cloud of mist which seeped into the bat's body. The bloodbat froze. Both the water and blood cells in its body were beginning to frantically rush towards the tiny cloud of mist. However, it looked as if its body was trying to devour the cloud of mist, which was filled with concentrated elemental energy. At this moment, the bloodbat was in the perfect position to be struck.
The silvery light shot out from Sang Jijun's bow effortlessly hit the bloodbat's head.
The silvery light suddenly blew up, causing the bat's head to explode into countless fragments.
Its headless body was bubbling with water vapor. It was as if it was dumped into boiling water.
The previously strong metallic skin had lost its luster and had dried up.
Its body crashed to the ground with a resounding bang.
A plump silhouette pulled AI Hui to one side. The instant AI Hui had been sent flying backward, Fatty had already rushed forwards to catch him.
AI Hui had fainted.
Without saying anything, Fatty carried the dusty AI Hui on his back and dashed frantically in the direction of the training hall.
He doesn't even bother to say goodbye, really, Sang Jijun muttered as she sat on the ground, staring blankly at Fatty's retreating back. He must be anxious to save his friend.
Sure Shuemon had regained a little of her strength, and she helped Sang Jijun up from the ground.
What should we do now? Sang Jijun was exhausted, and her face was dazed. Request for help. Sure Shuemon said, releasing a distress signal. She cast a glance in the direction that Fatty had disappeared into and felt a bit worried. How was AI Hui's injury?
His direct collision with the bloodbat had been truly amazing.
He must be fine.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 147, Who's AI Hui? Chapter 147, Who's AI Hui? Translator, TYZ Editor, Pranav.
The infiltration of the bloodbat shook the entire Central Pine City.
Everyone had assumed that Central Pine City's defense was impregnable, but reality had shown otherwise.
Moreover, it was Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun who had encountered the danger this time. If any mishaps had happened to the both of them, the entire Central Pine City would have borne the blame, and the consequences would have been devastating. Immediately after the incident, both the Magistrate Court of Central Pine City and Central Pine Academy sent their representatives to visit them.
However, these representatives were stopped by Yong Zhang, whose face was furious.
When he had discovered that Shi Shuaman had almost met with a mishap, he had become terror-stricken.
Not only was Shi Shuaman the affirmed third-generation successor to the clan, but she was also the daughter of his good friend. If anything were to happen to her, he would not be able to forgive himself. When he was dealing with the visitors, he was very rude and blunt. Even though Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun were still recovering from their injuries, both of them handed detailed reports on the bloodbat's fighting capabilities. In these two reports, there was enough evidence to show the frightening formidableness of the bloodbat. For example, the report had mentioned how Shi Shuaman was forced to use a precious artifact like the Vergla Mist Pearl.
The Vergla Mist Pearl had cost more than 30 million yuan, and it had been given to her by her father as a birthday gift when she was 12. When everyone read this report and saw the three words Vergla Mist Pearl, their eyes popped out of their heads. They then all agreed ruefully that the Shi clan was truly rich and powerful. The Vergla Mist Pearl was a water elemental artifact that was extremely pure in nature. Only under very special conditions could some of the colored clouds in the Palette Cloud village produce Vergla Mist Pearls. These artifacts were exceedingly rare. Could produce the Vergla Mist Pearls. These artifacts were extremely rare. Everyone clearly knew that Shi Shuaman would never use the Vergla Mist Pearl unless it was a life and death situation. No one would actually use it. Furthermore, one had to use the high-level skill, Avalokiteshvara seal, to utilize the Vergla Mist Pearl. Avalokiteshvara was an ancient god and was not well known. This, too, said a lot about the long history of the Shi clan. The Shi clan had more than one absolute skill. The absolute skill that Shi Shuaman practiced was called hydromancy, a profound and complex skill. As for hand-sign-related absolute skills, there were the Avalokiteshvara seal, Lament of Lute, Rain of Musa, Ripple, etc., and all of these were well known. The moves that Sang Jijun had used were also extraordinary. The Sang clan did not have many absolute skills, only one, in fact, and it was known as the arrow fusion technique. This skill fused multiple arrows together into one arrow. Sang Jijun could fuse 3 arrows into one. The 3-into-1 arrow technique was an important skill of the Sang clan. Only those disciples who could fuse 3 arrows into a single one were qualified to travel on their own, and this showed a lot about Sang Jijun's capabilities. This incident also gave people a new evaluation of her abilities. Shi Shuaman's Avalokiteshvara seal, and Vergla Mist Pearl, and Sang Jijun's arrow fusion technique, such fighting capabilities were enviable and displayed both might and wealth. How could that formidable bloodbat not be destroyed by them? However, both Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun stated in their reports that they did not play a pivotal role in the victory over the bloodbat. The key to the victory had been a student named Ai Hui. Ai Hui had been the first to discover the bloodbat, allowing them to make a narrow escape from death. Ai Hui had been the one to sense that the bloodbat had not yet left and was swirling around in the sky. Ai Hui had been the one to determine that there was only one bloodbat. Ai Hui had been the one to take the initiative to use himself as bait. Ai Hui's peerless swordsmanship had stopped the bloodbat's lightning-fast diving attack, giving Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun the golden opportunity to strike. Ai Hui, Ai Hui, Ai Hui. Who's Ai Hui? The dean of the Central Pine Academy waved the 2 reports in his hand as his gaze swept across the teachers who each led a class of students. Everyone looked at each other, but no one knew who he was. No one actually knows who's Ai Hui. The dean's face turned gloomy at once. The room was in absolute silence as no one had heard of this name before. Where did this fellow pop out from? All the teachers present had never heard of a student called Ai Hui. Is he from your class? No, my class doesn't have such a student. He isn't from my class as well. After a round of questioning, everyone quieted down. Is he from Teacher Su's class? Someone suddenly asked upon noticing that Teacher Su was not present. It can't be. Everyone was already jealous of the fact that Teacher Su's class had Duanmu Huanghun. How could it be that his class had one more genius? Everyone still thought that they misread the reports just now. If Ai Hui's name were to be replaced by Duanmu Huanghun's name, that would make more sense. Fortunately, everyone knew that Shi Shueman was aware of who Duanmu Huanghan was, and hence, she would not make such a mistake.
Teacher Su has gone to the Garden of Life, someone quickly reminded.
Teacher Su and Shui Xianzi had gone to the Garden of Life, but no one was clear on their mission specifics.
Eventually, everyone was able to come up with a solution. Teacher Su might not be here, but there was still Duanmu Huanghan.
They could simply ask him.
The magistrate office. Who's AI Hui?
A burly man, who was leaning against a chair behind a long table, asked lazily. He was the mayor of Central Pine City, Wangjin.
Everyone looked at each other in dismay as they could not answer this question. Investigate. Go and investigate now.
Wangjin swung his massive hand.
I want to know everything about him. Yes. Vanguard Training Hall. Is he really okay? If he's okay, then why isn't he awake?
Fatty was worried as he stared at the unconscious AI Hui. Even though AI Hui was unconscious, his hand was holding tightly onto his sword. Previously, Fatty had tried to pry the sword free from AI Hui's hand, but no matter how much force he used, AI Hui would just not let go of it. Lulan also doesn't know why AI Hui hasn't woken up yet. Lulan tilted his head as his eyes flickered with a yellow glow. The elemental energy in AI Hui's body is currently being channeled, so don't worry, Fatty. Right now, he's in good condition, much better than before at it. That's good, then. Fatty tried to restrain himself from worrying too much. He could only tell himself to believe in Lulan.
AI Hui's body was undergoing a tremendous transformation.
The force of the collision with the bloodbat was so immense that it had exceeded what AI Hui's body could take. If not for his sword embryo, which had saved him in the nick of time, and the timely unleash of his potential that had enabled him to execute that unexpected sword move, he would have been reduced to a heap of meat pulp. However, the bloodbat's devastating attack could still deal severe damage to AI Hui's body. The force from the impact had penetrated into the depths of his body. Under such a huge impact, the elemental energy ball in AI Hui's body collapsed like a crushed snowball.
The terrifying external force directly destroyed the attractive force of the elemental energy ball. The collapsed elemental energy was wreaking havoc in AI Hui's body.
Some of the energy surged into the dragon's pine inferno that AI Hui was grasping.
At first, the sword embryo in AI Hui's glabella had been dispirited and listless as it was severely injured.
However, the sword embryo had suddenly become energetic, resembling a shark that smelled blood.
The collapsed elemental energy immediately became its best nourishment. Even though AI Hui was still unconscious, the sword embryo was channeling itself spontaneously. Elemental energy steadily flowed through AI Hui's hand into the dragon's pine inferno before flowing back to AI Hui's body.
The nourished sword embryo quickly regained its energy and began strengthening rapidly. If AI Hui were awake, he would be surprised at the growth of his sword embryo. The surprisingly powerful sword move that AI Hui had executed to stop the bloodbat had greatly stimulated his sword embryo as well.
The elemental energy from the elemental energy mass was continuously converting into sword force.
The amount of elemental energy entering the circulatory circle revolution kept on increasing, enhancing its efficiency. Meanwhile, the sword force channeling in AI Hui's body was surging violently, like a tidal wave that was made up of countless razor-sharp swords. It cleansed his body continuously, every place it passed through was purified and destroyed.
AI Hui's body trembled as the palace in his left leg activated.
As soon as it activated, it was completely filled with the surging sword force. If AI Hui were awake at this moment, he would faint due to the intense pain. More and more sword force surged through his body. When the sword force entered the palace in AI Hui's right foot, his right foot trembled. The palace in his right foot was activated as well. As soon as the palace was opened up, the sword force gushed in frantically.
Both of AI Hui's legs were trembling violently.
The shoes on his feet were wrecked by the sharp-edged sword force.
However, this was just the beginning. More and more elemental energy was steadily entering the circulatory circle revolution.
At this point of time, Lulan couldn't just sit there and do nothing. If the energy were solely entering his feet, there wouldn't be much of a problem. However, if the energy gushed into any one of his earth, sea, gate, or sky palaces and created a problem there, the damage done would be irreversible.
Fatty, hurry and beat him up,
Lulan urged.
Ha! Fatty was stunned. The magistrate office.
Got it, we have obtained the information on AI Hui through the commission hall.
He lives in the Vanguard Training Hall. This subordinate has already located the specific address. Where's my uniform? Where's Master's uniform? Quickly find it for Master now. Let us go to the Vanguard Training Hall.
Wangjin stood up and yelled as he felt energized all of a sudden.
Central Pine Academy. Duanmu Huanghan was baffled when he heard the teachers yelling his name.
But when he heard the name AI Hui, he returned to his senses and said, "That's right, he's from my class." He tried to remain calm. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They finally found the class which AI Hui belonged to.
"Do you know where he lives?" the dean asked solemnly. Could it be that this fellow committed a crime? Duanmu Huanghan rejoiced secretly.
He could not conceal the smile on his face no matter how hard he tried, and without any hesitation, he replied, "Yes. You shall lead the way." The dean demanded ferociously.
Seems like he has committed a big crime. Duanmu Huanghan sneered in his mind. Vanguard Training Hall. I really have to beat him up?
Fatty was hesitating.
Yes, and use more strength. Lu Lan was encouraging Fatty.
The harder you beat him, the faster he will recover.
Really, Lu Lan, you'd better not be lying to me. Fatty said. Lu Lan doesn't lie. Lu Lan shook his head.
When AI Hui wakes up, Lu Lan, you have to be my witness, Fatty said, evidently still hesitating.
No problem. Lu Lan nodded.
A sinister smile appeared on Fatty's face. He dragged AI Hui to the training ground and tied him to a wooden stake.
The one with the surname AI, you're finally in my hands.
Today, we shall settle all the grudges between us.
Thump. This punch is for the lunges you made me do. Thump. This punch is for the flutter kicks you forced me to do. Thump. This punch is for you eating one more bowl of noodles than me. Thump. This punch is for that other extra bowl of noodles you ate. Thump. Thump. Thump.
As Fatty's punches bombarded AI Huey's body like a rainstorm, he felt an indescribable comfort.
It was his lifelong dream to bully AI Hui. All along, he had been under AI Huey's tyrannical abuse. Today, I will let you know that Fatty is also a hero. What makes you think that you can eat 2 more bowls of noodles than me? I will beat you until your head is swollen. I will beat you until your body is as swollen as mine. However, as Fatty continued beating AI Hui, he soon felt that something wasn't right. Lu Lan, I'm almost done, you want to give it a try?
The perspiring Fatty turned around and asked Lu Lan while gasping for air and beating AI Hui wildly at the same time.
Fatty, hang in there.
Lu Lan shook his head furiously like a rattledrum. Why does he shake his head so furiously?
Fatty felt uneasy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 148, Mayor Wang Zhang. Chapter 148, Mayor Wang Zhang. Translator, TYZ Editor, Lise. Punch after several rounds of this, AI Hui remained unconscious. Fatty's vigilance was put to rest. It seems I thought too much. I better make use of this once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity to teach AI Hui a lesson. I even have Lu Lan as my witness. The gods are really helping me this time. Ha ha ha. Fatty sneered. Thump thump thump. Suddenly, Fatty felt his fists become numb. Taking a glance at AI Hui, he was immediately startled. Ah! Why did he suddenly become fatter? AI Hui's body had become bloated and deformed like a swelled balloon. There's too much elemental energy in his body.
Right now, we're using this method to ease the pressure in his body, Lu Lan explained. Lu Lan has to monitor the status of the elemental energy in his body, so I will have to leave the beating to you, Fatty.
No problem, leave it to me. I'm the best at easing pressure. Fatty chirped. Thump thump thump. The elemental energy is accumulating in his left cheek. Right cheek. His chin.
Lu Lan's glowing yellow eyes flickered constantly as he instructed Fatty on where to hit. By the time Fatty saw that AI Huey's head had been beaten into the shape of a pig's, he felt accomplished.
Fatty, use more strength. Lu Lan instructed. Okay.
Fatty's punches became heavier. Time passed bit by bit, and Fatty was now drenched in sweat, unable to remember how many punches he had thrown. AI Huey's face was changed beyond recognition, and his body had swelled up by approximately 2 to 3 times. If Fatty were to meet the current AI Hui on the street, he definitely would not have recognized him.
However,
Fatty's arms were so sore that he could not lift them, and his entire body was drenched in sweat. His throat was burning, as if molten lead had been poured into his mouth. It seemed as though he would stop breathing right there and die of exhaustion.
Gasping for air, he asked, Lu Lan, it's nearly done, right? I have no more strength. Fatty, endure a bit more. It will be done soon.
Lu Lan's glowing yellow eyes flickered as he stared fixedly at AI Huey's body, observing the flow of elemental energy in his body with care.
shoulders, thighs.
Lu Lan continued barking out commands, but Fatty's body felt numb, his energy completely expended. He had yet to notice that his fists were swollen like steamed buns. Punching AI Huey's body had become similar to punching a porcupine. Buzz buzz buzz. Traces of razor-sharp elemental energy were emitting for AI Huey's pores continuously, making him remarkably like a thorny porcupine.
Fatty, use more strength, Lu Lan yelled.
Fatty vaguely perceived a commotion in the alleyway, but at this moment, the entirety of his attention was focused on AI Hui, and he could not hear clearly.
Lu Lan. I can't do it anymore.
Fatty was shedding tears.
He felt as though he would collapse from exhaustion at any time. How many punches had he thrown today?
He must have thrown a lifetime's worth.
Fatty, persevere. It is a crucial time now. Lu Lan encouraged Fatty, his eyes never leaving AI Huey's body for even a split second.
The flickering of his yellow eyes had become a blur.
The amount of elemental energy in AI Huey's body was terrifying.
Lu Lan could not understand why there was so much.
How was it possible for AI Hui to have remained safe and sound until now?
If it were anyone else, they would have already exploded from the abundance of elemental energy. The situation was at a critical point. The two palaces in AI Huey's legs had opened, allowing his condition to improve momentarily. Despite that, however, the palaces in his limbs were being flooded and expanded brutally by the sword force.
The speed of the palace's expansion could not catch up to the amount of elemental energy that was flooding in. The forceful expansion of the palaces would damage the body severely. Lu Lan had many ways to deal with the damage done to the palaces in AI Huey's limbs, and so it was not too great of an issue. For the Earth, Sea, Gate, and Sky palaces to sustain injuries, however, the situation would become troublesome. This was why the elemental energy in AI Huey's body had to be drained. Punching AI Huey's body allowed some of the elemental energy in his body to be released. Throughout the whole process, Lu Lan had to monitor the elemental energy in his body to see if they overaccumulated in a certain area which would damage AI Huey's body. As such, he needed Fatty to carry out the punching. Lu Lan had previously been worried that Fatty would not have enough energy. He never expected that Fatty would instead have so much energy left in punch with such force. Such a good brother. Lu Lan was praising the Fatty in his heart. He was putting in all of his effort only a true brother would sweat and toil so for his friend. The Fatty was really a good guy. On the other hand, Fatty was unaware of Lu Lan's admiration. He was on the verge of tears. Both of his fists were swollen, and every punch he threw was a torture. Why did he have to be the one to beat AI Hui up? Was he punishing AI Hui or himself? Lu Lan, I want to train now. Flutter kicks. Lunges. Anything will do. 100 sets, 500 sets. Any number of sets will do. Fatty lamented sorrowfully as tears streamed down his cheeks. Puff. Fatty felt something amiss with his punch. It felt as though it had landed on a heap of cotton. Fatty, be careful. What's there to be careful about? The dazed Fatty failed to react in time. As if a dashing wild beast had crashed into him, his body flew backwards like a cannonball. It finally ended. Lu Lan became anxious. AI Hui had reached the most critical stage. The dean did not expect to encounter Wang Jin in the alleyway. He scowled. What are you doing here? I'm here for whatever you're here for. Wang Jin smiled cheekily. AI Hui is a student of Central Pine Academy. The dean's face became gloomy. Since when did the mayor begin to interfere in the business of our academy? For quite some time, Wang Zhan and the magistrate office had held little presence. Central Pine Academy was the most important organization within Central Pine City and as a result, undertook many of the city's important roles. By contrast, the duties of the magistrate office were few and far between. In the induction ground, the academies held higher positions than the magistrate offices. As such, when the dean saw Wang Zhen, he felt not the slightest bit of fear. Student AI Hui lives and studies in Central Pine City. As the mayor of this city, it's only natural for me to care about him, Wang Zhen replied lazily. All of you back off. I have something to discuss with the mayor in private, the dean suddenly told his subordinates. What are you trying to do? The dean lowered his voice and asked Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen withdrew his smile and replied, I just don't want anything happening to Central Pine City in my hands. Don't listen to the rumors. The induction ground has already contained the situation. The dean's eyes flickered. If that's the case, then why would you, the dean, come here? Wang Zhen sneered. If that's the case, why would you, the dean, would come here? Wang Jin sneered.
The dean had met the mayor on a few prior occasions, but this was his first time discovering that he was not a pushover.
Being mayor of the induction ground was not an easy job.
The induction ground by nature was autonomous, cut off from the rest of the world, and the mayors of the cities here were known to sulk. This was because the power and authority of each city lay in the hands of the respective academies instead of with the mayor. Furthermore, the induction ground had always enjoyed strict security, and so the mayors within the cities had nothing much to do. Those who were willing to become mayors in the induction ground were usually retired civil servants or those ambitionless, spineless scumbags.
Does the mayor feel that the situation is getting out of hand?
The dean asked directly.
Yes, the situation is extremely critical now. Wang Jin nodded solemnly.
He had always wanted a chance to communicate with the dean, however, he knew that the dean would not listen to him. Despite being mayor, he held very little power, and the teachers within Central Pine Academy would not listen to his commands.
How is that so?
The dean understood the seriousness of the situation. He wanted to be responsible for Central Pine City as well, and so the two held no conflict of interest.
I don't know what the induction ground is planning.
So far, however, the blood poison catastrophe has not been controlled, and the situation is worsening instead, Wang Jin replied.
The appearance of the bloodbath is enough to throw everyone into a state of panic. And if I'm not wrong, the induction ground has yet to find out how the bloodbath infiltrated the city. The dean's pupils contracted at this. Noticing the dean's reaction, Wang Jin continued calmly, I can roughly guess the solution you have come up with. Is it the chiming dandelion? Am I right?
The dean was mildly surprised by Wang Jin's guess, but replied easily, anyone could have made this guess. The chiming dandelion was a plant that wood elementalists had bred long ago, used mainly for security purposes that developed to adopt advanced measures. Tiny dandelion seeds could float in the air for some time, and when used in large amounts, they formed a nearly impregnable security warning system. At any security breach, these extremely minuscule seeds would give off chiming vibrations, immediately notifying the wood elementalists in charge of security. I hope to be in charge of the city's defense. I have some experience with regards to this aspect. And even though I'm not some powerful individual, I did serve 10 years on the front line. Wang Jin gazed at the dean and revealed what was under his left trouser without any hesitation.
A roughly made metallic leg.
The dean was rendered speechless, and a tinge of respect flashed across his eyes as he asked Wang Jin, when did you get injured?
10 years ago, Wang Jin replied unconcernedly.
I can hand over the defense of the city to you, however, I will be keeping an eye on you.
No problem, Wang Jin agreed wholeheartedly.
Both of them heaved a sigh of relief in unison. Wang Jin's main objective had been fulfilled and the dean could remove himself from this tangled mess. The dean then signaled for his subordinates to return and instructed, from now on, the mayor will be in charge of the city's defense. All of the teachers and students will have to cooperate with him.
Let us go in.
The dean smiled.
Please.
Wang Jin gestured for the dean to enter the training hall. The door to the training hall was wide open. Both of them stepped over the doorstep, and at that very moment, a shadow flew towards them at high speed. Both of them were shocked.
Wang Jin's reaction was faster. Without hesitation, he lifted his left leg and gave a vicious side kick.
He underestimated the impact of the incoming shadow, however, and was knocked flying backwards. Luckily, the dean was able to catch him, preventing any humiliations. Upon landing, his legs nearly gave way, causing him to kneel on the spot. Such a powerful impact.
Taking a closer look at the person, they became anxious. Could this individual be AI Hui?
With a resounding crash, Fatty landed heavily on the ground, causing it to tremble and filling the air with dust clouds. In shock, Wang Jin and the dean exchanged looks. At that very moment, a shout came from the courtyard, AI Hui, unleash your sword.
AI Hui, unleash your sword?
Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed the person before them was not AI Hui.
Wait. Unleash your sword?
A sudden powerful and chilling aura erupted from within the courtyard. The youth, shrouded in scorching white light and tied to a wooden stake in the courtyard, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were ice-cold but abstruse. As his eyes slowly opened, he resembled an ancient beast that had awoken from its slumber of thousands of years trapped under a mountain. The expressions of Wang Jin and the dean changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 149, Crescent Moon. Chapter 149, Crescent Moon. Translator, JL Editor, JL. Threads of elemental energy bubbled relentlessly from AI Huey's pores, creating a ring of dazzling light. AI Huey's mind was blank.
The sword force in his body was as boundless as an ocean which was, at this point, rumbling with a fury. In the midst of the storm, AI Huey's mental state was a helpless leaf constantly rolled about by the waves, falling, and being torn into pieces before finally being engulfed by the ocean. Fatty's continuous beatings had facilitated the sword force within AI Huey's body to actively penetrate outwards. Under normal circumstances, the elemental energy would not have been able to do this. Furthermore, due to his training, AI Huey's skin was like copper, more tough and durable than an average student's. Thus, it was more difficult for the elemental energy to leak out of his pores. Fatty's constant efforts had finally paid off. Vast amounts of elemental energy bubbled out from within AI Huey's body like steam. Once the elemental energy was drained away, the pressure within AI Huey's body lessened. This allowed AI Huey's unstable mental state to finally have a breather and regain an ounce of clarity. AI Huey. Use your sword. Lulan's reminder was like an explosion in AI Huey's mind but also seemed to be coming from the opposite end of the sea. Use my sword? In the midst of his confusion, a sword technique came to mind with lightning speed. Within his elemental energy that was vast as an ocean was a slender bowstring that connected AI Huey's left-hand palace to his right-hand's palace. The elemental energy cord with which he had always had difficulty was completed with ease while AI Huey had been unaware. At the moment of the elemental energy cord's completion, the elemental energy bubbling out of AI Huey changed abruptly. Instead of leaving him, it surrounded AI Huey's surroundings while rotating at high speeds. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. It was as though there were countless sharp small swords flitting about speedily in the air. The stake and ropes that had initially tied him down became fragmented and of different lengths. They hovered in the air in segments, as if supported by an invisible hand. Constant cuts were made on the brick flooring beneath AI Huey's feet by the sword, and chunks of brick flew wildly. Within AI Huey's body, the roaring of the elemental energy ocean stopped preemptively the moment the elemental energy cord was completed. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. As if AI Huey had practiced it countless times, he was familiar with the move in its entirety. The Dragon's Pine Inferno, which had never left his hand, was placed horizontally before him. Together with a single stride, he swung the sword. The Dragon's Pine Inferno, which weighed 100 kilograms, was as lithe and agile as a skipping stone on water. The elemental energy that had been dammed in AI Huey's body rushed like the flowing waters of a dike and into the Dragon's Pine Inferno in AI Huey's right hand. Buzz, dot. As a spring vibrates with flick, the deep thrumming of the Dragon's Pine Inferno gave rise to a slight tingle. A sheen of dazzling light appeared on the black body of the Dragon's Pine Inferno. A crescent culminated on the sharp end of the sword, disappearing within moments. The expressions of the dean and mayor changed after being exposed to AI Huey's imposing manner. The dean was especially shocked. How could he have been ignorant of such a brilliant student at his school? Such an explosion of aura was not something easily surpassed. Even the top genius of Central Pine Academy, Duanmu Huanghan, would find it difficult. How could a student have such an imposing air? Wang Jin, too, was incredibly amazed, but for different reasons from the deans. When he received Shi Shuaman and Sang Jijun's reports, he did a thorough background check on AI Hui. There was nothing about him that he did not know. AI Hui had been born to a life of hard work, staying in the wilderness for 3 years. An exception was made, allowing him to enter and train in the induction ground. He achieved the base level of 2 palaces and was also a disciple of Wang Shouchuan. Even AI Huey's hand in the bunny hair's profit was not absent from Wang Jin's knowledge. He had done an incredibly detailed investigation. What made him deeply respect AI Hui, however, was actually the fact that not only did AI Hui survive 2 encounters with the blood beasts, but also that he played a pivotal role in the group's successful escape. Aside from Shi Shuaman's and Sang Jijun's reports, Wang Jin had also seen the reports from teacher Su and Chui Xianzi. Both of them also mentioned AI Hui as the one to have first realized that something was amiss. AI Hui seemed to have an extraordinary intuition towards the blood poison. It also happened to be the main reason behind seeking him out. But all of the intelligence he received failed to mention that AI Hui had such an uncanny capability for swordplay. Was this truly 2 palaces? How could such frightening waves of elemental energy result from just 2 palaces? It most certainly had to belong to at least 7 palaces. Could it be that this chap was concealing his talent? He would not have been so shocked if it were simply the waves of elemental energy. The moment the tip of the sword transformed into a crescent moon, his facial muscles trembled involuntarily. Such awe-inspiring swordplay gave him goosebumps. The sword seemed to head straight for his glabella. With the sword's next movement, it would even pierce him. Both Wang Jin and the dean reacted immediately. Wang Jin suddenly held a stained knife. His aura underwent a transformation, as though he had become another person. Even his height seemed to have increased. His bearing was indescribably fierce and severe. He wordlessly brought down his knife in a single stroke, its gleam similar to an inverted waterfall. The Dean's wide sleeves emitted large amounts of bubbles like the ones blown by soapy water. Under the sunlight, they reflected a myriad of colors, dancing alongside the wind in a dreamlike sequence. The crescent which had disappeared from the tip of AI Huey's sword appeared before them as if out of thin air. It intersected with the gleam from Wang Zhen's knife. Like fragile porcelain, the crescent silently shattered into a multitude of fragments. Wang Zhen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately held his knife horizontally and exerted his left palm outwards. Bang! The shattered crescent suddenly transformed into numerous sword gleams and enveloped the entire courtyard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sword ray collided with the bubbles. They popped as though pricked by a needle, bursting immediately. However, the Dean's billowing sleeves seemed to be a bottomless pit, gushing out colorful bubbles in a relentless torrent. The spheres increased in number, covering the Dean from view. The sword gleam, which had been aimed at Wang Zhen, now seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and set off rippling waves. A glint of the sword beam shot towards Duanmu Huanghan. Waking up from his stupor, he immediately used his viridescent flower. A circle of branches materialized around him, and the sword gleam collided into the branches. With a tremble, Duanmu Huanghan successfully blocked the sword gleam, but there was not a trace of celebration on his face. His gaze was instead fixated on the iridescent flower branches that were slowly rotating around him. The small pinhole on a single leaf was extremely blinding. How could it be? He almost could not believe his eyes. From the moment he entered the training hall, the impacts came in wave after wave. The AI Hui in front of him felt like a stranger. He had recently improved tremendously, with the encounter in the Garden of Life and the bitter battle outside of the city serving as stimulation. He was already talented, but with the threats of death, he was able to fully exploit and expand his talent and capability. 3 days ago, he managed to activate the fifth palace, known as the Earth Palace. The implication was that he was entering the territory of greater skills. With each activation of the four palaces Earth, Sea, Gate, and Sky, the strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Although everyone's constitution was different, in general, the Earth Palace could store 1.5 times more elemental energy than the Hand Palace. Additionally, the activation of his Earth Palace enabled him to practice moves from the viridescent flower that he had been unable to previously. Thus, his strength increased tremendously, and he was pleased beyond expectations. But that was before today. The waves of elemental energy that AI Hui emitted sent chills to his heart. Duanmu Huanghan was certain that he would be unable to produce such frightening vibrations even with a base level of 5 palaces. And that sword move. Just one move from AI Hui had forced the Dean and the Mayor into such a situation. This far surpassed any knowledge Duanmu Huanghan had of AI Hui. Duanmu Huanghan was clear about his capability. While he shot into fame after just one battle, he immediately became low-key and restrained afterwards. He knew that his brilliant results happened only because everyone was unfamiliar with him, unfamiliar with his viridescent flower. In the end, he had been a freshman with the base level of 4 palaces. Once everyone familiarized themselves, they would be able to think of ideas to counter him. Base level was a weakness that he could not avoid. While it required talent, it also needed time and patience. However, AI Hui seemed to have skipped the latter requirement. From the activation of his natal palaces to both of his hand palaces, and now. How many palaces had he activated to produce such strong elemental energy waves? And that unnerving yet grand sword move. Was it an absolute art? Didn't they say that swordplay was in decline? How could such impressive swordplay be in decline? His own rapid improvements were supported by several reasons. He was gifted with talent and imparted with an absolute art. His family was rich, and with external triggers, there was nothing strange about his tremendous improvement. Yet he could not comprehend AI Huey's improvement. There was no reasoning he could see behind it. His skills were nothing extraordinary, he was poor, and he was also older. How could he ever understand why that fellow's improvement was greater than his? While the bubbles seemed powerless as they would burst upon contact, the volume was simply so much that it seemed limitless. All of the sword gleams were forcibly blocked by them. With the exception of Duanmu Huanghan, everyone was sheltered and protected behind him. This feels good. Wang Zhen burst into laughter for a long time, containing a whole 10 years' worth of battle intent. His hair and beard fluttered around him, and his gaze was bright and animated. Holding onto the rusted knife, he was in high spirits. Central Pine Academy had a concealed talent. I cannot believe that there's such an expert here. AI Hui, show me all that you've got. Let's have a hearty battle. Wang Zhen's thundering voice left a buzzing sound in everyone's ear.
He raised his blade and approached Ai Hui.
Each stride was large, pressing into the hearts of those present. Even the floor trembled.
Duanmu Huanghuan's pupils constricted while the expressions of the other teachers changed.
Nobody could have expected the inconspicuous mayor to have such violent capabilities and strength.
Ai Hui, could it be that you have lost your guts? Wang Jin roared loudly and took a leaping step. In midair, Wang Jin's vigor was at its peak, and he felt an indescribable contentedness. He was all fired up. No one would be able to block this move. Ai Hui, who was below him, fell face down like a blockhead, unconscious. At his side was Lu Lan, thoroughly relaxed. He had exhausted all of his Sandcore's elemental energy. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier as he mumbled deliriously, "Lu Lan is tired." Wang Jin landed back on the floor with a stiff expression.
The dean, who had just finished dispersing the bubbles, was dumbfounded.
Ai Hui, unconscious.
Fatty, unconscious.
Lu Lan, unconscious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, Blood Red Ripple. Chapter 150, Blood Red Ripple. Translator, JL Editor, Lise. It should be around here. Search carefully, everyone.
Xiao Hua's voice was hoarse and his appearance disheveled, but he still exuded a sense of confidence and good spirits. His gaze kept its confidence and steadiness while his face had a morbidly excited red blush. Only the corners of his eyes displayed his fatigue. Everyone knew that Xiao Hua was bearing a heavy burden. The blood catastrophe situation was rapidly deteriorating. There were sightings of blood fiends in many cities. Due to the emergency, the ones deeper in the Garden of Life were pressed by a heavy atmosphere. Even the areas that had been burned still had blood-red sprouts growing from the charred ground. The blood plants had a resilient vitality, instilling fear in everyone. The blood fiends were getting stronger. Just 7 days ago, they were hit by a sneak attack from a blood wolf, causing 3 deaths and 6 injured. This was the first instance of severe injuries and death received since they entered the Garden of Life. The blood wolf was a strong but cunning dire beast that quickly became everyone's nightmare. Since then, the troop had become startled by the smallest things. Their caution, however, did not improve their situation. They began to suffer continuous attacks from different blood fiends, increasing the number of casualties. This further strengthened their belief that they were traveling in the correct direction. Xiao Hua continued to command them deeper into the Garden of Life while praying for divine intervention. The burdens in Xiao Hua's heart increased, but he continued to encourage himself, saying that this was the best option to take. As long as they discovered the first blood tree, they would be able to find a solution. The blood poison could not be dealt with using ordinary ideas, which was evident from the blood grass that was growing from the charred soil. They sprouted at an astonishing rate. Only a few days had passed, and the blood grass had already grown past their kneecaps. The fire, intended to prevent the spread of the blood poisoning, aided it in becoming stronger instead. Xiao Hua examined the newly grown blood grass and realized that the blood poison in them was slightly different from the one gathered in his initial investigations. Layers upon layers of transformations had taken place, and the blood poison became increasingly formidable to the point that Xiao Hua experienced fear. He did not express his worries and fears, knowing that the troops' morale was undergoing some subtle changes. Everyone was tense and strained as they had yet to find the blood tree left behind by Sinan. Furthermore, the continuous escalating attacks by the blood fiends and the loss of their people made their confidence in Xiao Hua waver. The loss of confidence and intensifying insecurity made them extremely weak. Xiao Hua's resolute nature showed itself. He did not have the least bit of hesitation and held on to his determination. He believed his conjecture was correct and was not the least bit swayed. Everyone dispersed to seek out the potential target. Sinan's notes were decades old. Since his time, there had been many changes in the induction ground. Even the geological landscape had noticeable differences. Furthermore, the notes had been organized by Sinan's students, and so many details were indistinct and unclear. After analyzing the notes, Xiao Hua had jotted down a few potential locations. Most of the people were in low spirits and were not encouraged by Xiao Hua's words since their previous searches had proved to be fruitless. Everyone maintained their patience out of respect for Xiao Hua's high rank. Their tolerance, however, was running thin. Some of the troop members were starting to suspect whether Sinan's notes were real. Found it! An agitated voice suddenly rang out, and everyone involuntarily paused in their movements. After a moment of silence, they erupted in cheers. Everyone rushed towards the loud shout. Xiao Hua's knees went soft. He no longer cared about his image and plopped butt-first onto the ground. He looked utterly exhausted. He did not think that their journey would have been met with so many mishaps, nor did he predict the blood poison to have worsened so rapidly. The burden he shouldered had been heavy beyond expectation. The blood catastrophe had worsened with a swiftness outside of anybody's expectations, even Xiao Hua's. There were rumors of displeasure from the elders who had been persuaded by him. The winner takes all while the loser is left with nothing. If he could successfully resolve the blood disaster, then he would rapidly become the hero of the induction grounds, no, of the entire Avalon of 5 elements. To him, this was critical.
As long as he succeeded, his population would be elevated to unprecedented heights.
Always, he had hoped and longed for such a chance. His ambitious nature had been stirred since long ago.
They finally found it.
As long as they found the blood tree, he was halfway to success. This implied that there would be a feast for them soon. It would be one of celebration, the best reward he could ever get.
The courage he invested would soon reap numerous rewards.
He could almost envision his name in the river of history, praised by millions of people. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he stood and walked towards the group of people. The crowd automatically parted to form a path, like the welcoming of a crowned victor. With a steady pace, Xiao Hua held his head up high. The gazes that turned his way were no longer filled with doubt and suspicion but instead were of adoration and respect.
Finding the blood tree was evidence of Xiao Hua's correct theory.
They all believed that they would soon witness the destruction of the blood disaster. Most of them were overcome with emotion. Xiao Hua did not let the success go to his head. Instead, he calmed himself and approached the blood tree. After regaining his absolute tranquility, he inspected the blood tree carefully. After 400 years of growth, the sapling had grown into an ancient tree of the firmament. Not an inch of grass grew within a perimeter of 50 meters. The top of the tree was thick and scarlet red like the evening maple in late autumn. It was breathtaking. Xiao Hua, however, did not raise his head. His gaze was fixated on the black streaks on the tree trunk. The dull red tree trunk was covered with black patterns like a totem from the ancient times.
It exuded an indescribable gloom and evil.
"Teacher, what is this black decorative design?"
Xiao Hua's student gathered up his courage and asked.
"Blood traces."
Xiao Hua did not move his gaze.
His finger ran lightly across the black patterns as he continued. During the cultivation era, it was a taboo in blood refinement.
Very few know about this now.
Senior Sinan's extensive knowledge in blood refined techniques was startling.
The people's expressions changed to one of admiration. Teacher Qiao was indeed erudite.
In their eyes, blood refined techniques were mysterious and unfamiliar. Much of their understanding about the subject touched only upon objects used during the techniques.
To them, the teachers who pursued research in the bazaar such as objects of blood refinement were like valuable. The rusty entrance was locked and covered with grey dust, a treasure left behind by the cultivation era. It could be worth less than a penny, or it could change the world. To date, this door remained locked tight, and nobody had managed to open it. While blood-refined objects were not destroyed, nobody was able to use or find anything wondrous about them. The long history and experience left behind by the cultivation era was unimaginable for the people of the Avalon of 5 elements after all. Even objects left behind by the mysterious and neglected blood-refined technique were not rare to see. Apart from Ai Hui's blood bandage, which was made of a special material, most of the objects were considered useless and placed in a corner to collect dust. Only those with special uses were kept. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale. Xiao Hua's expression became bewitched.
The more he understood, the more he sensed the coordination, power, and beauty in the blood traces on the tree trunk.
It was as though he gazed into the sea of history of the cultivation era.
In this humble corner was a fascinating blood-colored cloud that, while not formidable, had never been destroyed or gone extinct.
What an era that people would yearn for! Xiao Hua's thoughts wandered far and away. He could not imagine the vastness of the cultivation era.
To think that the blood-refined techniques, fit only to be on the sidelines, had not yet gone extinct. And it set off such shocking waves. He remained in a befuddled state for a moment before regaining his senses.
Strength and confidence returned to his body once more.
Perhaps blood-refined techniques used to be formidable, but now the times had changed.
It was an era of elemental energy, and it was his era. Number 7 medicine,
he confidently said to his students. The rattan basket that was being carried by a student suddenly wiggled, and the sticks forming the basket separated to expose the contents within. In it were flower pods hanging from rattan sticks, and each pod was labeled with a number. Finding the number 7 flower bud, he inserted a thread of elemental energy. The flower bud slowly blossomed. Inside, a crystal-clear bamboo joint containing a black liquid appeared before everyone. It was difficult to breed crystal bamboo joints as their rate of growth was slow. As such, they tended to be on the pricier side and were used to store precious medications.
The student gingerly took out the crystal bamboo joint. The black liquid medicine inside was like black lava. Even with the bamboo joint containing it, everyone could feel the heat waves. Xiao Hua's confidence was not without basis. He had thoroughly studied every detail in Si Nan's notes to purposefully creating several types of liquid medicines for different contingencies. For now, the situation was still within his control, and he was sufficiently prepared. Everyone, retreat by 50 meters, he commanded gravely. Without any objections, everyone quickly retreated by 50 meters. They widened their eyes, afraid to miss out on any details. This would surely be an unforgettable moment in their entire lives. The fearful blood disaster was finally going to meet its end. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and surprisingly felt slightly nervous. After careful consideration, he was confident that he had considered all aspects. His gaze became determined. He cautiously removed the cap of the crystal bamboo. An unpleasant odor gushed out. Without a change in expression, he overturned it along the blood traces on the tree trunk. The last drop of black medicine dripped out from the crystal bamboo and permeated through the tree trunk. Xiao Hua had a relieved expression. The medication that he came up with was the bane of the blood poison. It could be considered to be another form of toxin that would directly counteract against the blood poisoning. It would spread in the same way, and there was no escape for anything already infected. The branches exhibited signs of blackening. Xiao Hua became excited, it was going to start. The black color began to spread, and the leaves fell in succession. All around them, the blood-red leaves descended and swirled like falling snow. Xiao Hua gave a hearty laugh. Oh, what a pretty sight! In a flash, the ancient tree was barren without any leaves on it. Xiao Hua was pleased with himself when out of the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of a dried-up twig. His pupils constricted, his expression frozen in place. A newly grown sprout that was even more sparkling with a brighter red tint. Why? He stared blankly at what had been bare branches that were now filled with new sprouts that were blood-red and growing at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the treetop was completely filled, similar to a bewitching sea of blood. Without warning, the blood-red grass 50 meters away began to grow rapidly. In the midst of the surprised shouts and screams, it was like a paranormal beast with its ferocious maws wide open. The blood-red ripple expanded outwards at an alarming speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, Reward. Chapter 151, Reward. Translator, JL Editor, X. Long black hair flew in the wind. A young lady casually sat on a rock on top of a summit. She paid no attention to the fact that she was sitting on a high overhanging cliff. Her red maxi skirt fluttered with the wind, akin to a blooming rose, yet also appearing like a ball of fire. On her delicate oval face, her eyes were closed. She raised her chin slightly to enjoy the incoming breeze. Her slender and fair feet extended from under her fire-red skirt. She playfully swung her feet in the air, as if playing a touching song. Suddenly, her eyes opened, and she turned her head slightly. A hint of a smug smile emerged, and she let her charming gaze wander. It was starting. Like a perfect masterpiece, she stretched her fair-as-snow arm. Her murmurings were languid, yet enticing. It was like a siren's call. After she finished stretching, she suddenly exclaimed slightly, "Blackie has not returned since it went out to hunt for food 5 days ago. Could it be that Blackie met with some mishap?" She did not think this was likely. Blackie was able to fly high and was as fast as lightning. Even if it did meet with danger, it would be able to escape easily. Still, she decided to head down the mountain to look for Blackie. It would not be an easy task for her to nurture another talented blood fiend like Blackie. With the tip of her foot, she tapped lightly on the rock. Like a blazing phoenix, she flew off the cliff. We woke up in a daze. It was like he had just had a bad dream where he was continuously beaten up like a sandbag. It had been a while since he had such nightmares. Thankfully, he woke up and realized that he was safe and sound. He gave a sigh of relief and sat up in one motion. Where were Lu Lan and Fatty? We walked out of the room while stretching. He retreated when he saw Lu Lan's reflection in the training hall. Hey, why was his head so painful? It must be that he had not fully recovered. He needed more rest. Hui. You are awake. Hui's halted his movement, and his expression froze upon hearing Lu Lan's joyous voice. Hui, do you still feel unwell? You have fully recovered from your injuries. Lu Lan is brilliant, right? Fatty put in a lot of effort too. He was terrific. Congratulations AI Hui, you have activated 4 palaces. Lu Lan rattled on in a single breath. AI Hui thought to himself, Lu Lan was good at everything, but he does not know how to read people's facial expressions. How could it be that I have recovered? Would I recover so easily from an 80 million injury? The girl from the noodle store did not bother to hide her mocking gaze. AI Hui laughed and said, it has been a while. Weren't you hoping that I would never appear? The girl from the noodle store hissed and her tone was cold. How could that be? AI Hui laughed a guilty laugh. The girl from the noodle store did not give him a chance and cut straight to the point. Tell me, when are you going to pay me back? The girl from the noodle store was not in a good mood today. Could it be that someone offended her? Someone actually dared to offend such a violent girl? Their courage is seriously admirable. AI Hui muttered in his heart, but he smiled and said, I am rather short on cash recently, The girl from the noodle store smiled insincerely while saying, when are you not short on cash? AI Hui was pissed off. You can kill me but you should not insult me. What do you mean? Never mind. I have no choice, I am a poor man. Young girl, young lady, could you lower your standards and extend the deadline? Give me some more time, or else could I pay part of it first? AI Hui remembered his bunny hair arrows. Had they not just been sold for 30 million? His share was quite significant, and he could use it to return some of the debt first. Thinking of the bunny hair arrows, AI Hui straightened his back. He was about to become someone rich. That amount of money was nothing. If this pace continued, it would not take long for him to give back the 80 million. If you are going to repay, pay it in one lump sum. The young girl from the noodle store replied coldly. AI Hui's back suddenly softened. Who made you angry? Don't be angry. Vent your anger and it will be all right. You will feel better after beating someone up. Come fatty, let this sister beat you up to vent her anger. I would be appeased if you allowed me to bash you up. The young girl's eyes twinkled coldly, and her tone was terrifying. Tell me, if I ate a bowl of noodles belonging to you and paid 80 millio, wouldn't I be like a skank? AI Hui's eyes twitched. He knew the extent of the young girl's wrath. His bones would definitely shatter if she were to beat him. He laughed dryly. Fatty has more meat and would feel nicer. My bones are hard and would feel painful. Otherwise, Lu Lan would be good too. You could even replenish your energy by having Lu Lan cater to your needs. Having said that, how could you say that you are a skank? Furthermore, this 80 million is not a matter to be treated lightly. I will return you the money, but I need some time as well. Fatty stared incredulously at AI Hui's terrified expression. Was this the same cruel, unfeeling, slaughter machine that he knew AI Hui to be? Why did this scene seem so familiar? A sense of understanding swept over his mind. Indeed, only money could cause such turmoil. Even AI Hui was unable to avoid such a matter. Hold on. Was it true that AI Hui had an 80 million debt? Fatty was dumbfounded by the shockingly cruel reality. At this moment, a knocking sound was heard through the door. AI Hui exhaled deeply. No matter who it was, this person came at just the right time. It was a good person, a savior. Who's there? He shouted at the top of his lungs as he ran over to open the door enthusiastically. His expression immediately became crestfallen and his tone became cold. What are you doing here? Great. Duanmu Huanghan was also in an awkward situation. He wanted to punch AI Hui when he saw his face, but he restrained himself. If not for the fact that he bore a heavy responsibility, he would rather die than visit AI Hui. Matters related to the institution and the magistrate court. Duanmu Huanghan did not bother to keep his tone civil. AI Hui snorted and opened the door widely. Upon seeing Duanmu Huanghan, Lu Lan greeted him enthusiastically, Student Bangwan. Hearing those 2 words, Duanmu Huanghan trembled. To him, these 2 words were a nightmare. When his gaze fell on the young girl from the noodle store, his pace became even more sluggish, and he could not help but tremble. AI Hui's flame was actually here. That girl with strength off the charts, the girl who was as fierce as a wild beast, was actually here. At that moment, he only wanted to run. Previously, when he exchanged blows with AI Hui's flame, he could not even retaliate. He was completely suppressed by her and had experienced the most painful defeat of his life. Suddenly, he felt that he had walked into a lion's den. Everyone's gaze was like a tiger watching its prey. Say it. What's the matter? AI Hui only wished for the early departure of this person.
Looking at AI Huey's face that deserved a spanking, Duanmu Huanghuan's anger rose, but looking at that woman who was standing close by, that anger disappeared without a trace. As you were helpful in defeating the blood fiend, the institution and the magistrate court would like to reward you.
They sent me here to check on your opinion. Duanmu Huanghuan's face was impartial.
He had a headache when he received the assignment. Truthfully, his feelings were complicated when he saw AI Hui today. He had seen with his own eyes how AI Hui impressively executed his sword moves. The dean and the mayor both praised him, while those teachers who followed them were also amazed. There were even some who thought that AI Hui could be a swordplay master in the future.
Duanmu Huanghan felt pressure, tremendous pressure. AI Hui was catching up to him with a speed that he could not comprehend. The distance between AI Hui and him was getting shorter. He had also discovered that AI Hui was better at adapting to dangerous situations. When everyone was at a loss, only AI Hui managed to come up with a solution. Reward. AI Hui brightened up in a flash. How would they reward me? This would depend on your needs.
It could be absolute arts or weapons and defensive gear.
You can slowly reflect and consider. Duanmu Huanghan secretly thought to himself that he would give AI Hui the one with the worst quality. Money. AI Hui said defiantly, if they want to reward me with money. Duanmu Huanghan could not contain himself and reminded AI Hui, you better choose a few imparted skills or special defense equipments or even elemental ingredients. While AI Hui brought about a huge amount of stress to him, his pride did not allow him to use such low methods to slow down AI Hui's progress. Victory must also be achieved fairly and honorably. I will not lose to you.
Duanmu Huanghan felt relieved after resolving his internal turmoil.
He laughed involuntarily.
It seemed that he had been possessed recently. How could he have such thoughts? Although AI Hui had improved tremendously, Duanmu Huanghan was still superior.
He knew that it was due to the sword move.
Seeing that sword move shocked him like never before, which led to his recent imbalanced mentality. Seeing AI Hui's indifference, he continued in a light tone, in the current situation, whether it is the academy or the magistrate court, they would not have so much money. That is because much of their money would be used to replenish and purchase supplies.
You should think about unobtainable or expensive items that you wanted in the past. Think this over carefully. AI Hui was taken aback as he sensed that Duanmu Huanghan was serious. He said it perfectly.
The young lady from the noodle store abruptly interrupted.
AI Hui became prudent and cautious.
The young lady from the noodle store was wealthy and respectable, so she definitely knew more of the world than a country bumpkin like him.
He facepalmed. He could also ask teacher and mistress for their inputs and suggestions. Give me a second.
Having said that, he rushed out of the training hall.
Fatty and Lulan were conversing, which left just Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghan alone. Duanmu Huanghan felt extremely awkward. May I dare ask young lady's name? Duanmu Huanghan decided to break the awkward silence. He was extremely curious about AI Hui's old flame.
Her capability was deep and unmeasurable. While there were many reasons as to why he was suppressed that night, the main reason was because he did not have much confidence in defeating his opponent. For a student to be able to threaten Duanmu Huanghan, she was definitely not a nameless nobody to be taken lightly.
Could it be that she was not a student?
Thinking of Senior Mingxiu, another woman in AI Hui's life, Duanmu Huanghan trembled. She was also a nightmare.
Why were the women around AI Hui so frightening? Shi Shuaman treated Duanmu Huanghan indifferently.
In her eyes, Duanmu Huanghan was just a little boy, and she did not think highly of him. Her expression was composed, then she smiled and said, he usually calls me Skank.
Duanmu Huanghan.
Fatty, who was not far away, exclaimed, this.
I seem to have heard of this. I had heard of it too.
Shi Shuaman laughed lightly.
Her laugh was as cold as the winter tide.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 152, The Dangerous Young Lady. Chapter 152, The Dangerous Young Lady. Translator, JL Editor, X. Teacher has heard about what happened during the past 2 days and was about to pay you a visit. Do not take anything from the institution except for the Big Dipper. Remember the test we took? Within your 8 palaces, there are 7 strong palaces. We should not waste your innate skills. Teacher did not anticipate that you would improve so quickly. You gave us a shock by having a breakthrough to the 4th palace so quickly. Remember, only ask for the Big Dipper. You will know the reasoning behind this after you have received the Big Dipper. Teacher and mistress are not familiar with the magistrate court and we do not know what they have,
but your fellow classmate was justified in saying that it would be too derogatory to ask for money as a form of reward. Disciple, you should not fall into the trap of money.
Don't you have a sand puppet that is an expert in making elemental food? You could request for ingredients to make elemental food.
You have already made a breakthrough to your 4th palace, so you need to prepare for the 5th palace. The Earth Palace, Sea Palace, Gate Palace, and Sky Palace have a much higher difficulty level than the Left-Hand Palace, Right-Hand Palace, Left Leg Palace, and the Right Leg Palace. You need to start preparation early.
This is a good sword, so you are not lacking weapons. In terms of defensive equipment, you have the blood bandage. With that, it would be hard to harm you with just blades and swords.
Though it is on the ugly side, the blood bandage does not have any negative traits.
Oh yes, your senior prepared a pair of shoes for you. This pair of shoes will enable you to run faster. Disciple, the ways of the world are evil.
If you are caught in any dire situations, remember to run quickly without hesitation.
Run as far as you can. Do not worry about us, just look after yourself first. Teacher's endless chatter was reverberating in AI Huey's mind.
He was touched and felt that he had the best teacher, mistress, and senior in the world.
He had just exited from the embroidery workshop. His speed was exceptionally fast, like he was flying. He wore a pair of white shoes on his feet. The workmanship was extremely delicate and was made by his senior Mingxiu. As AI Huey's base level was still low and he could not use top-quality materials, senior Mingxiu's skills were exquisite. Under her perfect workmanship, she was able to produce a pair of remarkable shoes using just normal materials. AI Hui felt that his body was as light and lithe as a bird. Drifting cloud boots. The main body of the boots were made using the 1000 drift cloud from Pallet Cloud Village. The 1000 drift cloud was a commonly seen water elementalist material and had a vast usage. This pair of shoes brought out the lithe characteristic of the 1000 drift cloud brilliantly. AI Huey's speed and agility were tremendously increased. Regardless of whether it was in a battle or to escape, these shoes would be able to perform many functions. AI Hui did not think that running away was a disgraceful thing to do. As long as the situation did not seem right, he would run without a second thought. His life was his and was more important than anything. The elders were indeed more experienced. Teacher's suggestions were very much on point. His previous thoughts were too simple. The only regret he had was that his hopes of having money were dashed. Oh money! Oh money! AI Hui sighed while running madly. The drifting cloud boots were very comfortable, but he needed to adjust and familiarize himself with them before increasing the speed and flexibility. After this acclimation period, he would be able to perform outstandingly during battle. When he walked past the noodle store, he thought about the thrilling encounter when battling with the bat. He had been really lucky during that battle. Even now, he was still unable to understand how he managed to block the blood bat. He had not expected to be able to benefit from the battle. While muddled, he had managed to survive and advance to 4 palaces. Even the elemental energy ball in his natal residence disappeared without a trace. In the confusion, he even obtained a reward. What a pity they did not offer cash rewards directly. While AI Hui was feeling resentful, he suddenly noticed a young lady in a red skirt squatting at the scene of the previous battle. The collapsed fence was already repaired and looked as good as new. The blood stains on the ground were also swept and cleaned. The young lady seemed to sense AI Huey's gaze and looked up, casting her gaze toward him. The sword embryo between his eyebrows trembled as AI Hui became distracted. The young lady's red clothes were fiery and alluring. AI Hui did not know how to describe her beauty. She squatted in the middle of the street and gave off a pitiful vibe. Even the shadow beneath her legs seemed to be darker than usual and more dull. Despite being under the warm sunlight, no warmth was added to her figure. Even though her clothes were as red as fire and she was as pretty as a fairy, it seemed that she was enveloped by a faint layer of black fog. This was a darkness that could not be penetrated by sunlight. However, there was nothing when AI Hui looked at her closely. The young lady suddenly laughed sweetly, like a bright flower blooming in the darkness. Am I pretty? AI Hui regained his senses and looked around. He pointed to himself uncertainly. Are you asking me? Yes. The young lady in red walked toward AI Hui while smiling. AI Hui, who previously still thinking about money, replied straightforwardly, my standard is different from others. Give me 100 yuan, I will say you're pretty. Give me 500 yuan, then I will say you're very pretty. Give me 1,000 yuan, I will say you're as pretty as a fairy, but... The young lady who walked in front of AI Hui paused and suddenly laughed sweetly. Looks like I am as pretty as a fairy. AI Hui went cross-eyed while a sweet fragrance was blown along with the wind. He was suddenly holding on to something.
AI Hui was startled and did not manage to clearly see her actions. Although it might be difficult, I hope to meet you again. All the best. Her enticing voice floated along with the wind. When he regained his senses, there was no trace of the young girl. He looked downward and saw that he was holding on to more than 1,000 yuan. He could not help but laugh. However, his expression quickly dulled. When the young lady in red rushed toward him, his sword embryo had not managed to react in time. What a scary woman! AI Hui took a long time before snapping out of his daze. He laughed bitterly. He was just randomly walking along the street when he met a woman with unfathomable capabilities. Was he considered lucky or unlucky? AI Hui pondered and decided that he was unlucky. Whenever he met women with unfathomable capabilities, they were not kind souls. The young lady from the noodle store was a good example. Thinking of the young lady from the noodle store, then looking back at the 1,000 yuan in his hand that was given by the young lady in red, AI Hui had an ominous prediction. The loneliness and darkness from the young lady in red led AI Hui to think back to the 3 years he spent in the wilderness. He somewhat understood why he was moved by her temperament. It was the despair and fear of the weak and puny in times of distress. He shook his head. He kept the money and hoped that he would not see her again. He had already stepped out of his dire straits and bid goodbye to darkness. 1,000 yuan was also an unexpected fortune. In the past, few frequented the magistrate court. These days, traffic was heavy because there were countless streams of people entering and leaving, causing it to be very crowded. When Wang Jin took over the city, his rich experience allowed him to rapidly gain the trust of everyone. Then, the magistrate court became the heart of Central Pine City. Wang Jin, who was always composed, looked ashen at the moment. Next to him, the dean's face was as white as paper. His hand, which was holding on to the report, was trembling uncontrollably. Failed? How did it fail? Didn't Xiao Hua say he could become a wood elementalist for Daigang? The dean's murmurs had a slight tremor. His gaze was blank and filled with despair. Wang Jin's lips were trembling. He wanted to have a sip of tea to calm himself, but his hand was trembling too badly and the tea spilt over. He was someone who had experienced battle. He knew the failure of Xiao Hua's plan would bring about a catastrophic disaster and was also a fatal turning point. The incident of blood poisoning had become a blood catastrophe. It was the epitome of catastrophe. Due to the failure of Xiao Hua's plan, there were 0 survivors among the entourage. The blood catastrophe worsened, and the new blood poisoning was more dangerous and violent. The rate at which it spread was even scarier. The Garden of Life, which had been reduced to scorched earth, was once again covered by bloodgrass that grew at an insane pace. The Garden of Life had become a sea of red, like a blood ocean without any boundaries. Those elementalists in the air could clearly see how the blood ripple spread. It had now become a crazy red wave and was sweeping across the induction ground at an astonishing speed. The induction ground, no, the whole Avalon of 5 elements was facing a catastrophe like never before. How many of them would be swallowed up by the scary blood wave? He had no idea, but he knew that the amount would be high. Perhaps the number would be greater than those who died at the front line. Wang Jin's unfocused gaze started to regain some focus. His tenacious spirit from being a veteran started to emerge. He had never encountered such a difficult and desperate moment. Even when he had broken his leg, he had not been in so much despair. Yet, he knew that he needed to take action or else they would be like sitting ducks. When will the blood wave arrive at Central Pine City? He asked suddenly. The dean replied with a pained expression, the day after tomorrow. Okay, buck up. It is not the time for despair yet, Wang Jin said gravely. He did not dare to imagine the cities that the blood wave had swept across. He steadied himself and continued, the blood wave will arrive the day after tomorrow. Given the pattern of how the blood fiends changed previously, they would still need an average of 5 to 7 days to transform again. In that case, we have 7 to 9 days of preparation time. By now, the higher-ups must have already received the news. They will make arrangements and rush to our rescue. The fastest we can expect to receive some support should be in 15 days' time. After hearing Wang Jin's analysis, the dean's eyes regained some liveliness. He continued, this means we just need to hang on for around a week and we will be able to get support. Furthermore, Shi Shuaman and Duanmu Huanghan are in Central Pine City. The higher-ups would definitely think of a way to send support immediately. Yes. Wang Jin waved his fist around vigorously. We only need to endure for 1 week. We have so many teachers and students here. There are many training halls in the city and guards in each training hall. These are all sources of strength. However mighty the new blood fiends might be, I believe there's a possibility that we can endure for a week. The dean sighed deeply in relief. Yes, yes, yes. There's hope. There's hope. A glimmer of light flickered in Wang Zhen's eyes. It is possible that people have already received news of Xiao Hua's failure. We have to control the situation immediately and make use of all the manpower we have. Since nobody will be able to escape, it might be a good thing if they are aware of this danger early on. The dean clenched his teeth and said, I will gather some teachers to impart some practical, but impactful, moves. While we do not have much time, any gain in strength, no matter big or small, would be beneficial.
Wang Zhen was surprised by the dean's courage. This course of action might result in consequences that he would be held responsible for. The induction ground had strict control over the imparting of moves at institutions.
Apparently, the dean no longer cared about regulations at this juncture.
Wang Zhen nodded his head. This would be for the best. We need to control all the elemental food. We need to prepare for the worst. All right.
The dean nodded his head fiercely.
I will gather the students.
At that moment, a mournful alarm was heard.
An elementalist rushed in with a panicked expression.
Superior, there are blood fiends.
There are many blood fiends.
Their expressions changed drastically. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 153, The Original Inheritance and the Pact. Chapter 153, The Original Inheritance and the Pact. Translator, YH Editor, X.
A siren rang out while AI Hui was on his way back to the training hall. Troops of anxious elementalists were patrolling the streets, reassuring everyone that things were under control and that they should stay at home as much as possible.
AI Hui had a bad feeling about this.
He could feel that the elementalists were tense like he had never seen before. He kept his head down, silently passing through the streets and headed toward the Vanguard training hall.
Both the noodle shop girl and Duanmu Huanghun had already left.
Fatty's face was filled with panic, but seeing AI Hui allowed him to relax and heave a sigh of relief.
He asked, "What's happening outside? Why does it seem so chaotic?"
"I have no idea," AI Hui said, shaking his head.
"Something big must have happened. Is there anything Lu Lan can help with?"
Lu Lan chimed in with his head tilted. AI Hui let out a short burst of laughter upon seeing Lu Lan's cute actions before replying, "Not for now, but I'm sure we'll need your help soon enough." Fatty knew AI Hui like the back of his hand. He already knew that something was amiss from the moment he saw AI Hui's expression.
"Is the situation really that bad?" Fatty asked.
"I can't say for sure yet," AI Hui replied flatly.
He knew that he would not be able to stay out of it this time.
The reward he received came with certain expectations.
Moreover, AI Hui knew that the city's strength was considerably limited.
The teachers may be powerful, but their pitiful combat experience hardly qualified them as competent fighters.
His worries about the blood poison incident worsening appeared to be coming true. "Why are you still standing here?" AI Hui asked while glaring at Fatty. "You should be training." Fatty could see that AI Hui was in a foul mood. Dejected, Fatty silently retreated to a corner to train. "Don't worry AI Hui, Lu Lan will definitely help you." Lu Lan cheered. AI Hui smiled and thanked Lu Lan.
Considering the induction ground's sluggish response, it was not exactly surprising that the situation had worsened.
If the situation continued to deteriorate, there would be nowhere to escape to.
Based on their current strength, they would likely end up as food for the blood fiends once they left the city. Furthermore, his master and the others were still here. It was impossible for AI Hui to sit back and watch as they succumbed to the disaster. He was suffering from all these agonizing thoughts. He was still too weak. The thought of facing the blood poison disaster with his meager power made him feel utterly insignificant. AI Hui was not even certain that he could contribute much to the city's defensive efforts.
After all, what could a student who had only recently activated 4 palaces accomplish? These unbearable thoughts were suffocating AI Hui.
He had been a free spirit in the wilderness, where his only concern was his own survival. Now, he was tied down by the lives of so many others whom he wished to protect: Master, Mistress, Senior Mingxiu, Lu Lan, and Fatty. He took a deep breath to dispel the wild thoughts flooding his mind and started to train. Having just activated both of his foot palaces, he had yet to properly analyze them. AI Hui was soon deeply immersed in his training. The sky began to darken as time quietly passed. A student hurriedly rushed over to inform AI Hui that he was to return to the academy immediately. AI Hui did not hesitate in the slightest.
Upon reaching the academy, he was summoned to the dean's office.
The dean looked as if he had aged 10 years, and the hair along his temples had grown white.
He smiled at AI Hui and said, "Student AI Hui, you have given me a big surprise.
I shall get straight to the point of why I've called you here today.
The first thing I'd like to settle is your reward. Student Duanmu should have already spoken to you about this.
Feel free, tell me what you have in mind as a reward, even things such as inherited knowledge, elemental food, or equipment."
Of course, it has to be something that the Academy can provide.
AI Hui replied without delay, "Dean, I hope to learn the Big Dipper technique."
Big Dipper?
The dean asked, a little surprised.
This must be your teacher's idea. It looks like he's been guiding you well.
The Big Dipper is Central Pine Academy's greatest inheritance and, although it isn't a lost skill, it still has its distinct features. Learning it is no mean feat, and studying the Big Dipper requires the trainee to have 7 strong palaces.
Oh, I'm so muddle-headed.
Old Wang must have already tested your constitution before encouraging you to ask for the Big Dipper. He just loves to study such things.
The dean solemnly shook his head, appearing to remember something from his past. He walked toward the bookcase, pressing his palm on it. A complex pattern of light emerged along the bookcase, dazzling AI Hui.
The next moment, different colored balls of light appeared all over the bookcase in a picturesque fashion, each one about the size of a fist.
The dean retrieved a ball that looked like a dark nebula.
The lump of black vapor in his hand was scattered with tiny dots of light and was extremely eye-catching. AI Hui came to a sudden realization that every one of these balls of light contained an inheritance. His gaze fell on the nebula.
Could this be the Big Dipper? How is this thing accessed? Having never seen something like this before, AI Hui was filled with curiosity and anticipation.
AI Hui thought of himself as a country bumpkin without much experience.
The dean noticed AI Hui's nervous anticipation and laughed.
He was reminded of his younger days, back when he first laid eyes on an inheritance. The sense of nostalgia invoked by this memory seemed to have cleared up his mind quite a bit.
"Put your hand on it," instructed the dean.
AI Hui carefully placed his hand on the nebula in the dean's hand. "Circulate your elemental energy," the dean continued. AI Hui carefully circulated his elemental energy. A bright flash appeared in front of his eyes and he appeared to have been dragged into a void.
Packed together in dense clusters, stars were all around AI Hui.
The star-filled sky suddenly began to revolve. The star-filled sky swirled into rings of light, drowning AI Hui within. After an indeterminate amount of time, 7 stars emerged from the light rings, tracing out the shape of a ladle. The ladle rotated and expanded in front of AI Hui's eyes, appearing to fly toward him.
It was quite a while before AI Hui awoke from the trance-like state with a violent jerk. "How does it feel?" the dean asked, smiling. AI Hui hesitantly replied, "It's not easy to describe.
It feels as though I've gained some knowledge, but I really can't say for sure."
"Dean, is this the Big Dipper?" "Yes, indeed," the dean answered, nodding his head in affirmation.
"This isn't just the Big Dipper, it's the original Big Dipper."
"What do you mean by original?" AI Hui was confused.
The dean patiently explained, "The original Big Dipper is the primary source of this inheritance. In accordance with Academy regulations, legacies and skills that are passed on to students are done so via copies. In addition to the details of the inheritance, the primary source also contains some of the creator's experiences and realizations, making it extremely valuable. You'll soon come to realize that every round of replication results in more information being lost from the original.
Inheritance skill sets that are sold on the market tend to be very inferior copies. So, do you think you've got a good deal?" The dean was amused by AI Hui's look of amazement. "Definitely," AI Hui replied as he attempted to keep his facial expression in check. He looked up at the dean and continued weakly, "Although, why am I feeling guilty? I guess there's no such thing as a free lunch. You didn't even falter after experiencing a surprise this huge."
With such mental fortitude, old Wang has indeed taken in a good student. The dean was all smiles as he proceeded with his instructions. "I'll now continue with the other matter at hand." After AI Hui gave the situation some serious thought, he realized there was definitely something he had to do to earn such a reward. Given his current ability, AI Hui was definitely not capable of resolving any major issues for the dean.
He would most likely be asked to deal with some minor concern.
The dean paused for a moment before speaking. "You'll be cooperating with Shi Shueman and the others from now on. Shi Shueman, Sang Jijun, and you will be working hand in hand. I believe that you 3 are already quite familiar with one another. This group, which the 3 of you will be a part of, is relatively stronger than the other groups and will thus be assigned several missions."
AI Hui quietly waited for the next part.
"You have rich combat experience.
I've looked through your file and noted that you've previously stayed in the wilderness for 3 years.
It's no mean feat for a laborer to survive the wilderness.
I'd say that you have the most combat experience in the entire academy.
Sure, Shuemon is the leader of the other team, of which I have no control over. You'll be the leader of a new team, taking charge of several outstanding students that will be hand-picked by me.
Duanmu Huanghun will be your deputy.
Both of your teams will operate together as a group. AI Hui continued to remain silent. If, and I'm only saying if, the situation becomes critically dangerous, I hope that you will guarantee Sure Shueman and Duanmu Huanghuan safety.
Do you understand what I mean? The dean spoke solemnly, his gaze set on AI Hui. AI Hui did not avoid the dean's gaze as he calmly replied, "Do you mean to say that the others are disposable as long as Sure Shueman and Duanmu Huanghun survive?" "That's right!" exclaimed the dean.
AI Hui had taken the words right out of his mouth, relieving him of his apprehensions.
Perhaps the situation won't degrade to that point. We're definitely the first city in line for reinforcements, so there'll be support coming to join us. Because of them? AI Hui asked. Yes, said the dean while nodding his head. Life is often unfair.
The lives of some are worth more than others.
Although such things are better left unsaid, this is the truth of the matter.
If something happens to the two of them and the reinforcements get wind of it, everyone here will be knee-deep in **T. Your wealth of experience, mature disposition, and outstanding swordplay reflect your potential. While these may not necessarily be useful, I'm still willing to place my bet on you.
For all we know, you might just give me a pleasant surprise. I accept this mission. AI Hui's straightforward reply startled the dean.
It made the carefully chosen words of his speech appear to have been for naught. The dean was happy to know that he picked the right person.
However, I have two conditions. The dean was again taken aback by AI Hui's audacity.
Surprise turned to admiration as he responded, "Say it, if it is within my means."
First, as the leader, I'd like to pick the other members myself.
Everyone in my team will have to obey my orders unconditionally, even Duanmu Huanghun.
This, I agree with, the dean swiftly answered. Second, I need a few spots in the first batch of people to be evacuated once the reinforcements arrive.
The dean was gobsmacked. He scrutinized the young man standing in front of him. Dark, clear, and calm, AI Hui's eyes were as deep as the ocean.
After a moment's hesitation, the dean asked, "How many spots do you need?"
"Me, my teacher Wang Xiuquan, his wife Han Yuqin, senior Mingxiu, my good friend Qian Dai, as well as my sand puppet Lulan." The dean heaved a sigh of relief. "You do not need to worry about those 3 from the Jade Embroidery Workshop as they have already been allocated evacuation slots. Adding you in won't be a problem either, which means you only need an additional 2 spots.
Alright, you've got yourself a deal."
AI Hui responded with his own sigh of relief.
Deal.
The two stood there as they exchanged glances and smiled. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 154, Recruiting Members. Chapter 154, Recruiting Members. Translator, YH Editor, Pranav. Dean, regarding that siren earlier, did something happen? AI Hui took the initiative to ask.
The dean suddenly didn't look too well, but he remained composed and answered with a reassuring smile, "Nothing much. Our lookouts were too anxious upon spotting a few blood fiends close to our defensive perimeter, so they sounded the alarm."
From the dean's voice, AI Hui could hear that he was dissatisfied with the city's elementalists.
He regretted letting the Society of Excellence's instructors leave. He would have insisted for Li Wei to stay back if he had known that the blood disaster would spread to Central Pine City. Compared to soldiers who had served 10 years ago, the elites from the current infantry division felt much more dependable.
AI Hui felt slightly relieved.
The dean didn't say much else besides telling him how to collect his reward from the magistrate court and to pick out his team as soon as possible.
Sure, Shuemon's team would then be able to join up with his.
The dean had many other matters to take care of. He hadn't intended to spend so much time on AI Hui's issue since it was merely a last-minute decision.
Wang Zhen was his biggest hope.
Never before had the dean imagined that he would pin this much faith in a student.
Moreover, this was only his first time meeting AI Hui.
Perhaps many years down the road he'll look back and remember how panic-stricken and desperate he was. Like a drowning man, he'd gladly grab onto anything he can find. Although, he could not deny that AI Hui was different from any other student he had ever met. This youth, who wasn't exceptionally powerful, had a certain air about him. His eyes were as calm as the deep sea, unaggressive and restrained. He had a maturity and mellowness that you would often find only in those of middle age, and only in individuals who had a wealth of worldly experience. It was difficult to ascribe such a manner to a youth of only 16. When serious, he would become as keen as a knife's edge. He had, generally speaking, an aura of elegance. AI Hui bade farewell to the dean and walked through Central Pine Academy.
To prevent the blood poison from spreading, the trees in the academy's garden had to be cut down.
Trees that were hundreds of years old were not spared either, and their roots were thoroughly destroyed for safety. Playful and joy-filled scenes under those great trees were now only distant memories, and the campus once filled with lush greenery had become utterly bare, like a battlefield devoid of life. The young, tender faces of the students were riddled with signs of panic, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Several teachers were delivering announcements while flying over the academy grounds, using elemental energy to project their voices all around the school. The announcements made known the administration's decision to make a set of skills available, which were, in the past, only taught to those with additional contributions. A group of teachers was organized to impart these skills in the hope that it will aid the students in fighting the blood poison. It looked like things had really gone south.
AI Huey's mood was inexplicably low. Central Pine City was the safest and most peaceful place he had ever known.
It was a place filled with sunshine, dreams, and vigor, the complete opposite of what he had encountered in his past. Here, there were no massacres, no chilling nights, and no need to be on guard all the time.
He remembered how much he had wanted to just stay in Central Pine City forever.
This was the world he had yearned for in his dreams.
Was it now time to wake up from this dream? AI Hui was devastated. Disciple. Teacher Wang was panting hard as his voice dragged AI Hui out of his emotional state.
The grief and sadness he had just experienced were quickly buried deep within the recesses of his mind. Raising his head in surprise, AI Hui called out, "Teacher!
I've finally found you," Wang Shouchuan said as he tried to catch his breath.
He was drenched in sweat.
"Everyone was worried about you when we heard the siren.
The situation doesn't look too good.
How did the blood catastrophe end up like this? Has it actually worsened this much?" Wang Shouchuan looked around as he spoke, his eyes filled with sentiment.
He had been a teacher in Central Pine Academy for 20 years, and he had deeply rooted feelings for the school. It wasn't hard to imagine just how much this desolate sight upset him.
He effortfully suppressed the throbbing heartache and told AI Hui, "Follow me to the embroidery workshop. We'll weather out the storm there with your mistress. With her around, nothing bad can happen.
All these blood insects aren't even a match for her souls." Wang Shouchuan spoke highly of his partner, describing her as though she was a valiant general capable of crushing all opposition.
AI Hui did not tell him about his agreement with the dean, and instead, he shook his head and replied, "Your disciple humbly wishes to contribute whatever he can to help fight against the disaster." In the face of calamity, should one not calmly resist?
Having escaped from the Garden of Life, I have a better understanding of the blood catastrophe than most people. Don't worry, Master, I'll hurry back to the embroidery workshop if things truly get out of hand.
The determination in AI Huey's eyes gave Wang Shouchuan a great headache.
This disciple of his was excellent in many ways, but he was such a stubborn individual. Nobody could shake his resolve once his decision was made.
Moreover, his disciple's way of thinking wasn't wrong. Assuming responsibility instead of escaping in such times was indeed a precious quality. Wang Shouchuan was conflicted. He didn't want his disciple to be a coward, but he feared for AI Huey's safety as well. He thought about it for a moment before asking, "What do you plan to do?"
The administration intends to organize a team of elite students with me as the leader.
Duanmu Huanghan is also a part of this.
We'll be working together with Shi Shuemon's team. AI Hui continued, I have also absorbed the original, Big Dipper, and I need to process this inheritance as well.
The dean gave you the original, Big Dipper? Wang Shouchuan asked in disbelief. Has he gone mad?
It took Wang Shouchuan a whole 10 seconds to regain his composure, his displeasure betrayed by the deep frown on his forehead. The dean's move reveals that he has abandoned all backup plans, meaning that the situation is much worse than I had imagined.
You must be careful and escape to the embroidery workshop at the first sign of trouble, do you understand? I need to go back and make preparations with your mistress.
The way things are, I wouldn't be surprised if the embroidery workshop becomes conscripted as well.
His master left with a heavy heart. However, hearing the names Duanmu Huanhan and Shi Shuemon consoled him a little, as he knew how highly the dean regarded those two. AI Hui set off to find Duanmu Huanhan without any further delay.
There was no time to dwell on past grudges.
Duanmu Huanhan was still slightly embarrassed to see AI Hui, especially since he had to be his deputy.
If someone had brought up something like that before the calamity, he'd definitely have dismissed that person as insane.
Now, however, he was clearly aware that AI Hui was much more suited for the role of a team leader.
AI Hui had played a pivotal role in the past two escapes from the Blood Fiend's clutches.
Although he was a bit vexed, Duanmu Huanghan spoke calmly. Give me the list of names and I'll gather the members. AI Hui went straight to the point.
You, me, Fatty, Lulan, Jiang Wei, and Wang Shashan.
We shall assemble at the Vanguard Training Hall. Duanmu Huanghun furrowed his brows. He had assumed that AI Hui would select students with exceptional abilities and not this motley crew. Jiang Wei was pretty capable, but Wang Xiaoshan, the earth elementalist who had built the mound in the Garden of Life, was mediocre. He had never seen Fatty demonstrate anything before, but he knew there was nothing special about him either. At least Lu Lan was a good pick, as his healing ability would definitely come in handy. AI Hui knew what Duanmu Huanghan was thinking and directly asserted, "Do you think the number of activated palaces will matter in front of the blood fiends?" Duanmu Huanghan was at a loss for words. There would indeed be no significant difference if they were facing larger blood fiends. AI Hui glanced at Duanmu Huanghan and said, "We will not be handling dangerous missions. The elementalists, teachers, and training ground personnel will be around to take those. To be precise, we're just here as a backup, dealing with smaller things like blood insects. Furthermore, we'll be working with Shi Shueman's team. They'll be the ones going up against the stronger blood fiends. That's why trust is more important than ability for our team." Duanmu Huanghan wasn't comfortable being told that his role wasn't particularly important. For a genius, being overlooked was a difficult pill to swallow. He knew, however, that AI Hui was merely stating facts, and that the things he said made sense. "If you insist, I have no objections," Duanmu Huanghan said expressionlessly. "I'll perform my role as your deputy as required." It took a lot out of him to say the word deputy. Since when had Brother Huanghan ever been someone's assistant? Since when had Brother Huanghan ever been slighted by others? Having experienced a series of disturbing events up till now, Duanmu Huanghan felt extremely discontent. He couldn't find an outlet to vent his frustration. He may be a prideful individual, but he wasn't someone who made a fuss out of everything. Things that he had to bear with gritted teeth only served to trigger Duanmu Huanghan into action. "I'll definitely surpass you in every way," Duanmu Huanghan swore to himself. AI Hui was unaware of the vows that Duanmu Huanghan was silently swearing, but it wasn't as if he'd give a hoot if he knew. He looked Duanmu Huanghan in the eye and said, "Let's begin." Duanmu Huanghan went off to find Jiang Wei and Wang Xiaoshan while AI Hui headed towards Manager Li's shop. AI Hui was flabbergasted when he saw Manager Li. He exclaimed, "What happened to you, old Li?" Manager Li's hair had all turned white as though he had aged rapidly. Manager Li laughed bitterly and avoided his question. "I was just about to look for you. We have to settle the money for the bunny hair. Bunny hair arrows have been selling like hotcakes, and I can hardly keep up with the demand. Here's 20 million, keep it safe. If nothing happens over the next 10 days, you can come over to settle the bill again." AI Hui kept the money, but strangely, he didn't feel any happiness upon receiving it. "Old Li, are there any more bunny hair arrows in the shop? Please keep some from the next batch for me." Manager Li happily agreed. "No problem." AI Hui continued to ask, "Are there any more heavy shields in the store?" "Heavy shields?" Manager Li responded with a nod. "Almost all of the arms have been expropriated by the magistrate court. All I have left are some of this second-hand heavy equipment from years ago. I haven't been able to sell them because they're too heavy. Come take a look, you can have whatever you like since they're not worth much anyway." AI Hui followed Manager Li to the storehouse where he really saw a bunch of rusty second-hand heavy gear. AI Hui picked out an ironwood shield weighing over 150 kilograms. He brushed off the dust and polished off the rust, revealing a shield as sturdy as a wall. It was incredibly solid, truly an excellent find. AI Hui thanked Manager Li before lugging the ironwood shield back to the training ground. The Dragon's Pine Inferno he was carrying on his body weighed 110 kilograms. In addition to that, he was lugging the even heavier ironwood shield which weighed about 170 kilograms, a combined weight of 280 kilograms. Carrying such heavy items thoroughly exhausted AI Hui, reminding him of his days as a laborer in the wilderness as he panted heavily. After much effort, he finally managed to carry the shield back to the training ground. As he entered, he heard Lu Lan cheering, "AI Hui is back." Before AI Hui could put the shield down, however, he heard Fatty frantically shout, "Come quickly, take a look at this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."